Hey, thanks for joining. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the demon of the school right here on GMT Recap. In this universe, countless people die every day for various reasons. Some causes are foreseeable, but there are others who die from accidents, something they never imagined would happen to them. At a school in the national HQ, under a blue sky, white clouds, and brilliant sunlight, a male student in a white uniform was not playing or studying, but instead falling from the rooftop. Surrounding him were numerous towering buildings. Why? A flash of doubt appeared in his mind. However, in the final moments of his life, the answers to those questions seemed to no longer matter. The lens slowly moved closer to his face. His eyes were wide open, his expression incomprehensible. His angular, handsome face was covered in wounds. The sound of the wind howling in his ears. Even to this day, he still doesn't understand why he fell from the rooftop. His plan had not yet been completed. He intended to graduate early and endure all hardships. As he was falling from the height, his gaze shifted towards the rooftop, where four other male students were leaning against the railing. Among them, one had a face with an expression that was hard to make out, but the other three wore mocking smiles. Seeing you fall, time seemed to stand still in that moment. Both fast and slow, a vague expression appeared on your face. You didn't understand, truly didn't understand, why everything had turned out this way. But there was one thing you could affirm: today was the day you would die. You simply accepted the outcome you were about to face. Your body plunged straight down, your head tilting toward the ground. The boy was falling rapidly toward the earth. At that moment, only one thought occupied your mind: am I really going to die? What awaited you was death or something else? Would the male protagonist really die? Surely something unexpected had happened. The scene shifted to a hospital, time passing quickly. A nurse's voice rang out, "Ma'am, it has been 3 months. I'm very sorry to inform you that I have never seen a patient wake up after being diagnosed as a vegetable. I think you should prepare yourself." The scene quickly transitioned from outside the hospital to the hallway of the ward, then to a room. Before your eyes appeared the image of a young man with his head wrapped in white bandages, a tube for oxygen inserted in his nose, lying motionless on the bed. Beside the bed sat an elderly woman with hair as white as snow. Hearing the nurse's words, the woman reacted with agitation, shouting to interrupt the nurse, "What the hell are you saying? Are you saying my grandson will never wake up? Do you want me to give up on him?" The old lady questioned excitedly, causing the nurse to hurriedly explain, "I didn't mean that, ma'am. The young man lying unconscious on the bed is the male student who fell from the rooftop. His consciousness still seems to be able to perceive everything around him. He thought to himself, after falling from the rooftop, I was diagnosed as a vegetable, something I had only heard of before." Sitting by the bed, the old lady held his hand tightly, sobbing. The call of his grandmother made Hyun Sung feel her presence. She constantly encouraged her grandson. "Dear, wake up. Don't give up. Wake up, my grandson. How can you leave like this?" Her voice echoed in his ears, and Hyun Sung could hear it clearly. He thought, I will be okay. I've never been sick or faced anything serious. Surely I can walk again soon. However, in this dark world, he couldn't do anything. In the silent night of the hospital room, his grandmother's voice echoed again. She cried while holding his hand, saying, "Hyun Sung, those people told me to give up hope. But how can I do that? I raised you when you lost your parents. I will never abandon you." She cried at his bedside, then as if pleading with him, she said, "Just once is enough. Please show me a sign that you are still conscious." Hearing the cries of anguish from his grandmother, Hyun Sung struggled to move his body. He silently commanded himself, "Move. Shift." He was angry, scolding himself within his consciousness. At another moment, outside Hyun Sung's hospital room, the bright sunlight illuminated everywhere. From inside the hospital room came the voice, "Brother, I can't hold on any longer. By Hyun-sun's hospital bed, a boy in a school uniform lay face down on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. "Those bastards bullied you and now they're turning to bully me." On the boy's face was a bruise, carefully bandaged. His expression was a mix of agony and utter despair. Hearing what the boy said, Hyun-sung furiously cursed those scoundrels. The boy continued, "Grandma is starting to work for a restaurant to earn money for the medical bills, and she keeps getting hurt. What am I supposed to do?" The boy cried while recounting the family's difficult circumstances. It turned out this boy was Hyun-sung's younger brother, Kim Hyun-jin. Hearing these words, Hyun-sung was stunned. "What, Grandma?" Kim Hyun-jin seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown. He screamed, "Brother, just go. We wouldn't have to suffer like this if you died." You cried until your voice was hoarse, tears streaming down your face, shouting loudly, "Please, wake up. Don't lie there any longer, get up quickly." The teardrops of your loved ones kept falling, touching Hyun-sung's heart, making him forget the need to stand up and live on. "I can't even shed a single tear. This must be a dream. I am dreaming a long dream. If I wait a little longer, surely I will wake up from this dream. Perhaps reality is too cruel." Hyun-sung comforted himself that way. Time flowed by swiftly. It had been 3 years since Hyun-sung encountered the incident. In the lush green garden of the hospital, many patients were strolling or resting there. In the hospital room, Hyun-sung quietly sighed. "It has been a while since Hyun-jin came here." Inside the room, 2 women were chatting. One whispered, "Have you heard that Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother fainted?" The other replied, "Really?" Hearing that, Hyun-sung was startled. "What?" Outside the hospital room, the 2 women laughed and said, "It seems we can turn up the volume of the TV now." Hyun-sung silently cursed, It doesn't mean anything at all." The faces and names of those people appeared in his mind: Park Min-chul, Jo Iyoung-taek, Young Minho, Kang Chang-suk, Oh Dae-hwan, Kim Young-chul, and all the teachers who covered for those bastards. If there was a miracle that took me back to that moment, I would crush each and every one of them. As if a magical force was acting upon everything, everything became faint and rushed away quickly. Hyun-sung on the hospital bed to the photo taken together with his grandmother. Hyun-sung was filled with rage. He was going to take revenge on those who had once bullied him madly. Hyun-sung grabbed Park Min-chul by the head, causing him to scream in fear, "Help, it hurts too much." Hyun-sung continued to beat him. "Is it hurt more than what I feel, a person lying on the bed? I'm sure how much you hurt can't compare to what my grandmother had to endure." Hyun-sung was filled with fury. He growled. Before his eyes was a bright red color. Those who had once bullied him were all knocked down on the ground. Inside him, he was struggling fiercely. "No, this is not what I want. There is no revenge like this. From the beginning to the end, whether in method or measure, I will plan to eradicate them to the root, making them unable to rise again forever. I must make them face a pain even more terrible than what I once endured. A perfect plan to destroy everything in their lives." Time outside kept passing. For years passed, 5 years passed, 6 years passed, then came the 7th year, an endless long time that continued to torment his soul. Inside you, there are countless wounds, filled with hatred towards those who have harmed you. Your dark inner self never stops thinking, "That's right, this plan isn't bad. Let's take care of that bastard." Yet, outside Hyun-sung's hospital room, 15 years have passed, and he still lies motionless on the hospital bed. He despondently thinks, "After all, it's all useless. I don't care who it is, please just end my life." 15 long years, he lies motionless on the hospital bed, unable to do anything. The hopes of the past, the anger of the past, the hatred of the past, perhaps by now he has reached the limits of himself. He desperately pleads for an end to his life. Outside the hospital room, the corners of Hyun-sung's eyes are wet with tears. In his subconscious, a tall, muscular man wearing patient clothes appears. The man smiles gently at him, and he smiles back at the man. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a place filled with sunlight. He thinks to himself, "Is it already bright? This place feels like a classroom." Everything in front of him is so familiar. Around him, there are murmurs that make him think they are the familiar sounds of the TV. He sees the blackboard in front of him. Suddenly, Hyun-sung seems to awaken, wondering, why is there noise coming from the blackboard? Stop it. That bastard, stop it. Hyun-sung looked at the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. In the classroom, the students were laughing and chatting happily. He thought to himself, that's right, this must be a dream. He raised his hand to pinch his cheek, but the pain jolted him out of his illusion. It really is, if this is not a dream. He saw a pen on the desk. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung grabbed the pen and stabbed it straight into his thigh. It hurt, and he couldn't believe it. Is this not a dream? I really am back. Having gone through countless cycles of hope and despair, he couldn't bring himself to believe this was real. Hyun-sung sat dazed in the classroom, pen in hand. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed throughout the class. Damn it, what did you say? It turned out to be Park Min-shul. He shouted while kicking the male student sitting at the back, causing him to tumble to the ground. The people around could only watch in shock. He continued to kick the student, incessantly cursing. Do it myself? You little bastard, if I wanted to do it myself, why would I ask you to do anything? The beaten student was left with a bloodied face, begging for mercy. Stop it, I won't do it again. The pleas of that student stirred up the suffering and misfortune that Hyun-sung had once experienced. He stood there in a daze, thinking that this was the beginning of his suffering. Images from the past flashed in Hyun-sung's mind. He lay bedridden like a vegetable for so many years, his grandmother crying her heart out, Hyun-jin desperately pleading for him to wake up. He fell from the stairs, powerless to do anything, the faces of those who had caused him pain vividly appearing in his mind. At that moment, Hyun-sung didn't think much. He stood up and walked in front of Park Min-shul, saying, "Stop." Park Min-shul turned around, thinking he must have misheard. Sitting at the table, he sneered, saying, "Interesting, very interesting, Kim Hyun-sung. Do you think you can handle this situation? Do you think you're any different from this guy? You're just deluding yourself." Hyun-sung said nothing, remaining silent as he listened to Park Min-shul mock him. The students around them stood in fear, watching. Hyun-sung's face was cold, and without any warning, he threw a punch at Park Min-shul's face. In that moment, he truly felt like he had returned to his first year of high school, back to the moment he had always wished for. Park Min-shul, completely caught off guard, never expected to be hit by someone he looked down upon. Time returned to that year, to the day when Hyun-sung's life would undergo earth-shattering changes, not in a better direction, but in a way that perhaps Hyun-sung could never have imagined. You can still clearly remember what happened that day. During the break, the students were all doing their own things or happily chatting with their friends. In the back of the classroom sat a boy with bleached blonde hair, wearing just a white tank top, completely inappropriate for the school's dress code. That was Park Min-shul. He listened to the lesson half-heartedly, embodying the typical stereotype of bullies and harassers. He was very fond of playing an online game called Legend Online. Later, wanting to find someone to level up his character, Park Min-shul grabbed a chubby, academically skilled boy sitting in the back and said, "Hey, you're smart, right? You must be good at online games, huh? Level up my character for me, will you?" He spoke while holding his phone in one hand and pressing hard on the chubby boy's shoulder with the other, his tone seeming to suggest a discussion but laced with threats, causing the boy to fearfully agree. Seeing this scene, Park Min-shul asked with a grin, "You just said yes, right? So now you agree to level up my character, right?" From that day on, Lee Young-min, the chubby boy with an innocent demeanor who excelled academically, became Park Min-shul's gaming machine. Lee Young-min, the top student in his grade, began to see his grades decline. Park Min-shul did not let this go easily and continued to bully Lee Young-min, haunting this weak and talented student like a ghost, saying, "With such high scores, you must have a lot of money." Due to the constant pressure of having to spend money on games and buy items for Park Min-shul, Lee Young-min was pushed to the breaking point and directly told Park Min-shul, "From now on, play by yourself." That very day, Hyun-sung witnessed violence happening right in front of him for the first time. He did not want to cause trouble, but he remembered how Lee Young-min had occasionally been kind enough to help him with his studies, and he could not stand by and watch Lee Young-min get beaten without any friends stepping in to help. Seeing Hyun Sung about to run over to intervene, his friend grabbed his hand and said, "Don't." Hyun Sung disagreed, retorting, "That's not right." His friend worriedly advised Hyun Sung not to get involved, saying, "Are you crazy? That's Park Min Chul. Touching him is like digging your own grave." Despite knowing what his friend was saying, Hyun Sung was determined to pull his hand away. He thought to himself, "I am a special sports student, never ranking below in the male student standings. I can get involved in this." Hyun Sung approached Park Min Chul, who was beating up Lee Young Min, and demanded that he stop, causing him to look back at Hyun Sung in surprise. At that moment, the name Park Min Chul no longer seemed frightening to Hyun Sung. As soon as the teacher arrived, the situation was resolved in a rough manner. From that day on, Park Min Chul's gang began to harass Hyun Sung furiously. Every day, Hyun Sung was dragged out and beaten up by Park Min Chul's crew, facing relentless violence, always covered in injuries, never a day without wounds, beaten to the point of being in shambles. There were even nights after school when Hyun Sung couldn't sleep because of the bullying, for example, being forced to run errands to buy items and games for them. He had to drag his battered body, bloodied hands and feet, staying up all night grinding levels just to level up for Park Min Chul and his gang. There are no words other than hell that can accurately describe my current situation. Everything has returned to the moment when the hellish period was about to begin. Even if he were to die, Hyun Sung would never forget. During the first semester of the first year of high school, the whole class was stunned when they witnessed Hyun Sung punch Park Min Chul, who was known as the top bully of the school, in the face. Perhaps even Park Min Chul never thought he would be hit like that. He stared wide-eyed, frozen for 5 seconds. After regaining his composure, he roared like a wild beast intruded upon, "Damn you!" But before he could express any more, Hyun Sung's hand quickly and powerfully grabbed his head, slamming his face down onto the desk right in front of everyone. The impact caused him so much pain that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Hyun Sung kept a tight grip on his hair, lifting him up, and Park Min Chul's face was smeared with blood, the blood from his mouth drenching the desk in splotches. Having been slammed down onto the desk, he had not yet recovered, so his eyes were still unable to focus. A few students watching stood around, chattering excitedly, "Look at the blood, the class president is always like this." Hyun Sung did not stop. That moment, that scene, Hyun Sung etched deep into his mind. As Park Min Chul fell unconscious, he continuously rained down blows on his face as if he wanted to unleash all the frustrations built up over the years. It was he who had pushed Hyun Sung and his loved ones into a wretched state. Park Min Chul's fighting style relied on his physique. He wasn't used to being beaten, believing that as long as Hyun Sung attacked first, he would surely defeat him. When he regained his senses after being struck in the face, intending to grab Hyun Sung's hair and slam him down onto the desk, Hyun Sung had actually visualized this scene for the past 15 years, even the subsequent moves he needed to execute. Perhaps he didn't know how long Hyun Sung had been waiting for this moment. Now, after throwing countless punches to Park Min Chul's face, Hyun Sung grabbed his shirt and forcefully threw him towards the locker behind the classroom. Park Min Chul fell hard, his back slamming against the locker. Hyun Sung quickly rushed over, landing kicks to his face and body. Each punch and each kick was delivered without mercy. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was, no matter how much he gets beaten, if he dares to raise his head, I'll kick him in the face. If he dares to raise his hands to defend himself, I'll break his arms. Suddenly, a chair flew in, crashing into Hyun Sung, who was attacking Park Min Chul. Hyun Sung coldly turned his head to see where the chair had come from. In front of him was the back exit of the classroom, and a group of students rushed in, shouting, "Stop it, you bastard!" while calling out Min Chul's name. Seeing that group, Hyun Sung felt no fear, just shook his head slightly, making a cold, raspy sound. "What if I don't want to?" Hyun Sung's defiant attitude left the group stunned, as they had never seen anyone speak boldly to them like this before. One of them muttered, "Is this bastard out of his mind?" Alongside Hyun Sung entered a student with purple dyed hair, wearing a lot of earrings, looking like someone who knows the ropes. But if he were to provoke Park Min Chul because of Hyun Sung, he surely cannot be unaware of this. He didn't seem scared at all. "Can I help you with something?" The identity of the purple-haired student is young Minho, a member of Park Min Chul's gang, a first-year student in Class 8. Next to young Minho stood a tall and muscular student with a fierce-looking face, who spoke up, "Are you scared? Good, today I will end your game." They are referred to as Park Min-chul's gang because Park Min-chul is the leader, known for bullying weaker students. Saying that, the muscular guy stepped forward a few paces, shaking his neck, twisting his joints to warm up. As he approached, Hyun-sung immediately realized that among Park Min-chul's group, this muscular guy was the best fighter. His name is Kong Chang-suk, also a member of Park Min-chul's gang, a first-year student in Class 8. On this side, Hyun-sung coldly stared at the advancing opponent. Kong Chang-suk charged towards him, looking ready to devour Hyun-sung. Suddenly, a girl's voice with short hair rang out from outside the door, "The teacher is here." That statement interrupted the impending brawl. Suddenly, Park Min-chul, leaning against the cupboard, spoke up, "Chang-suk, let's go. We'll settle this later." Before leaving, Kong Chang-suk bent down to be at eye level with Hyun-sung, leaning in close to subtly warn, "Just know that I will find you and your damn brother." After class ended, Park Min-chul's underlings turned to leave. Kong Chang-suk glanced back to threaten Hyun-sung, "Don't think about running away." A skinny guy added, "You can count on that." Hyun-sung said nothing, watching them walk away, while Park Min-chul remained behind, cradling his head in pain. "My head." Next, the teacher entered the classroom, and the lesson proceeded as usual. Sitting at the back of the class, Park Min-chul crossed his arms, resting his face on the desk, silently seething with hatred, thinking, "Damn it, what the hell just happened? I clearly got hit first, but I was already knocked to the ground." Thinking about this, Park Min-chul had never felt so humiliated. He cursed Kim Hyun-sung, "You dare to humiliate me, I will kill you." He was so enraged that his eyes turned red, his face fierce. He stealthily glanced over at Hyun-sung's seat, thinking to himself, "After school, everyone will gather here. Do you think you can escape? In fact, if I hadn't let my guard down, I wouldn't have been defeated by that bookworm." He must have planned this in advance because he had never seen me bully that kid before. Although he is the class leader and occasionally intervenes, there has always been a boundary between them, and he had never crossed that line. Therefore, Park Min-chul didn't need to clash with class leader Kim Hyun-sung. After all, one thing is certain, Kim Hyun-sung has already crossed the line before. "I will make you regret it after school." The teacher's voice rang out, "Everyone pay attention, the content of today will be in the midterm exam." The skinny guy sitting at the back, still wearing a hairclip, grumbled, "That guy is really annoying." Kong Chang-suk sitting next to him replied, "I wish the class would end earlier, what do you think?" Sitting between the two of them, young Minho glanced at the wall clock, checked the time, and replied, "But that Kim Hyun-sung, I wonder if he accidentally took the wrong medicine? It's like he has no way out anymore. I thought it would be easy to deal with him." Young Minho looked unconvinced, folded his arms, and expressed his opinion, "But since he has done that, we have to step on his face in front of everyone." Young Minho propped his chin on his hand, pondering, "Do you think he will report this?" The skinny guy sitting next to him replied, "No way." Young Minho continued, "It could be that he's lost his mind. But no matter the reason, Kim Hyun-sung has disrespected us in front of everyone. If we let this slide, others will start to look down on us too. So, even though we've received a request like that, let's take this opportunity to crush him, so that Kim Hyun-sung will never dare to look at us with that arrogant gaze again." It seemed that young Minho was the most thoughtful among the group. He was always strategizing on how to step on Hyun-sung. Returning to class 1/8, Park Min-chul was still furious for being humiliated in front of so many people. He shouted, "That bastard! I will definitely kill you." Finally, the school bell rang. The teacher stepped out of the classroom, and Park Min-chul could no longer hold back. He slammed the desk and stood up abruptly, silently telling himself, "Kim Hyun-sung, this time you're finished." But before he could act, a gust of wind rushed in, followed by a thunderous kick from Hyun-sung that struck him square in the face with a loud bang. Park Min-chul was sent flying by the unexpected kick, his eyes wide open. Without pausing, Hyun-sung continued to grab Park Min-chul by the hair, yanking him upright. Unexpectedly, Park Min-chul was still trying to understand what was happening, his mind blank. Hyun-sung grabbed Park Min-chul's hair, pulling his face up to look at him, coldly stating, "We should continue from where we left off." Park Min-chul looked helplessly at Hyun-sung, secretly thinking, "You bastard, the deal was for you to stay away from us." Now, Hyun-sung had raised his fist, cursing, "Damn it." Park Min-chul couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, "He really wants to fight?" In class 1/8, the teacher announced the end of the lesson, which meant it was time to dismiss. Park Min-chul's 3 accomplices immediately stood up. Young Minho coldly said, "He has nowhere to run." The skinny guy added, "At school, where can he run to?" They shouted fiercely, "Let's go teach that bastard Kim Hyun-sung a lesson." Outside, in class 1/8, quite a few students had gathered around the classroom door, whispering and discussing, wondering what was happening. Young Minho led the charge, aggressively taking his gang toward Hyun-sung's classroom. But when they saw so many students gathered at the classroom door, they felt confused, unsure of what was going on. Suddenly, they heard the furious roar of Park Min-chul coming from inside, "Damn you, Kim Hyun-sung!" They immediately rushed into the crowd, pushing their way into Park Min-chul's classroom, shoving the students surrounding the door aside. Young Minho was the first to charge in. Seeing Park Min-chul's face covered in blood, seemingly unconscious, with Hyun-sung gripping the collar of Park Min-chul's shirt, dragging him away. Young Minho stood frozen in the doorway, staring at Hyun-sung with a disbelieving look, as if he were a monstrous creature still wanting to continue the beating. Hyun-sung had raised his hand, simultaneously glancing at young Minho standing in the doorway, casually saying, "You're late." The 3 companions of Park Min-chul looked at Hyun-sung, one hand dragging the unconscious Park Min-chul, the other hand raised ready to continue the assault. Witnessing this scene, Kong Chang-suk roared, "You bastard!" while charging in like a raging bull. At this moment, Hyun-sung was very alert. He was calculating how to avenge the resentment that had gnawed at his soul for the past 10 years without a moment's rest, hitting Park Min-chul? No problem. But the biggest issue is this guy. Dealing with Park Min-chul is easy, but with my current strength, I can't easily defeat him. So what should I do now? Hyun-sung's gaze fell on the padlock that was casually hanging on the cupboard door in front of him. It's simple, do something he had never done before. Hyun-sung picked up the padlock and gripped it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, he struck the padlock hard against the temple of Kong Chang-suk, who was charging at him like a madman, and Kong Chang-suk let out a horrific scream. Hyun-sung quickly jumped to the idea of using the padlock to hit his opponent, and it proved effective. Kong Chang-suk was bleeding. Playing fair? He didn't care. For the sake of revenge, he no longer had time to choose. At such a crucial moment, how could he hesitate? Hyun-sung didn't stop, continuing to grab his hair, the other hand wielding the padlock, repeatedly striking it forcefully against his opponent's head. No matter how well trained one was, being struck by metal surely wouldn't be bearable. He landed another blow to Kong Chang-suk's head, sending him flying out. He had taken down the strongest member of Park Min-chul's group. Young Minho and the skinny guy stood by the door, witnessing Hyun-sung, seemingly possessed, defeat the 2 of them. Both were terrified, their faces pale, only able to stand still and watch. This was his chance. He loosened his grip on the padlock in his hand, everything unfolded just as planned. To take down more people, he gathered his strength and charged forward with this kind of power. His target was the skinny guy, the only remaining member of the group. Hyun-sung charged forward with tremendous strength and momentum, sending the other guy flying, causing Cho Ion-taek to be unable to withstand such a collision. When Hyun-sung slammed the scrawny guy down the hallway heavily, he couldn't react in time to the next attack. Hyun-sung continuously threw punches at him, and Cho Ion-taek was completely unable to defend against Hyun-sung's onslaught. He had planned this in advance. He didn't need to pay attention to young Minho attacking from behind. If he could directly take down Cho Ion-taek, that would be even better, as he could secure victory, even though they were outnumbered and he was all alone. After a brutal beating, Cho Ion-taek was battered and bruised, with no armor left. The blood of Park Min-chul, the blood of Kong Chang-suk splattered on Hyun-sung's face and body, making him look like a vengeful demon just emerging from hell. He had mentally prepared for all of this, but it seemed his body couldn't keep up with his revenge strategy. Hyun-sung was also exhausted to the point of breathlessness, but he couldn't stop. The revenge was not over yet, because there was still one more bastard left. He tried to get up once again to continue fighting. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung take down 3 people in succession, he was so scared that he trembled, perhaps even he didn't realize it himself. He suddenly realized, has Kim Hyun-sung become this strong? Could he actually be strong enough to be removed from the list of bullying targets? There's no way he could be that strong. In young Minho's eyes, Hyun-sung now resembled a grotesque monster, possessing a power that he could not withstand. He was baring his teeth, staring straight at him. Now that the guy wearing earrings had been defeated, young Minho knew he couldn't possibly defeat him either. Thinking about this, young Minho was sweating profusely from fear. Hyun-sung approached young Minho like a menacing demon, whispering, "Shouldn't we end this now?" Upon hearing Hyun-sung's threat, young Minho's hands trembled uncontrollably. He cursed himself internally, "Damn it, my hand." At that moment, Hyun-sung had raised his fist, ready to strike him. Young Minho had lost all will to fight and could only close his eyes and raise his hands to defend himself. Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting their one-sided showdown. "What are you boys doing?" Feeling as if he had been saved, upon hearing the teacher's voice, young Minho was overjoyed, secretly laughing to himself. "Ha, that's right, the teacher will notice this because he started it. Now there are 3 students bleeding, this is a big deal at school. You're done for, you fool." Young Minho smugly imagined the big trouble that Kim Hyun-sung was about to face. In the teacher's lounge, a voice rang out, "Kim Hyun-sung, have you lost your mind? Even if you're a boy, there should be limits." One of them ended up in the hospital with a face full of blood. A teacher pointed at Hyun-sung, reprimanding him for his mistakes. However, deep down, the teacher was worried. This situation is becoming concerning. If things go south, as Kim Hyun-sung's homeroom teacher, I might have to take responsibility. To avoid being implicated, I better scold Kim Hyun-sung properly. But why is this kid so calm in the face of such a big issue? Pondering endlessly, he couldn't understand the student's reaction. Outside, the teacher continued to put on a menacing act, saying, "This issue won't be resolved just at school. I've been a teacher for 10 years, and I've never seen a student like you. You should prepare yourself, those students' parents won't let you off easily. You will have to pay for what you've done." Hyun-sung calmly interrupted the teacher, "Sir, please don't overreact. This isn't the first time school violence has occurred." When a student argued back and mocked him, the teacher was surprised and asked in return, "What?" Hyun-sung continued, "Whatever you're good at, just keep it to yourself." In the classroom filled with slogans and banners against school violence, Hyun-sung smiled and suggested, "Just keep this matter hidden, that way I won't have to cause any more trouble." Inside, he smirked coldly, before expressing his true feelings, saying, "Truly a respectable teacher, absolutely wonderful." Just as Hyun-sung predicted, the teacher who was threatened by the student slapped him and shouted, "You damn brat." The other teachers in the room looked on coldly, with no one intervening. Just as he thought, the reason he was bullied to death was not simply due to the bullying itself. The cause of his death was due to bullying and also the cowards who were always busy and indifferent to anything happening outside. After hitting Hyun-sung, the teacher angrily said, "There are limits to everything. Don't you feel ashamed at all?" Hyun-sung ignored the teacher's scolding, remaining silent as he recalled the past. He remembered very clearly that this teacher had taken bribes from parents, especially from Kim Young-chul. As the homeroom teacher of the upper grade, he was nothing more than a trash not worth being human. Hyun-sung was beaten until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, coldly saying, "Teacher, please stop." Seeing a cheeky brat daring to argue back, the teacher was so enraged he nearly exploded, raising his hand to slap the boy, shouting, "You bastard." But Hyun-sung coldly replied, "Do you really want to continue?" He puzzled the teacher, who asked, "What?" Hyun-sung stepped closer to the teacher and said, "You better lower your voice, otherwise, I will have no choice but to report that you accepted bribes from a student's parents, especially the parents of young Minho." As far as I know, the two of you frequently communicate. Should I shout that out loud here? Even if that's not the case, I also have other evidence, like your fear of the English teacher. Being threatened by Hyun-sung using his own mistakes, the teacher felt scared. He furiously shouted, "Stop!" He still raised his hand to hit Hyun-sung, but Hyun-sung showed no fear, staring straight into the teacher's eyes, coldly saying, "Kim Hyun-sung, you bastard." In Hyun-sung's past, he was continuously bullied and tormented by Park Min-chul's gang. Somehow, he finally made a decision. He knew it wasn't the best way, but perhaps he didn't know any other way to change his circumstances. Hyun-sung sought out a teacher, thinking that he needed help from an adult because he had been and was still experiencing school violence. He opened the door to the teacher's room and looked for his homeroom teacher, Kim Yong-chul. At that moment, Kim Yong-chul was listening to him recount the bullying he had faced. He nonchalantly lifted his coffee cup and responded, "I understand, so this is what's been happening." Afterward, he called Park Min-chul's group to come right in front of Hyun-sung and asked for details. Kim Yong-chul asked Park Min-chul, "Is what he said true?" Park Min-chul feigned ignorance, explaining, "Sir, I have no reason to bully my friend. We were just joking around a bit. Since I'm taller, it's possible that Hyun-sung misunderstood and thought I was bullying him." Although Kim Yong-chul was a teacher, he handled the situation very casually. He only advised, "Hey kid, no matter what it is, don't bully your friends. Don't you think there's nothing good about punching each other in the face?" Park Min-chul appeared very obedient in front of the teacher, putting his arm around Hyun-sung and replying, "Sir, I will take note of that." The others also pretended to listen, nodding in agreement. When Hyun-sung had struggled to muster the courage to seek help from a teacher, an adult, everything seemed futile. Not only was the issue unresolved, but it also made Park Min-chul's group harbor even more resentment towards him. That's how adults handled his problem. At that moment, in the teacher's room, Park Min-chul's group mocked him in front of the teachers. After stepping out of the teacher's room, Hyun-sung was openly threatened by Park Min-chul, his body trembling uncontrollably. Park Min-chul coldly said, "Follow me." "Kim Hyun-sung, do you think reporting to the teacher will solve anything?" He was forced to follow them to the back of the school. When Hyun-sung was beaten brutally by Park Min-chul, he continuously kicked him while Hyun-sung lay helpless on the ground, only able to raise his hands to shield himself from those vicious attacks, but no one came to his aid. In that moment, he realized he was wrong, and he felt an immense rage towards how teacher Kim Yong-chul handled the situation. If one is a teacher, if one works in the education sector, they should at least seriously consider what a student tells them about being bullied. That is the responsibility of a teacher. Yet when Hyun-sung was treated indifferently by the teacher and beaten by Park Min-chul, he felt utterly furious. "Park Min-chul kicked you and cursed, 'Die. Today I have to kill you.'" At that moment, a figure appeared by the window, witnessing everything. When Hyun-sung was at his most desperate, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Was it a teacher? He thought, "It must be, because the teacher has witnessed me being beaten, surely he has recognized the seriousness of the situation, he will definitely punish them severely." However, before he could feel joy, Kim Yong-chul pretended not to see and turned away. His indifferent action shocked Hyun-sung deeply. Later, he would learn that Kim Yong-chul was nothing but scum. He took money from the parents of students, including the money from young Minho's parents. That had become one of his sources of income. At this point, he realized that Kim Yong-chul had never intended to resolve this issue from the beginning. Hyun-sung lay helpless on the ground, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. The drops of tears rolled down his face, which was covered in wounds. After that, he gathered all his strength to want to resolve this matter, even if he had to face it alone. Even though he knew he could never win this battle, he clenched his fists, and Hyun-sung struggled to escape from this hellish reality. That day was particularly violent. He stood up to fight against Park Min-chul's group. However, the result left him in despair. A shrill female voice rang out, "Oh my God! What happened to my beloved son's face? Which bastard, what scum has turned my Minho into this?" Young Minho clutched his nose, pretending to be pitiful. It was Hyun-sung who started it first. What that meant was unclear. Hyun Sung did not acknowledge it, he didn't know what it mattered anymore. After Hyun Sung resisted, the whole gang ran to the teacher's room to spill the beans. After reporting Hyun Sung, young Minho stood behind his mother, grinning smugly. His scheme had succeeded. Minho's mother, dressed elegantly, fiercely shielded her son, warning everyone, "My son's precious nose has been broken. We will not let this go unpunished." At that moment, Hyun Sung's guardian, who was also his grandmother, appeared in the teacher's room. Wanting to prevent her grandson from facing severe punishment for fighting, Hyun Sung's grandmother, her hair white and trembling, bowed her head and apologized to young Minho and his family. "On behalf of my grandson, I sincerely apologize." Hyun Sung stood in the room, witnessing all the adult interventions, an area he could not control. Despite having no parents, even in the school's disciplinary council, he had to bear the punishment alone, while his injuries were far worse than theirs, and Park Min Chol's group went through school life without facing any obstacles. From then on, Hyun Sung fell into a state of coma. It was not until much later that he realized he could not only rely on power to seek revenge. Even the intervention of adults in this matter needed to be thoroughly resolved for him to truly gain an advantage. Returning to the present, after being threatened by Hyun Sung, the trashy teacher glared at him, his eyes filled with fear. Because his secret had been exposed, he was terrified, he was powerless, and he could be revealed in front of everyone. He was unwilling to be threatened by a child. He immediately turned his head to see if anyone was nearby. Afraid of being overheard, he was doomed. Regaining his composure, Yang Chol pretended to be calm and spoke some useless things, acting as if he didn't care. Hyun Sung interrupted him, "From now on, when you talk to me, think carefully before uttering any words." Hyun Sung calmly recounted in detail the despicable acts of this teacher. "You knew young Minho's parents through a university graduate, you had taken care of him even before he entered this school. Every month, you received a payment as a bonus. Moreover, you were having an affair with a foreign language teacher, a woman with a family and 3 children. The two of you often went to the M Motel. Do I need to say more?" Hyun Sung continued, "Teacher, you live so filthy that you're barely the tip of the iceberg." Hyun Sung casually sat in the swivel chair that the teacher had just occupied, continuing, "If all your flaws were exposed, your life as a teacher would be very difficult, wouldn't it? I'm sure you don't think of these things as meaningless, do you? If you keep acting like this, even if I make you leave this school, I will still trample on your life." Each word from Hyun Sung made Yang Chol increasingly fearful. Hyun Sung recalled the past when he was in his 3rd year. Yang Chol's private life was exposed. His wife had come to school, slapped him hard across the face, and thrown a stamped divorce paper at him. On the surface, Yang Chol's family was wealthy. People rumored that all of his family's assets belonged to his wife. If this were true, Hyun Sung was sure that what Yang Chol feared the most was the exposure of his disgrace. Therefore, this blackmail tactic was ineffective. At this moment, Yang Chol succumbed to Hyun Sung's threats. Fear compelled him to bow his head. Yang Chol trembled, standing before Hyun Sung, stammering and unable to articulate a word, while Hyun Sung sat in the chair like a teacher, and Yang Chol appeared like a student in trouble facing the consequences. At this moment, the fates of the two individuals had completely changed. Yang Chol asked Hyun Sung, "What do you want me to do?" Hyun Sung replied simply, "If you want me to be quiet, then just keep your attitude the way it has always been." Yang Chol did not immediately understand Hyun Sung's meaning, so Hyun Sung explained, "You just continue to live like a piece of trash, still being a spectator, idly letting the problems of students show you how wrong that is, but there is one thing that must change. From now on, you must do this for me. Prevent this issue from exploding at all costs. If you follow my instructions until the day I graduate, I will never reveal your secret. Do you understand my meaning?" Yang Chol bowed his head and looked at Hyun Sung. After hearing the request, he broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Hyun Sung was like a demon, luring him with each word. Yang Chol was completely subdued, and he responded, "All right, from now on, I will do my best." Hyun Sung had successfully dealt with a major obstacle on the path to revenge. He nonchalantly walked out of the teacher's room, thinking, Yang Chol is just the first pawn I had calculated for. I must quickly prepare for the next pawn, however, for now, I still have some things to do. Hyun-sung walked to the classroom door, and among Park Min-chul's group, 3 members had to be hospitalized due to their severe injuries, leaving only young Minho unscathed. He was sitting in the classroom, venting his anger, which was also mingled with fear towards Hyun-sung, because he had realized that Hyun-sung was much stronger than he had imagined. He cursed, "Son of a bitch, are you crazy? I will tear him apart and kill him as soon as he comes back here." While cursing, young Minho kicked over desks and chairs, unleashing his fury. He continued to think, Yang Chul, who is getting paid by my mother, won't let Kim Hyun-sung be in peace. At the very least, he will have to drop out. I will never see Hyun-sung again. I won't have to cling to that guy anymore. To be honest, I am a bit scared. Don't tell me the others can't catch him. Thinking of this, his rage surged once again. He shouted, "Damn it!" And at the same time, he lifted a desk and threw it forcefully away. The other students were terrified of him, merely watching in silence, as no one dared to confront young Minho. Young Minho tried to push away his fear of Hyun-sung. He frantically thought, I have to become the predator of this school. Because of Kim Hyun-sung, I absolutely cannot allow my status to plummet into the abyss. After comforting himself, he walked straight to the back of the classroom, sat down in a chair, and sighed. It's just a coincidence, that bastard has already defeated 3 people. If I meet him again, I'll eliminate him easily. Hyun-sung did not let him dwell in his illusions for long. He pushed the classroom door open and called out young Minho's name. Young Minho flinched at the call, which felt like it came from the depths of hell. Hyun-sung calmly said, "We should finish what we started, right?" Young Minho was terrified by Hyun-sung's appearance and his question. Without giving him a chance to think much, a fist came flying toward him. A punch like thunder from the sky struck him, sending him flying off his chair and crashing to the ground. Hyun-sung leisurely walked over to him, like an avenging demon descending upon the earth. Fear consumed him, leaving him without the strength to resist, only able to sit there trembling, his face pale. Hyun-sung continued to lift his foot and kick young Minho in the face, causing him to spit blood. Hyun-sung grabbed the collar of his shirt and continued to rain down punches and kicks onto young Minho's face. Young Minho's weak cries for help echoed out. At that moment, he thought, that crazy bastard, he really is out of his mind. Please spare me. Someone help me. Suddenly, he saw Yang Chul's figure through the window. A trace of joy welled up in his heart. It's Yang Chul. That's right, damn it, he has accepted money from my mother. Yang Chul stood outside the classroom, seeing Hyun-sung beating young Minho through the window. He recalled his promise and silently cursed, damn it, then turned away, pretending not to see. Seeing Yang Chul leave without helping, young Minho was extremely astonished. Hyun-sung, witnessing this scene, informed him of his situation. Don't expect any help at all, because no one in this school will help you. 5 minutes earlier, when Hyun-sung and young Minho were fighting, Kim Young-chul sat anxiously in the staff room, biting his nails, pondering how to hide this matter from Hyun-sung. This situation had exceeded his capabilities, as he already had 3 students hospitalized. The school certainly does not want the situation to continue deteriorating. But if I do not punish Kim Hyun-sung appropriately, the parents of the victims will undoubtedly cause a scene, especially young Minho's parents. They certainly won't let someone who dares to touch their son go. Yang Chul continued to think, they are wealthy people, owning a lot of real estate, and are quite well known in Daesan. They have even donated a lot of money to the school. Isn't the recent renovation of the school funded by them? Moreover, both of them were personally welcomed by the principal, so their influence cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that I have received money from them. Once they find out what has happened, I will have no way to go. Kim Young-chul couldn't think of any solution. The outcome he was about to face made his head pound. He held his head in panic, not knowing what to do. Kim Young-chul tried to reassure himself, telling himself, think about it, come up with a plan, Kim Young-chul. If you can't think of a way, your life will end here. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his eyes wide open. He realized there was no other way. The only way was to separate young Minho from this issue. This time, Kim Hyun-sung hasn't done anything to young Minho, that kid hasn't encountered any trouble yet. So, if I can convince his parents, perhaps they will overlook this matter. After all, those kids are just friends of their two sons. If afterwards, I find Kim Hyun-sung and ask him to at least leave young Minho alone, then things won't be too bad. Like finding a lifeline in a dead end, he grinned widely as if he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Thinking it over, Kim Young-chul immediately stood up, left the room, and headed to Hyun-sung's classroom. At the same time, he anxiously thought, I need to quickly get control of Kim Hyun-sung, otherwise, the situation will become irretrievable. When he arrived at Hyun-sung's classroom, the scene before him left him frozen. Kim Hyun-sung was beating young Minho so fiercely that he could hardly believe it. This time, I'm finished, damn it. If young Minho's parents find out about this, my life is over. Furthermore, if my relationship with the foreign language teacher comes to light, it will be even worse. Thinking about this, Kim Young-chul despondently turned back to his office, not wanting to witness Kim Hyun-sung beating up young Minho any longer. The other students who were watching the fight also looked on in confusion as they saw their teacher leaving in a situation where students were fighting. Back in the classroom, Hyun-sung grabbed young Minho by the hair, raising his hand to deliver another slap to that scumbag. At this moment, Hyun-sung looked incredibly ferocious. He remembered the past with rage. You dared to look down on me, is this all you can do? Every day, for 3 years of high school, you guys always bullied me, saying I turned out this way because I was too weak. Now look at you, trembling like a dog, while I haven't even laid a finger on you yet. The reality was that, at this moment, after being beaten by Hyun-sung, the once handsome face of young Minho had been battered and bruised to the point that it was nearly unrecognizable as his prized son. He had been beaten to the point where he could only tremble in front of Hyun-sung. Everyone thought Hyun-sung would continue beating young Minho to vent his anger, but he chose to spare him. Hyun-sung let go of young Minho, said nothing, and walked straight back to his seat in the classroom. He pulled the chair out, sat down heavily, and let out a long sigh. Then, he glanced at young Minho, who was sitting there trembling, silently cursing, "Damn idiot." At the same time, he knew that if he spared young Minho, it would be easier to cover up the issue of the three of them. However, if he had chosen revenge from the start, he wouldn't have punched him right in the face as soon as he returned to school. On the contrary, he had chosen a peaceful life, to keep away from those bastards. After going through a hellish experience in the form of a vegetative state, the only thing he longs for is revenge. And this is the result. Everything will soon be turned upside down. 3 people have been dealt with, and there's 1 more to go. As the principal said, he will build Bright Prospects High School into a prestigious high school. Surely, he will discipline me severely for this. On the other hand, the number of witnesses to what I've done is far too many, so it will be hard to cover this up easily. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to stop it. If even Bright Prospects High School cannot protect Hyun-sung, I should never have sought revenge in the first place. This is just the beginning. Hyun-sung sat in the classroom, staring blankly at the ceiling, plotting his next revenge, aimed at all those who had harmed him and his unfortunate family in the past. Switching scenes to another room, an angry voice rang out, "We will never overlook this matter." Student Kim Hyun-sung not only caused the victims to be hospitalized but also exhibited brutal acts of violence against them. Furthermore, after consulting with teacher Kim Young-chul, Kim Hyun-sung showed no remorse whatsoever. In addition, this student brutally attacked student Minho. This is indeed a heinous crime. Principal Oh Dae-hwan of Bright Prospects High School exclaimed, "Have you seen the condition of the harmed students? They have been beaten to the extent that they barely resemble human beings, just like the gangsters in movies." Another voice in the room concurred, "That's right, I think we should discipline him immediately." A fashionable teacher also expressed her agreement with the idea of disciplining Hyun-sung. "I concur with the principal's opinion." This individual was the school's foreign language teacher, Lee Min-young. She was married but had an affair with Hyun-sung's homeroom teacher, Kim Young-chul. She continued, "We must expel Kim Hyun-sung." Sitting next to Kim Young-chul, as his lover continually insisted on punishing and expelling Hyun-sung, he broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. The one who held the deadly weakness of both of them could not allow her to continue like this any longer. Kim Yong-chul had to have silently signaled for her to stop talking. Lee Min-young, confused, turned her head to signal him to ask what was the matter. Kim Yong-chul looked at her but couldn't find the words, feeling an inward concern. If you don't understand, just stay quiet, if you don't want our relationship to be exposed. He had to protect Kim Hyun-sung at all costs. If he got expelled, everything would come to an end. Thinking of this, Kim Yong-chul secretly glanced towards the end of the table where Hyun-sung was sitting. He had seen everything that happened over there and couldn't help but smile smugly. At this moment, Kim Yong-chul stood up to defend Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung has indeed made a mistake, but as the homeroom teacher, after observing the situation, the cause of this incident lies with the victims, including Park Min-chul, who is currently sitting in the chair of the meeting, along with Hyun-sung, who decided on the way to resolve it. Principal Oh Dae-hwan looked at Kim Yong-chul with a puzzled expression upon hearing those words. What do you mean? Kim Yong-chul could only be at a loss for words, continuing to explain. There are many rumors about Park Min-chul and his group frequently bullying other students. I intended to catch them in the act and discipline them immediately. But it seems that student Kim Hyun-sung could no longer endure it, and unfortunately, the incident occurred. Dear teachers, before becoming a criminal, student Kim Hyun-sung was also a victim. If we proceed to discipline Kim Hyun-sung like this, it would truly go against the ideals of education. Kim Yong-chul was so anxious that he was sweating coldly but still tried to express those words, both to protect Kim Hyun-sung and to protect himself. After listening to Kim Yong-chul's explanation, the principal, with an impassive expression, replied, however, Mr. Kim Yong-chul, punishment is unavoidable. Hearing that Hyun-sung would still be punished, Kim Yong-chul panicked and immediately exclaimed. But Oh Dae-hwan would not relent, growling, Mr. Kim Yong-chul, you are seated at the head of the table, occupying a leadership position. The principal, internally calculating, sought a solution. The parents of young Minho will not let this matter go. To appease their anger, he must deal sternly with the student responsible for this incident. If he wants to realize his dream of turning this school into a prestigious educational institution, maintaining good relationships with those in power is essential. After careful consideration, Oh Dae-hwan solemnly announced, we will convene a review committee in a week. In that meeting, we will consider whether to discipline the student Kim Hyun-sung or not. Therefore, I urge teachers to manage this situation well and prevent rumors from spreading outside. Additionally, student Kim Hyun-sung will be suspended until the review committee is convened. Go home and reflect on your actions and how they have affected the school. A week later, please bring your parents with you. Perhaps Hyun-sung had already anticipated the outcome of this meeting. He smirked, stood up, and accepted the principal's decision. I understand. After stepping out of the meeting room, Kim Yong-chul hurriedly chased after Hyun-sung, managing to match his pace. Kim Yang-chul fawned, I tried my best. From the moment you hit young Minho, this situation went beyond my control. No matter how hard I tried, it was futile. So, damn it, can you please hold back a little? If you could restrain yourself, I could have found a chance to make up for this, as long as it was within my ability. Hearing his pleading not to expose his own misdeeds, Hyun-sung scoffed internally, thinking, Kim Yong-chul, when was the last time you looked down on me and slapped me in the face? You are ultimately just a useless person. You have long discarded the self-respect of a teacher, and the reason I received your favoritism is that you are someone who was willing to sacrifice everything for your own benefit. From the beginning, you knew this would not be easily resolved. Hyun-sung pretended to understand and said, you tried your best, right? What about everything that happened before that? Not allowing him to be too pleased for too long, Hyun-sung coldly said, it seems you knew from the very beginning that Park Min-chul and his gang frequently bullied other students, didn't you, teacher? Remember this, until the day I graduate from this school, the only way for you to stop me from revealing everything is to put all your effort into making everything go smoothly for me, no matter what tricks you have to use. If you can't even do this, then not only will you suffer, but Lee Min-young's entire life will also be ruined by me. I swear, I am not joking. Caught by Hyun-sung's threat using his own weakness, Kim Yong-chul went from shock to finally acknowledging that he had been completely cornered by Hyun-sung and could not escape. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Kim Young-chul, feeling disheartened, agreed to Hyun-sung's demands. After dealing with the homeroom teacher, Hyun-sung left with an emotionless face, but inside he was screaming with raging fury because he could not kill Kim Young-chul. If he could, he truly wanted to destroy him completely. However, he was not the real target of Hyun-sung. He could not afford to discard a useful pawn out of anger. At least, until he established the foundation for Bright Prospects High School, he still needed him. Although he was just an ordinary teacher, he was a ruthless individual who would do anything to survive. 1 week from now would be the time when he would think day and night and plan for the revenge he had been waiting for over the past 10 years. Hyun-sung returned to the classroom, packed his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. The students in the class all looked at him with suspicious and worried eyes. At that moment, the principal knew, it was Dae-hwan. Whatever would happen next would not be as he expected. Stepping out of the school gate, Hyun-sung walked while contemplating what was about to happen. In an area filled with many buildings that looked quite old, the dim light of the sunset shone on those structures. After school, Hyun-sung carried his backpack on his back, silently walking on the litter-strewn path toward home in the twilight. As he walked, he thought, finally, I can walk down this alley again. How many years has it been? His dilapidated apartment was numbered 0, worth only about 50 million won. Without relying on his parents' life insurance money, he would have barely survived on his meager monthly salary. When his mother had to move here to manage his medical bills, he felt like the entire world was collapsing around him. Continuing deeper into the old alley, Hyun-sung took each step down the staircase, observing the scenery that was both familiar and foreign. With a tranquil heart, he recalled old memories. Ever since he was a child, he had realized that this place was too shabby, but to be honest, he felt grateful now that at least this place was still a refuge he could return to. As he opened the door to the empty and dilapidated apartment, Hyun-sung called out loudly, "Grandma!" Walking through a room, he saw nothing but empty plates on the dining table. He suddenly remembered that if he wasn't mistaken, at this time every day, his grandmother was always out working, all for this family. Now was not the time to be sentimental, the fact that he had this opportunity was already a miracle. He had prepared himself to seek revenge. If possible, he should also find a better place for his mother in Kim Hyun-jin. Arriving at his room, he approached his desk, placed his backpack down, and hung it on a chair. At the same time, he thought about the meeting of the board of directors coming up in just a week. Hyun-sung immediately opened a notebook. It was time to plan for the next steps, in detail and accurately. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote down the next steps in the notebook. Within 2 years, we must take over the surrounding area and lay the foundation, clearing out their stronghold. To achieve that, you need 3 conditions. The first condition is your own strength. In order to defeat the thugs at school, Hyun-sung needs enough power to face them without any fear. He cannot train himself to that extent. He remembers a person who looks like a wrestler, holding a gold medal, who seems to be a wrestling champion. If he could defeat that person, he would have a significant advantage in the upcoming fights. The second condition is the current situation. The opponents in the future are actively recruiting more members. Hyun-sung writes down the names of the members of Park Min-chul's gang. To deal with them, he needs to find people who share the same goals as him. After all, they all play a crucial role, while he is just a first-year high school student. Even with a perfect plan, he does not have enough energy to execute it. Hyun-sung rests his chin on his hand, sitting on the chair, looking at the notebook, pondering how to resolve this issue in the best way possible. He should prioritize finding the people he needs. Finally, the most important condition is the third. This issue can be resolved because he already has experience. That is the support he needs. He requires a backing to carry out the plan so that nothing can stand in his way. Thinking of this, images of those who manipulate everything with money flash through Hyun-sung's mind, such as young Minho's mother, Principal Dae-hwan, and Kim Young-chul as well. Those greedy individuals are currently trying to find a way to resolve the issue regarding the disciplinary committee's discussion. He needs a support system, and this is urgent. The scene shifts to the night sky, revealing an image at the police station. In the police working area, a man is shouting loudly, "Do you know who I am? Don't you know where I come from? If you don't know who I am, then you must be spies, not Daejeon people. Just because you think you're the police, you can do whatever you want after provoking me?" The man shouting and threatening the police is tall, muscular, dressed elegantly, with dyed white hair. He is not sitting at the police officer's desk but is standing and yelling at them. A police officer, unable to endure being yelled at by this man, furrows his brow and says, "Sir, can you please calm down a bit?" Hearing someone call him sir, the man immediately jumps up. "What? You call me sir? What are you talking about? I am a 35-year-old bachelor, you know." The man jumped up in protest, pointing to himself and introducing that he was only 35 years old. It turned out he was Go Chang-bio, the eldest son of the famous Myungjin construction group in Daejeon. Perhaps because Gong Chang-bio was hot-tempered, he cursed fiercely. He yelled and, in anger, kicked away the chair next to him, causing the policeman on duty at the station to be wary of this godlike figure. One cop was sweating, thinking, "Of course, I know him, Go Chang-bio, the eldest son of the Myungjin construction group. He is a dangerous character in Daejeon. If something goes wrong, we will be in big trouble." But right now, they had to be even more careful because if he went crazy, the inheritance battle would become an issue. However, the situation was different now. In this situation, we could only act according to the law, with no other options. On the other side, after he lost control, several policemen stepped in to hold Go Chang-bio's arms and shoulders firmly. Being restrained, he angrily shouted, "Get your hands off me!" Perhaps knowing that in such a sensitive moment, he couldn't cause too much chaos, he tried to suppress his anger and plopped down in a chair, muttering under his breath, "Damn it!" The police officer observed and continued to think, "This is better than being investigated by other departments. If we let this go." Sitting in the front chair at the police officer's desk, Go Chang-bio was frustrated, thinking that because he was the first one to hit them, he had no choice. Those bastards were so weak that they ended up here. What else can I do, damn it? If the South hears about this, my opponent will be ranting again. The more he thought, the angrier he became, even grabbing his own hair. Recently, his father had publicly declared the start of a succession battle, forcing him and his younger brother to compete to determine who was capable of taking over the business. In other words, it was about sitting in his father's position. "I only have a high school diploma, while my brother graduated from a prestigious university. 3 years ago, he married into a noble family in Daejeon, so his standing is very solid. If he finds out that I've been involved in a brawl and violated the law, I will have to accept my fate." The police officer sitting across from Go Chang-bio, with an expressionless face, asked, "Mr. Go Chang-bio, I know you are very upset right now, but this is your fault. You hit an innocent person. I cannot just let this go." Hearing the police officer accuse him, Go Chang-bio clearly did not act that way. He shouted angrily, "I already said, they attacked me first." The police officer was taken aback and quickly explained, "Yes, you did say that, but there's no evidence to support it. There are no surveillance cameras, and the victim's testimony is consistent." Seeing the situation turn against him, Go Chang-bio helplessly turned his head away, silently cursing in his heart, "Damn it! What is this fight for inheritance? Should I just give up?" As he turned his head away to think, he inadvertently noticed a boy in a hoodie sitting behind him. This startled him, and he stood up in surprise and asked, "Why is there a child here?" The one sitting there was none other than our main character, Kim Hyun-sung. He nonchalantly smiled and pointed at Go Chang-bio, saying, "I came here to testify for that person. Who should I talk to about this?" After finding the police officer in charge of Go Chang-bio's case, Kim Hyun-sung showed this officer the evidence. The officer was sweating as he looked it over. He leaned on the table and asked, "How do you have this?" Just as Go Chang-bio had said, they were the ones who acted first. Anyone could see that it was those passers-by who had blocked his way. Considering Go Chang-bio's situation, Hyun-sung calmly responded, "I happened to see it when I was passing by. I think there are no surveillance cameras here, so someone will get into trouble. That's why I borrowed the dashcam from a nearby car and came here." Since minors like me have little credibility, I thought this would help. Hyun Sung continued. He tried his best to avoid conflict, just as those people grabbed him and attacked him. He had no choice but to defend himself. It's not his fault, he's just too strong, just one punch knocked them down. It's clearly self-defense, officer. Hyun Sung spoke clearly, with ample evidence and a reasonable explanation. The officer sitting beside him listened to Hyun Sung's defense, leaving Go Chang-bio astonished. Then, he smiled and complimented, "The kid speaks well, truly a handsome boy." As if sedated, Go Chang-bio sighed in relief. After all, as long as there is evidence and witnesses, those who were assaulted would be treated fairly, and he wouldn't face any danger. The officer sitting next to Hyun Sung also observed Go Chang-bio's expression. Perhaps after reviewing the evidence and hearing the testimony, this would be his next support. The sweating police officer said, "I understand now. Let's stop here. After the victims, or rather, the attackers have finished their treatment, I will arrange another meeting." "I apologize, Go Chang-bio. I should have scrutinized your words more carefully, but I saw them covered in blood, looking as if they had lost their ability to judge." The police officer politely apologized, but Go Chang-bio did not seem willing to forgive. He grabbed the collar of the police officer, leaned in close, and furrowed his brow menacingly, saying, "I don't care, but I remember your face. From now on, you will lead a truly peaceful life." The two of them continued talking as they walked out of the police station. Do Hyun Sung, a head shorter than Go Chang-bio, kept slinging his arm around him and said, "Buddy, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. I'm Go Chang-bio, a man who never forgets a favor, you know?" As Go Chang-bio expressed his gratitude, he tilted his head to the side and reached into his pocket as if to retrieve something. Sure enough, he pulled out a thick stack of money. "Take this, it's a token of my appreciation." Hyun Sung calmly accepted the money and said, "Thank you." Hyun Sung happily put the money into his pocket, causing Go Chang-bio to feel surprised. "A student at this age like you, upon receiving so much money, should have hesitated instead. This kid carrying a video camera to this place is really unusual." Hyun Sung immediately asked him, "Brother, I'm curious to ask you this question. Do you think that this incident is just an accident?" Go Chang-bio suspiciously inquired, "What do you mean, kid?" Hyun Sung did not hold back anymore and candidly said, "To put it bluntly, I know what kind of person you are. You are competing for inheritance with your younger brother Go Chang-suk. You are the eldest son of the Myung-jin construction group." Go Chang-bio found it strange that an unfamiliar kid knew about his identity, and he raised his guard, frowning and asking, "Who are you?" Hyun Sung quickly raised both hands to signal that he meant no harm. "I think this is not a coincidence. The evidence needed for an investigation is the same, brother Go Chang-bio. Think about what I would gain." Hyun Sung recalled past memories of Go Chang-bio. He was a very famous person in Daesan City, and thanks to that fame, Hyun Sung still remembered some things about his family, how they lived, and what their fate was. Unconscious and lying on the hospital bed, Hyun Sung could still hear everything around him. At that moment, he lay on the bed, listening to the news on TV. Hyun Sung suggested, "If you truly feel grateful, give me an hour. I promise I won't do anything to harm you, including your life, Go Chang-bio." Hyun Sung's strange proposal was both bizarre and tempting, making Go Chang-bio serious. This place resembled a CAF bustling with customers, everyone chatting and laughing. It turned out that Hyun Sung wanted Go Chang-bio to give him an hour to take him to the CAF to continue their conversation. He held a phone, seemingly playing a video to show Go Chang-bio. This was the original footage from a dashcam. "I think I can prove this was self-defense, which is why I didn't show them the beginning of the video." One hand held the phone playing the video in front of him, while the other hand lifted a coffee cup to take a sip. He casually continued to talk about what had happened to Go Chang-bio and identified the evidence indicating that this was merely a random coincidence. 30 minutes before the incident occurred, 3 men had gathered in front of the convenience store. On the surface, they looked like customers shopping, but 30 minutes passed, and they hadn't moved an inch, as if waiting for something. The phone screen displayed the image of Go Chang-bio walking toward those 3 men. They immediately lunged at him. He continued to explain to him, when you arrived, they suddenly charged at you. Because they were instructed to attack, they revealed themselves and insulted you. You tried to stay calm, but in the end, you were the one who struck first. After saying this, he set the coffee cup in his hand down on the table, making a sound as if he was leading the story to continue. That's right, Chang Bio, you must have suspected something about this. A series of events that have occurred recently seems to be deliberately orchestrated. The battle for the inheritance has just begun, and therefore, bad things keep coming in succession. What if all of this was planned by Chang Suk to undermine you? Whether it was an accident or intentional, either scenario would create a significant difference in the severity of the issue. Listening to Hyun Sung guiding him step by step, awakening the hidden suspicions deep inside, Chang Bio lowered his head in anger, thinking, in fact, I have always suspected, but I did not want to admit that it was my younger brother who did it. He was raised well, yet he could commit such rotten deeds. After a moment of contemplation, Chang Bio suspiciously asked Hyun Sung, then why are you telling me these things? Sitting opposite and listening to Chang Bio's question about why he did such a thing, Hyun Sung lifted his coffee cup, taking a small sip while pondering internally. Myung-Jin Construction Company was only famous locally and still had no significant reputation. However, with advanced technology and strong capital, they had achieved success in the field of apartment branding. Due to the chairman Ga Myung-jin's philosophy of not turning homes into a joke, they minimized unforeseen costs and increased the success rate. As a result, they successfully placed Myung-Jin Construction Company among the major corporations annually. But at the same time, both of his sons ran into trouble. Hyun Sung sat there, recalling what he had witnessed. At that time, Chang Suk had provoked first. Not long after, an accident shook the entire city of Daesan. Its impact was so great that even a victim of school violence like me could not help but pay attention to this matter. The younger brother, in the fight for inheritance, resorted to unscrupulous means and was ultimately discovered by the older brother Chang Bio. The older brother beat the younger brother mercilessly. Due to this blow from his brother, Chang Suk became a lifelong disabled person. Shortly after, Ga Myung-jin declared that both sons were incompetent and could not be entrusted with Myung-Jin Construction Company. This caused quite a stir at that time. The excavation and investigation of the behaviors of the two sons were very common. Their photos spread like wildfire online. That's why Hyun Sung was able to remember and seek out that place to find evidence to prove that Chang Bio was victimized by his younger brother. Anyway, due to this incident, Chairman Ga Myung-jin hired a professional manager. This led to a significant development for Myung-Jin Construction Company. After being handed over to a capable manager, the company has become a famous conglomerate. To be honest, for the benefit of Myung-Jin Construction Company, it would be better if the outcome did not change. Chang Bio is not exactly a villain for bringing down his competitors, but he is useless with a rotten personality. His younger brother, Chang Suk, on the other hand, is a morally corrupt person. He will do anything, disregarding ethics, to achieve his goals. The wisest course of action for the benefit of Myung-Jin Construction Company would be to abandon both of these sons. But for the current Hyun Sung, that no longer matters, their usefulness to him is what matters more. Right or wrong, the butterfly effect will occur when the future changes. Those matters do not concern me, even if the future becomes worse because of my choices. Hyun Sung doesn't care. In this life, what is important for you is to take revenge first, and then take care of your family. With determination about his choice, Hyun Sung continued speaking to Chang Bio, I will help you, so you can take revenge on your brother Chang Suk. After that, you can become the chairman of the prestigious Myung-Jin Construction Company. Hearing Hyun Sung, a brat stated he would help him compete for the company. Chang Bio could not help but sneer, haha, that's ridiculous. You're just a high school student, how can you help me? He looked down on Hyun Sung. Hyun Sung continued to use tactics, trying to persuade him to join his side. Surely someone is helping you in this race, but don't you realize? The people supporting you only know how to flatter you, while I, a high school student, can analyze and describe your brother's plan, Chang Suk, clearly like day. All of them are Chang Suk's people. Han Sung was like a sober person awakening Go Chang Bio from his dream of competing for the inheritance. Gradually, when facing Hyun Sung, he became more serious. Hyun Sung continued, I don't need you to believe me, just give me a chance to build trust between us. Hyun Sung's proposal left Go Chang Bio confused. He didn't know what to do. In reality, he was a talentless man. If not, he wouldn't have been outsmarted by his younger brother until now. They stepped out of the CAF, and Go Chang Bio stood outside smoking, pondering over Hyun Sung's analyses and suggestions. My head is about to explode, he thought as he took a drag from his cigarette. At that moment, a server from the CAF noticed him smoking and approached to remind him, smoking is prohibited here, disrupting his train of thought. Go Chang Bio's vile personality flared up again. He angrily shouted at the server, don't mess with me, get lost. Otherwise, I'll flatten this whole CAF. Go Chang Bio's rage terrified the server, who bowed his head and stepped back inside. Hyun Sung, sitting inside, looked through the glass and witnessed the entire incident. He thought to himself, Go Chang Bio is a very cautious person. Being the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction Company, he is known in Daesan as a ticking time bomb that no one dares to provoke. But the reason I approached him is not because he is a principled person, but because he is a corrupt one, willing to eliminate his own brother for power. Han Sung decided to choose Go Chang Bio because he was very suitable for his plan. Outside the cafe, Go Chang Bio continued to smoke and muttered, Jang Suk, you should have known your limits. He continued to think, that kid is right, compared to my younger brother, I'm nothing. It seems like the position of heir is about to slip away from me. But in this situation, is it worth trusting a 17-year-old, especially when this is our first meeting? He recalled what his father once said, Go Chang Bio, if you don't have skills, find someone with skills to stand beside you. Don't discriminate against their age, gender, or status. If you can keep the skilled person you need, you'll be able to lead Myung-jin Construction Company. Having made up his mind, Go Chang Bio threw the cigarette butt to the ground, not caring anymore. He returned to the cafe, sat down opposite Hyun Sung, and said, tell me your plan first. After hearing it, I will decide. Scene change, a man wearing glasses with a calm demeanor was on the phone. It was unclear what the other end was reporting, but he angrily threw the phone to the ground, yelling loudly, you fools, do you even know what failure means? It's all because of my old man's stubborn mindset. He shouted, why does he always think that the eldest son should inherit? What era are we in now? From his tone, it could be guessed that he was Go Chang Suk, the younger brother of Go Chang Bio and also a rival for the inheritance. He tried to suppress the anger inside, reminding himself, calm down, I still have the upper hand. As long as nothing special happens, the inheritance will still be mine. At that moment, the phone on the desk interrupted his train of thought. He picked up the phone and asked, what's going on? The person on the other end hurriedly reported, it's not good. The lady has entered Han Sung's office. Hearing this, Go Chang Suk's face immediately turned pale, panicking. It seemed he was also hiding some kind of secret. Returning to the conversation between Hyun Sung and Go Chang Bio, Hyun Sung continued to present his point of view. To win this battle, you need to be aware of the reality. Who do you think is more suitable to become the heir of Myung-jin Construction? Without a doubt, it is Go Chang Suk. Han Sung continued, unlike you, Go Chang Suk not only graduated from high school but also majored in business administration at a prestigious university. After returning to the country, he married the daughter of an aristocratic family. Han Sung continued, after that, he incited the people he hired into the company, demanding a fair competition for the inheritance rights. Thus, a structure of competition for the inheritance rights has been formed. This is not a coincidence, as from the very beginning, Go Chang Suk was prepared to seize his brother's position. In the end, he has gained a very high status in the company. Other than being his brother, he has no outstanding qualities. Moreover, he has faced many such incidents, hasn't he? Who will stand by your side? Even if you realize this difference, I still believe you cannot win. Hearing Hyun Sung say this, Go Chang Bio felt somewhat confused. What do you mean? Han Sung continued to explain, although Go Chang-suk is ahead of you in the competition for the inheritance rights, Chairman Myung-jin allowed you to participate for only one reason. That is your naivety. You still want to be the heir, and for this reason, you can engage in the competition. Even though the differences have shown that this competition is almost meaningless, Chairman Myung-jin has still not clearly decided who will be the heir in the future. In this situation, if Go Chang-suk, who excels over you in every way, falls into the abyss, what do you think will happen? Hyun-sung continued, if you also have that ability, who do you think Chairman Myung-jin will choose? This is just the beginning of the fight for power when you and your opponent are on the same level. The only advantage that the eldest son has is the position that you cannot change. At a hotel, Go Chang-suk sat with a dazed expression after discovering that his wife had found out about his affair. She had broken down the door and stormed in, giving the other woman a severe beating. This time, the support from the noble family on his wife's side for Go Chang-suk may waver, as he is not only cheating but was also caught red-handed. Back at the CAF, the conversation between Hyun-sung and Go Chang-beom continued. Hyun-sung laid out options for change and competition for power for Go Chang-beom. He raised 3 fingers and said, if you really want to win in this power struggle, you need 3 things. First is your background, and you've already lost on that front. While Go Chang-suk is busy marrying into a powerful family, you are preoccupied with building meaningless relationships in the red light district. He took a sip of coffee and continued, so what is the second thing? The second is reputation. I don't think I need to elaborate on your infamous antics in Daesan, right? Finally, what you need is capability. Hyun-sung took another sip of coffee and continued, while you were still lost in drinking and womanizing, Go Chang-suk proved his worth through his achievements in business. Hearing about the 3 conditions he lacked, Go Chang-beom, already impatient, angrily turned away. Hyun-sung went on, he doesn't need to be exceptional, because whatever he does, he will do it better than you. Therefore, we need to change these 3 points. Hyun-sung raised a finger and said, let's go back to the first point, your family background. How should we change it? You can't just marry the daughter of a powerful family like Go Chang-suk did. Moreover, you can't just have that kind of power fall into your lap. Thus, we must change our mindset. Sabotaging the relationship between him and his wife's family is necessary. Once the support from his wife's family, the primary force behind him, disappears, Go Chang-suk will revert to the starting line just like us now. In an upscale office on a high floor, the sunset streamed through the glass wall, but the atmosphere in the room was very heavy. There were 3 people in the room, 2 sons standing in front of their father's desk. The father remained silent, hands in his pockets, pacing back and forth. At that moment, the younger brother, Go Chang-suk, spoke up, Dad, I'm sorry. The one who just spoke was the youngest son. His father, the chairman of the Myung-jin group, Go Myung-jin, turned around, looked at Go Chang-suk, then turned away, not looking at him again. Go Chang-suk continued to bow his head, apologizing, Dad, I'm truly sorry. Go Myung-jin angrily said, you scoundrel. I've contacted your father-in-law already. He said he would teach you a lesson so that it wouldn't come to a divorce. Your wife also messaged me, saying that she would temporarily distance herself from you and would consider how you would compensate her before making a decision. Hearing the consequences from his father's words, Go Chang-suk sweated profusely, still bowing his head in apology, Dad, I'm truly sorry. Go Myung-jin was so furious that he interrupted him, sorry for what? How many times do I have to tell you for you to understand? A man who can't control himself down there will destroy his family. If you want to play with whores like that, you should learn from Go Chang-beom. He plays, then leaves. Go Myung-jin scolded his youngest son while alluding to his eldest son. He self-mockingly said, it seems I have completely failed in raising you. He turned to ask his eldest son, Go Chang-beom, why do you always go to the police station? In his heart, he thought, surely he will pretend to be innocent like always. Returning to the CAF, while the two were discussing their plans, Go Chang-beom said, that's right, that's a good idea. We must report Chang-suk to our father that he is ruining our reputation. We cannot hand the family business over to that bastard. If the old man is disappointed in Chang-suk, he won't let him continue those childish thoughts anymore. Hyun Sung immediately interrupted, "No, that's not a good idea." At that moment, Hyun Sung subconsciously recalled the moment he lay unconscious on the hospital bed, vaguely hearing news about Go Myung-jin. Chairman Go Myung-jin knew very well what his two sons had done and were doing. Of course, he also knew how Go Chang-suk was scheming to bring down his brother Go Chang-beom. Chairman Go Myung-jin had once said that it was also a way for things to go smoothly, and therefore he did not discourage Go Chang-suk's plan. It seemed that Go Myung-jin did not regard the method of doing things honorably as a standard for choosing an heir. Even if the heir had a somewhat dirty lifestyle and way of working, he still genuinely wanted to find someone who could contribute to the development of the company. After all, this company was the culmination of his lifelong efforts. But does Chairman Go Myung-jin now lean towards Go Chang-beom just because he has started to criticize Go Chang-suk's mistakes? The answer is no. He would rather let a professional manager handle everything than entrust it to these incompetent people. If Go Chang-suk's disappointing performance continues, dragging the opponent down won't increase Go Chang-beom's chances of inheriting the position. After a moment of contemplation, Hyun Sung made the decision that Go Chang-beom must show an attitude worthy of the chairman position. He needs to prove that he has completely changed. With this thought in mind, Hyun Sung spoke up, "From now on, I will let you know the plan." Going back to when Go Myung-jin mentioned Go Chang-beom's repeated run-ins with the police, Go Chang-beom's reaction this time was completely different from before. Contrary to the response he anticipated, Go Chang-beom bowed his head and said, "Dad, I'm sorry. I will be more careful and will not let this happen again. No matter the reason, it was still my fault. As the eldest son of Myung-jin, I should not have made such a mistake." Go Chang-beom bowed his head in apology, surprising both his father and younger brother with his new attitude. Now, the dice of fate had begun to roll. Who knows what each person's destiny will be under Hyun Sung's arrangement? Go Chang-beom continued to bow his head and said, "From now on, I will pay attention to my position and act accordingly. Dad, please allow me to scold my younger brother for what he has done." Go Myung-jin seemed satisfied with the change in his eldest son. He said, "Dad heard that someone has been picking fights with you, but you tried your best to avoid any brawls. You did really well. You handled your own problems, I'm proud of you." He spoke words of encouragement while placing his hand on Go Chang-beom's shoulder as if cheering him on. Go Myung-jin's actions surprised Go Chang-beom tremendously, as in his memory, his father had never told him the words "I am proud of you." After the conversation, the two brothers stepped out of their father's office. Go Chang-suk was still very angry, silently cursing, "That damn bastard." He didn't dare to directly insult his brother, only daring to mutter in his mind, "I don't know who that jerk is who told her the location of the hotel. If I catch him, I will definitely tear him apart." But it seemed that Go Chang-beom didn't care about his younger brother's words. He was still immersed in his father's encouragement, "Well done, I'm proud of you." He kept repeating that phrase in his head, "Well done, I'm proud of you. Well done, I'm proud of you." The overwhelming joy made him tremble. He couldn't contain his emotions. "My father has always been so strict, yet now he acknowledges me. He even patted my shoulder, praising me for doing well. I must continue like this." Then, Go Chang-beom was lost in his thoughts. Despite what his younger brother said, he did not respond. Leaving the office of his father first, Go Chang-beom stepped out. He sat in the car, while Hyun Sung sat in the passenger seat. He immediately thanked, "Thanks to you, I have received praise from my father. Now tell me what I should do to become the chairman. I will follow every word you say." Sitting beside him, Hyun Sung smiled and said, "Don't get too excited. The only thing we can do is to bring Go Chang-suk back to the starting line in terms of support. If you want to be chairman, you still have to win 2 more rounds. I have a plan, but it's very hard to implement right now. For the time being, just join the company as an ordinary employee, observe how the company operates. I will let you know when the time is ripe." Hearing Hyun Sung suggest that he become an ordinary employee, Go Chang-beom looked unhappy and said, "You want me to work as an ordinary employee? How can I do that?" But remembering today, When Hyun Sung had made him taste the sweet fruit, he agreed, "All right, I will do whatever you say." Hyun Sung continued, "There is one more thing." Go Chang Byum asked, "What else is there?" Hyun Sung smiled and replied, "That's right, do you remember our conversation at the CAF? We collaborated because we both have something the other wants. To repay me for helping you, you agreed to grant me a wish, right?" Go Chang Byum did not deny it. "Of course, what is it that I can't do for you?" Hearing his assurance, Hyun Sung joyfully said, "Great, then I'll be straightforward. I want you to be a witness in the trial concerning my lawsuit." On the day of the disciplinary meeting, in the stairwell, there were two figures, a woman and a man. The woman slapped the man across the face, followed by a sharp voice ringing out, "You bastard! Do you think I gave you that much money just to hear this nonsense? Do I look like I'm joking? Do you want to get fired too?" It turned out that the woman was Kim Soon-ja, the mother of young Minho. She looked very fierce and continued to scold, "If you don't want to be berated like this, you better expel that kid who dares to hit my son. Do you understand?" It turned out that the man being scolded was Kim Yong-cheol, the homeroom teacher of the 10th grade. He could only bow his head and respond, "Yes, ma'am." After finishing her speech, she angrily walked away, leaving Kim Yong-cheol standing frozen in place, humiliated. He was extremely angry, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, who does she think she is?" The scene shifts as Kim Yong-cheol meets Hyun Sung before the disciplinary meeting. He was very worried and tried to convince Hyun Sung, "You should be more realistic. Accepting responsibility humbly is the only way to lessen your punishment. You can't solve this problem by being so stubborn." Hyun Sung sat in his chair, responding nonchalantly, "You should understand that young Minho's mother is pressuring you. But think with your mind, do you want me to expose your embezzlement or your relationship with another woman? You should realize that if I die, you won't survive either. Choose wisely if you still want to live. Good luck." After saying this, Hyun Sung walked away, leaving Kim Yong-cheol standing there in despair. In the meeting room, the disciplinary meeting was about to begin. Kim Yong-cheol entered the room with a downcast expression, like a wilted tree. In one corner of the meeting room, Principal Oh Dae-hwan was quietly talking with Kim Soon-ja, young Minho's mother. "When have I ever disappointed you? Then I will leave this matter to you." Principal Oh Dae-hwan approached the table and sat down. Kim Yong-cheol clutched his head and groaned, "It's over, I'll either become an unfaithful husband or a corrupt teacher. I can't stay at Dae-san anymore. What will happen to my savings?" While he was in a state of confusion, someone entered the room and pulled a chair to sit down. The newcomer, who took him by surprise, was Hyun Sung and his parents. The principal's voice echoed in the meeting room, "Now we will begin the disciplinary meeting. First, let's clarify the sequence of events. The guardian of the student involved, Kim Yong-cheol, will present." In the meeting room, young Minho and his mother sat confidently, listening to the trial. Upon hearing the principal call his name, Kim Yong-cheol dismissed all hesitations, slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "The cause of the incident is already very clear. The bullies in this school, including young Minho, provoked their classmates before this incident occurred. This is ridiculous, and the attacker is being considered the victim." It seemed that Kim Yong-cheol had chosen to side with Hyun Sung because the latter held a deadly weakness over him. Back before the meeting started, the person who entered the meeting room with Hyun Sung was a tall man, Go Chang Byum, the new ally who had been recruited by Hyun Sung. Seeing him, Kim Yong-cheol was startled and thought to himself, "Who is that sitting there? Am I not mistaken? Isn't he the man I met at the adult entertainment area?" He hurriedly took out his phone to check if his thoughts were correct. The result seemed to confirm his suspicion. In other words, the guardian of Kim Hyun Sung was the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction Company. When reviewing the list of attendees, he thought it was just a name coincidence, but Go Chang Byum was one of the most prominent figures in this area, even surpassing young Minho's parents. Why would such a character attend here as Kim Hyun Sung's guardian? He could not believe it, and even had to cover his mouth with his hand. He continued to think, "Let's set this aside for now. The important thing is that I must find a way to survive. Aside from me, no one here recognizes him as Chang. Now was the time for him to make a decision. Kim Yong-cheol immediately expressed his stance, stood up, and spoke loudly. This is an utterly disgusting incident. The attacker is being turned into the victim. Kim Yong-cheol's firm words left the principal utterly astonished. Mr. Kim, please clarify to avoid misunderstandings. Hearing the principal say this, Kim Yong-cheol resolved, if we are going to do it, we have to do it thoroughly. I have received many complaints about the 4 students in Park Min-cheol's group. Since the beginning of the school year, they have been bullying the students around them. I have strictly warned them that they should not cause trouble anymore, but their behavior has become increasingly outrageous. He continued, a few days ago, Park Min-cheol bullied Lee Young-min. Student Kim Hyun-sung witnessed the scene and could not sit idly by, so he spoke up, don't do that anymore. We are all students together. I continued my cheap drama. This teacher went on, Hyun-sung, coming from kindness and warmth, tried to stop the incident. But Park Min-cheol called in a few of his friends to attack Hyun-sung. If someone wants to harm us, should we just sit back and wait to die? What Kim Hyun-sung did was legitimate self-defense. Young Minho was also pivotal in Park Min-cheol's group. He encouraged his accomplices to attack, while Hyun-sung only resisted to defend himself. Hyun-sung tried his best to avoid causing serious consequences. The boy had no other choice. Of course, I agree that the boy's act of self-defense was somewhat excessive. But considering the circumstances and reasons, if we only punish Kim Hyun-sung, what difference are we from the scum who cover up for school violence? At this point, Kim Yong-cheol bowed his head and concluded his speech. Hearing words that did not align with his views, the principal immediately raised his voice. What did you just say? Don't sidestep the issue, Mr. Kim Yong-cheol. We are here discussing a serious incident that has occurred for the first time at Kyeonil School, resulting in 4 students needing emergency medical care. The fact is that the victim was actually the perpetrator of the violence. This information has not yet been validated, and that is also a matter we need to discuss. Acts of violence cannot be justified by any excuse. Oh Dae-hwan continued, moreover, we have never heard of or witnessed any academically gifted student being accused of such vile behavior. All of us here are students of this school. If we must punish a student for wrongdoing, it feels like a knife cutting through my heart. But regardless, punishment is necessary to prevent such unfortunate events from repeating. This time, we need to identify the real instigator and impose appropriate punishment, so that the parents who have entrusted their children to the school can feel at ease, right? The principal spoke these hollow words while looking at young Minho's mother and continued, well then, let us hear young Minho recount the incident. The testimony of the victim may be more accurate. Isn't that right, young Minho? Go ahead. When it was his turn to answer, he began to pretend to tremble and recounted, the incident I experienced is completely different from what the homeroom teacher said. When I entered the 1st grade, I saw Park Min-cheol being beaten by Kim Hyun-sung. I asked other classmates and learned that Kim Hyun-sung really liked to bully Park Min-cheol. The teacher can call other students as witnesses to this fact. Kim Hyun-sung was the one who started it, that is the truth. What I am saying is all true, there is no deception at all. At that time, seeing my friend being beaten, I couldn't just stand by, so I ran over. Young Minho spoke with a pained expression, his hands covering his face as if very scared. He continued, Kim Hyun-sung attacked without hesitation using a weapon. Of course, seeing so many people gather around, Kim Hyun-sung was scared too, but Park Min-cheol looked truly pitiable. We didn't have the time to notice what Kim Hyun-sung's expression was like at that moment. I really do not understand why the teacher keeps blaming everything on us. That is not true, teacher. Do you remember the last time Kim Hyun-sung was punished? At that time, Kim Hyun-sung was scolded and called to the teacher's office. He attacked me in front of everyone, even though I did nothing at all. Is it all really my fault? He bowed his head and spoke lies without a hint of shame to justify himself. But no one knew how disgusted the face hidden behind his 2 hands truly was. He was smugly pleased that he had successfully caused Hyun-sung to face severe punishment. Seeing her son feigning fear, young Minho's mother stood up, walked over to him, embraced him, and lifted his face. She raised her voice and said, "Everyone, look at my son. The child I raised with my own hands, who has never dared to harm a single finger of his, and yet now he finds himself in this situation. Can any of you endure this?" At this point, she shouted, "An act of cruel violence has occurred at this terrible school. What am I supposed to do? This time it's my son, but who can say which child will suffer the same fate in the future? As parents, we cannot stand idly by. We must punish those vicious ones." The parents in the meeting room who listened to young Minho's mother speaking so passionately began to murmur quietly among themselves. One person said, "I think she is right." Another woman added, "This kind of person definitely cannot be forgiven. We must punish him." Indeed, her words had stirred the emotions of everyone present, aligning them with young Minho and his mother while making them feel immensely satisfied. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Park Min-cheol is playing a game on his phone while asking, "It must be starting now, right?" Cho Young-taek, standing beside him, laughs and says, "Kim Hyun-sung must be in a pretty miserable state right now. You know how formidable young Minho's mother is. She's a fierce character. She could turn the whole school upside down for Minho. Just think about it, someone like her seeing her son in this situation wouldn't let things slide easily, right?" Hearing his friend's analysis, Park Min-cheol also laughs, puts his phone down, and says, "You're right. If that bastard isn't expelled, I'll make sure he knows our wrath," begging on his knees for us to spare him. "Even if he gets expelled, I'll stick to him until he pays the price." His face is covered in bruises and plaster. Cho Young-taek asks, "Are we going to get compensation?" He sits on the hospital bed next to him, "Of course. We should at least demand $1,000,000, so we can buy a motorcycle and throw a party in the park with some girls." "That would be great, right?" The other guy overhears and chuckles in agreement, "That's a pretty good option." Returning to the meeting room, the atmosphere becomes tense again. After an hour of silence, Kim Hyun-sung's guardian, Chang spoke up, "Motherfucker, tell me what really happened." "You damn woman, are you trying to make everyone believe in lies? Do you know anything about what happened? Don't you think that the monster in human form is the cause of all this mess?" Hearing the guardian's rude words, the principal shouted, "What do you mean by that? Don't call my student a monster." Chang showed no signs of backing down, and shouted back, "If it's not a monster, then I wouldn't call it a monster. I have investigated Park Min-cheol's group myself. They bully, steal, and rob other students' belongings. They are well known, everyone around knows about them. Why do you want to cover for them? Are you stupid, or have you received a good price from them? I know that the ambulance came to the school because Park Min-cheol's group was injured, but that was all due to Kim Hyun-sung acting in self-defense. The teacher has also said that we need to find the crux of the problem. You all should be honest, when you were young, why could you still stand up after being bullied by thugs?" Seeing someone daring to call her precious son a thug, young Minho's mother immediately jumped up and shouted, "You bastard, who are you calling a thug? Why is my son a thug? Who the hell are you to talk to me like that?" He let out a mocking laugh, looking at the woman with disdain as he recalled the events on the bus. At that time, Hyun-sung had suggested he become the protector of the boy, which surprised Chang. He repeated, "Become his guardian? Why? Just let me know if you need money." Hyun-sung calmly explained, "To be precise, I need your wealth for the plan I am executing. But it's not just about money. I've chosen a simpler route, like investing. To defeat someone who has everything, you must also have everything. Among those, I can gain power from you." He continued to explain, "I will be honest with you, I am planning to deal with some issues happening at school. Not just minor arguments or trivial matters, but escalating them enough to become legal issues. Whenever similar incidents occur, I hope you will support me in resolving them." Hyun-sung suggested, "If I have you behind me, at least in Daesan, no one will dare to touch me, Chang. If you agree, prove it to me." I assure you that everything I do will help you obtain the position of chairman of Myung-jin Construction, or even more difficult tasks than that. Hearing Hyun-sung's assurance, Chang became reassured, no need to worry. I am more than willing, trust me. No matter what you do, no matter who it is, it won't be a problem. Returning to the meeting room, Chang became slightly bowed his head and said to young Minho's mother, "You asked me who I am? I am the protector of Hyun-sung, and also the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction Group." The meeting continued. Chang became continued, "Don't you all know who you are talking about? Hyun-sung is a beloved younger brother of mine. He is not the type to wander around and cause trouble. But I heard he was asked to explain himself to the review board, so I interrupted my work to come here. Kyeonil High School is very famous in Daesan. I had hoped Hyun-sung could attend school normally. I even planned to sponsor the school under the name of Myung-jin Group. But now, I think I need to reconsider. I did not expect this school to be so terrible." Sitting nearby, young Minho's mother asked back, "Are you threatening us?" Chang became calmly replied, "I am speaking the truth." "What are you teaching? Isn't it a moral education for the students and to develop their abilities? If so, why was Hyun-sung punished for fighting with thugs while trying to save a friend? You ignore the fact that he was bullied, but punish him for resisting, even if it was through violence. For the first time, where were you when he was being beaten? Why is Kyeonil School turning a blind eye to his bullying? Are we choosing to ignore it because he is poor, or because we will receive money from the parents of his bullies, so we let everything happen like this?" Chang became relentlessly exposed the true nature of this school, unveiling the logic that from the principal to the teachers are using, despising the poor and valuing the rich, those in power. He continued, "If this is the reason the school ignores this matter, I will not be polite anymore. The promising school of Daesan, huh? I will investigate thoroughly. Moreover, that thug playing the victim, along with young Minho's gang. I will make sure you never dare to set foot in Daesan again. You can consider this a warning. This is what justice looks like." Chang became openly threatened everyone in the meeting room. His arrogance left everyone terrified. People began to whisper among themselves. The principal, upon discovering the identity of the guardian Kim Hyun-sung, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He had encountered someone of the same status as Chang became. He thought to himself, "What should I do? He is the son of the Myung-jin Construction Group. Are these two related? Since when? Wasn't it said that Kim Hyun-sung was an orphan? Wasn't it said he lived with his grandmother and younger brother? If I side with young Minho, I will never be able to establish a relationship with the Myung-jin Group. I will be kicked out of Daesan just for going against the warning from the Myung-jin Group. But what if I sever ties with young Minho? This is an opportunity to make a good impression on the Myung-jin Group. If I could get the Myung-jin Group to sponsor the school, Kyeonil would definitely become the best school in the country. Even if I am called a traitor or an idiot, for the future of Kyeonil, I have no other choice." Thinking this, after weighing the pros and cons, the principal decided which side to take and then turned around to say, "In fact, I have heard about a group of students who specialize in bullying other students since the beginning of the school year. If the rumor is true, then young Minho is the ringleader." Hearing the principal's betrayal, young Minho's mother was extremely angry, loudly scolding him and demanding that the principal reflect on himself. The principal pretended not to hear and said, "No, now is not the time for the victim's mother to speak. I am not saying this to evade responsibility, but simply stating the reality before us. The review committee has been established to make decisions based on facts. Kim Hyun-sung is one of the best students. He must have a valid reason for his actions, so we should listen to Kim Hyun-sung's account first." Upon hearing the principal mention his name, Hyun-sung bowed his head, silently thinking, "Finally, they are asking about me. When no one supports me, no one cares to listen to me. If someone had listened to me like this before, perhaps in a past life, I wouldn't have had to die like that." Hyun-sung then explained to everyone, "I have told many teachers that Park Min-cheol's gang has been bullying other students. Every time I reported it, they all said the same thing, Park Min-cheol wouldn't do that. You must be joking, right? At that time, Park Min-cheol pretended to be obedient, responding, of course, sir, teachers. The teachers ignored the situation, only saying, don't cause trouble, you're old enough to solve your own problems. Hyun-sung continued, sometimes, teachers tell me that they will think of a solution, but they never get to the core of the problem. Moreover, if they really want to resolve it, they only give gentle reprimands. This creates an opportunity for them to freely commit wicked acts without worrying about any consequences. Yes, I did hit young Minho, I also hit Park Min-cheol and others. But why am I sitting here? Is it just because I hit them once or because I was too harsh? No, it's because adults think I have no power. Even when I am bullied and thrown off a rooftop, if there is no power, everything will be covered up. The rich and the poor have different laws, that is an unchangeable truth. I will use this truth. Hyun-sung continued, there is a gang that has been bullying students at school. Punish them first, or I will make this incident public so that everyone knows the true face of Kyeonul School, making Kyeonul School a disgrace to Daesan. The only way to silence me is a final sentence. Seeing that the situation was not good, young Minho's mother jumped up, defending her son, I will not let my son be judged like this. I do not agree. After finishing her sentence, she walked to the corner of the room, away from everyone, took out her mobile phone, and called her husband, you bastard, just wait there. I'm calling your husband. On the other end of the line, a voice spoke, what's the matter? Hearing her husband's voice, she immediately said, I told you, the review committee was formed to deal with Minho's issue. They are placing all the blame on Minho. Teacher Kim Young-cheol and the principal, they are both doing it for the sponsorship money from that kid, the eldest son of the Myung-jin group. That kid dared to ignore our connections. Where are you right now? Can you come here right now? You should let them know who we are. On the other end, her husband asked, is Go Chang Beom the main sponsor? She absent-mindedly asked, how do you know him? Hurry and come here to teach that kid a lesson. Before she could finish speaking, he exploded with anger on the phone, how dare you do that to the eldest son of the Myung-jin group? Do you want our entire family to die? Get back home right now. Whether Minho violated anything or not, let him take the punishment and come home right now. After that, no one knew what else they talked about. That night, after the meeting ended, Kim Hyun-sung returned to his rundown house. He lay flat on the bed, raising his hand to his forehead, reminiscing, we have decided to discipline Kim Hyun-sung, requiring him to complete 100 hours of community service for his act of school violence. At the same time, 4 other students, including young Minho, have been expelled. The disciplinary result was announced. Young Minho, who had lived a life of luxury and had never faced hardships, could not accept that he was expelled instead of Hyun-sung. Immediately, Hyun-sung called his name. Young Minho turned around, saw his enemy, and roared, rushing to hit Hyun-sung, you bastard. I'll kill you. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm that was about to strike Hyun-sung. When he saw who it was, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Mom. After that, Hyun-sung ordered him to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Young Minho feared he had misheard, unable to believe it, and asked again, what? Hyun-sung smiled and repeated, I said kneel and beg. Feeling humiliated, young Minho shouted in fury, why should I do that? I've been expelled, do I still have to kneel? Hyun-sung snickered and said, you should ask your mother whether you should kneel or not. Hyun-sung threatened him, you better make me happy, who knows, I might end your punishment. At that moment, young Minho's mother spoke up, Minho, kneel down and beg. He couldn't believe that his mother was making him do this. Young Minho asked angrily, why are you doing this, Mom? However, young Minho's mother, as if afraid of something, shouted at him, hurry up. Seeing his mother's reaction, young Minho had no choice but to follow Hyun-sung's orders, kneeling down and saying, I'm sorry, I will never do that again. Watching this scene, Hyun-sung recalled the past. His grandmother had once had to kneel submissively like that in front of young Minho's mother, stammering an apology. Now, the tables had turned, the one kneeling was the beloved son of her. Han Sung seemed to mock him, bending down to whisper in his ear, "But what should I do? That's still not enough for me to feel better. You should pray now, because from this moment on, your future will be a dark one." Thus, the meeting of the disciplinary committee came to an end. He wanted to go further, to approach the head of the organization. Just then, the phone placed on his head vibrated. Hyun Sung picked up the phone, opened it, and saw a message. "Hyun Sung, this is Park Min Cheol. Can I meet you? Please, just meet me once." Kim Hyun Sung walked slowly to a spot with a streetlight and a bench in the park, where Park Min Cheol was waiting. Park Min Cheol had multiple bandaged wounds on his face, and he was still wearing a hospital gown. He forced a shy smile and extended his hand in greeting. "You made it. Thank you so much." Kim Hyun Sung frowned and coldly said, "Cut the nonsense, get straight to the point." Park Min Cheol lowered his head, his gaze evasive and anxious, and then said, "All right, Kim Hyun Sung." He clenched his fists tightly, gritting out each word. "Bullying the others and trying to hit you that day was my fault. It was my childishness, I didn't think about the pain you all had to endure." Kim Hyun Sung took pleasure in staring straight into his eyes. Park Min Cheol continued to apologize. "After a week in the hospital, I have accepted all the punishments from the disciplinary committee. I assure you, I will not repeat similar mistakes." Finally, he raised his head, looking directly into Kim Hyun Sung's eyes, his face marked with bandaged wounds. He grimaced with worry and said, "Can you please let this go?" Before Kim Hyun Sung could respond, he hurriedly explained, trying to persuade him, "I asked the teachers. They said if you agree, I won't be expelled. Young Minho and his family have accepted the punishment, so we can't change the decision." Park Min Cheol's eyes were filled with fear and insecurity, but he still tried his best to persuade Kim Hyun Sung. He said, "Can you vouch for us? Just give us a chance, okay? If we get expelled, our lives will be over." He stepped closer to Kim Hyun Sung, placed both hands on the boy's shoulders, and lowered his voice, saying, "I beg you, just this once. I will work like a mule to return the favor to you. I will go through fire and water for you." His scarred hands rested on Kim Hyun Sung's shoulders, pleading. Kim Hyun Sung still had not a trace of expression. He thought to himself, it would surely be quite a shock to be expelled. Even though they acted like murderers in front of those children, they were only 17, they were just high school students with uncertain futures. Park Min Cheol anxiously awaited Kim Hyun Sung's answer, but Kim Hyun Sung was still deep in thought. Where could they possibly find an environment in the Daesan area to accept them? Kim Hyun Sung's gaze remained sharp. Being expelled and involved in school violence, they believed their lives would be over. Suddenly, Park Min Cheol spoke up, "This also puts us in danger." He turned around, his hands still resting on Kim Hyun Sung's shoulders, lowering his voice, "But someone ordered us to bully you, that person is." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyun Sung interrupted, "I know." Kim Hyun Sung's response left Park Min Cheol wide-eyed in shock. The aura emanating from Kim Hyun Sung was filled with killing intent. He grabbed the arm resting on Park Min Cheol's shoulder, glaring at him and said, "There is someone behind you guys. I know who it is." Then, he recalled the past. The sound of the news report echoed, announcing a shocking revelation: the organization behind the school violence incidents had been exposed. A few years later, after he fell into a coma, a student who had also been bullied like him jumped out of a building and committed suicide. In his suicide note, there was a truth: Golden Circle, a prestigious school in Gangnam. The core members didn't even know about this, not even in the future he saw. The director of Golden Circle had witnessed students suffering from school violence. He saw it as a lucrative business, recruiting bullies and similarly powerful children, seeking out students with wealthy and powerful parents, and offering to protect their children in school. This was a system. The students managed by them would achieve outstanding accomplishments. If one of those students is outdone by others, the recruited students will be sent to eliminate the leading students. Thinking of this, Kim Hyun Sung felt it echoing in his mind. At present, he tightened his grip on Park Min Cheol's arm, pulling him away from himself. He silently thought, in the future, you saw the peripheral members of the Golden Circle being discovered, but soon after, they were forgotten. The identities of the two Golden Circle members were only revealed in the end. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes widened, gleaming with a hint of blood. To complete the revenge against those who had pushed him into hell, he had to investigate the Golden Circle and destroy it. Kim Hyun-sung looked directly into Park Min-cheol's eyes and said, "It's the Golden Circle." But something was strange. Park Min-cheol fell silent. He continued, "The headquarters of the Golden Circle is in Seoul and Gyeonggi-do. It's impossible for its influence to reach Daesan. How could they have hired you?" He remained silent for a long time before deciding to speak. "It's Senior Shinyong Min." Kim Hyun-sung's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Shinyong Min?" He thought to himself, Shinyong Min is a 12th grade student at school, a thug who is the school boss. He must be one of the members of the Golden Circle. According to Kim Hyun-sung's speculation, he was surprised that Shinyong Min was actually a member of the Golden Circle, as this organization always issued orders from afar, like soldiers. Kim Hyun-sung frowned, unable to hide his astonished expression. Shinyong Min cannot seek customers by himself, but at least he can communicate with the Golden Circle. You think you can use him to bring the Golden Circle to light? However, Kim Hyun-sung recalled Shinyong Min's renowned reputation in the ring. He would not easily disclose information. Moreover, he was strong enough to debut and become a professional boxer in the future. If he were to attack Shinyong Min with his current skills, he would be completely defeated. Now, he had to think of a way to deal with him. Kim Hyun-sung pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, "You guys want me to forgive you, don't you?" He grabbed Park Min-cheol by the collar. Park Min-cheol immediately turned fearful, stammering, "Hyun-sung." At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung looked truly frightening, a killing aura radiating around him, countless emotions intertwining. Even while in a coma, he still vividly remembered the image of himself in the past, when his grandmother had to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Forgiveness? Regret? I will not allow that to happen. Kim Hyun-sung leaned closer, pressing his face against Park Min-cheol's, gritting each word in a threatening manner. "I will make you understand that from now on, whenever we meet, you will know what will happen." Without hesitation, Kim Hyun-sung threw a punch into Park Min-cheol's face. He rained down punches like thunder upon him. Park Min-cheol was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back, mouth agape. In his previous life, he had become a man madly in love with his daughter. Young Minho and the others had succeeded too, all of them did. Kim Hyun-sung grabbed his collar and yanked him up. He could not believe they were living well like this. As he was reminded, another punch struck Park Min-cheol's face. He could no longer move, perhaps it was retribution coming back to haunt him. "I hope you remember well." Kim Hyun-sung continued to viciously hit Park Min-cheol, showing no mercy. This pain would follow them for the rest of their lives. The next morning, in class, students were whispering, "Is it true? It's insane. He used that lock to hit him." One person said, "Young Minho was so scared that he didn't dare to fight back. When I saw Kim Hyun-sung react, I thought he wouldn't fight back either." Another person replied, "Why has Kim Hyun-sung become like this? He wasn't like this before." Another student put an arm around him and said, "Those who look gentle are actually the worst. When they get angry, they're the scariest, unable to control themselves." At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung opened the classroom door and walked in. He slowly made his way to his seat, placed his bag on the desk, and then sat down gradually. He propped his chin on his hand, eyes gazing out the window. At that moment, a voice came from behind, "Hyun-sung, thank you." Kim Hyun-sung turned around and saw Lee Young-min. Lee Young-min continued, "I heard about what happened. Park Min-cheol and the others have all been expelled, all thanks to you. If you need anything, just say it, I'll give you everything." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung fell silent, and the other students also listened in silence. Kim Hyun-sung began to speak, "Why would someone who has nothing to do with me come to thank me when they hear the news?" Lee Young-min's face turned pale, clearly showing fear. Kim Hyun-sung added, you were too scared to testify before, and now you come to thank me? Kim Hyun-sung frowned, with a close voice and an annoyed expression, said to Lee Young-min, I'm warning you, I don't care about any damn thing that happened to you, so get lost. I don't want to see you around here anymore. At that moment, on the school rooftop, a guy asked Shin Yeong-min as he was sliding down from the railing, what are you going to do now? Park Min-cheol and the others have been expelled, our plan has fallen apart. He spat onto the ground, stepping on a still-burning cigarette butt. Shin Yeong-min frowned and said, it has no power behind those damn things. Did they come to beat him up? They discovered that behind that guy is the eldest son of the Myeongjin Construction Corporation. He crushed the cigarette butt with his foot and continued, now that things are like this, no one dares to touch Kim Hyun-sung anymore. In Daesan, who can stand up against Myeongjin Construction Corporation? The guy waved his hands asking Shin Yeong-min, are you giving up? Shin Yeong-min casually leaned against the railing, saying, the situation is quite bad, but we still have a chance. The situation is clear now, right? Now we have another opportunity to make money. Shin Yeong-min clenched his fist, with a sinister expression said, just taking care of one student, we can earn 10,000 won. We should thank them for giving us this opportunity. He glared, asking, which student came first in the first year, call him up to the rooftop now. In the classroom, Kim Hyun-sung was attentively listening to the teacher's lecture, to defeat the golden circle, I must study harder. Their goal is to outshine those who are better than them. Kim Hyun-sung carefully took notes, thinking, if I excel in my studies, the golden circle will be forced to act. He pondered, yes, to them, I am like a thorn in their side. Back in middle school, I was an excellent student, so the reason Park Min-cheol and the others targeted me was that someone ordered Shin Yeong-min to do so. Kim Hyun-sung looked around the classroom, where the real mastermind was hiding. They wanted me to disappear so they could climb to my position. He scrutinized the students in the class, he had a few targets in mind, but without evidence, he could not take action. What he needed to do now was prepare for what might happen in the future. After class, Kim Hyun-sung was walking down the street when he stopped in front of a small shop that featured an image of young Do-cheol, the first mixed martial arts fighter of the national HQ and the world UFL champion. He gazed at the sign, but now, he was merely a forgotten past. Kim Hyun-sung walked in and looked around. Just as he thought, this place had seriously deteriorated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, welcome, esteemed guest. A man dressed in a blue tracksuit with long hair stood there to greet him. Oh, are you here to register? Kim Hyun-sung replied, yes. He smiled, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of danger. Hyun-sung said, I want to get better at fighting. That's what I'm missing. Shin Yeong-min and his cronies were standing on the rooftop, waiting for the strongest freshman. The student who had just arrived was immediately questioned by Shin Yeong-min, your name is Park Jin-woo, right? The student, drenched in sweat, nodded, yes, I am Park Jin-woo. Shin Yeong-min cheerfully praised him, you have a nice physique. I think you mentioned you were a runner for errands, right? Shin Yeong-min reached out to touch Park Jin-woo's face and said, I need you to help me with something. Among the freshmen, there's a kid named Kim Hyun-sung. Make him into a fool, ensuring he can never live like a normal person again. He laughed sinisterly. On the other side, young Do-cheol invited Kim Hyun-sung into the room. He continuously reached into his pockets, saying, you look like a high school student. You've come to the right place. He smiled happily and said, let me tell you a bit about our gym. Here, we have fitness classes, stress relief training, and even diet improvement programs. The gym is run by head coach Young Do-cheol. We take pride in our 100% customer satisfaction. The monthly fee is 150,000 won, which is not expensive at all. Young Do-cheol turned his back to Kim Hyun-sung and continued, I will train you as a personal coach. Kim Hyun-sung was thinking, as Young Do-cheol had a beard, making it slightly hard to recognize him, but he was sure that he was Young Do-cheol, the former UFL champion. Young Do-cheol sat down, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and cheerfully asked Kim Hyun-sung, what motivated you to come to the gym? Kim Hyun-sung replied, I want to learn how to fight better. I want to defeat all the bullies who have picked on me. The killing intent of Kim Hyun-sung was so dangerous that it could crush all those scumbags. Upon hearing this, young Do Cheol's expression turned serious. The smile on his face had disappeared without him noticing. Young Do Cheol thought for a moment and then said, the gym is not a place to teach you how to fight. If you come here just to defeat someone, I cannot accept you. Young Do Cheol continued to try to convince Kim Hyun-sung, you just need to exercise, and those bad guys won't bully you anymore. In that case, why not start exercising now? Kim Hyun-sung remained silent, glaring at young Do Cheol in anger. Young Do Cheol was the first UFL champion of National HQ, and he surely had his reasons. He could have lived a wealthy life due to his fame, but he was content running a small gym in the countryside. During a doping test at his third title defense match, anabolic steroids, a prohibited substance in sports, were found. It could enhance muscle strength in a short time. Young Do Cheol stood helplessly in front of the media, confessing his wrongdoing without any excuses. His career ended just like that. But that was not relevant to you, as what you cared about was another talent of young Do Cheol. The articles at that time praised him as the athlete who brought National HQ to the championship match of the UFL. Wasn't it the second time now? Athlete Kim Mu-yeol had become a top fighter just a few years after his debut and was rising rapidly. Recently, he had admitted a shocking truth. Listen to what he says, I am not a genius. On the contrary, I have no talent at all. Nevertheless, I can stand in this position thanks to the special training methods of my teacher, Coach Young Do Cheol. Back in the present, Kim Hyun-sung leaned forward, crossed his arms, and looked directly at young Do Cheol. He had transformed a third-rate fighter into a top national athlete. If he could convince him, he would surely be able to lay a solid foundation for his own strength. Kim Hyun-sung began to speak, in your athletic career, what methods or tricks did you use to defeat your opponents? Young Do Cheol's expression began to grow serious. Kim Hyun-sung continued, I too will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Is there a problem with that? Young Do Cheol started to feel dizzy, his voice low, that is the mistake I made, simply because I was a fool. Young Do Cheol began to speak of his regrets, if I could go back to the past, I would never make the same mistake again. I have always regretted that. As he spoke, young Do Cheol stood up from his chair, if you make a foolish choice just for short-term gain, in the end, you will not escape a tragic fate like mine. He turned around, glanced at Kim Hyun-sung and said, go ahead, I can't accept you. Young Do Cheol turned his back to him and continued, if you come to the gym just to defeat those who bullied you, your only ending can be in some prison. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung was sitting in a chair, looking at his back and said, 100 million. I will give you 100 million. He continued, I know you really need money right now. If you agree to teach me, I will transfer the money to you within a day. Young Do Cheol was astonished and turned his head back. Kim Hyun-sung went on, I will consider it as a deposit. So even if I give up halfway, you won't lose anything. Young Do Cheol was stunned. Kim Hyun-sung said, the side effects of the drugs, being rejected by society, being kicked out of the mixed martial arts arena. You must have anticipated all that, but you still chose to use the drugs in the end. That is the result you chose for yourself. The same is true for me. Under young Do Cheol's astonished gaze, Kim Hyun-sung said, who knows, after learning how to fight from you, I might go around picking fights everywhere. Moreover, the consequences could be even more severe than I can imagine. He laughed and said, I might become a cripple or be locked up in a reform school, then continuously go in and out of prison for the rest of my life. But I am ready for that, that's why I'm here. You blared, your eyes glinting with a hint of blood, just like when your grandfather used drugs, I am very desperate, I need you. Young Do Cheol stared in astonishment at the high school student before him. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes were filled with seriousness and determination. Then, young Do Cheol said, never touch drugs. He turned away, speaking to Kim Hyun-sung, I once fell into illegal drugs, but I will not allow a kid like you to make the same mistake I did. Young Do Cheol continued, I can only help you by educating you. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said, sounds good. Young Do-cheol grabbed the doorknob, interrupting him, I haven't finished yet. He turned back, facing Kim Hyun-sung, staring intently at his chest. If you can endure at least one round, I will acknowledge your will and accept your proposal. That night, Kim Hyun-sung's voice echoed in the night, poor child of mine. She rushed out in panic, asking, what happened? Kim Hyun-sung's body was bruised all over. His grandmother, worried and trembling, cried and said, who did this to you? Which bastard dared to do this? She trembled as she gently stroked Kim Hyun-sung, saying, I will teach them a lesson. Kim Hyun-sung tried to comfort her, I'm fine, Grandma. And was angry and said, no, what do you mean by it's okay, look at me. On the other side, young Do-cheol was drinking alone and muttering to himself, Do-cheol, you really are a piece of trash. Young Do-cheol pulled out his phone, where there was a message sent to Kim Hyun-sung, just give up on accepting his request. Young Do-cheol recalled his earlier thoughts and said, don't joke around, I won't give in. He slowly said, I've encountered all types of people in my professional sports career, many criminals and even students like you. They come to me because they don't want to be bullied at school anymore. Young Do-cheol watched as Kim Hyun-sung entered the octagonal cage and got into a fighting stance. Your purpose doesn't matter, it's just empty talk. Because once you step into this cage, your purpose and will no longer exist. As he warmed up, he looked at Kim Hyun-sung and said, kids like you get so full of yourselves just because you can fight a little. After taking a few punches, you'll be begging for mercy. He continued to explain, each round lasts 3 minutes, no need for fighting technique. Forget everything and just try to last one round. Young Do-cheol clapped his hands together and said, if you can prove your will is indomitable, I will train you to become the strongest. He began to assume a fighting stance, are you ready? Kim Hyun-sung replied firmly, I am ready. He instructed, then be careful. He observed Kim Hyun-sung's fighting stance, although the boy's posture was still inexperienced, his eyes were wide open, revealing no hint of fear. Let's see how you change after taking one hit from me. Young Do-cheol immediately charged in, throwing a punch. Kim Hyun-sung tried to block the blow with his arm, thinking he had successfully defended himself, but a second later, the fist slammed straight into his face. Kim Hyun-sung was knocked back, falling onto his back, blood splattering everywhere. With just one punch, he hit the edge of the octagonal cage and immediately collapsed. He stared at young Do-cheol as he got back up. Young Do-cheol looked at him with an angry glare and said, it's only been 10 seconds. Bloodied and battered, Kim Hyun-sung struggled to stand. He still attempted to defend himself against young Do-cheol's attacks. Before he could catch his breath, young Do-cheol was in front of him again, his arm raised, ready to strike. A volley of left and right punches rained down. Kim Hyun-sung could only cover his head and endure the blows, doing his utmost to withstand the onslaught, but his body was already bruised. The speed and power of young Do-cheol were truly astounding. Just one hit, and it would be the end for him. Suddenly, young Do-cheol's fist stopped. Kim Hyun-sung asked in surprise, why did you stop? Before he could even figure it out, a low kick struck his leg. Kim Hyun-sung cried out in pain, his body leaning back, losing balance, and falling to his knees. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung trembling as he tried to get back up, young Do-cheol just glanced at him and said, it's still not too late to give up now. Kim Hyun-sung, still shaking, raised his fist, pressing his face into a defensive stance. He braced one hand on the floor, while the other clung to the edge of the octagon cage, glaring at young Do-cheol and said, there are still 3 minutes left. It's not over yet. At that moment, the timer was still counting down, with 2 minutes and 14 seconds having passed. Young Do-cheol continued to attack without hesitation, throwing a left punch, then a right. Next came a straight punch, and finally a hook. Kim Hyun-sung covered his face with both hands, trying to withstand young Do-cheol's onslaught. He breathed heavily, thinking to himself, if this keeps up, I won't be able to last. I just need one chance. Kim Hyun-sung poured all his strength into a left hook, but young Do-cheol quickly dodged it. Right after that, a punch landed squarely on Kim Hyun-sung's chin. He did not have time to react, getting hit and blood splattering everywhere, with his head thrown back. Kim Hyun-sung painfully fell to the floor, his eyes rolled back, unconscious. Young Do-cheol looked at his stopwatch, realizing the time was up. He thought, in less than a minute, he managed to endure for a while. I held back, so the injuries won't be too serious. Suddenly, he refuted his own words, don't worry about the injuries, that's just an excuse. What he truly wanted to say came out uncontrollably, I tried to turn back, but he has surpassed the challenge. I always make excuses for my actions like this. The bright red number appeared clearly, 100 million. Young Do-cheol stood rooted to the spot, yet he could not abandon his pride for someone whom he himself could hardly endure, just stay there. When young Do-cheol turned to leave, Kim Hyun-sung grabbed the iron railing, stood up, and shouted, wait. Young Do-cheol was surprised and turned around. Kim Hyun-sung, his face smeared with blood, breathed heavily and said, it's not over yet. The corner of Kim Hyun-sung's mouth lifted slightly, breaking into a smile, and then he continued to walk. Young Do-cheol turned around in astonishment, his eyes filled with killing intent and determination. He stared directly into Kim Hyun-sung's eyes, seeing a pair filled with resolute determination. Young Do-cheol noticed that Kim Hyun-sung had entered a defensive stance. He silently assessed, the killing intent of this kid, it's not just a facade. I have to deal with him before he crosses the line. He glared at Kim Hyun-sung with a threatening gaze. Despite being in a defensive position, his patience had worn thin. From now on, I won't hold back. Remember that. Young Do-cheol continuously struck at Kim Hyun-sung's head, but the boy still defended himself like he always did. Suddenly, young Do-cheol's fist abruptly stopped, leaving Kim Hyun-sung feeling confused. He struggled to maintain his balance, telling himself, I won't fall for the trap a second time. However, what awaited him was a powerful punch to his rib cage. Kim Hyun-sung gasped painfully, letting out a scream as he collapsed to the ground, trembling in agony. Young Do-cheol coldly stated, there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left. If you don't get up in 15 seconds, I'll consider you forfeited. Kim Hyun-sung's whole body trembled. He was horrified to realize he needed to get up, but his body was not responding to his commands. He struggled to push himself up, but his body helplessly collapsed to one side. He lay there, unable to rise. Young Do-cheol turned away, saying, that was a heavy blow, not something you can withstand. Just give up, go home, kid. But Kim Hyun-sung still tried to prop his body up with his hands. He screamed unconsciously, get up. Get up now. Kim Hyun-sung gritted his teeth, and a red glint appeared in his eyes. You fool, how long have you waited for this moment? Do you remember when we were in the hospital? You were in a coma for 10 years, always longing for this moment, praying for time to turn back over and over again. You begged for someone to just kill you, but you still can't stand up. The image of lying on the hospital bed, unable to move, kept replaying in Kim Hyun-sung's mind. If you don't want to repeat that mistake, if you don't want to see those helpless tears again, then get up. Kim Hyun-sung leaned on his iron will, and finally managed to stand up. As long as I want revenge, I won't care if I turn into a demon. Until I rip apart those scumbags, I will never back down. Now you are standing firm, ready to face young Do-cheol. This makes young Do-cheol break into a cold sweat. He was putting on his gloves while thinking, not every professional fighter can withstand that punch. Young Do-cheol stared intently at Kim Hyun-sung, seeing him panting. What kind of monster is this? He thought to himself, if someone like him becomes strong enough to fight back, his life will become chaotic. As he put on his gloves, he contemplated, I understand your despair, but I cannot let you live a life full of regrets like I do. I will personally stop you. With that thought, young Do-cheol quickly moved in, closing the distance to Kim Hyun-sung. The boy raised his hands again, gritting his teeth to endure the onslaught. A powerful punch landed on Kim Hyun-sung's face, causing him to immediately fall backward, blood spraying from his nose. Endure it, young Do-cheol thought, this time he wouldn't spare him. Next came a flurry of punches. The timer had also started counting down, only 1 minute left. Even with a possibly broken nose, Kim Hyun-sung gritted his teeth and endured, accepting the blows. Time was down to just a few seconds, even if his teeth were knocked out. The punches kept raining down. No matter what, Kim Hyun-sung had to endure. The countdown clock showed only 12 seconds left. He stood there, trying to hold on, but his body shook, his breath became unstable, frantic, and intermittent. Young Do-cheol stared at Kim Hyun-sung, throwing a punch into his stomach. Kim Hyun-sung didn't have time to react, crashing against the steel fence. With a murderous intent, young Do-cheol swung his fist towards Kim Hyun-sung's face. Just as the punch was about to land, the bell signaling the end of the match rang out. Young Do-cheol also stopped his assault, angrily lowering his hand, muttering, "What a damn dog." He threw his gloves aside and said, "You can take a hit pretty well." Then stepping out of the ring, he told Kim Hyun-sung, "The hospital is closed now, come there tomorrow, don't tell anyone I did this." Young Do-cheol tilted his head slightly and said, "Hey Kim Hyun-sung, follow me. I'll give you my account number." Young Do-cheol sat in a corner, staring blankly at his phone. A few days ago, a broker from the newly established Mixed Martial Arts Association had made him an offer. They said that if young Do-cheol used drugs one more time and participated in their match to help them attract an audience, they would pay him a sum of money. He checked the account and saw that he had received 100 million won, just as Kim Hyun-sung had promised. Young Do-cheol looked at the money and thought to himself, if it weren't for this money, I might have agreed to their deal already. He spoke while typing on the keyboard, entering words to reassure Kim Hyun-sung, "I will refuse their offer." Kim Hyun-sung was scooping a spoonful of hot rice while comforting his grandmother. "I only got into a fight with some bullies at school, don't worry, it's nothing serious." After that, Kim Hyun-sung changed into another outfit and returned home. He struggled to bring the spoonful of rice to his mouth, his hands and feet bruised. "Anyway, we still have savings to buy a house, right?" Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother lifted one leg and said, "Of course, for the past few years, I've been sending 100,000 won every month." Kim Hyun-sung slowly said, his face covered in bruises, "I heard that Myeongjin Construction Company will be selling apartments this month. Let's give it a try, who knows, we might be lucky enough to get selected and sell it for some money." Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother, with a worried expression, said, "Even if we do get selected, if we don't have the money, we still can't move in." Kim Hyun-sung immediately reassured, "Those are just people who don't know better. Nowadays, borrowing money from the bank is very easy. If we sell this house, we can pay off all the debts right away. And if the future is uncertain, we can always transfer the buying rights to someone else." Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother seemed more at ease upon hearing this. After he finished speaking, he surprisingly asked, "Why did I suddenly become a real estate expert?" Kim Hyun-sung laughed and said, "It's not to that extent." He lowered his head to look at his phone, silently thinking, Go Chang BM will include my grandmother on the shortlist. I want to give her 100 million won, just like I did for young Do-cheol. But if I do that, she will ask about the source of that money. If I handle it this way, she won't feel uncomfortable. He said while quickly shoving rice into his mouth, "Just wait for me, Grandma." The next day, on the school rooftop, Park Jin-woo stood trembling in front of Shinyong Min. Shinyong Min praised him, "Well done, Park Jin-woo. You've done quite well." Park Jin-woo felt confused. Shinyong Min placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I've heard everything from the first-year students." He grinned, asking with satisfaction, "As soon as I finished saying it, you went and handled it right away, correct?" Park Jin-woo looked bewildered, stammering, "Are you talking about?" Shinyong Min, feeling discouraged, leaned against the railing and said, "This fool is still pretending to be clueless. That guy is really fierce. I thought it would be a bit difficult, but I didn't expect you to fight so fiercely. I'm liking you more and more." He grinned slyly and advised Park Jin-woo, "From now on, you can tell everyone that you know me. After school, hang out with me." Park Jin-woo forced a smile, sweat breaking out. He thought to himself, "I have no idea what's going on. But this is an opportunity." Thinking of this, he eagerly gave a thumbs up to his chest and proudly declared, "Senior, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. You know my name, I'm Park Jin-woo." Shinyong Min laughed heartily, draping his arm around Park Jin-woo, and said, "Good job, kid." Park Jin-woo laughed along and replied, "Really?" Park Jin-woo looked into the classroom with surprise and said, "I just came to see how things were going." He stared directly at Kim Hyun-sung sitting there and noticed a bruise on Kim Hyun-sung's face, then asked, "What happened to his face? Did he get beaten outside for being too arrogant?" Park Jin-woo suddenly understood, chuckling as he said, "Ha, so that's it, Shin Yeong-min thinks I defeated him. But since he looks like this, it seems he's not as tough as I thought." Park Jin-woo clenched his fists, grinning slyly, "Next time you dare to mess with me, I'll beat you to a pulp and teach you a lesson." After saying that, he raised his voice and glared at the first-year students, threatening, "If you dare to talk or mess around with Kim Hyun-sung, I will kill you." Young Do-cheol stood in front of Kim Hyun-sung, arms crossed, and said, "No matter what you do, you need to have strength, especially when it comes to physical activities. I mean, if you can only throw a few punches before getting tired, then no matter how good your technique is, it's useless." He began training Kim Hyun-sung to jump rope, run laps, lift weights, and move his body to dodge attacks. Young Do-cheol added, "If you find it overwhelming, just try to endure like you did before. If you quit halfway, I won't teach you anything else. 2 hours every day, be persistent for 2 hours." Kim Hyun-sung sat down on the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily, thinking to himself that he had to make it. His body was dripping with sweat. "Shin Yeong-min, in order to defeat that bastard who has trained for many years, I must persist with this physical training at all costs." Kim Hyun-sung's body trembled as he thought, "Shin Yeong-min is not my final target. If I want to flush out the Golden Club members hiding behind him, I must defeat all those who are stronger than Shin Yeong-min." Young Do-cheol looked at Kim Hyun-sung and exclaimed, "You really managed to endure for 2 hours. Truly a resilient young man." He observed Kim Hyun-sung and said, "Even though it was just 2 hours, every moment pushed him to his limits. This kid has potential. Should I try applying that training method?" Young Do-cheol stood in front of Kim Hyun-sung and said, "Since I was banned from competing in the octagon, I have always researched training methods to become the strongest. Because of that, even though my career has ended, my students can still see the light. From now on, I will apply the fruits of my research to your training." The image of a strong Kim Hyun-sung flashed in young Do-cheol's mind. He pointed at Kim Hyun-sung and said, "If you can keep up with it, you will become so strong that anyone will have to kneel before you." A week later, amidst pouring rain, Kim Hyun-sung sat in class diligently working on his homework. Suddenly, someone approached and sat down in front of Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Si-woo looked at Kim Hyun-sung and said, "I find this situation unacceptable, it's too much." "You haven't done anything wrong." He looked at Kim Hyun-sung with a determined gaze. Kim Si-woo, a first-year high school student, is a promising individual. Kim Hyun-sung looked up in surprise at Kim Si-woo. Kim Si-woo scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, "You've changed a lot. You're so different from my imagination that it's a bit hard to talk about this with you. But I don't want to side with those who are isolating you." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung asked in surprise, "What?" Kim Si-woo continued, "So, let's be friends." However, Kim Hyun-sung still looked bewildered and asked, "What do you mean, isolating me?" Kim Si-woo looked at Kim Hyun-sung in surprise and asked, "You really don't know?" Kim Hyun-sung replied seriously, "No, tell me." Kim Si-woo straightforwardly said, "Oh, you really don't know?" Park Jin-woo has been going to all the classes, threatening the first-year students. Kim Si-woo recounted Park Jin-woo's words. He said, "Anyone who dares to come near you will be killed." Kim Hyun-sung asked in confusion, "Then why did you come looking for me?" Kim Si-woo clenched his fists and said, "How can you say that? We've known each other since elementary school, almost 10 years now. No matter if I get beaten or killed, I can't just isolate my friend." At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung suddenly remembered and said, "I nearly forgot that Kim Si-woo was like that." Seeing Kim Hyun-sung being beaten, Kim Si-woo appeared and shouted to protect Kim Hyun-sung, saying, "You bastards, stop it. In his past life, after discovering that he was being bullied, Kim Si-woo had protected him for a while, helping Kim Hyun-sung escape the bullying from Park Jin-woo. However, after that group shifted their targets and began to bully Kim Si-woo. Kim Hyun-sung encountered Kim Si-woo on the road, as Kim Si-woo coldly walked past him with a stick. After having his leg broken, Kim Si-woo started pretending not to know Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Si-woo lay in the hospital bed, and that day, Kim Hyun-sung came to visit him. Still lying on the bed, Kim Si-woo sadly said, "I'm sorry, if I had been determined to protect you, this wouldn't have happened. I was too scared." He looked at Kim Hyun-sung, sobbing in despair, "I can't accept being beaten during every break. I thought I was brave, but when I actually faced that situation, I couldn't do anything. If there's a next life, I will never leave you alone again." Kim Hyun-sung took Kim Si-woo's hand that was resting on his shoulder and said, "Don't." Kim Si-woo confusedly asked, "What?" Kim Hyun-sung glared at Kim Si-woo, saying, "Don't pretend like we are really close." He continued. Kim Si-woo's eyes were filled with surprise. Kim Hyun-sung's hand tightened. "Enough nonsense, stop following others. I can handle this myself, don't get involved." Kim Si-woo, angry, said, "Don't you realize how serious this is?" After saying that, Kim Si-woo stood up, turned around, and said before leaving, "The bell for class is ringing, we'll talk more next time. Remember, I will do what I want. I won't leave you alone. Wait, I'll be back during the break." Kim Hyun-sung bowed his head, silently thinking about the battle with the golden circle. He didn't know what kind of damage it would bring, but he remained resolute that he couldn't let Kim Si-woo get caught up in this fight. It would only bring him misfortune, just like before. Besides family, he wanted to completely cut off all other relationships, whether good or bad. Outside, the rain was getting heavier. Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself, "I can't abandon my family, but I also shouldn't let others get caught up in this fight." The teacher's voice echoed, "Don't forget to do your homework." Kim Hyun-sung picked up the exercise book, silently thinking, if Kim Si-woo comes back, what should I say to him? The rain kept falling, time kept passing. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the clock, thinking, Kim Si-woo said he would come back, but he still hasn't shown up. Could it be that he has already given up? Well then, I shouldn't try to persuade him anymore. A whisper came from behind, "Poor Kim Si-woo, he really is unlucky." Two people looked at Kim Hyun-sung and murmured, "Are you talking about Kim Si-woo? What happened?" "I saw Park Jin-woo talking to him." "Should we report it to the teacher? What if he takes revenge?" The other replied, "Let's act like we don't know anything. After all, he didn't kill Kim Si-woo." These words made Kim Hyun-sung feel a surge of fear, his eyes widening. Amidst the thunder and lightning, he immediately rushed out of the classroom. At that moment, Park Jin-woo's followers were dragging Kim Si-woo into the bathroom. Park Jin-woo, with a dark expression, said, "Kim Si-woo, I've already warned everyone not to get close to Kim Hyun-sung." His eyes were wide open, veins bulging under his skin, and with the sound of thunder and lightning, the scene became even more terrifying. "Can't you hear? Or are you out of your mind?" Kim Si-woo not only wasn't afraid, but instead slowly approached Park Jin-woo and said, "Who the hell are you to control who I hang out with? I don't know why you're bullying Hyun-sung, but Hyun-sung is my friend, so?" Kim Si-woo glared with a murderous intent and shouted loudly, "Stop your petty tricks, and don't pull any more stunts. If you dare, come at me, you bastard." Park Jin-woo showed a contemptuous expression, angered by the provocation, and said, "Ha, look at this." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Si-woo kicked hard, sending him crashing to the ground, screaming in pain. Park Jin-woo had no time to react as he was knocked back against the wall, groaning in agony. The group of thugs around him looked at Park Jin-woo with concern and asked, "Park Jin-woo, are you okay?" At this moment, Park Jin-woo was burning with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, this is so embarrassing. You idiots, what are you standing there for? Beat him to death for me." All the thugs, following the command, surrounded Kim Si-woo. One of them attempted to sneak attack from behind, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha." But Kim Si-woo immediately sensed it, and he kicked backward, causing that thug to fall to the ground, crying out in pain. At that moment, another thug rushed forward to attack. Kim Si-woo immediately reacted, using his fist to strike the thug's temple. Meanwhile, another thug charged in from the other side. Kim Si-woo thought to himself, Hyun-sung will be very angry about this. Another thug aimed straight for Kim Si-woo's face. He quickly leaned to the side to dodge, thinking, Hyun-sung left to avoid this situation, yet here I am, caught up in it. Kim Si-woo quickly regained his balance, tightening his fists. But why should I pretend I don't see? It's just a bit excessive after all. Kim Si-woo threw a punch at the thug's face, knocking him back. The thug cried out in pain, he's always like this. Frustrated, Kim Si-woo rubbed the bruise on his face, thinking, you will always be my friend. I will never abandon you. Just as Kim Si-woo was about to attack another thug, a sudden long kick aimed straight at him came out of nowhere. You playing tricks on me? In pain, he looked up and saw the tall Park Jin-woo standing in front of him. Park Jin-woo glared, asking, do you practice taekwondo? With a cold demeanor, Park Jin-woo threw a powerful punch at Kim Si-woo's chin, causing him to stagger. He continued to raise his hand with a look of disdain, saying, another guy who thinks he's impressive just because he learned a bit of martial arts. Park Jin-woo swung his hand, hitting Kim Si-woo away and said, you should know your place. If not, I'll kill you, you dog. Park Jin-woo continuously attacked Kim Si-woo's face, stating, listen carefully, from today on, you are now Kim Hyun-sung's accomplice. Your life is over. The lackeys around them grinned with glee, saying, look, Kim Si-woo is getting beaten up to a pulp. Park Jin-woo continued, I will turn your school life into hell, you'd be better off dead. He got more and more excited as he slapped Kim Si-woo's face repeatedly, saying, in the morning, during lunch break, after school, I will come find you. Remember this well, be prepared to suffer. Just then, Hyun-sung pushed the door open and stepped in. He asked in a deep voice, what are you guys doing? His voice immediately caught Park Jin-woo's attention. He turned around to see Hyun-sung glaring at him, stepping right in front of him. Park Jin-woo got up, pushed Kim Si-woo's head aside with his hand, and mockingly laughed, ha, I was wondering who came here, turns out it's you. Do you want to say something? Hyun-sung looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, Park Jin-woo, I had intended to deal with you earlier, and now the opportunity has come. He is one level above me, I can't defeat him without a strategy beforehand. To win, I have to provoke him. Thinking of this, Hyun-sung put his hands in his pockets, swaggered and said, that's right, I have something to say. Didn't those kids say you got hit, right? Hyun-sung continued to provoke, you know, it's really funny that they lost to a fat guy who only relies on weight and physique. Hearing this, Park Jin-woo clenched his teeth, his anger raging, the veins standing out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, what did you say? Hyun-sung confidently smiled and replied, you only managed to defeat Kim Si-woo by relying on your underlings. Am I wrong? Park Jin-woo glared, his anger reaching a peak, the blood vessels clearly visible in his eyes. Hyun-sung's purpose was to force him into a one-on-one fight. The other guys in the room laughed loudly, pointing at Hyun-sung and mocking, don't you know your place? Do you want to be a superstar like that cripple? Park Jin-woo shouted loudly, everyone get the hell out for me. Let me deal with him. Indeed a hot-tempered and foolish person, he didn't think twice and immediately rushed forward, raising his hand to hit. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was already ready in a defensive stance. He was the leader of this gang, not because of intelligence, but because of muscular strength. Park Jin-woo rushed in but was met with a punch to the face from Hyun-sung. Due to his large physique, his movements were slow, and his speed was lacking. Hyun-sung glared provocatively, is that all you've got? What a waste of time. This statement only fueled Park Jin-woo's anger. He charged in, shouting curses, you bastard. Don't pretend like you're so skilled. Hyun-sung thought to himself that Park Jin-woo would become even more furious and would try harder to defeat him. However, each time he charged, he was met with a punch to the face from Hyun-sung. Thanks to the lessons from his coach, Hyun-sung knew how to counter. He landed a punch to Park Jin-woo's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain, "I'll kill you, you dog." Park Jin-woo roared, but in that moment, Hyun-sung noticed an opening. He threw a punch to Park Jin-woo's chin, not giving him any chance to retaliate as he kicked straight into his chest and continued to attack. Hyun-sung's eyes shone with a glimmer of blood. He coldly stated, "You won't get any more chances. I'll make you remember this day forever." The onlookers stared at each other in disbelief, saying, "Is this guy crazy?" Hyun-sung thought to himself that he had to do more. Park Jin-woo had collapsed on the floor, his body covered in blood, and Hyun-sung thought, "I'm about to kill him." Park Jin-woo gasped, clutching Hyun-sung's leg, pleading, "Hyun-sung, please. Stop. I know I was wrong." Hyun-sung released his leg and coldly asked, "You're apologizing? Are you sure you've defeated me?" The other students couldn't take their eyes off them. Hyun-sung said in a deep voice, "Say it again in front of everyone." Park Jin-woo, terrified, his face pale and swollen, trembling, said, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I didn't want to do this." He continued to tremble. "Shinyong Min told me to do this. You know him. He controls me, I couldn't refuse his orders. The rumors are all false. How could I possibly defeat you?" He begged Hyun-sung, "You have to believe me. I was just following orders. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Please stop. I promise I will never do it again." Hyun-sung let go of Park Jin-woo's collar and said, "Damn it, this is your final warning. If you dare to touch Kim Si-woo again, I will kill you." Hyun-sung turned to Park Jin-woo's subordinates and warned, "If you all dare to touch Kim Si-woo, I will make you pay." Hyun-sung delivered a kick to Park Jin-woo's face. He was sent flying and collapsed to the ground. Seeing their leader down, the subordinates had no choice but to stand still. Hyun-sung exuded a murderous aura, glaring, "I will chase you all the way to the ends of the earth and kill every last one of you." In the school infirmary, Hyun-sung's voice echoed, "Didn't I tell you? Just act like a normal person." Hyun-sung still bore old scars on his face. He calmly said, "If you don't want incidents like today to happen again, then don't interfere in my business." Kim Si-woo tried to sit up, forcing a smile even though his wounds were not fully healed. He said, "Look, you're the same. When Park Jin-woo took me away, you immediately rushed over. How could I not care about a friend like you?" As Kim Si-woo spoke, he reached out and grasped Hyun-sung's hand, continuing, "I don't know what happened, but the truth is we are friends. So please don't treat me like a stranger anymore." Kim Si-woo sincerely said, "Even if what happened today were to happen again, I would still do the same, because you are my friend." However, in contrast to Kim Si-woo's sincerity, Hyun-sung coldly pushed him away, saying, "Do you think my fight with Park Jin-woo was a coincidence?" Hyun-sung's words made the smile on Kim Si-woo's face disappear instantly. Hyun-sung continued, "No, I did it on purpose because I wanted to kill them." Hyun-sung lowered his head, his voice somber, "No matter what happens, this is just the beginning." Kim Si-woo panicked, "Kim Hyun-sung." Hyun-sung began to exude killing intent, seriously saying, "Do you know what my goal is? I will tear apart all the bullies, even if it costs me everything." Kim Si-woo hurriedly tried to stop Hyun-sung, saying, "You are." But Hyun-sung did not let him finish, coldly interrupting, "Shut up and listen." Hyun-sung stood up, his gaze icy, "I have been through a lot, and I cannot tell you everything. So please stop this. I am just seeking revenge." Hyun-sung's words made Kim Si-woo feel hurt and sad. He lowered his head, his voice heavy, "If you were by my side, today's incident would still happen. Do you think you could endure being beaten by someone like Park Jin-woo?" Hyun-sung walked a short distance, then turned back and said to Kim Si-woo, "Kim Si-woo, I consider you a friend, but remember that the kind and friendly Kim Hyun-sung you know is dead." Countless thoughts ran through Kim Si-woo's mind, "I have to stop him, I must do so." Hyun-sung coldly walked away, not looking back, saying, "If you hear anything about me in the future, don't try to stop me, because you will never be able to endure it. Only then can you find peace. Kim Si-woo sat on the sickbed, lost in thought. He gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to say something. Hyun-sung had exited the hospital room. Deep within his soul, he felt grateful for all of this. Shin Yeong-min sat in the classroom, leisurely playing on his phone, his legs propped up on the table. He was calculating. I heard that the bonus will be doubled, and the advance salary will be paid out early. How should I use this money? His face revealed a sinister smile as he said, "Isn't it wonderful? 10 million won just for bullying a kid. In the future, I will make them my subordinates." Suddenly, whispers echoed in the hallway. Someone passing by the hallway said, "Isn't that the new student? Why does he have such things?" Shin Yeong-min was still excited about his future plans. He said, "I heard there's another lackey in school. If I get involved, making a few billion won is not a problem." At that moment, Kim Hyun-sung stood at the classroom door. Shin Yeong-min continued to cheerfully say, "This is a gold mine. I could also become a representative of the Golden Circle right after graduation." Kim Hyun-sung forcefully pushed the door open, attracting Shin Yeong-min's attention. Shin Yeong-min immediately glared and said, "Who the hell dares to open the door like that?" Kim Hyun-sung stood at the door, coldly asking, "Is it you?" He glared at Shin Yeong-min and said, "The dog named Shin Yeong-min." Shin Yeong-min immediately erupted in anger, jumped up and said, "You dare to call me a dog?" Kim Hyun-sung sneered, "Yes, you little dog." Shin Yeong-min felt humiliated, his eyes reddened with anger as he stared at Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung was also furious. He kicked towards Shin Yeong-min, but Shin Yeong-min easily blocked the kick. The kick did not make Shin Yeong-min back away too far. After blocking the kick, Shin Yeong-min glared and asked, "Who are you, you crazy guy? Where did you crawl out from?" Before Shin Yeong-min could finish his sentence, Kim Hyun-sung attacked again, but all of his moves were blocked by Shin Yeong-min. Kim Hyun-sung continuously threw punches, while Shin Yeong-min kept raising his hands to block the blows, saying, "I'm asking you, which dog are you?" After a while of blocking the attacks, Shin Yeong-min grasped Kim Hyun-sung's fighting style. He smirked condescendingly and said, "It seems this kid has learned some martial arts somewhere, but he lacks any power." He observed Kim Hyun-sung's attacks and commented, "The movements are very easy to predict." Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung landed a punch to Shin Yeong-min's stomach. Shin Yeong-min was taken by surprise, his eyes widened in shock and pain. Kim Hyun-sung said, "You asked me who I am? I am Kim Hyun-sung, the person you are looking for." Upon hearing this, Shin Yeong-min scoffed, took a step back, and replied, "You bastard, do you even know why you are here?" Before Hyun-sung could finish speaking, a chair unexpectedly flew toward him. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung picked up the chair and slammed it hard against Shin Yeong-min's head. Shin Yeong-min cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding head, and said, "You lunatic, you dare hit me with a chair." Hyun-sung raised the chair again and said, "If you lose your current advantage, you are finished." Hyun-sung threw the chair at Shin Yeong-min, but Shin Yeong-min quickly leaned to the side to dodge it. Hyun-sung immediately rushed forward, using all his strength to throw a punch. But this time, Shin Yeong-min easily blocked Hyun-sung's punch with just one hand. Shin Yeong-min retaliated with all his might and said, "You're done for, kid Hyun-sung." Hyun-sung began to raise his hands to defend, predicting that Shin Yeong-min would charge at him from the front. But this punch landed in Hyun-sung's stomach. Shin Yeong-min sneered, "You think you're the only one who knows how to fight?" The punch made Hyun-sung grimace in pain and he said, "It's nothing compared to young Du Cheol." Next, Shin Yeong-min directly attacked Hyun-sung's face. Hyun-sung had to continuously block Shin Yeong-min's attacks. At first, he knew he couldn't defeat Shin Yeong-min, this fight was merely a challenge for himself. Beaten and bruised all over, Hyun-sung said, "I never thought about leaving without a scratch. I need to bet everything on this opportunity." Then, Hyun-sung's gaze became resolute. He grabbed Shin Yeong-min's right leg, which was kicking at his waist. Shinyong Min was surprised, his eyes wide open, not expecting Hyun-sung to suddenly counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun-sung charged at Shinyong Min, wrapped his arms around him, and lunged straight toward the window. The window glass shattered and fell to the ground. Shinyong Min leaned back, trembling as he said, "Damn it." He grabbed the windowsill with both hands. Trembling, he asked, "What the hell do you want to do?" Hyun-sung coldly replied, "What do I want to do? I want to see if I die or you die." Hyun-sung's tone frightened Shinyong Min, and he said, "I want to see what will happen." At that moment, a voice rang out, "What are you guys doing?" The students in the class began to shout, "Get the new guy out." A group of people rushed over, pulling Hyun-sung away. Hyun-sung shouted, "Let me go. I said let me go. Let go of me." He viciously said to Shinyong Min, "You little dog, do you think this is the end of it? Don't you dare touch my friends." Shinyong Min only looked at the crazed Hyun-sung and said, "This won't end until you're dead." Hyun-sung shouted back at Shinyong Min, "Just you wait. I'll take you down any time." As Hyun-sung was pulled to the classroom door, he continued to yell, "Do you really think I can't do it? Do you really think so? I'll tear your brain apart. Just wait and see, if you provoke me, just you wait." Hyun-sung kept cursing. A student approaches Shinyong Min and asks, "Hey, Shinyong Min, are you okay?" Shinyong Min calmly replies, "Why are you asking me that? Don't you see I just beat that guy up?" The student stammers, "Sorry, I saw. But on your back." On Shinyong Min's back, a shard of glass is embedded, with numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely. The loudspeaker announces, "Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. The following students, please report to the principal's office." A few students lead the teacher into the classroom, where the scuffle just took place. The teacher looks bewildered and asks, "What happened here?" Teacher Kim Yong-cheol thinks to himself, the incident with Kim Hyun-sung hasn't been resolved yet, and this kid has gotten into trouble again. The teacher looks at the blood on the floor and worries, thinking, "I need to handle this first." It wouldn't be hard to silence Park Jin-woo. The problem is Principal Oh Dae-hwan looking at the blood on the floor. "I don't know how the disciplinary committee usually operates, but right now he wants to turn this school into a prestigious one nationwide. Will he overlook this time?" Principal Oh Dae-hwan's voice monotonously resonates, "All right, let's just overlook this matter." Teacher Kim Yong-cheol itches to say, "Excuse me." Oh Dae-hwan repeated, "I said let's just overlook this issue this time." Teacher Kim Yong-cheol, confused, said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Oh Dae-hwan, slowly sipping tea, replied, "Teacher Kim Yong-cheol, my friend told me that the eldest son of Go Chang-beom has made significant progress in the power struggle for succession of the Myung-jin construction group." He laughed sinisterly and said, "Go Chang-beom has agreed to become the sponsor for Kianil Middle School. He announced that he would make a significant contribution to the school's operational expenses, and once he becomes the chairman of the Myung-jin construction group, he promised that he would sponsor even more." Upon hearing this, teacher Kim Yong-cheol was rendered speechless. The principal looked up and smiled happily, saying, "To be honest, sponsorship is very different from donations or contributions. People only sponsor when they want to receive something in return." He continued, tilting his head and asking, "What do you think Go Chang-beom, the eldest son of the Myung-jin construction group, hopes to receive by sponsoring Kianil School? The image of a prestigious company in Daesan? No, Go Chang-beom wants a favor." Oh Dae-hwan continued, "During the time Kim Hyun-sung attended Kianil Middle School, no matter what trouble the kid caused, he wanted us to bury it as if it had never happened." Hearing the principal speak, teacher Kim Yong-cheol could only stand still, his hands clenched tightly. Oh Dae-hwan said, "So this time, let's just turn a blind eye. Isn't it something common? We have also supported a few students from Kianil School, haven't we?" Saying this, he closed his eyes and continued, "Of course, I won't let you work for free. Performance salary and countless benefits provided by the school will make you a top priority. He spoke with a scheming tone. As our investor mentioned, he has left a few priority purchase tickets for the upcoming Myung-Jin Group's apartment registration. He looked directly at the teacher and said, I heard real estate prices are increasing. You and your wife should have a nice apartment for yourselves, shouldn't you? Upon hearing this, the teacher also smiled slyly and said, just make sure to handle things as usual. He laughed heartily and said, then from now on, we just need to take care of one person, and that is Kim Hyun-sung. The excited teacher clapped his hands on the lectern and said, understood? Yes, principal, I will do my best. Just tell me what to do, Kim Young-cheol will arrange it perfectly. The principal replied with satisfaction, haha, you are indeed reliable. Since we are in the same boat, why don't you just call me brother? Teacher Kim Young-cheol immediately grasped his hand and said, is that true? Then I will listen to you. I will help bring glory to Kyeonil under your name. You will become a legend of Daesan. Hearing that, Oh Dae-hwan laughed out loud with joy. My brother, you are saying something quite embarrassing. From now on, just take care of Kim Hyun-sung's matters, understand? He schemed, if Kim Hyun-sung graduates without any issues, Kyeonil will have the backing of Myung-jin Construction. Do you think I would abandon a top partner, my brother? Teacher Kim Young-cheol said loudly, thank you. At that moment, someone suddenly burst into the principal's office, and he immediately shouted, report. Kim Hyun-sung has just been assaulted. Both Oh Dae-hwan and Kim Young-cheol were startled, jumping up to ask, what are you saying? Both clenched their fists and asked, which bastard dares to do that? Shinyong Min, pale and furious, said, this is truly outrageous. This is so unfair. He came to find me and even threw the first punch, how can this be overlooked? Oh Dae-hwan immediately advised the student, Shinyong Min, you are an upperclassman. I heard he practices many types of martial arts. He even hit a student 2 years younger than him. He scolded Kim Young-cheol, do you see this kid acting correctly? Kim Young-cheol also chimed in, do you think I don't know you? You always bully other kids whenever you get the chance. The principal reminded teacher Kim Young-cheol, please speak gently. Kim Young-cheol immediately turned to Oh Dae-hwan, saying, I'm sorry, but this kid is always using violence on others. Shin Yeong-min was really angry and retorted, it's so unfair. Because of him, I almost died falling, and there are witnesses, do you know that? Kim Young-cheol stepped closer, put his arm around Shin Yeong-min's shoulder, and said, what incident doesn't have witnesses? The important thing is whether the witnesses are reliable or not. Ask people on the street who they trust more, a model student or a scumbag like you? Think about it, who will they choose? Shin Yeong-min was almost going crazy. He angrily cursed, damn it. Kim Young-cheol immediately grabbed the collar of his shirt, saying, who do you think you're yelling at? Listen closely, you bastard. If you continue to deny and do this, I will add more charges to you. After saying that, he released Shin Yeong-min's collar and asked, I'm asking you one last time, do you intend to admit that you did something wrong? Shin Yeong-min felt both strange and familiar. He looked around, from the principal to the teachers, these adults before him were as petty as he was. At that moment, he realized that confronting Kim Hyun-sung was no different from facing a madman. Shin Yeong-min gritted his teeth, pressed his lips tightly, and said, I was wrong. He stepped out of the office, burning with anger, grinding his teeth as he said, Kim Young-cheol, that damned bastard. Why is he siding with Kim Hyun-sung? As he walked down the hallway, he thought, what should I do now? Graduation is approaching, I can't let this drag me down. Shin Yeong-min angrily called, damn it. Even if I have to pay extra, I have no other choice, I must seek help from the outside. In a car, a voice echoed, it's quite a headache but also quite interesting. Holding a coffee cup in his right hand and a piece of paper with information in his left, he sighed, this is still what we usually do. But what about the Myung-jin Construction Group? Looking at the documents about Kim Hyun-sung in his hand, he thought, all the bullies targeting him have been expelled. The principal and teachers are all on his side. He raised the coffee cup to take a sip, the failure of the mercenaries will become my responsibility. The broker from the Golden Circle will not overlook any mistakes. He smiled sinisterly, placing his hand on the steering wheel. It seems I have to handle this myself. The Golden Circle regional broker arrived at the principal's office and said, I am the uncle of Shinyong Min, named Kong Taegu. Shinyong Min mentioned that my nephew has been treated unfairly. Can you explain this further? He thought to himself, people like Ode Huan will never bear any risk. The principal, with a perplexed expression, asked, unfair treatment? We have never been involved in any such incidents. He looked at the principal, guessing that if the man felt threatened, he would immediately bow his head. Kong Taegu began to cross his legs and said with a smile, a few days ago, a very interesting incident occurred. 4 students were taken to the hospital, and then all of them were expelled. He added, as for Kim Hyun-sung, he was also involved in this matter, but only received a light punishment. To be honest, this should have been a police matter. Kong Taegu emphasized each word, but are you giving special treatment to that student Kim Hyun-sung? If so, I will not let it slide easily. Oh Dae-hwan chuckled and said, oh ho ho. What an interesting story. In Dae-san, there are rules that only apply to Dae-san. He spread his arms wide. For the future of the students, we have decided not to let the police continue their investigation. We have also ended our discussions with the police. You can do whatever you want. Kong Taegu did not give up, continuing to stare menacingly. Do you really think that doing this will have no consequences? I am someone who dares to speak and act. Hearing this, the principal smiled. I understand what you are saying, but you know, this is Dae-san. He maintained his bright smile, therefore, that threat is of no effect. At the police station, a police officer asked, is this the issue here? Clearly, this is an act of self-defense to respond to those violent thugs. He pointed his pen at Kong Taegu sitting across from him. Even we, the police, can see what's going on. Do we really want to overdo it, ruining a student's life? Kong Taegu's face grew increasingly ugly. The more he listened, the more he felt the police's words made sense. If we really want to punish Kim Hyun-sung, we should imprison Shinyong Min first. Hearing this, Kong Taegu could no longer hold back, slamming the table in anger. Damn it. This is exactly why people always criticize you, losing faith in the police. He gritted his teeth, threatening, if you don't handle this properly, I will definitely make this public. Do you know how terrifying the internet can be? The policeman sneered, this is Dae-san, not Seoul. What is there to make public? What is there to announce? He looked at Kong Taegu with contempt. It's just something that will disappear in a few days, isn't it? Kong Taegu, furious, gritted his teeth. Damn it, what the hell is this place? The town's police chief was clearly a friend of Oh Dae-hwan. In a small town, this is quite normal, right? Neighbors or those across the street all know each other. Therefore, they seem to know how to keep secrets for one another. As Kong Taegu was on the phone, he was surprised to realize that the reason Oh Dae-hwan was so confident was because he trusted in local connections. At that moment, Kong Taegu realized that the issue of local factions here was indeed too complicated. Because if it only involved personal interests, it would be easy to interfere. But now it involved local sentiment, a type of territorial mentality. It was as if everything happening here had been arranged on a chessboard. If someone inadvertently moved a piece from its original position, then regardless of how much benefit it cost, it could not be accepted. Only now did Kong Taegu realize this. He sat alone, deep in thought. Smoking might relieve stress, but the lighter is broken. He knows this is exactly the reason people don't want to find work in the countryside. Even simple jobs are not available. If this mission fails, the consequences will be unpredictable. Thinking of this, Kong Taegu angrily threw the lighter he was holding to the ground, cursing, damn it. He absolutely will not allow this to happen. The Golden Circle is a powerful organization that has never failed in any of its requests. This organization did not earn its reputation overnight. Therefore, Kong Taegu understands that even if he fails this time, the Golden Circle will send another agent to complete the mission. But if that happens, his life will also come to an end because the golden circle does not forgive those who fail. In this situation, he struggles to remain calm and seriously think of a solution. Shinyong Min on the other end is not doing any better. He is walking down the street when he receives a call from Kong Taegu. Not knowing what Kong Taegu has said, Shinyong Min suddenly panics. "What are you talking about, buddy? What do you mean? You said you would help." Before he can finish his sentence, the voice on the other end shouts angrily, "Do you really not understand what I'm saying? You damn bastard, do you think the golden circle is a joke?" Kong Taegu angrily said, "You're the mercenary, not me. You've even accepted the bounty already, what more do you want? Help you? Just because you're in trouble? Do you take us for a joke?" Kong Taegu clearly did not want to help but wanted Shinyong Min to find a way to resolve this issue on his own. Hearing this, Shinyong Min's expression turned grim, and he stammered, "No, it's not like that." Kong Taegu continued, "If it's not like that, then listen carefully. You're pissing me off. I'm warning you one last time, you bastard. You need to think carefully to solve this. Who told you to compete with Kim Hyun-sung? Bring his score down. Use the lower class students or yourself, whatever works, bring that bastard's score down. Just because there's a teacher around him doesn't mean he can get away with everything." Shinyong Min couldn't believe it, the golden circle could come up with such a method. He was a mercenary, always completing missions through fighting. And now, he had to resolve the problem by lowering his opponent's score. Shinyong Min immediately realized that this idea didn't originate from the golden circle but was entirely from that bastard Kong Taegu. Previously, he even offered to help, and now he was just running away. Finally, Kong Taegu added a sentence, "Yeong Min, listen here. The golden circle does not accept failure. If you abandon the mission or fail, we will not only deal with Kim Hyun-sung, but we'll also handle you. Because we are the golden circle, it doesn't matter how you do it, just make sure you succeed." Kong Taegu's threat was truly effective. Shinyong Min even envisioned a scene of being choked until he gasped for breath appearing before his eyes. This meant that he could no longer refuse, he had to complete the assigned mission. He tried to run home, his mind constantly battling, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? I can't escape this anymore." Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind, "I told you, you have to watch your back." The next day, Shinyong Min went to school with numerous wounds on his head and face, looking as if he had just been beaten up the night before. His classmates in the room saw him and buzzed with chatter. What happened to Shinyong Min's face? Did he get into a fight yesterday? Another student asked, "Do you know that guy Kim Hyun-sung? That crazy guy from class 1? That student replied, "I don't think that's it. Yesterday, Shinyong Min completely dominated him. He didn't even land a single punch. So that means after school, that crazy guy from class 1 came back for revenge." The whispers of the classmates made Shinyong Min even more irritated. He gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions, but the murmurs continued. "It's terrifying, I remember he warned Shinyong Min to be careful." Damn! If that's true, then he's really gone crazy. This statement made Shinyong Min recall the memory from last night when the person who suddenly appeared behind him said, "I told you, you need to be careful behind you." That person was none other than Kim Hyun-sung. A mercenary like Shinyong Min quickly reacted, throwing a punch at Kim Hyun-sung. But before his fist could come down, Kim Hyun-sung spoke first, "For you, the mission is more important than life itself, huh?" That statement reflected Shinyong Min's current situation, causing him to immediately stop. "What?" Shinyong Min angrily asked back. Hyun-sung calmly replied, "I heard that the broker went to see the principal, so I got the situation." This statement nearly made Shinyong Min collapse. He hurriedly asked, "How do you know that?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hyun-sung spoke first, "But you should think honestly. The son of the Myung gene group is my guardian. I never intended to end this, just like the matter with the students." Hyun-sung continued, "Don't think that causing trouble with me will simply get you expelled. No matter what happens, I will drag you to criminal court and make sure you get convicted. When you get out of prison, the Myung Jin group will be waiting for you. They will do everything possible to ensure that you can never use your fists in Daesan again. To live like a human being, you will have no choice but to leave this place, your homeland. But even if you do that, do you think I will let you go? Those threats made Shinyong Min tremble in fear. His eyes widened, and a bleak future immediately appeared before him. He hurriedly stepped back, repeatedly shouting, "What the hell are you talking about? What do you want? Fairness?" As he spoke, he kept retreating until he finally crouched down to the ground. Hyun-sung stood above him, looking down at him like a trembling dog, and replied, "No. I only want one thing." Yeong-min put his hands on his forehead, hesitantly saying, "Wait." But at that moment, anger had completely overwhelmed Hyun-sung. He said, "I will destroy anyone who dares to mess with me." Hyun-sung looked directly into Shin Yeong-min's eyes, each word nearly snarled, "You have to accept this if you want to continue studying normally in the future. If you want to continue living like an ordinary person in Daesan, then from this moment, you must bear all the burdens that your victims have to endure." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-sung landed a powerful punch to Shin Yeong-min's head, knocking him to the ground. Following that was a series of punches to the face, leaving Shin Yeong-min no time to react. The memory ended, and he was wiping the wounds on his face while muttering, "That bastard, what the hell is he? I could beat him any time, but the problem is those trashy scums. If I just let him be, the golden circle will come to punish my failure." Yeong-min held his head, not wanting to offend anyone, because no matter what he did, he would only put himself in danger. If those rumors were true, that guy would destroy everything he had. Even if he gave up the mission, the consequences would be no different. Thinking about this, numerous images of being tortured and hunted flashed through his mind, making it almost hard for him to breathe. Perhaps being expelled and facing prison time would be better. That thought appeared but was quickly dismissed by Yeong-min. He angrily slammed his head down on the table and yelled, "Damn it! What the hell am I thinking? Shit! I shouldn't have taken this mission." He struck the table forcefully with his hand, as if to assert his determination. "Now, I have hardly any choices left." He thought, "I hope that Hyun-sung's score somehow gets lowered. Just a slight decrease in his score would allow me to buy some more time." Shin Yeong-min hoped that he could escape from the worst situation. At the same time, Hyun-sung was busy planning his next moves. "I know that threats have an effect, but it's only temporary. After the exam ends, everything will be completely different. When I achieve a high score in the midterm exam, the true feelings of everyone will be revealed." Shin Yeong-min was trying to survive. Kang Tae-gu was the one who had to achieve his goals at all costs and could not accept his own failure. What Hyun-sung demanded was not to see the image of himself failing. The moment all emotions converged and exploded would be when he finally reached his goal. Thinking of this, Hyun-sung smiled with satisfaction. "The important thing is the result. If I can achieve what I want, then I don't need to care about anything else. No matter if I have to manipulate the principal or the Myung Jin Corporation, no matter if I act lowly and despicably, I just need the result. Everything is going according to plan. Now, no one can touch me for 1,000 days." The barrier erected by malice made Kim Hyun-sung feel a sense of reassurance. In the boxing gym of the trainer, the voice echoed, "Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop, throw your punches. That is your determination. No matter how bad the situation is, as long as you can push beyond your physical limits, you will never fail." Hyun-sung put all his strength into punching the trainer. Every move was decisive and powerful. Indeed, no matter what it was, one punch was enough. To achieve that, he had to learn to think and react even in the worst situations. Hyun-sung seemed to transform into another person, his eyes filled with determination, his hands raised in front of him, ready to face any sudden attack from the trainer. Just like now, as soon as the trainer finished speaking, he threw a punch toward Hyun-sung. He quickly ducked to avoid it, simultaneously keeping his distance and unexpectedly countering with a blow to the trainer's waist. Although the trainer managed to block the punch, the force and response from Hyun-sung still earned praise. Very good. That's enough for today. The trainer silently marveled, this kid truly has talent. I see him using some moves I have never taught. This must be his hidden potential. Clean up your stuff and go home. Resting is just as important as training. Hyun-sung replied and turned to leave. I know. Young Do-cheol thought, if this deal isn't related to money, then I should ask him if he wants to try his hand at a professional path. Hyun-sung was putting on his shoes while deep in thought. Just a few days ago, he had been scolded for overtraining. He was right, rest is also essential to become stronger. As soon as Hyun-sung reached the door, he turned around and shouted loudly into the room, "See you later." But before he could finish his sentence, a figure brushed past him, causing him to stop in his tracks. A voice said, "Hello, I'm Kim Si-woo. I have an appointment for a consultation today." A few days ago, while still in the hospital room, Si-woo had been pondering, what on earth happened? Something terrible must have occurred. That could only explain why he had become so steadfast. Why could a child who always smiled and wanted to bring happiness to his grandmother change so much? In the past, the image of Hyun-sung in Si-woo's eyes had never changed. He had always been a dear friend, a devoted grandson. How could he have come this far? Thinking of this, Si-woo couldn't help but shed tears. Do you know what my goal is? Even if it means using my whole life, I will tear apart every single one of those who bullied. Hyun-sung's words from the past stunned Si-woo. Damn it. Even as friends, I can no longer recognize him. I must seize this opportunity. What should I do from now on? At that moment, the hospital room door swung open. A classmate rushed in, exclaiming, "Si-woo, something big has happened." Hyun-sung and Shinyong Min. Everything sounded unbelievable. I swear it's true. I heard it from a close senior. Even hearing it firsthand, Si-woo's eyes widened in shock. Kim Hyun-sung, is that really you from back in the day? You suddenly appeared, ambushed Yeong Min, and even tried to push him out the window. Si-woo could truly imagine the scene of Hyun-sung grabbing Yeong Min by the collar, pulling him out the window. Yeong Min's curses echoed in his ears. Damn it, you really are insane. What do you want? What do you want, huh? Unconsciously, Si-woo uttered the words Hyun-sung had once said, "You should know, if you dare to touch Kim Hyun-sung's loved ones, you will be in big trouble." The other person asked, "Hey, what are you saying? Say it again, I didn't hear clearly." Si-woo replied, "It's nothing, right? It's late, I'm leaving." After saying that, the classmate left the room, leaving Si-woo alone on the bed, trembling. Are you really Kim Hyun-sung? After everything you've done, how can I abandon you? At this moment, Si-woo decided that he needed to become stronger in order to stand beside Hyun-sung with dignity. Therefore, he showed up at young Do-cheol's gym. Hyun-sung asked, "Are you saying we have a new member named Si-woo?" Young Do-cheol questioned, "Do you two know each other?" Hyun-sung replied, "I'm really sorry, but please don't accept him. I will pay for everything he has agreed to cover." Before Hyun-sung could finish his sentence, young Do-cheol interrupted, "But I don't want that. I can see the bigger picture. It's also a good thing, if there's at least one companion with you, you'll cause less trouble." Young Do-cheol pondered for a moment and then smiled. In this gym, the decision to accept or reject someone is mine. Now, please step over here a bit, our valuable guest, and you, get lost. Don't overstep your boundaries. Saying this, he pulled Si-woo aside, leaving Hyun-sung standing frozen in place. In the gym, young Do-cheol sat opposite Si-woo. "So, you want to help Hyun-sung, right?" Si-woo replied, "Yes." Young Do-cheol continued asking, "Do you know that Hyun-sung wants to clean out all the bullies who have picked on him?" Si-woo answered, "I know." Young Do-cheol thought, "Damn. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'm conducting a new consultation, and it's been a while since I last did one, yet." Young Do-cheol felt helpless towards Si-woo. "Do you think my gym is a place that promotes school violence? If I had the authority, I would kick Kim Hyun-sung out." Kim Si-woo tilted his head and said, I understand, because the gym is a place for self-improvement. Do you see my injuries? The reason I have these wounds is that I stood up against the bastards who bullied Hyun-sung. As Si-woo spoke, he removed the bandages on his face, revealing still healing wounds. Bullying still exists, and it is not as simple as adults think. If Hyun-sung hadn't helped me, I might have become a cripple lying on the bathroom floor. And now, Hyun-sung is risking his whole life to protect me. I don't want to turn a blind eye to a friend like that. Don't make me go somewhere else. I think there must be a reason why Hyun-sung came to this place. Si-woo spoke with wide eyes, waiting for young Do-cheol's answer. At that moment, young Do-cheol helplessly held his head, perhaps realizing that he had dug his own grave. Si-woo took a stack of money out of his backpack and said, This is all the money I have. If it's not enough, I will find a part-time job to pay you back. Hearing this, young Do-cheol couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hand down on the table. What makes you so desperate at this age? Si-woo calmly replied, Whether you help me or not, I will be by Hyun-sung's side. The calm demeanor and the scars on Si-woo's face made young Do-cheol ponder. In this situation, where he himself is also caught up in school violence, is it right to say that these children should live in hell instead of resisting? Thinking of this, young Do-cheol could only helplessly compromise. Alright, you win. Starting tomorrow, come to the training room. But if you can't keep up with the training schedule, you'll be expelled. Hearing young Do-cheol agree, Si-woo instantly replied joyfully, Yes, sir. Looking at the young man's face before him, young Do-cheol thought, That's right, I should give him a bit of courage and the ability to resist violence. As soon as Si-woo stepped out of the room, a familiar voice echoed. Before Kim Si-woo could react, a towel flew right in front of him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, catching it with his hand. Noticing the expression on his face, Hyun-sung coldly said, It seems the director has agreed. But I still don't agree, do you understand? So, prove yourself. Prove that even if you fall to the depths of hell like I did, you still have enough courage and determination to climb up by yourself, that you have the ability to maintain this small friendship. You also know that what I am about to do will not be beneficial for my future. Why did you wade into this swamp? For the friendship between you and me? Hyun-sung continued, Stop rambling. You could die after a hard night of fighting, or you might end up in jail for betting your life. Your ending won't be a good one. Do you accept that? As Hyun-sung spoke, he threw a punch towards him. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist against Hyun-sung's. I know, that's why I want us to do this together. Two people are always better than a crazy lone fighter. I warn you, from now on, don't consider me a friend anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-sung charged at Si-woo, thinking, I have to win this fight decisively to completely sever my ties with him. However, Si-woo showed no signs of weakness. He landed a strong kick to Hyun-sung's left side. Although Hyun-sung managed to block it, it was still a pretty powerful hit. You must have forgotten that I used to be an athlete. Hyun-sung also became serious. Alright then, let's give it our all. He carefully observed every move Hyun-sung made, easily dodging his attacks. If you're not confident in your punching skills, you shouldn't strike first. If it's a one-on-one, Park Jin-woo would have been defeated by me long ago. While speaking, he aimed a kick at Hyun-sung's chin, but it was dodged. That's the technique that made my name in the past. Hyun-sung silently complained, Your skills are truly not to be underestimated. Kim Si-woo once had a long career as a taekwondo athlete and has won numerous gold medals in competitions. He was known as an expert. However, in a national tournament, he faced the son of the president of the association and lost due to a controversial decision. Everything became meaningless. Si-woo had once told Hyun-sung this when Hyun-sung came to ask about his past matches, bringing along a feeling of doubt. Eventually, Kim Si-woo gave up taekwondo, but the unwavering determination during that time never faded. Right at this moment, Si-woo was knocked down to the ground by Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung grabbed the collar of Si-woo's shirt with one hand and raised his fist directly at Si-woo's face, asking, Do you know about a technique in mixed martial arts called kick catch? This move can also take down opponents. After saying that, Hyun Sung continuously landed powerful punches to Si-woo's face, declaring, "Admit defeat." Hyun Sung shouted loudly as he hit, but Si-woo couldn't utter a word. Memories of their childhood came to mind. It was Hyun Sung who had stood up to protect Si-woo. Now, once again, Hyun Sung wanted Si-woo to give up, not wanting to see his friend get into danger because of him. Hyun Sung shouted loudly, "Say it, admit defeat." Each punch fell like a thunderstorm, but Si-woo still tried to raise his hands to block, absolutely refusing to give up. The image of Hyun Sung from childhood stood in front of him, smiling and reminding, "Don't give up," kept appearing in Si-woo's mind. He shouted loudly towards Hyun Sung, "I can't abandon you." Si-woo wanted to resist, but Hyun Sung didn't give him a chance. Hyun Sung continued to increase the force, punching hard into Si-woo's face. "Just ask for mercy already." Hyun Sung almost wanted to force Si-woo to admit defeat by himself. At this moment, Si-woo was exhausted. He let his arms drop, allowing Hyun Sung to hit his face. Despite having a bruised face, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, and a nose that was nearly broken, Si-woo still wore a bright smile. It was that smile that brought Hyun Sung back to calm. He stopped hitting Si-woo and sat down next to him, wrapping his arms around Si-woo's face. Hyun Sung whispered, "You bastard, how can you be so stubborn? You treat a friend so sincerely." Si-woo struggled to reply, "I have an unforgettable memory. I was mocked every single day. Even when I did nothing wrong, I was still beaten to the ground. But I couldn't dare to tell the grandparents who raised me, a child abandoned by his parents." Si-woo recalled, "At that moment, you appeared. Perhaps that moment was insignificant to you, but I will never forget your actions then. You asked me why I went so far, didn't you? They are really pathetic, aren't they? I know you did nothing wrong, how could I ignore that? Can't I do what I want? That's my life, giving up taekwondo or continuing to be friends with you, it's all my choice, and I will not regret it." Hearing Si-woo's sincere words from the bottom of his heart, Hyun Sung could only hold his head and sigh. Why won't he give up? Just then, the training room door opened. Young Du-cheol walked in, dispelling the tense atmosphere between the two. "You both, why not stop fighting and join me for training? I would bet my life to take you both to the pinnacle of the ultimate fighting championship." He thought, these two kids are outstanding. How could people like them be bullied at school? Even if they don't learn from me, they could easily defeat several bullies. Young Du-cheol assessed silently, "As an ultimate fighting championship athlete, I've encountered many potential fighters, but someone with such powerful kicks and an ability to sense absolute positioning like Kim Si-woo at this age has never existed. He demonstrates so many techniques, it truly is unprecedented." He assessed Hyun Sung. On the other hand, Kim Hyun Sung is a natural genius with a steely will and excellent judgment. These qualities allow him to easily dominate when he has an advantage, while also being able to immediately detect any vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense. If Kim Si-woo is someone born to achieve success in the professional arena, then Kim Hyun Sung is someone with the potential to top the rankings. Young Du-cheol stepped in front of the two and said, "Kim Hyun Sung, I have a proposal for you. I have never made this proposal to anyone, but your talent is too exceptional to waste. In the past, Hyun Sung, you told me that all you did was not beneficial for your future. Quit school, break free from the constraints of education, and focus on sports. Although the national HQ has abandoned me, I still maintain contact with many athletes. This is not just empty talk, I will definitely help you reach the pinnacle." Faced with young Du-cheol's invitation, Hyun Sung calmly asked, "Why do you want to compete in mixed martial arts?" He replied, "For me, it is the greatest sport. Just like you, it aligns with my interests." Hyun Sung interrupted young Du-cheol before he could finish, saying, "That's why I can't compete. I have no interest in fighting, it's too painful. I've always wanted to give up, but I feel like if I don't give it my all, I'll just die." Hyun Sung's gaze was resolute and strong. "I've always struggled in pain." Although young Du-cheol still wanted to say something, Hyun Sung was no longer patient enough to listen. "Please think carefully, teacher. You should be the one to make the decision, not me. If we are different, you can withdraw your proposal and do what you want, but don't drag me into it. After saying that, Hyun-sung put on his backpack and left. Kim Si-woo quickly followed, reminding, think carefully before you speak. Hyun-sung coldly replied, do you think you don't have to apologize for treating me like this? Si-woo responded, that's right, that's how it is. Hyun-sung said, I've made up my mind, I won't stand in your way anymore, but I have a few conditions. Kim Si-woo asked, what conditions? Kim Hyun-sung spoke rapidly, first, you have to train with me every day. No matter what your final choice is, we should change training rooms. If you fall behind, I will leave you behind. Standing behind Hyun-sung, Kim Si-woo immediately replied, okay, what's the second condition? Hyun-sung said, second, only get involved in matters you can resolve. If it's a battle you're sure to lose or involves legal issues, you must withdraw immediately. Before Si-woo could speak, Hyun-sung interrupted, why can't you do it? It wasn't that Si-woo didn't dare to retort, he thought to himself, I've mentally prepared myself to face him, but everything is still vague. After all, right now it's just empty words. Si-woo replied, alright, is that it? Hyun-sung continued, there's a third condition. From now on, the Myeongjin construction team will provide you with a monthly living allowance. What I mean is, just know that and don't ask any further. If you refuse, we will stop here. Remember, during the time you escape from this hellish reality, focus on your studies. If nothing else, I hope your life will be brighter than mine. Hyun-sung thought to himself, that's for the best, I don't want to change Kim Si-woo's future through this situation. When Hyun-sung returned home and saw his younger brother sitting in front of the TV, he spoke up, Hyun-jin, I'm back. What are you doing? He replied, hello, brother. If they win today, Baker's team will go to the finals. Oh, why am I so worried? Hyun-sung was watching the match on TV while saying, oh, that. Hyun-jin asked, what is it? Hyun-sung replied, nothing at all. I'm going to cook now. Just keep watching, I'll be quick. After saying that, Hyun-sung walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner. In his previous life, the team that Hyun-jin supported had won the championship. He had never mentioned it, but perhaps he really wanted to watch the match live. He was a gaming enthusiast but had never demanded that I buy him a computer. He was a lovable younger brother who had never caused me trouble due to being too obsessed with playing. While cooking, Hyun-sung thought, Hyun-jin, Kim Si-woo, and my grandmother, at least those I cherish, will not be affected by what I've done. I will become better, live a different life than before. Shinyong Min, the golden circle, I will crush all those who stand in my way. Hyun from outside called, brother, remember to give me extra sausages. Hyun-sung indulged him, sure thing. Just then, Hyun-sung's phone received a message. When he opened it, it was a message from Young Do Cheol. The content read, Hyun-sung, I'm sorry. I was too greedy back then and went a little too far. Please stick to our original plan. I will never bring up the professional gaming issue again. But if one day you change your mind, let me know. A few weeks later, the sky was clear and the midterm exam had arrived. All the students were diligently taking the test, and a teacher was monitoring the exam. In the class, 10 top students had yet to be recognized by society. For them, this exam was an assessment to prove their existence, immensely important. The invigilator spoke up, pass the paper down. As long as I am monitoring the exam, there's no chance of cheating. Hyun-sung also held a sheet of paper to pass to the back. The teacher continued, if any cheating is detected, you will be given a 0 immediately. Please do the exam according to your own abilities. Checking his student ID, Hyun-sung looked at the exam questions and thought to himself, if I don't perform well on this test, my plan will fail before it even begins. I must achieve an excellent score. Hyun-sung cradled his head in his hands, recalling the times he had studied at his desk, remembering the stormy nights when he was alone, diligently hitting the books. He had put in so much effort, but now Hyun-sung held his head in anguish. I remember everything, I remember all the correct answers. In the examination room, students began to lean on their hands and lament, "Oh my, it's too difficult." The teacher reminded everyone to maintain silence. Only Hyun-sung sat quietly, staring up at the ceiling. Then he realized that the person named Kim Hyun-sung was still wandering within the prison cage called study. Hyun-sung felt like he was floating in the air, unsure of where to go after being bullied. Despite being mistreated, he remained persistent in his studies. He regretted living like a soulless person throughout his high school years. Hyun-sung fell from a great height, the memories of his past life stubbornly clinging to him like steel. He looked up at the ceiling, his pupils bloodshot. "I can't forget it." He began to grasp his pen, driven by a desire to take revenge on those who had trampled on him. It was this that had shaped the person he was today. In the exam room, other students chatted cheerfully, sharing answers with one another. Question 1 is C, oh right, question 2 is D. Only Hyun-sung sat there, lost in thought, gazing out the window. Suddenly, a cheerful girl approached him, smiled, and said, "Hyun-sung, aren't you going to compare answers?" She was a first-year student at Kyeonil. Hyun-sung turned around, responding coldly, "No." The girl asked again, "Why not?" He answered, "It's nothing." Hyun-sung silently wondered, is her name Oh Ji-hye? She is popular, beautiful, and cute, and she had once confessed her feelings for me in 10th grade. I rejected her because I lacked confidence and didn't think I could focus on both dating and studying. Ji-hye blinked at Hyun-sung and said, "Really? Let me help you check. If you have the exam paper from 2 days ago, show it to me." Then she started comparing answers. Question 1 is C, right, just like I thought. Question 2 is D, great job. Wow, you got 100 points in foreign language. Hyun-sung thought to himself, I don't need to stop her. Leveraging Ji-hye's reputation will make many other students gather around. Is this also correct? National History HQ also got 100 points? Suddenly, something caught her attention. Ji-hye stammered, "Hyun-sung, did you get 100 points in all subjects?" The next day, the rooftop door opened, and Hyun-sung and Kim Young-cheol stepped up together. Kim Young-cheol asked, "All right, our school's valedictorian. What do you want to say?" Kim Young-cheol confidently pointed at himself, "Tell me everything. No matter what, I will help you." Hyun-sung began, "Teach me." Kim Young-cheol was taken aback. "What?" Hyun-sung started asking, "Do you know the Golden Circle?" Kim Young-cheol repeated in confusion, "The Golden Circle?" Hyun-sung replied, "I will tell you about the Golden Circle. You can understand it however you want." A scream rang out as if unable to believe what it heard, tearing through the sky. The voice on the other end hurriedly said, "Really? I heard there was a kid who didn't even make it into the top 10, but suddenly it took the top spot." Principal O sat in his office chair, quietly listening to the person on the other end of the line question him, "Didn't you say this test would be very difficult?" Principal O calmly replied, "This child is very intelligent, but I didn't expect him to progress so quickly." The person on the other end seemed to doubt Principal O's words, "Or have you helped him in some way? I've heard students say you are too fond of him." Principal O slowly stood up from his office chair and said, "Nonsense. The exam was conducted fairly and transparently. We certainly did not interfere and will not do anything to harm the reputation of this prestigious school." The person on the other end responded sharply, "I want to know which tutoring center that child attends." Principal O couldn't help but laugh. "A tutoring center? I understand how you feel, but Kim Hyun-sung does not attend any extra classes, he only studies in class." He leisurely sat down in the chair next to the tea table, confidently saying, "It cannot be denied that our school has a very good education system. Therefore, I am quite concerned for many parents, who always waste money on futile things. I hope you remind the students to focus on their studies." Having said that, he hung up the phone. It seemed this was not the first call regarding this issue. Kim Young-cheol sat across from Principal O, took a sip of coffee, and asked, "Another call about extra classes?" Principal O helplessly replied, "Don't bring it up again. Do they even think highly of the principal?" Kim Young-cheol lamented, this exam is indeed very difficult. Principal O took the coffee cup from Kim Young-cheol's hand and slowly said, moreover, we are doing this because parents complained that the exam questions are too easy and fail to differentiate students. Kim Young-cheol slightly objected, but this exam is really difficult, it is almost impossible to achieve a perfect score. Principal O couldn't help but think of Kim Hyun-sung, I know, which is why I am even more looking forward to his performance. He was filled with confidence in Kim Hyun-sung's future. At present, he has shown his potential, ranking first in the National University Entrance Exam in the future, and he will also become the valedictorian in the National HQ University Entrance Exam. Principal O put the coffee cup down and wistfully asked Kim Young-cheol, do you think so too? Kim Young-cheol hesitated for a moment before expressing his agreement, yes, you are right. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Principal O continued to analyze. Finally, there is an opportunity to elevate the brand of our school. With Kim Hyun-sung's achievements, along with the support from Myung-jin Company, our dream will soon become a reality. But inside him, there still flickered an invisible fear. The problem is I do not know why I have the feeling that Kim Hyun-sung will cause more trouble. He sternly pointed at Kim Young-cheol, if the world knows that the top student in the nation is a troublemaker, what will happen? At that time, the reputation that our school has worked so hard to build will vanish in an instant. He bluntly reproached Kim Young-cheol, brother, do you still remember I instructed you to keep a close watch on Kim Hyun-sung, right? Hearing this, Kim Young-cheol was taken aback and hurriedly replied, of course. That's why I. But Kim Young-cheol interrupted him before he could finish. Principal O said, I know you have always done very well, but that is still not enough. Our goal is perfection. From now on, Kim Hyun-sung will be the best product that our school has trained. After saying that, he turned to Kim Young-cheol and flashed a smile. That smile was hard to describe in words, extremely cunning, you understand what I mean, right? Kim Young-cheol obediently nodded and replied, understood. Principal O laughed heartily in satisfaction. Then, he pulled out a stack of money and placed it in front of Kim Young-cheol. Your class has the top student in the nation, so starting next month, the school will provide you with additional support. This is just a small reward. He looked at Kim Young-cheol and smiled a strange smile, enjoy it. Until Kim Hyun-sung graduates, and even after graduation, I will continue to support you as our school's partner. Kim Young-cheol looked at the stack of money with bright eyes, yes, you can rest assured. I knew right away. Kim Hyun-sung will be my golden ticket, a priceless golden ticket, incomparable to young Minho. The iron door slowly opened, and Kim Young-cheol closely followed behind. What's wrong, our top student? What's the matter this time? Just tell me, I am very willing to help. Kim Hyun-sung coldly asked him, do you know what the golden circle is? Kim Young-cheol was taken aback by the question and felt a bit flustered. The golden circle? Kim Hyun-sung saw the look on his face and realized that this old man really didn't know. He kindly explained, I will tell you what the golden circle is, so listen carefully. You are also in this circle. Kim Young-cheol was astonished, what do you mean? Kim Hyun-sung quickly brushed aside his meaningless words, there is an organization called the Golden Circle. He began his speech. A while later, Kim Hyun-sung summarized, in short, if I have a problem, you will also have to share the dirt with me. Upon hearing this, Kim Young-cheol smiled with squinted eyes, tail wagging like a dog, I have always considered your fate as my own. So what should I do now? Stop Shinyong Min? Kim Hyun-sung remained silent, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile. He said seriously, I only want one thing, and that is to ignore him forever. As Kim Hyun-sung spoke, he walked past the astonished face of Kim Young-cheol, an adult ignoring everything, no matter what happens, just turning a blind eye is enough. You handle it yourself. Looking at Kim Hyun-sung's retreating figure, a sense of unease surged in Kim Young-cheol's heart. In that moment, Kim Young-cheol realized he could not underestimate the phrase anything at all. Elsewhere, a young man with dark skin and white hair was beaten to a pulp, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Kang Tae-gu, angry, put on his jacket and threatened the man on the ground, I'm warning you for the last time. If you commit another offense, then be prepared to have both your legs chopped off. The man on the ground trembled and replied, understood. Kang Tae-gu turned to leave. Remember, this is your last chance. Kang Tae-gu had just left, and the expression on the other person's face turned fierce. He was unwilling to accept being beaten up by Kang Tae-gu. Shinyong Min sat on the steps, feeling aggrieved, listening to his subordinates discussing, Shinyong Min, just keep beating that dog. After school, the teacher won't care. I think if you break one of its legs, it will definitely give up. Shinyong Min tossed aside the nearly burnt-out cigarette. We only have one chance to act, but if we act outside of school, Myung Jin's company will definitely get involved. At that point, there will be no more opportunities. He irritably laid out his plan: take advantage of the fact that we are still students, maximize that advantage. We must succeed, we cannot fail. We have to make Kim Hyun-sung feel that as long as he is at school, he will not be safe, because Myung Jin's company cannot intervene. Another person who heard the plan spoke up. Park Min-chol's gang did the same thing, and the result was that they all got expelled. Shin Yeong-min raised his head. That's the problem. From among the crowd of top students, two individuals known as the National HQ Monsters, Bae Sung-go raised his hand to ask for permission to speak. Senior, can we offer a suggestion? Shin Yeong-min glanced at him and nodded. Go ahead. Bae Sung-go raised his voice to announce his plan. We should not handle the issue hastily anymore. Let's create as much trouble related to Kim Hyun-sung as possible. Hearing this plan, everyone showed their agreement. Bae Sung-go continued, we all know the principal is an achievement fanatic. He goes crazy over that. Punishing 1 or 2 people is easy, but can he really keep a straight face and punish 30 people? Shin Yeong-min listened to this and offered his own conjecture. He won't do anything beyond the limit, because that would affect the school's reputation. That's a good point. Shin Yeong-min smiled triumphantly. The plan began to be put into action. A few days later, Kim Hyun-sung began to feel that something was off. During lunchtime, he strolled slowly down the hallway. It was very noisy around him. Suddenly, a stranger walked past, leaned in close to his ear, and said, "You bastard." After saying that, the guy went over to a group of friends waiting and laughed triumphantly. Did you really call him that? It's your turn now. Kim Hyun-sung looked at those idiots and said nothing. What else could he do besides that? All right then. At that moment, a guy in a blue shirt ran over, shouting, Kim Hyun-sung, you rotten pig. In Kim Hyun-sung's mind, he thought, these guys aren't worth my worry. Their lives aren't worth a penny. Seeing that Kim Hyun-sung had no reaction, the guy rushed forward, raising his hand to strike at Kim's head. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? Are you that dumb? Bumping into someone and not knowing to apologize? A guy wearing a yellow shirt approached from behind, sneering and joining in. Are you deaf? This guy must definitely be mentally challenged, with his eyes in the wrong places. If you bump into someone, you should apologize, got it? Kim Hyun-sung scoffed, is that all you've got? The guy, furious, rushed up. What did you say? Kim Hyun-sung didn't have time to wait for him to finish his sentence. He directly threw a punch at his face. Before the other two could react, Kim Hyun-sung charged in, moving in a simple zigzag pattern, swiftly taking down each one. One guy was grabbed by Kim Hyun-sung by the face, forcefully pulling him back as if to tear him apart. The foolish ones were beaten to the point where their faces were unrecognizable. Their parents probably wouldn't even recognize them. The guy in the white shirt, clutching his bloodied face, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't supposed to be like this before. Kim Hyun-sung stepped up in front of the man in the white shirt and told him to look up, then delivered a kick that sent him flying away. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the guy who had just been kicked and kindly advised, tell your big brother that if he isn't smart, he shouldn't scheme. If you're a fool, then don't try any more tricks. A little while later, a group of people stormed into Kim Hyun-sung's classroom, led by Bae Sung-go. Bae Sung-go looked into the classroom, his mind racing with calculations. This has deviated from the initial plan. These first-year students can't put up a fight. Now I have to personally step in to deal with these kids. Bae Sung-go slowly approached Kim Hyun-sung, who was currently focused on studying. He shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered up to Kim Hyun-sung, sternly asking, "Are you Kim Hyun-sung?" Kim Hyun-sung knew exactly why he was there, so he stood up and said, "Fighting here isn't a good idea, senior." He moved closer to Bae Sung-go and offered with a glint of excitement in his eyes, "Let's go somewhere else, a more suitable place where the teachers won't find out." Kim Hyun-sung called for them all to move to a location for negotiations. He closed his eyes, thinking like a vegetable, contemplating how to devise a plan to annihilate them. You recall the scenes you had imagined before, only to find yourself always immersed in illusions. Reality forever differs from imagination. You had once envisioned your family situation and thought that you would use the most ruthless methods to kill all your close friends whom you despised. However, at present, you feel a bit uneasy. The plans you meticulously arranged may be perfect, but you are still uncertain whether you can truly execute them. A person can do anything he wants in his imagination. You had contemplated the scene of trampling your enemies underfoot. Kim Hyun-sung paused, wondering that no matter how thorough the plan was, could he actually follow through? He silently resolved, "From now on, the success rate of my revenge will depend on the battle with Shinyong Min. If I can't handle even the little things like this, then I truly deserve the consequences." He looked at Bae Sumo and his group, provocatively saying, "Is this all you've got?" Hearing this, the group chuckled derisively, "You underestimate us too much." Bae Sung-ho expressed a look of disgust, threatening Kim Hyun-sung, "You should know your place and leave. To be honest, you've crossed the line. You disrespect the hierarchy and audaciously attack our seniors." Without letting Bae Sung-ho finish his sentence, Kim Hyun-sung spat in his face, catching him off guard and leaving him to mutter incoherently. Kim Hyun-sung directly expressed his attitude, "Cut the nonsense and stop wasting time. I know why you keep provoking me. Your reasons, your excuses, your lies cannot salvage your stupid plan." Kim Hyun-sung pointed at the group of students watching the spectacle from above. "Do you see those underlings standing up there? You must be so embarrassed to have to rally an entire crowd just to deal with me." Kim Hyun-sung taunted each of them. "Bae Sung-ho, do you want to come up first? Or would you rather wait your turn and end up getting your head smashed and bleeding, looking like an idiot?" Looking at the idiots in front of him, Kim Hyun-sung scoffed, "Are you scared now?" Seeing this scene, Bae Sung-ho's group roared in anger, "This kid is crazy." One fool stepped forward, named Kim Chang-hyun, a senior from Kyeonil High School, known as Devil Senior. He arrogantly charged at Kim Hyun-sung, "It's enough for me to go up alone, no need for anyone else." He leaped up, throwing a fist at Kim Hyun-sung. There was no need for anyone else, true strength came from the school, where the children congregated. Pure strength was an extremely important thing. Kim Hyun-sung recalled past fights, where he had boldly defeated those stronger than him. The underhanded tricks he used to win also influenced how others judged him. They would think that if he hadn't used a belt or a chair as a weapon, if he hadn't attacked unexpectedly when the opponent was off guard, and if he hadn't employed those underhanded tactics, then he wouldn't be anything impressive at all. Those judgments made him feel very uncomfortable. To ensure the success of his plan, he needed to change how they perceived him. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Kim Hyun-sung kept thinking, "Only when everything is prepared meticulously can I succeed in this school." Kim Hyun-sung provocatively taunted, "Are you scared?" Within him was a great ambition. He wanted to turn this high school into Cheolung Palace, a world that belonged solely to him, a place where the golden circle could not reach. Kim Hyun-sung's gaze turned cold. "I must win overwhelmingly so that no one will dare to doubt me again." Kim Chang-hyun was provoked, his veins bulging as he angrily said, "One-on-one, huh? Fine. But remember this." He arrogantly stepped forward, jumping up in challenge, "Once I make my move, there will be no one else." He threw a smug punch, turning away with a self-satisfied expression. "That punch just now hurt a lot, I bet it's already lying flat on the floor." But as he turned back, his eyes suddenly filled with fear and astonishment. He looked at Kim Hyun-sung with a disbelieving expression. This kid. How could he block that so quickly? Kim Chang-hyun charged in to attack again. "Try to block this punch, you arrogant bastard." He put all his strength into throwing a punch, but Kim Hyun-sung easily dodged it, not even bothering to look. He cursed in frustration, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung had always been on the defensive but now found an opportunity. The corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile, standing straight and delivering a powerful punch to Kim Chang-hyun's face. Kim Hyun-sung's punch caught him off guard, knocking him down right on the spot. A familiar face above witnessed this scene, pale with fear, that madman. He took him down with just one punch. At this moment, that person realized, so the last time Kim Hyun-sung defeated him was not just a stroke of luck? Within him, an indescribable anxiety began to rise. At this moment, he realized he had been afraid. It's best not to provoke him any further. Why did I consider fighting that crazy guy? I shouldn't have gotten involved in this from the start. Suddenly, he felt someone gently patting him on the back. Anxious about being disturbed, he angrily shouted, "What the hell is that? Who is it?" But what surprised him was that he was greeted by a punch raining down from above. A familiar young man with blonde hair appeared. Kim Si-woo emerged behind him, brimming with energy, clearly wanting revenge. He called out the opponent's name in a threatening tone, "We have some matters to resolve, don't we?" A few minutes earlier, Kim Si-woo had sought out Kim Hyun-sung. "Kim Hyun-sung, what are you planning to do?" "I will help you. We are friends, we live and die together." Kim Si-woo looked at Kim Hyun-sung with concern, but Kim Hyun-sung rejected his request. "You promised me you wouldn't get involved in pointless fights." Kim Si-woo did not give up. "What are you talking about? Are you planning to face them alone?" Kim Hyun-sung immediately replied, "That's right." Kim Hyun-sung turned around, his voice somewhat gentler. "I know what you're worried about, but even if you intervene, it won't change anything. If you get involved, they will take advantage of their numbers." Kim Si-woo still looked dissatisfied, "But this is clearly unfair." Kim Hyun-sung had naturally anticipated this. "I know, but I have to do it. No one else will do this for us." Kim Hyun-sung turned to look at Kim Si-woo. "If you really want to help me, you can do one other thing, show that I am not alone." Kim Si-woo stared blankly at Kim Hyun-sung. "How?" Kim Hyun-sung replied coldly, "Get revenge on Park Jin-woo." At this moment, Park Jin-woo was proving that by his arrogance. "Are you crazy? Or have you become so cocky and arrogant just because Kim Hyun-sung is backing you up, you piece of trash? I've already defeated you." Kim Si-woo's expressionless face made Park Jin-woo furious. He rushed in to attack, roaring, "Then I'd rather get expelled than let you live a fate worse than death." But the Kim Si-woo of today was different from the past. He gently kicked Park Jin-woo in the chest. Jin-woo's face turned pale as he stumbled back a few steps, astonished. "What? I got pushed back?" He glared angrily at the crowd watching, as if they were merely watching a play, his eyes filled with ridicule. "Damn it, so humiliating." He cursed and shouted, "You trash, I will kill you." However, just a glance made it clear there was a gap in strength. All of his attacks were easily dodged by Kim Si-woo. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something. He charged forward, "Here's my chance." But he didn't know where the opportunity was. As soon as he charged, Kim Si-woo kicked him down to the ground. Kim Si-woo bent low, raising his leg high, striking a powerful pose before delivering a stunning downward kick. The beautiful kick left him sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Below, Kim Hyun-sung continuously took down each opponent one by one. By this time, Bae Sung-go finally realized Kim Hyun-sung's scheme. This kid is really smart. Bae Sung-go looked at the crowd of henchmen lying on the ground, thinking to himself. He had planned this from the start. Initially, I intended to use the strategy of overwhelming numbers to beat him down. The students watching from above gasped in fear at the scene on the battlefield. Kim Hyun-sung has taken down 4 of them already. Could it be that he really wants to defeat the entire 11th grade? Bae Sung-ho was still lost in thought. But even if I do that, even if I win a spot in the golden circle at school after senior Shinyong Min graduates, no one will recognize me. He was frustrated, thinking, defeating him when he's exhausted wouldn't mean anything. To be acknowledged, I have to participate right now. Thinking of this, Bae Sung-ho spoke up to interrupt. Enough. I've had enough. Let me handle you myself. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung immediately let go, a look of amusement on his face. Bae Sung-ho initiated the fight, not forgetting a classic speech. To be honest, I have no personal grudge against you, but seeing you take them on alone really bothers me. Kim Hyun-sung laughed, looking at Bae Sung-ho and replied, I can do these things because you guys are basically nothing at all. This statement directly provoked Bae Sung-ho. He charged forward, throwing a straight punch to Kim Hyun-sung's face. But Kim Hyun-sung did not evade, he simply took Bae Sung-ho's punch, then immediately countered with a straight punch to Bae Sung-ho's face. Bae Sung-ho rushed in again, throwing a straight punch to Kim Hyun-sung's face. But Kim Hyun-sung still didn't dodge. Instead, he wore a strange smile that made Bae Sung-ho feel uneasy. Why is he smiling? The more he hit, the more confusing Kim Hyun-sung became. Is he really not dodging or blocking my punches? Does he actually? Kim Hyun-sung continued to throw punch after punch, the force becoming stronger with each attack. Does he really want to face me head-on? Bae Sung-ho was astonished. The weight difference seems to mean nothing to Kim Hyun-sung, huh? The back-and-forth fighting made Bae Sung-ho feel disgusted, even angry to the point of losing his mind. When will this end? When will this end? When will this end? The more Kim Hyun-sung was hit, the happier he appeared, as if he was teasing Bae Sung-ho. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck Bae Sung-ho right in the face. He clutched his mouth, blood and flesh everywhere, trembling in fear. But Kim Hyun-sung didn't stop. He viciously grabbed Bae Sung-ho's hair and frantically unleashed a barrage of punches to his face. The terrifying laughter of Kim Hyun-sung and the pitiful screams of Bae Sung-ho blended together, creating an incredibly thrilling and exciting scene. Finally, Bae Sung-ho was knocked down by Kim Hyun-sung, lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this scene, his subordinates were so scared that their hands and feet trembled, unconsciously stepping back. Kim Hyun-sung calmly wiped the blood and sweat off his face, then looked towards the group. Now, stop trembling. Go call Shin Yeong-min here. Meanwhile, Shin Yeong-min was sitting in class, angrily mumbling, that crazy guy clearly knows the situation. Why is he still following those 11th graders? Suddenly, a male student rushed into the classroom, forcing the door open and hurriedly running in to report, Brother Shin Yeong-min, Bae Sung-ho and his group were utterly defeated. Shin Yeong-min crossed his arms over his chest, raising an eyebrow at the student who just brought the news. What? How many people did that guy defeat? The student spread his hands. There are 3 from the 12th grade, and 6 from the 11th grade. A total of 9 people. Before he could finish, Shin Yeong-min interrupted, excited because he was sure his plan would succeed. Continue with our plan. Although the principal and Kim Young-cheon are trash, we are still in the school. They can't cover up the fact that 9 students were beaten up. At the same time, another student rushed into the teacher's office in panic. Teacher, it's not good. Students are fighting outside. He shouted loudly in the teacher's office, that crazy guy Kim Hyun-sung from the 10th grade is fighting with the 11th grade students. It's completely chaotic now. Those students, covered in blood, are lying all over the auditorium. We have to call the police. Others also picked up their phones and dialed the police. This is Daesan Police Station, how can I help you? The caller replied, his voice filled with fear, crying as he spoke, I'm calling from Bright Prospects High School. Students here are about to die. Meanwhile, Shin Yeong-min smugly said, they won't let this go easily. If we also make similar accusations, they can't ignore it. Even if they do, it doesn't matter, we will keep doing this. Let's see how long they can endure. A mysterious call came to the principal's office. Oh Dae-hwan quickly answered, I am Oh Dae-hwan, the principal of Bright Prospects High School. The voice on the other end replied, this is the school police here. Before today's incident occurred, the teachers at the school had a meeting. During that meeting, Kim Young-cheon asked everyone, has anyone heard of the Golden Circle? Hearing this, the teachers were alarmed. Most of them did not know what the Golden Circle was. What the hell is the Golden Circle? Is it a new mafia organization? At this moment, Kim Young-cheon began to introduce, this is an organization that uses school violence as a business model. They harass students for money. Kim Young-cheon said seriously, they will designate a target, and those bullies will continuously harass the chosen person. Perhaps everyone will feel that this matter has nothing to do with Kyeonil High School, but the recent incident involving Park Min-cheon's gang is closely related to the Golden Circle. The other teachers became curious upon hearing this. Could it be that Park Min-cheon's gang is also part of the Golden Circle? Kim Young-cheon affirmed, perhaps so, roughly like that. Upon hearing this, the teachers began to murmur. Each of their faces showed shock, confusion, and concern. How can this be? Am I misunderstanding something? Do they get paid to bully students? Impossible. Kim Young-cheon spoke up again, breaking the tense atmosphere. Surely everyone is very bewildered, because you might have inadvertently been drawn into the Golden Circle, and your teaching careers could thus come to an end. He skillfully manipulated the psychology of the teachers, but ultimately concluded, however, there's one thing I can assure, right now, we are all in the same boat. Kim Young-cheon could easily list the acquaintances related to the Golden Circle: Park Min-cheon, Young Minho, Jo Young-taek, Kang Chang-suk. Not only them, but also Bae Sung-go and Shin Yeong-min, dozens of students from Kyeonil High School. We all have connections to the Golden Circle. Just think about it, what would happen if this got exposed? Kim Young-cheon slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, this is not just about a few individuals but the entire Kyeonil High School will be obliterated. At this moment, Kim Young-cheon stated the reason he called this meeting. I called this meeting to demand that the teachers do not sympathize with those kids. No matter what happens, everyone can stay out of it and continue living their normal lives. Kim Young-cheon leaned on the table, wearing a serious expression. We completely know nothing about this matter. You all should leave no evidence related to the Golden Circle. For example, there is no reason to pretend to be a model teacher. One teacher, hearing this, looked a bit confused. Wait, I don't understand what this is all about. As a teacher, I cannot stand by and watch violence happen. But Kim Young-cheon quickly interrupted with a threatening tone, are you going to confront the Golden Circle? If the Golden Circle designates you as a target and you accidentally get caught up in it, what will you do? At that time, you will have to bear all the responsibility yourself. So, don't pity or confront the Golden Circle. These words seemed to strike a chord with everyone at Kyeonil High School. Nothing was happening. Therefore, the reality was that when Shin Yeong-min's juniors came to report, the teachers ignored them. You kids are fine now, what's all this fuss about? Stop talking nonsense and go play somewhere else. Even the person who had previously called in tears for help had no effect. On the contrary, they were scolded, you brat don't know your place. Calling the police to harass them now means you have to take responsibility under the law. But this time, I'll let it slide. That person stubbornly said, what? Something big is really about to happen. No one responded to him, only the cold beep of the phone being hung up. Shin Yeong-min listened to the report from his juniors, his face turning red with anger. These useless people still dare to call themselves teachers. Is no one planning to do anything? He was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, his fury blazing. They are definitely pretending to be ignorant, not wanting to get involved in this matter. And what about those police? Calling to harass, can grown-ups behave irresponsibly like this? He paced back and forth, cursing inwardly, if they let it go like this, don't blame the consequences. He silently resolved, I will personally tear that bastard Kim Hyun-sung apart. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered the call, and a furious voice exploded on the line, who is Kim Hyun-sung? Did you provoke him? Don't you dare lay a finger on him, or we'll all be done for. The curses continued on the line. Shin Yeong-min was stunned, those loan sharks broke into my house. If you don't want to see your dad die, don't do anything stupid. Shin Yeong-min looked at his phone, furious to the point of madness. Damn it, what the hell is going on? That cunning fox Kim Hyun-sung. On the other end, a strange voice rang out. It startled Shin Yeong-min. Shin Yeong-min, it's Tao here. Go Chang Beam. Hearing that name, Shin Yeong-min trembled as he pressed the phone to his ear. From now on, listen carefully. Pretty soon, your house will be plastered with red papers. This is something your father has always tried to prevent, but it's futile. What should I do now? And your family's debt is still there. Go Chang casually spoke the threatening words, this debt will be transferred to you. Giving up your inheritance, huh? Do you think those loan sharks will care about that? In short, your life is ruined. Shinyong Min was completely overwhelmed by the negativity and fear that Go Chang created, but you also have a way out. If you want to survive, then let Kim Hyun-sung beat you up like a dog. The important thing is not to let others find out that you let yourself get beaten intentionally. Do you think you can do that? Shinyong Min remained silent for a long time. Hearing that request, he rebutted, isn't that really cowardly? Go Chang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cowardly, this kid is really stupid. In a fight, what's cowardly? To win, any means can be used. Go Chang said seriously, remember, I'm not just talking nonsense. After that conversation, Shinyong Min went to meet Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung looked at him with an expectant gaze, you finally came? The students standing above were astonished and exclaimed, it's Shinyong Min. Shinyong Min is here. Kim Hyun-sung looked at Shinyong Min with a provocative expression and asked, what are you waiting for? Come here now. He gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, you. But Go Chang voice echoed in his mind, just wait. If you dare to harm Kim Hyun-sung, I'll make you taste suffering. Shinyong Min rushed forward and shouted, you bastard. He intended to launch a direct attack, but was surprised to find Kim Hyun-sung standing still, not dodging. Is he not dodging? He immediately adjusted his stance to redirect the punch. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung had confirmed what he wanted to know, so you received the call, did you? Because of that, Kim Hyun-sung also retaliated more comfortably. He grabbed the silver hair of the other and questioned, what did he say to you? Did he want you to let me win? But Shinyong Min only glared at him, saying nothing and putting up no resistance. Thus, Kim Hyun-sung once again landed a punch directly to his face. Why are you dodging like last time? Kim Hyun-sung let go, taking a provocative stance. You can only choose one of two, either kneel down like a coward, or risk it all for your honor. You must choose now. Kim Hyun-sung lunged forward, delivering a straight punch to Shinyong Min's face, wanting to ignite his anger. As Kim Hyun-sung had hoped, he was gradually becoming furious. You, damn bastard. He disregarded Go Chang threats and charged at Kim Hyun-sung. Honestly, Kim Hyun-sung had anticipated that Shinyong Min would explode with rage. He relentlessly launched lethal attacks in Kim Hyun-sung's direction, but all were easily blocked by Kim Hyun-sung. If there were no audience present, perhaps Shinyong Min could have restrained himself. But as a passionate 19-year-old standing in front of so many people, he couldn't keep his composure. Shinyong Min was like a wild beast, provoked and frantically attacking. Shinyong Min kept yelling, damn it, I'll fight you to the death. I'd rather die than let you go unpunished. Yet no matter how he attacked, Kim Hyun-sung effortlessly parried everything. Shinyong Min had participated in several amateur tournaments, so Kim Hyun-sung easily watched his competition videos and clearly recognized his weaknesses. Thus, defeating him was merely a matter of time. When analyzing the movements of Shinyong Min and Young Do-cheon, Kim Hyun-sung realized several characteristics. Shinyong Min clenched his fists and roared, you bastard Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung quickly discovered his opponent's weakness. I've identified his first characteristic. Kim Hyun-sung put all his strength into a punch to Shinyong Min's face, his expression clearly filled with anger. Shinyong Min wanted to attack again, but Kim Hyun-sung could see through all his movements. He quickly blocked the attack from the left, then rushed forward, throwing a punch at Shinyong Min's face. Shinyong Min, out of habit, let his guard down at this moment. Kim Hyun-sung observed his footwork to predict the next attack. The second characteristic was that when preparing to unleash a fatal blow, Shinyong Min would take a long step forward. Just as Kim Hyun-sung predicted, he rushed in to attack, wanting to put all his strength into this strike. This was also the best opportunity for Kim Hyun-sung to counterattack. He charged in, ready to finish the match. Then, a knockout punch hit Shinyong Min, causing him to stagger backward and fall to the ground, his head spinning. The sounds around him became muffled. Suddenly, a pair of legs stepped over him, startling him awake. Kim Hyun-sung had grabbed his arm, clearly wanting to break it. He cried out in horror, "Impossible!" Shinyong Min pleaded with Kim Hyun-sung, "Please spare me." But there was no mercy here. His arm was immediately broken by Kim Hyun-sung, and a piercing scream echoed out. The others looked on in shock at Kim Hyun-sung, who had achieved a complete victory. Kim Hyun-sung left Shinyong Min writhing on the ground and turned to walk away, distancing himself from the crowd. These events marked a shift in how everyone perceived Kim Hyun-sung. He had fully proven himself to the other academicians. In the office, the principal was happily on the phone. Yes, thank you, Chief of Police. I will come see you soon. Of course. This is something worth looking forward to. As Shinyong Min walked down the hallway, he suddenly received a phone call one late afternoon. The crimson sunset streamed in through the windows. A man elegantly lit a cigarette and asked the person across from him, "Do you know who I am?" The person across from him still held a smile on his face, but his eyes looked a bit tense. "Of course, you are Chang of Myungjin Construction Group, right? I wonder what brought you to our small financial company." Chang silently smoked a cigarette and then said, "I am considering adding your name to some small projects we are currently undertaking." Hearing that, he was overjoyed. "Excuse me, do you mean?" In his heart, he was delighted as if he had found a treasure. This is an opportunity. Countless things in Daesan will become possible if I can establish a relationship with the Myungjin Group. But in this world, nothing is free. He timidly asked, "What is it that you want from us?" Chang slowly pulled out a chair and succinctly laid out his terms. "It's quite simple." He sat down and presented his condition. "Just give me a contract with the name Shinyong Min on it. That's all. With that, you can build a relationship with us." Just as he hung up the phone, a young man exploded in rage, "You bastard! What have you done out there, you son of a bitch?" Shinyong Min bewilderedly asked, "What are you talking about, old lady?" After settling the matter with Shinyong Min, Kim Hyun-sung leisurely stepped into the house. As soon as he opened the door, Kim Si-woo anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Kim Hyun-sung did not answer directly but countered with a question, "What about you?" Looking at Kim Si-woo's current demeanor, anyone could guess that he had succeeded. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung casually said, "It surely wasn't easy." Kim Si-woo was still worried about what Kim Hyun-sung had done today. "So what should we do now?" Many people saw that. "It's good that you defeated Shinyong Min, but you broke his arm." Kim Hyun-sung seemed unconcerned, merely smiling indifferently. "There's nothing to worry about." Kim Hyun-sung continued, "The thing you are worried about is when something like this becomes a serious issue, right?" Upon hearing this, Kim Si-woo felt momentarily perplexed. Kim Hyun-sung looked away, meaningfully saying, "You know, after gradually dealing with trash like Park Min-cheon, I've realized something." Kim Hyun-sung glanced at Kim Young-cheon's back and whispered, "That is, heaven will never side with the weak." Of course, Kim Young-cheon also heard this and was so furious he felt like he would explode, but he dared not voice his feelings. "Damn it, how should we clean up this battlefield with that crazy bastard Kim Hyun-sung?" Seeing Shinyong Min crawling on the ground, he felt disgusted with himself for having placed a bet that he could not take back. He could not continue to be a witness forever. Shinyong Min clutched his broken arm, pleading with Kim Young-cheon, "Teacher, please take me to the hospital." "Did you hear what I said?" At that moment, Kim Young-cheon was still lost in his own thoughts. His ears felt stuffed with cotton. Right now, there are only two choices: either let Kim Hyun-sung graduate smoothly, or you will not be able to live peacefully through the day. Kim Young-cheon looked at Shinyong Min with a contemptuous gaze. "Listen carefully to what I am about to say, Shinyong Min. Your arm is not broken from fighting with Kim Hyun-sung, but from falling down the stairs while hanging out with friends." Kim Young-cheon glanced at the students sprawled on the ground. "Not just you. If any of you dare to mention Kim Hyun-sung's name in the hospital, I will not cover up for the things you have done in the past anymore. Do you understand? If you want to ruin Kim Hyun-sung, don't expect to keep your own lives safe. It is very likely that you will be the ones who suffer. Hearing these cruel words, Shinyong Min shouted loudly, "How can you still dare to call yourself a teacher after saying that? No matter what, you are still a teacher, damn it. In this situation, you should prioritize the safety of your students." Kim Yang-cheon was somewhat angry, stepped closer to Shin Yeongmin and said each word, "Listen carefully, you social cancer. You have used this method before to hide your past." Hearing that, Shin Yeongmin immediately retorted, "Have you ever properly taught me? Clearly, back then I was helping you." Kim Yang-cheon placed his hand on Shin Yeongmin's shoulder, pressing hard on his wound, making him scream in pain. "I have always been like this. Remember it well, don't forget." Kim Yang-cheon threatened the others, "I don't care how others are, but you must not forget. What I say, I do." Meanwhile, Kang Tae-gu was being punished, soaked through. Two tall men held his arms tightly. The man in front saw him waking up and spoke up, "You're awake? Then continue." Kang Tae-gu terrifiedly begged, "Please give me another chance. Even if I have to stab him, I will definitely succeed." Hearing that, a stern man said, "Don't you know the most basic rule in this industry? Our duty is to satisfy the customer, to make school violence something that exists naturally. If one day you exceed the limits, taking advantage of confidential information from customers to make deals, can you bear the consequences?" He sternly questioned Kang Tae-gu, his voice filled with rage. "Do you think why we have to continue maintaining this relationship? Keeping secrets and upholding the absolute success rate, that is the way of the golden circle." He angrily charged forward and landed a strong kick into Kang Tae-gu's body. "And yet you're talking nonsense like this?" Kang Tae-gu was kicked to the point where he could hardly breathe, standing there muttering Kim Hyun-sung's name in amazement. It seems that kid is not an easy target to deal with. He had to rack his brain to survive, but in the end, he smirked proudly. The result is only a frog sitting at the bottom of the well. The one who spoke from the beginning was young Chansu, the representative of the Golden Circle in Seoul. A week later, Shin Yeongmin received a message from an unknown number. "Are you being discharged today? I'll only ask once. Tell me who is pulling the strings behind you, and I won't hold it against you anymore." Shin Yeongmin gritted his teeth. "How would I know? How does he know I'm being discharged today?" The more he read, the more uneasy he felt, especially the last part. This is where it ends. Saying that means that person can only do this much. He pondered for a moment and then angrily boarded the bus. "Damn it, what should I do now? I'll go home first and think about it." Shin Yeongmin was scrolling through his phone while cursing the bastard Kang Tae-gu. He thinks sending a text message is enough to settle things? If he wants to punish me, go ahead, just talking doesn't mean anything. Shin Yeongmin slowly got out of the car and walked into the alley leading to his home. Damn it, Kim Hyun-sung and Kang Tae-gu, both these bastards are equally detestable. Today when I get home, I plan to take a nap and wait for them to text before thinking things over. As Shin Yeongmin reached for the doorknob, he hoped that the bastard wouldn't be home. But as soon as he opened the door, he was astonished to exclaim, "Why is the furniture in the house all in disarray like this?" From inside, hurried footsteps echoed. Shin Yeongmin's father rushed out, holding a bottle of alcohol, swinging it straight at him while shouting, "Damn it, you bastard, what have you done?" Shin Yeongmin asked, "What's wrong with our house?" His father helplessly collapsed to the ground. "I told you already, don't mess with that kid named Kim Hyun-sung. I warned you, if you did, our house would remain peaceful." Tears welled up in his father's eyes as he looked up at his ungrateful son. "And yet you ruined everything. No matter if you end up begging for a living, you should at least know what is right and what is wrong." He screamed as if he wanted to release all the anger inside his heart. "The house you live in, the food in the refrigerator, do you think everything is free? Even if I am a useless father, I have always tried. Yet you ruined everything." Shin Yeongmin looked at his father kneeling on the ground, his eyes avoiding to look straight. "Our whole family has been completely destroyed, ruined. It's all your fault." Shin Yeong-min couldn't believe his own hands, continually denying the truth. No, it can't be. He panicked, stepped back and tripped over the bottle of wine that had fallen earlier, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, his phone suddenly lit up. A number both strange and familiar appeared on the screen. After that phone call, Shin Yeong-min is now kneeling in front of Kim Hyun-sung, mumbling, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken any jobs from the Golden Circle. I never expected I would become the one who crossed the line." He seemed very panicked, stuttering, "If I could, I would also want to tell you who was pulling the strings, then take revenge for you. I really don't know who was pulling the strings." He was submissively kneeling at Kim Hyun-sung's feet. Even the representative only sent him a message. After giving instructions, he disappeared. He cried out for mercy, "Please, this time let me go. Even if you treat me like a dog and command me, just let me go this time, I beg you." However, Kim Hyun-sung remained indifferent to his pleas. He raised his head and looked at Kim Hyun-sung's face, filled with murderous intent. Kim Hyun-sung's gaze was as if he were looking at an insect. "Why should I spare you? I warned you before, do not touch a single hair of those around me, but you still did so with those kids. At that time, did you really think you could bear the consequences?" Shin Yeong-min grasped Kim Hyun-sung's leg tightly, pleading, "It's my fault for being so foolish." Kim Hyun-sung did not deny it. "You are indeed very foolish. Only a fool would bring about their own demise like you." Kim Hyun-sung leaned close to him and said, "As for not knowing who was pulling the strings behind you, I believe you because the Golden Circle will never disclose such information to a nobody like you." Kim Hyun-sung reached out to caress Shin Yeong-min's face and said, "Seeing you beg so pitifully, I will give you one more chance." Shin Yeong-min asked in surprise, "Really?" Kim Hyun-sung added, "Just endure for one more month. Use this month to show your sincerity to me. Perhaps I will spare you." After hearing this, Shin Yeong-min was a bit scared and stuttered, "What do I have to endure for a month?" Kim Hyun-sung didn't answer and slowly stood up. "Take your time to think about it. Soon enough, you'll know." The next day, when Shin Yeong-min arrived at school, everyone looked at him with disdain. "Wow, it's Shin Yeong-min. He seems better off than I thought. I wonder what he has learned after losing to a rookie. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to show my face at school again." People whispered amongst themselves. Shin Yeong-min looked at them, feeling very uncomfortable, but whatever, he had to bear the consequences. Who told him to always be so arrogant, thinking he was the strongest? Seeing Shin Yeong-min looking in their direction, the group quickly dispersed. Shin Yeong-min cursed in his heart, "Bunch of cowards." He walked to his seat, pulling the chair out as he thought about Kim Hyun-sung's words from the day before. Could it be that what Kim Hyun-sung meant was this? Whatever, this is nothing. I just have to endure for a month. Shin Yeong-min's thoughts drifted as his gaze fell downward. If I have to wait another month before I can take action, then. On the other side, Han Myung-hun was glaring at Shin Yeong-min with hostility. Is this kid out of his mind? Seeing the contemptuous gaze of Han Myung-hun, Shin Yeong-min felt very uncomfortable inside. Is this world too easy for you? A loser like Han Myung-hun dares to stare at me like that? However, he still tried to suppress his anger. Just endure for one more month. He tried to hold the spoon and spoon some rice, quietly thinking, just one more month of enduring. After graduation, I will step into a new life. At this moment, Han Myung-hun came over to Shin Yeong-min and poured a carton of milk over his head. Shin Yeong-min immediately growled, "You dare." But before he could finish his sentence, Han Myung-hun splashed the remaining milk from the carton all over Shin Yeong-min. Shin Yeong-min gritted his teeth and glared at Han Myung-hun, "You dog." Han Myung-hun nonchalantly said, "Shin Yeong-min, do you know Kim Hyun-sung? According to Kim Hyun-sung, I'm allowed to do this to you. How do you feel about that?" A few days earlier, in class, someone stood on the podium and spoke, "I hate Shin Yeong-min. Because of his malicious and reckless nature, my peaceful school days have been disrupted. If I didn't know how to fight, I wouldn't be able to stand here right now." That person was Hyung-sung. He loudly declared, that's why Shinyong Min must be punished, not just for this incident but for all the vile acts he has committed over the years. He issued a provocative challenge to everyone present: for the next month, however you want to treat Shinyong Min, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, the entire class was astonished. Anything we want? With that Shinyong Min? Seeing that everyone seemed incredulous and even hesitant, he offered a suggestion: whether you spit in his face or slap the back of his head, Shinyong Min won't be able to resist. He looked sternly down at the people below. Of course, I won't force you. I respect each person's decision. Joining in or not is up to you. You can ignore me if you want, but if no one participates. His next words hit directly at the animosity everyone felt towards Shinyong Min. Shinyong Min will live peacefully until the day he graduates, quietly, as if he never existed at Kianil High School. He made his final proclamation: so, those who harbor resentment against him, those who will always be tormented by the memories of being bullied, remember this: no one in this world will act for you. Everything he said had its reasons. For example, Han Myung-hun was bullied by Shinyong Min for 3 years. Han Myung-hun's story is just a typical example. From the very beginning, he was bullied by Shinyong Min. Han Myung-hun's school life was incredibly miserable. He was merely a toy in the boring life at school, and it didn't matter if he got damaged. Han Myung-hun had been humiliated by Shinyong Min many times, often mocked with the words, "Are you crying? Smile and let me see, you fool." The memories of those past years flooded into Han Myung-hun's mind during the days leading up to graduation. Numerous innocent questions arose in his head. After graduation, will Shinyong Min still remember me? Does he feel any regret? But with Shinyong Min's personality, he would never be able to remember his toy. Han Myung-hun's existence would fade from his memory. Shinyong Min would never acknowledge his own mistakes. From that moment on, Han Myung-hun agreed to Kim Hyun-sung's proposal. Therefore, he believed he had to do something to soothe his wounded heart. Right now, when the entire cup of milk spilled all over Shinyong Min, everyone could affirm one thing: Hyun-sung was right. Han Myung-hun reached out his hand, wanting to hit Shinyong Min. He was still lost in the feeling of being bullied by Shinyong Min, while that guy remained completely unharmed. A punch landed on his head, but he couldn't fight back. Han Myung-hun whispered in his ear, "Being hit by a loser like me feels pretty bad, right? But I actually like it. What should I do now?" Han Myung-hun's actions shocked and worried some students. Why is he doing this? Does he really believe Kim Hyun-sung? But Shinyong Min is still just sitting there, not moving. Could it really be true? Han Myung-hun opened his mouth and spat a big loogie into Shinyong Min's lunchbox. Now, he had completely lost it. Aside from hearing Han Myung-hun's insults, he couldn't do anything else. "Do you remember? This is what you used to do to me. Do you remember what you said next?" Han Myung-hun leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Enjoy it, you piece of shit." Everyone thought Han Myung-hun's actions had gone too far, but the truth was otherwise. Everything had only just begun. Han Myung-hun had just fired the first shot. What he had done was merely the beginning. Shinyong Min was walking down the hallway when 2 students coming from the opposite direction purposely bumped into him hard, then shouted, "Walk properly, you scumbag." A student standing nearby praised, "You look just like Shinyong Min now." Shinyong Min struggled to suppress his anger and walked away, cursing incessantly in his mind, "Damn it, those bastards hiding behind the juniors. Don't they have any honor?" But after walking a short distance, he tripped over something and fell flat on the ground. Surrounding him was a crowd of people laughing at him. "Do you remember? This used to be Shinyong Min's signature move." Another one snickered, "Of course I remember. Who in our class hasn't fallen for this trick?" Even though he was treated like this, he couldn't retaliate. Damn it, treating a patient like this is really despicable. He stood up again. This time, an empty soda can was thrown straight at his head. He angrily turned around, roaring, "Damn it, who is it now?" A group of fierce-looking people, clearly amused, stared at him without a hint of fear. The mental and physical torment had just begun for him. you were defeated by a first-year student. Hot news here. The Shinyong Min server has been shut down. All users are celebrating. Just try to endure, you'll have to bear this every day. After your hand heals, we'll break your legs. Look at this scumbag, so entertaining. Shinyong Min's desk and seat were filled with trash and filthy words. Those bastards, when I bullied them, no one dared to say a word. He buried his face in the desk, gritting his teeth to endure this humiliation. You guys do this just because Kim Hyun-sung has laid out this plan for you? Damn it! Should I turn the tables and scrap this auction thing? Should I kill them all? But the cold gaze of Kim Hyun-sung flashed in his mind, making him startle. He self-hypnotized. Just wait and see. Just one more month, until Kim Hyun-sung releases me. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung was lost in thought. I thought that defeating Shinyong Min would lead to some clues. He was trying to think. The truth is, I don't even know who the client is. Even that broker just left a message, saying to terminate the mission and disappeared. It seemed that the plan to find the client through Shinyong Min had failed. He continuously wrote down the names and clues he had gathered on paper. I'll try to compile the clues I currently have. The client's score must be comparable to mine. Furthermore, they must be wealthy enough to commission the golden circle. He looked around, wanting to narrow down the search area. If I narrow it down to this range, I can pinpoint a few students. But among these people, I still can't find out who the client really is. He stepped outside, and the image that struck him was Shinyong Min, being beaten to a pulp by that trash. No need to rush, after all, the golden circle will appear again. Before that, let's focus on dealing with the immediate issue. Shinyong Min looked at the passers-by, crying out for help. But for someone like him, getting help was indeed not easy. Kim Hyun-sung sat in the classroom, looking out the window, those enjoying beating him up, along with the teachers who turn a blind eye. Now they are all on the same boat, those trashy scum. But everything is under my control, so things are gradually improving. Shinyong Min, battered and bruised, lay crawling on the ground. A message from Kim Hyun-sung appeared on his phone. I have a new proposal, do you want to take it? If you agree, until graduation, you won't have any issues, and the bullying will stop. He read the message like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, immediately replying, I will do anything, just tell me. I promise I won't let you down. Kim Hyun-sung looked at the received message and smiled wickedly. So you finally decided to respond? He walked while crushing the unfinished cigarette under his foot. He glanced around the convenience store and wondered, is this really okay? I've added another weakness to myself. But no matter what, it's better than enduring a month of bullying. He wore a mask, pulled his hat down low to hide his distinctive hair, trying to suppress his anger as he hurried into the convenience store. Damn it, risk it all to gain everything, or fall back to nothing. At this moment, Park Min-cheon was working in the store, cheerfully greeting customers. He asked the strange customer, do you need to buy cigarettes or are you looking for something else? But before he could finish speaking, the stranger grabbed his hair and slammed his head hard onto the table. Park Min-cheon looked up with a bewildered expression. What is this? A robbery? But Shinyong Min didn't give him a moment to recover and continued the assault. A punch landed squarely on his face. Shinyong Min aggressively grabbed Park Min-cheon's collar and lifted him up high. Park Min-cheon vaguely recognized that the one attacking him seemed familiar, and then he horrifiedly realized that the one beating him was indeed Shinyong Min. Park Min-cheon held his wound as he went to find his friends to recount the incident. The group felt a prickling sensation after listening to him. Are you sure? Is it really Shinyong Min? One guy shouted to confirm, there's no way to mistake it. I'm certain it was him. Park Min-cheon continued, I heard that his arm was broken by Kim Hyun-sung, and he's definitely bandaged up now. His right arm is most likely tucked inside his jacket. Hearing this, another guy grew angry and cursed, damn it. Why is he robbing us? Should we report him? But Park Min-cheon calmly stopped him, are you looking to die? Do you have any idea who's behind him? If we report him, we might end up losing all our limbs. The guy reconsidered after hearing that. You have a point. Park Min-cheon sighed. Let's just consider ourselves unlucky. Forget about this. Next time we see him, we just act like we don't know him. The other two agreed upon hearing this. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Are you all gathered here? Shinyong Min appeared behind them. The kids immediately became wary. What are you doing here? Shinyong Min excitedly spoke up. Stop pretending. You clearly recognized me yesterday. Hearing that, Park Min-cheon gathered all his courage to ask, then why did you act that way yesterday? He explained, I didn't want to, but Kim Hyun-sung has me under his thumb. After all, just one more month, if I can sort things out for you guys, he will stop this. He has to make your lives a living hell. He looked at the three terrified people before him. Do you understand what that means? Before they could react, he rushed in with incredible speed. With just a light jump, he appeared before them. He even politely said, sorry, but you guys have to go to hell for me. Shinyong Min lunged at him, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the green-haired guy. He continued swinging his fist into Park Min-cheon's face. It's all your fault, you fools. The guy in white didn't want to just sit there and take it, immediately charging in to fight back. This bastard. He charged in to attack Shinyong Min from the left. What have we done wrong? Shinyong Min coldly looked at him, growling, what the hell are you barking about? The guy in white was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Shinyong Min angrily said, you bastards, do you really not know what you did wrong? Young Min stepped forward and punched him down. You've done too many wrong things. He was like a wild beast provoked, venting all his frustrations from the past few days onto these bugs. That's why I had to do this. He crazily beat the white-clothed guy, grabbed his hair, gritting his teeth. Now do you still dare to argue with me? Have you forgotten who I am? He kneed hard into the stomach of the white-clothed guy, making him vomit blood. I am Shinyong Min, you bastard. The white-clothed guy lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his mouth continuously bleeding. Shinyong Min felt extremely satisfied, looking at the other two and shouting, die, you pigs. But just a moment later, the scene fell silent. Park Min-cheon held a sharp knife and stabbed straight into Shinyong Min's stomach. You shouldn't have crossed the line. Park Min-cheon leaned close to Shinyong Min's ear, coldly pulling out the knife and saying, you are the reason we got beaten up. Why did you have to come looking for us? Shinyong Min knelt down, holding his wound. You pig bastards. The wound kept bleeding. But at this moment, he began to doubt the true purpose of Kim Hyun-sung when proposing this plan. Now I understand Kim Hyun-sung's intentions. He lay in a pool of blood, his body slowly losing blood. He murmured to himself, mutual destruction. After all, we all have to die, it's all the same. He just chooses who will be eliminated first. The next day, the incident involving Shinyong Min became a hot topic of conversation throughout the school. What? Shinyong Min was stabbed? A group of students gathered to discuss the incident. To be honest, my uncle is a policeman, Park Min-cheon, and he is a suspect. They all had connections to each other, from the classroom to the rooftop and even the cafeteria. Everywhere was buzzing with conversation about the detention of minors, so he will have a criminal record, huh? Another responded, are you crazy? Detaining minors doesn't count as a criminal offense. The whispers grew louder, but do you know why they caused this uproar? Another replied, how would I know what they're thinking? Those conversations all reached his ears. My uncle said there's something very strange going on. Do you know anything? They all admitted guilt and requested to be sent to a juvenile detention center as soon as possible. My uncle said they wanted to get out of Dae-san as quickly as possible. On the rooftop, Kim Hyun-sung was casually on the phone. Just as you said, young Minho's family has realized there's no hope left, so they packed their things and left the village. The person on the other end informed, they have completely left this mountain and moved to Gyeonggi-do to live. Young Minho is preparing to apply to a public school. Of course, being from a rich family, he has to be treated differently. Hyun-sung continued speaking to Go Chang-beom. At the very least, that kid should be sent to a juvenile detention center. Go Chang quickly responded, "If you want, I can take the kid right away." However, Hyun Sung seemed to have a different thought. "No need, just let him be." Go Chang was somewhat surprised. "Why is that?" Hyun Sung explained, "I want to give him some time to forget who I am." Hyun Sung's words were filled with scheming calculations, until that kid believes that his new life will begin in a new city and a new environment. By then, that kid's despair will deepen even further. Hyun Sung's words made Go Chang shiver. It had been a while since he saw him so terrifying. As Hyun Sung looked down below, he said, "Now, take the other 4 into prison, and wait until they finish their sentence. I don't want to see them lingering in this society, even for a moment." Go Chang sighed and said, "I never wanted to confront you." Go Chang took a drag from his cigarette and spoke softly, to add a little more, "I'm standing at the construction site with a displeased expression. How much longer do I have to be here? I've been following your instructions, working here in the lowest position for a month now, yet nothing has happened." He poured out his feelings to Hyun Sung. "I don't have the patience to climb up from the bottom." Hearing those complaints, Hyun Sung remained calm and waited. Although Go Chang was a bit resistant, Hyun Sung knew he was very eager. He quickly intervened, "Mr. Go Chang just remember what was said before. Everything will start soon." A few days later, real estate prices nationwide skyrocketed. This became hot news in the media. Construction companies were overjoyed at this time, especially as the revenues of large companies grew rapidly. At a construction site, the workers were diligently working. "Hurry up." The workers replied, "Yes, sir." Once the beam was secured, the manager signaled for the workers to step back to avoid danger. The worker quickly ran away. After the workers left, the manager signaled for the crane to lift the beam. "Lift it up. Lift it up." The worker was tired, sitting to one side wiping the sweat from his brow. However, the accident occurred. The fixed pin on the crane was loose, and the crossbeam immediately fell down and struck directly below. Everyone yelled, "It's falling down." Another worker saw the man below and shouted loudly, "Boss, up there." The worker hadn't grasped what was happening before he looked up, but before he could comprehend, it was too late. The crossbeam struck him directly. The other workers who witnessed the scene turned pale. "What do we do now?" "What do you mean?" One person said, "Call an ambulance." "Hurry, call one right now." However, when the other workers were about to make the call, a booming voice interrupted, "No." The man raised his voice to stop them. Everyone put down the phone. "I will report it to the superiors first." The other workers, worried for their colleague, pleaded, "Please, at least we should call for an ambulance." But just after they spoke, they were rebutted. "What if the construction is delayed because of the accident? Who will cover the losses?" In the end, the injured worker was taken to the hospital, but 2 hours had already passed. The nearest hospital also takes 10 minutes to get to. He was taken to the hospital that had a partnership with the company, which took about an hour by car. However, an even bigger surprise awaited him. Due to the late communication, his son had to confront a thug from the construction company, who handed him a piece of paper trying to shirk responsibility. They said, "Mr. Oh Jong-hyuk, the cause of the accident was due to your father's carelessness, and the costs are quite high too. We will not demand compensation for damages." The company's indifferent attitude showed that they would not take responsibility for the accident. At that moment, 2 contrasting images emerged in the hospital room. On one side was the flourishing rise of the construction company, and on the other side was the tragic image of the worker. The company's stocks continuously reached new heights, and experts predicted that they would not decrease in the short term. On that same day, the seed of hatred was sown in his heart. It was a day that Oh Jong-hyuk, a young man in his early 20s, would never forget. Back in reality, Go Chang was working to pay off debts at the construction site. "Alright, good job. Slowly lower it down, I'm dying of exhaustion." He shoved his hands into his pockets, mumbling to himself, "I really want to drink something. I want to go out. How much longer do I have to stay here?" He lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall. You have to trust Kim Hyun-sung. Although he is still young, he always has a plan. Witnessing everything Kim Hyun-sung did, he felt even more convinced. After seeing all the bullies against him punished according to Kim Hyun-sung's plan, he imagined the scene of the one he hated kneeling at his feet, begging for forgiveness. Please, we are brothers. I'm begging you. Go Chang-beom envisioned this as his future one day. He tossed the cigarette to the ground, determined, that's right, I have to trust him. He regained his focus, preparing to go out and get back to work. But a loud noise outside caught his attention. It sounded like something had collapsed. He frowned, wondering, what's happening? Outside, a shouting voice exclaimed, damn it! The floor has collapsed. Hearing that, Go Chang-beom immediately ran out. What? Where? When he saw the wreckage before him, Go Chang-beom interrogated those present. What happened here? A worker replied, it seems there was an accident while pouring concrete. Go Chang-beom was taken aback and asked again, pouring concrete? What do you mean? He pointed at the rubble and explained, go down there and see if anyone is underneath. The worker hesitated to answer, yes. We're not very sure, but there seem to be about 5 or 6 people. Upon hearing this, Go Chang-beom was furious because that number was not small at all. However, the other workers remained calm. Don't worry, we will report to the superiors and control the scene. They wanted to leave the unfortunate workers there until the situation was resolved. We'll leave them there. Go Chang-beom grabbed the man's collar, leaning in angrily. You intend to do nothing about something so important? The worker stammered, in the current situation. Go Chang-beom couldn't help but admire Kim Hyun-sung's reasoning and calculating ability. That kid, could he have anticipated this? To prevent this from happening, Kim Hyun-sung had once advised him to remember one thing while working there: if an incident occurs on the site, do your utmost to compensate for them, in the name of the eldest son of Myung-jin Company. Don't think about the losses, but think of the injured workers. At this moment, Go Chang-beom seized the worker's collar and ordered, call for an ambulance. Right now. However, the worker was still afraid of being held responsible. I can't do that. This accident will come to light, and it will be our responsibility. Go Chang-beom didn't care about that at all. Compared to their lives, which one is more important? The worker responded with an excuse, it's not about who is responsible, but if the project is delayed, who will bear the losses? Go Chang-beom released the worker's collar and patted him on the shoulder, saying, call an ambulance. The worker looked confused, but Go Chang-beom lowered his voice, I will take responsibility for this. Not you, it's me. He yelled, do you think it's fun to play with other people's lives? He quickly pointed to himself, hurry and call an ambulance in Daesan. As for those down there, I will take responsibility. Voices of debate began to rise on the construction site. I mean, when will they get here? The worker replied, they said they would come as soon as possible once they received the information. Go Chang-beom anxiously asked, can't we use our tools to clear this rubble? But the secretary quickly intervened, no, it's too dangerous. They warned us not to act recklessly. Whatever happens, wait for the experts to assess the situation. Go Chang-beom urged, then tell them to hurry up. Go Chang-beom continued to push for the rescue team, completely oblivious to a worker who was looking at him with a hateful gaze. Continue to say, call them and tell them to hurry up. I will handle all arising issues. A few more bricks unexpectedly fell from the pile again. Hey. It collapsed again. You shouldn't stand so close. Go Chang-beom irritably looked at the pile of bricks, thinking to himself, damn it, why is this happening? A worker walked over and said, you don't know why? Go Chang-beom asked in confusion, what? The worker explained, just look. The rebar has no concrete connection and is completely hollow. They quickly removed the supports before the concrete had a chance to set, that's why the upper floor collapsed. The worker expressed his thoughts, if they had more time to work, this kind of incident would never have happened. Go Chang-beom was astonished by the worker's analysis, but he suspiciously asked, why are you only telling me this now? The worker calmly replied, I was just wondering if you were okay. It seems like you are the eldest son of this construction company. Go Chang Biam looked at the worker with annoyance at being questioned. Do you think you can handle this situation? Go Chang Biam's question left the worker speechless. It's not as important as the lives of those people. He looked at the pile of bricks and said, regardless of whether issues arise or not, the top priority here must be to save people first. He continued, if you have time to talk about this nonsense, why not just call 911 instead? He bluntly stated, causing trouble is only effective when it is caused by a group of people. In the end, all the workers were rescued safely. Those present at the construction site breathed a sigh of relief. We are really lucky. Most of them only suffered minor injuries, and no one was seriously hurt. It's truly a relief. Everything here has been resolved smoothly. But the most troubling issue was the media. The secretary then spoke up, but there is one problem here. Go Chang Biam asked, what is it? The secretary replied, a lot of articles about the accident have spread all over social media, and people's reactions are very negative. The secretary's information made him ponder. It seems there will be more articles published soon because the last straw has been reached. The headquarters also cannot stop this spread. After hearing this, he simply asked, really? Then what should we do next? The secretary was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Go Chang Biam reiterated more clearly, I am asking you what we should do next? The secretary looked at Go Chang Biam with a pale face. Aren't you supposed to have some solution for this? At that moment, he said, solution's my ass. I'm just guiding everyone there to call 911 and save people first. The secretary cursed silently, damn it, what does he want me to do now? Go Chang Biam's phone rang. A familiar number flashed before his eyes. It was his beloved father. Damn, so soon? Why can't I pick up now? The secretary saw that and said, it seems the chairman is calling you. Aren't you going to answer? Go Chang Biam trembled a little. Forget it. He clenched the ringing phone tightly. Damn it, how long will it ring? After a while, Go Chang Biam's phone finally fell silent. He hung up. Then, without hesitation, he dialed Kim Hyun Sung's number immediately. Right now, hurry up. Upon picking up, Go Chang Biam was already running. Yes, Hyun Sung, I'm. He ran off, leaving the secretary standing there alone. Where are you running off to? From inside the company, a voice echoed, hey, are you okay? At this moment, Go Chang Biam and Go Chang Suk were sitting face to face. For Go Chang Suk, his brother's mistake was actually an opportunity for him. Go Chang Suk reproached, what were you thinking? Why handle things this way without reporting to your superiors first? Go Chang Suk placed the trending news articles on the table. He was furious, pushed up his glasses, and said, of course, human life is important. What about our company? Do you know how much we will lose if you handle things this way? He continuously attacked Go Chang Biam. Are you willing to take responsibility if this apartment complex doesn't sell? I mean, can you really take responsibility for that? You may have done many things without careful consideration, but we, as business people, will need to deal with the aftermath. An older man spoke up, yes. You've turned the whole day San upside down over this. I heard it's not just 119 calling, but they've called 112 as well, and the press caught wind of it even faster. He questioned Go Chang Biam, how do you plan to handle this? Earlier, Go Chang Biam had contacted Hyun Sung. The chairman takes immense pride in construction, to the point that he resembles a craftsman. But what will you do if such a ridiculous safety incident occurs? Hyun Sung had advised him, I'm sure he will find a way to clarify everything. So just follow what your father says. Go Chang Biam was surprised. What did father say? So Hyun Sung explained, as I said, don't hesitate and keep moving forward. Back to the present, Go Chang Biam expressed his thoughts, surprising both Go Chang Suk and his father. Father, let's demolish this project and start over. Go Chang Suk protested, what are you talking about? Go Chang Suk questioned him, even if you only graduated from high school, shouldn't you have the mindset of a construction worker? Do you know that most of the construction costs come from bank loans? The interest rates are rising every day. The man continued to explain at length, in order to bear the additional costs, up to now the costs of demolition, interest, and other interest rates. Do you really think that doing all those antics is necessary just for a condominium? Go Chang countered, yeah, I'm saying that because it's just a condominium. He analyzed based on Go Chang Suk's words, as you said, we will face heavy losses. Even if I can't calculate that complexly, I understand. But what we need most is credibility. Go Chang continued, nowadays, people are talking a lot about poorly constructed projects in the media, right? Besides profit, the contractor's reputation also needs to be solid. Go Chang pointed out what the company had not truly done well in this situation. In a situation like this, if we completed the building on that collapsed foundation, what do you think would happen? Go Chang Suk stubbornly clung to profit. Thanks to someone, the information has spread everywhere. Now it won't be able to sell anymore. But we won't need to spend more to rebuild a new one. Go Chang quickly rebutted Go Chang Suk, what we should care about is not the economic loss, but the reputation. Constructing projects responsibly. At this point, he was somewhat angry. If not, it will be the result of broken trust. Then Go Chang presented his own plan. If it's just a construction project, after we sincerely admit our mistakes, apologize, and show them that we are trying to improve everything from scratch. He said with a serious expression, we would be able to regain our credibility, even if it takes time. That is the core of Myung-jin construction. Go Chang Suk scoffed, are you an idealist? We are businessmen, we must consider actual profits rather than idealistic things. His father's words interrupted Go Chang Suk, my eldest son. He turned around to look at Go Chang with a proud expression, finally, you've grown up. In his past life, this accident was somewhat different, but it had still occurred in Kim Hyun-sung's previous life. At that time, Chairman Go Myung-jin had revealed to the media the cover-up of the accident and subsequently provided strong principles regarding construction. The chairman spoke up about this incident, saying to Go Chang do you know what made me the angriest about the accident? It was the fact that the consequences of the mistake were simply treated as if they were part of a play. Hearing his father's words, Go Chang Suk, who was sitting beside him, held his breath to the point of trembling as he listened to his respected father say, that is a mistake we should never make in the name of Myung-jin construction. A house is where people live, safety must come first, and personal preferences should come after. After that, he turned to Go Chang and called him. Go Chang looked up at his father, yes, father. He praised him, well done. I thought you would live carefree, but you have not only grown up but also possess qualities very similar to mine. He stood before his two sons explaining, Myung-jin is not just a company, it is also a family business focused on construction projects. Keep up the good work. The words of the father infuriated Go Chang Suk. After that, you will be able to inherit my legacy. A few days after the accident, at the hospital where the injured workers were being treated, the doctor regretfully announced, it seems that her husband will have to have both legs amputated. Upon hearing this, the wife covered her face and cried, oh my God. Most of the accident victims only sustained minor injuries, but only one person required surgery. The wife sat dazed on the bench and said, what are we going to do? How are we going to tell the kids? The man accompanying her comforted, calm down. The people from Myung-jin Corporation will be here soon. You shouldn't get too emotional like this. The wife had little hope about this meeting. I don't think I will be able to talk to them properly. I've heard that people from the construction company won't deal with labor accident cases, let alone compensation. The man accompanying her said, stay strong. If we want to seek justice for your brother-in-law's legs. Before he could finish, both were startled by a sudden voice that rang out, Ms. Kim Yoon-suk? The representatives from Myung-jin Corporation, including Go Chang bowed deeply before the family of the worker who had his legs amputated. On behalf of Myung-jin Construction Company, we sincerely apologize to the family for this unfortunate accident. Earlier, Go Chang had sought Kim Hyun-sung's advice. My father told me to keep doing what I am doing now. But what should I do now? He expressed his feelings, I don't want to disappoint him. This is the first time he has placed his expectations on me. After hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung replied, let's start by handling the accident case first. There are two types of victims in this incident. The first is the potential tenants. He guided how to resolve it, postpone the debts, adjust the mid-term interest rates, lower the prices, and if you promise to disclose the reconstruction process transparently, you can satisfy them immediately. Hyun-sung continued, the problem lies with the second group. Upon hearing this, Go Chang-beom became flustered. Hyun-sung said, these are the people directly affected by the accident, those who were injured in the incident. Do your utmost to resolve their issues sincerely, so they feel proud to have worked for the Myeongjin Construction Group. Returning to reality, Go Chang-beom sat down to negotiate with the families of the victims. This accident was entirely due to negligence during the construction process of our Myeongjin company. We understand that money cannot compensate for this pain, but we will do our best to compensate in the most practical way. The families of the victims were also surprised after hearing this. Really? A representative of Myeongjin Construction Company said, the medical expenses and treatment costs will be covered under work accident insurance. We will also provide an additional compensation of 500 million won in cash. Incredible benefits were announced one after another. Moreover, your husband will be transferred to a project at the headquarters, where we cooperate in a position requiring experience. Your husband has dedicated himself to our company Myeongjin for a long time, and we greatly appreciate his efforts and contributions. Although he is no longer with us, we will not turn a blind eye. After hearing this, the wife felt a weight lift off her heart, and tears streamed down her face. The two brothers, upon hearing these conditions, were overjoyed and their eyes reddened, bowing their heads to express their gratitude. Thank you very much. Go Chang-beom sat outside on the steps, lit a cigarette, and absent-mindedly called his secretary. The secretary, hearing him call, quickly responded, yes, what is it? Go Chang-beom asked casually, what do you think construction work is? The secretary laughed and said, I'm not sure either. Isn't it just construction work? Why do you ask? Go Chang-beom exhaled a puff of smoke and said to his secretary, you see, I used to think that the job of our company was just to make money, build houses, and sell them. But after this incident, my thoughts have changed a lot. The secretary seemed a bit confused but still smiled politely. Go Chang-beom expressed his inner doubts. I feel that many people depend on it, those who need to work to feed their families, and those who live in the houses built with the money we earn from their hard work in life. He looked up at the sky, sighed, I guess I have underestimated my position for too long. Damn it, it's really complicated. I just want to live happily and eat well. Even until now, he still didn't understand from when, because of that kid, he genuinely wanted to sit in the position of chairman that he had almost given up. Go Chang-beom realized that he couldn't live like before anymore. While smoking, he said, I'm sure I look a lot like my dad. After all, we share the same thoughts. I don't know about others, but I hope that everyone who knows me has a good life. Upon hearing this, the secretary responded in astonishment, that's good to hear, sir. In the secretary's heart, he felt very happy, he really has changed. But the atmosphere between the two was quickly shattered by a shout, you are not allowed to smoke here. Put out your cigarettes. Don't you know this is a hospital? The secretary realized he was wrong and quickly apologized, yes, we are sorry. But Go Chang-beom reacted brutally, hey, get lost. He stood up and pointed at the person who had just reminded him, the good atmosphere was ruined because of you. The man, upon hearing this, blurted out, what do you mean? Go Chang-beom growled, get out of here before I flatten this hospital. The secretary, while trying to intervene, sighed helplessly, just as I thought, people will not change that easily. A week passed like the butterfly effect. Even Kim Hyun-sung didn't expect that a new game had begun. In a news segment, the host asked the guest, can you introduce yourself a little? The man mentioned a very familiar name, my name is Oh Jong-hyuk. I am the son of a worker who has been disabled for life due to a construction accident in Incheon. To be honest, the accident at Myeongjin Construction was just a minor event. Few people care about accidents that happen in rural areas that do not involve casualties. However, the media continuously reported on this. We have been informed that a tragic accident has occurred at a construction site for an apartment in Gangnam, Seoul, resulting in 5 deaths. Reporters quickly arrived at the scene and interviewed workers there. The interviewed worker said, "I told them, if we work too fast, an accident will happen, but they just wouldn't listen to me. We should have reported this earlier." Negative news continuously appeared across various newspapers, with the media vigorously covering the story, even uncovering incidents that had been concealed. The entire country condemned the situation. At this point, the host began speaking with Oh Jong-hyuk. "Can you briefly introduce yourself?" He replied, "My name is Oh Jong-hyuk. I am the son of a construction worker who was severely injured in the construction accident in Incheon." The host asked about his father's story. "Can you tell us what happened to your father?" Oh Jong-hyuk quickly recounted the events of that day at the construction site. Building materials were being transported by crane. And thus, the story of Jong-hyuk's father was broadcast on live television. I realized that if they had just paid a little more attention at that moment. Oh Jong-hyuk referred to the actions of the construction company at that time, but the worst thing was the reaction of the construction company. The host, curious, asked, "Are you saying what the reaction was after the accident happened?" He angrily recounted the events at that time. An incident occurred and someone was injured. They should have called an ambulance immediately, but at that moment, the site manager prevented us from making the call, saying that we had to report to superiors first. In the end, it took 2 hours for my father to be taken to the hospital. The host continued, "We have learned that the hospital was not the closest one to the site. Moreover, it was unnecessary to take the patient to a hospital that was an hour's drive away." Oh Jong-hyuk clenched his fists in anger. If they had taken him to a hospital that had a partnership with the construction company, they could have received more insurance money. They said they wanted to help us reduce the financial burden, but my father received no assistance whatsoever. The host continued to ask, "Why do you think the construction company made such a decision?" He slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Of course, to cover up the accident. They could complete the project without facing any consequences. In the end, this happened for one reason: it was about money. In order for the construction company to optimize profits by accelerating the schedule, they exploited the workers there. He frowned, looked straight into the camera lens and said, "That's why I gathered all my courage to appear before the camera. I hope there will be no more victims like my father." The host, after hearing this, encouraged him and continued to ask, "Once again, thank you for making this difficult decision. Is there anything else you would like to say?" He hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Yes. Currently, I am also working at a construction site. Coincidentally, not long ago, there was also an accident at the site. But the response from the construction company was completely different from my father's case." On the other side, Go Chang had been appointed as the manager of the reconstruction site and went to work every morning. Unlike before, now he arrived at work to the welcome of all the workers. "The manager is here. Good morning. Today the boss looks more handsome than ever." The enthusiasm of the workers made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Oh my, what's wrong with you all?" One of them explained, "The previous incident has changed everyone's perception of you. Now everyone appreciates you." Go Chang was confused and said, "What good does that do?" Suddenly, a man stepped forward, handed him a pink cloth bag and invited the manager. "This is onion juice my wife made for me. You should try it, it's very delicious." Hearing about this strange drink, Go Chang couldn't help but shudder. "What?" A little while later, he sighed and said, "I'm so hungry." He took out instant noodles, and while preparing them, he lamented his fate. "Why did I become a manager? I have to go to work early every day." As he ate, he pondered, "I'm really in a difficult situation. But food is always true love." He quickly brushed aside the chaotic thoughts. Ramen was indeed the best choice to eat on the construction site. While enjoying the tasty dish, a worker stepped in. "Manager, there's a guest." Go Chang was surprised and asked, "Which guest?" At that moment, the worker introduced, he is from the television station, here to film. The headquarters has approved it too. Chang nodded and said, alright, I was just planning to take a break. You go arrange for him to be guided. But the worker said, not like that, he came to interview you. Hearing that, Chang panicked and almost choked on his noodles. What? Why me? Chang anxiously looked at the worker. Did I do something wrong? The worker shrugged, I'm not sure either. That night, at the home of the chairman of the Jin group, he was leisurely sitting on the sofa, watching the news about the decision to rebuild the apartment complex of the Jin construction group. He smiled slightly and said, can you explain that further? The other person replied, first of all, an unexpected accident happened. However, even so, for a construction company, this is not an easy decision. Most construction projects are financed through loans from banks. The news report began analyzing the situation. If reconstruction proceeds, the repayment period will be postponed, interest rates will rise, and more money will be needed. Therefore, they will face a huge deficit, accumulating losses. This is quite an unusual case. Two experts in the news report continuously provided their opinions. Of course, one might think this is just a major decision made by the Jin construction group. The other expert continued, we will interview the son of the chairman of the Jin group, who made this decision Chang. A familiar female voice rang out during the interview, to be honest, I don't think they will regret it. I was worried that they would regard this as just a workplace accident and not care about his pain. But the self-proclaimed son of the chairman came to apologize to us, and I am very grateful for that. Of course, I am very angry about what happened to my husband's leg. But I still feel comforted knowing he can work for a company that understands its workers. He held the remote control and increased the volume. The reporter said, according to the information we have gathered, his reaction after the accident was truly impressive. Chang, after hearing the reporter's question, scratched his head and smiled. The reporter continued, I heard that you shouted that human lives are more important than any material damage. He smiled and replied, yes, that's right, that's true. The reporter went on to ask, not only that, but you also took responsibility for this accident and firmly demanded the entire project be rebuilt. Do you have any special reasons for this action? This time, Chang became serious and answered, I am just following my father's teachings. Since I was young, he taught me that what we do is not just about making money but also about building a business like a family. That is something that must be maintained forever. While listening to his son answer the interview, his phone rang with a familiar number. He said, but we cannot only look at the damage after making mistakes, can we? Jin quickly picked up the phone. On the other end, the voice of Chairman Park resonated, full of excitement, Chairman Go, you really raised a clever child. After hearing that, Jin laughed heartily, I know, in the past he has caused quite a bit of trouble. There were times I even doubted if he was my son, but seeing the way he handles this issue, he really is very much like me. Chairman Park laughed heartily, yes, that's why my daughter and I. A woman was driving while calling Jin, Chairman Go. What do you think about the family meeting with the judge and prosecutor that I mentioned before? On the phone, Jin seemed displeased, that person? I flatly rejected it last time, why are they bringing it up again? The woman replied, now, not only in Daesan, but requests for meetings are coming in from all over the country. Jin coldly responded, is that so? The woman on the other end continued, if you don't like the family I mentioned before, I can introduce some other families. If you need, just let me know. He quickly replied, okay, I understand. There was a knock at the door, and the secretary entered and greeted, Chairman, did you call for me? He looked at the secretary and instructed, yes, you don't need to answer those marriage proposals anymore. The female secretary nodded, I understand, sir. He returned to his serious demeanor and asked the secretary, what's the situation? The female secretary quickly reported, yes, currently the construction requests are coming in thick and fast. The female secretary continued to report, currently, all are large projects. The main requests we have received include the headquarters of Group S in Jongro, the reconstruction of 3,000 apartments in Gangnam, the new Gangbuk building, and the staff dormitory of the joint chemical company J. We also received a call from Daesan City. The secretary's report surprised him. They want to quickly sign a contract to provide housing for the 5,000 households proposed earlier and hope to announce construction progress by the first half of next year at the latest. For Go Myung-jin, this was his lifelong desire, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he had been waiting for. Like winning a jackpot ticket. Go Chang-beom exclaimed in surprise, "Excuse me, what is going on?" "Me?" Go Myung-jin calmly said, "Yes, from now on, you will take on the role of Chief Executive Officer of the group. Everyone in this room will do their utmost to support you." Go Chang-beom looked around, his eyes full of worry. What is happening? Am I dreaming? At that moment, everyone in the room applauded and congratulated. "Congratulations, Chief Executive Officer Go Chang-beom." He looked around, thinking to himself, the faces that used to look down on me, treating me like trash, are now starting to flatter me. Those people clapped and said, "From now on, if there is anything we can help with, we will not hesitate to assist you." Seeing the two of them talking, he suddenly jolted. Aren't these two on Chang Suk's side? After a moment, Go Myung-jin began to speak. "You should participate in the project in Daesan City. Although it's still a bit early, you can learn some things through the experience." Hearing his father say that, Go Chang-beom immediately obediently replied, "Yes, father." He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and bowed respectfully to everyone. "I hope to receive everyone's support." Returning to school, the lively voices of the students echoed, "See you all next semester." Some female students whispered to each other, "It must have been really fun on Talk yesterday, right?" Lee Young-min sat in his chair, shyly listening to the girls' chatter. The notification sound of a message rang on his phone. It was a message from Go Chang-beom. "I became the chief executive officer." Kim Hyun-sung simply congratulated him. Then another message came. "Moreover, I have been granted permission to participate in the social housing project for 5,000 residents of Daesan City." Unbelievable, you are amazing. Looking at these messages, Kim Hyun-sung couldn't help but think, why didn't I think things would turn out this way? There are so many projects like the social housing project that were initially thought to emerge in the future. Everything seems to be gradually exceeding my memory's scope. Could this be the butterfly effect? The initial plan that Hyun-sung outlined was not like this. According to his original plan, he would solidify his position within the Myung-jin group through this event. Based on that, he would intervene and strive to support the social housing project of 5,000 apartments to be approved. Hyun-sung began to piece together the events that had occurred previously. For example, thanks to Chairman Go Myung-jin, he no longer had to worry about this. Clearly, Go Chang-beom's promotion to executive director was very beneficial for his future plans. However, this was entirely beyond his expectations. He started recalculating his plan to ensure everything went smoothly. "I must calculate the variables more carefully because I will not accept any failure, no matter how small." A moment later, a luxury sports car entered the school. Kim Hyun-sung lowered his head and realized it was Go Chang-beom's car. He curiously looked outside. What is he coming to my school for? The message did not say anything at all. Go Chang-beom walked straight to the principal's office. "How have you been lately, sir?" The principal warmly replied, "Everything is still normal." He also expressed his admiration for what had happened recently. "I was very impressed by you today. You made a very correct decision. I am proud of you, Executive Director. Now, the Myung-jin Group is the pride of Daesan City, isn't it?" Hearing the principal say that, Go Chang-beom couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did he just call me the Executive Director? This hasn't been widely announced yet. This old fox must have heard it from somewhere. He set aside his curiosity and said, "First of all, the reason I came here is to thank you for your care towards Hyun-sung." Upon hearing this, the principal smiled brightly. "Of course, as a teacher, that's what I should do." Go Chang-beom spoke with a deeper meaning, but sometimes people have to show it outwardly for others to understand. He leaned back in his chair, wearing a friendly smile. It's all about reciprocity, so I'm considering giving you a gift. The principal looked a bit puzzled. A gift? Go Changbium began to outline his plan. I want to collaborate with the city government to build a new sports center. Under Go Changbium's description, a vision of a modern sports center emerged in the principal's mind. It included state-of-the-art equipment, including a swimming pool. Thinking of this, the principal immediately nodded. I assure you we will do our best, we will not disappoint you. Please be assured that Kianil High School will support Hyunsung both materially and spiritually. Go Changbium smiled. Thank you, I appreciate your determination. In his heart, he felt very pleased, thinking to himself, that's how it should be. If I spend money, I must receive benefits in return. Both were silent for a moment, then Go Changbium spoke again. I want to ask you for a favor. Could you call him to meet me? That teacher Kim Yong Cheol. Kim Yong Cheol approached Go Changbium, quickly observing him. Go Changbium said, Sir, I really like people like you. In a world where everyone has to strive to make a living, isn't it just natural to work for the rich? He looked at the teacher with a playful smile. I've heard the story. Since this time you openly punished Shinyong Min so blatantly, everyone is gossiping that I bribed you. He spoke as if it were a trivial matter, just like a natural law, so what? No matter what people say, you will win in this school. You will become a proud pillar of your family, hands full of gifts. He also straightforwardly set a time frame for this matter, along with an enticing proposal, this time, a maximum of 3 years. Doing it this way, isn't it more advantageous? Kim Yong Cheol, upon hearing this, agreed, yes, I think so too. However, the cold gaze of Go Changbium seemed to pierce deep into the teacher's soul. Yet he continued, but I heard you have been in contact with Miracle? Kim Yong Cheol hesitated to admit, yes. Go Changbium spoke to him as if he were inviting him. I have spoken well of you. So today, bring your friends here, have fun, and don't worry about the money. I will prepare a box of vitamins for you, remember to take it home. He seemed a bit dazed, so Go Changbium had to be direct. It's money, that's what it is. He looked at the teacher with a fearsome expression and a triumphant smile. Remember, the one negotiating with you is not a parent with a little money, but the heir to the Myeongjin Construction Group, the most powerful and wealthy person in Daesan City. I hold this city in my hands. The threats were wrapped in sweet words, hard to swallow. Go Changbium continued, I will certainly pay you handsomely. Today on the rooftop, the wind was stronger than usual, thank you. Kim Hyung-sung and Go Changbium met. Without hesitation, Hyung-sung asked, Are you thanking me for responding quickly to the accident, right? Go Changbium didn't deny it. After that incident, I fully admit, you were right. The one who set up Go Chang-suk last time could be anyone, but he could also dig up information on us. However, this time, the issue is much more complicated. He continued to praise Hyung-sung, you accurately judged my father's character and correctly predicted the benefits of becoming the CEO. It's all thanks to you. He continued, in the future, I will also become the president. I was once curious about you, but now that curiosity has turned into admiration. I don't know what kind of future you will paint, but that also means you need more power, so much so that you have to promote me to the position of president, and I accept that. So, do your best in your position. Han Sung listened without any expression on his face, simply responding, thank you. Go Changbium looked at him, helplessly sighed, what an interesting kid. He turned to leave, adding, if you need anything, just let me know. Han Sung was surprised and asked, what do I need? He looked up at the clear blue sky and expressed his thoughts, right now, I truly want to do anything for you at any time. Han Sung murmured, anything. Having said that, he looked at him seriously, so how much can you spend for me? After school, teacher Kim Yong Cheol stood on the podium, announcing to the class, I have some good news to share with you all. We have decided to collaborate with Myeongjin Construction Group to establish a scholarship fund. He briefly introduced this scholarship. The amount of the scholarship is 10 million won, and the number of applications is unlimited. But of course, this amount will not be awarded to everyone. This announcement shocked the entire class. What? 10 million won? He introduced the conditions for registration. The teacher clapped his hands and said loudly, "Students who receive scholarships will be those who study hard. We will choose students with potential. Everyone, give a round of applause. The first name announced is Hyun-sung from our class." The other students couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. Everyone looked at Hyun-sung and murmured, "Everyone hurry up and congratulate him. If they are his guardians, they should support him directly. Why should I be excited? Didn't he already become the best in the school?" In addition to Kim Hyun-sung, the teacher announced another name. Also, Kim Si-woo from the 8th grade has also been selected. So, do your best, everyone. If you study hard, Myung-jin Group will also award scholarships to you, without needing anyone else's help. Hearing that the second person received a scholarship, the students were astonished. What? It's obviously clear already. Okay, not counting Kim Hyun-sung, because he is not only the class leader but also ranked first in the school during the midterm exams. But Kim Si-woo. Oh my god. He used to study Taekwondo, but now he is nothing at all. The students appeared curious about this decision. That's so strange. Not only strange, but what right does Kim Si-woo have to receive a scholarship? After some analysis, they reached a conclusion. Perhaps it's because he's friends with Hyun-sung. They must have done something secretly. Then, they turned their attention back to Hyun-sung. So, who exactly is Kim Hyun-sung? Is he the illegitimate child of the Myung-jin construction group? The other two rebutted, how could that be true? If that were the case, they would have taken care of him a long time ago. One person said, well, who knows? Even if it were true, it would be quite a thrilling story. They were engrossed in their discussion when suddenly he turned pale. He almost bit his tongue and had to lower his head and turn away. His two friends felt confused. At that moment, they finally noticed that Kim Hyun-sung was standing right in front of them, but they could no longer turn back. Kim Hyun-sung waved his blood-stained hand at them. It was then that they began to regret, we were crazy. Why did we speak ill of Kim Hyun-sung? He recalled the scene of being beaten badly in the past. His legs trembled involuntarily, and his face turned pale. He secretly thought, that crazy dog Kyeonil. Does he want to kill me? But I still have so much to do. However, his train of thought was quickly interrupted by Kim Hyun-sung's words, look up. Kim Hyun-sung did not hit him as he had imagined, but simply asked, are you Cho Jae-jin, the one nicknamed the loudspeaker at school? Hearing Kim Hyun-sung's question, he trembled incessantly, it's me. Kim Hyun-sung said seriously, don't be afraid. I don't care what others say behind my back. I like you because you always brag. If you really have a good relationship with all the students in the school. Kim Hyun-sung's words made Cho Jae-jin even more afraid. Then I have something I want to ask you for help. Cho Jae-jin hesitantly replied, you can say it, I will definitely try my best. In his heart, he was anxious and worried, wondering, will I be able to return safely? At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung finally mentioned the scholarship. Choosing a scholarship is indeed unfair. Si-woo and I are proof of that. However, you've probably heard that there is no limit on the number of scholarship recipients, right? Cho Jae-jin listened in confusion as Kim Hyun-sung said, wait, what is he talking about? Kim Hyun-sung continued, in other words, you can also receive the scholarship. Cho Jae-jin was surprised by this generous attitude. Don't tell me they can just give scholarships to whoever they want. After saying this, Kim Hyun-sung made his request, you have to spread the word about how unfair the Myung-jin Construction Group's scholarship is. However, things were not that simple. Kim Hyun-sung leaned close and whispered, but what you need to do is add some flavor to that rumor. The next evening, a strange rumor quickly spread throughout the school, have you heard? The Myung-jin Group established the Kyeonil School Scholarship to take care of those who are good to Kim Hyun-sung. At that moment, everyone realized, that's why Si-woo was the only one who talked to Kim Hyun-sung in the Park Jin-woo incident, so he was chosen. Cho Jae-jin quickly spread this rumor, exactly. Otherwise, why would Kim Si-woo be selected? He eagerly sowed these rumors. Moreover, there will be no limits. As long as we treat Kim Hyun-sung well, no matter how many people there are, they will all be taken care of. From the classroom to the cafeteria, rumors about this topic were everywhere. Kim Hyun-sung has really changed a lot lately, right? It is said that he changed his attitude because of the Park Min-cheol gang. The blue-haired guy said, they say that they plan to start from Kyeonil, to wipe out the bastards at Daesan, right? From underclassmen to upperclassmen, everyone talked about this topic. Senior, you mentioned that you had a conversation with Kim Hyun-sung before. It seems that he will accept anyone who wants to participate in his plan. The senior scolded him, you've been reading too many stories about school violence. However, he continued to actively spread this rumor. Look at Kim Si-woo, he received 10 million won from the Park Jin-woo incident. Everyone was skeptical, but they couldn't ignore this rumor. While studying in class, Bae Sung-go also heard this rumor. He immediately stood up. Is Kim Hyun-sung gathering everyone? Why is he doing that? If I perform really well, can I get a scholarship like Kim Si-woo? If he needs help fighting, I believe I can do it. I lost because he is Kim Hyun-sung. But hasn't anyone said I'm weak? After saying that, he stepped out of the classroom and called Cho Jae-jin over. Is it true? Cho Jae-jin nervously nodded. It's true, I only told you because it's you. Bae Sung-go leaned close to him and whispered, Hyun-sung wants to turn Kyeonil School into his kingdom, exploiting the power he creates. He wants to wipe out neighboring schools. He also said half-jokingly, during this time, if anyone shows strength and loyalty, he will definitely be treated accordingly. You know how significant the scholarship is, right? Bae Sung-go pondered. Of course, this amount is not insignificant compared to what Shinyong Min offered. The issue is whether Kim Hyun-sung would accept me, someone who has fought with him before. But I've decided to take a chance. After school, Bae Sung-go waited at the school gate. When Kim Hyun-sung approached, he immediately stepped up to face him. Kim Hyun-sung, I have something to discuss with you. Are you free? Kim Hyun-sung's attitude surprised him. Follow me. Bae Sung-go was slightly shocked. Is it that simple? He followed Kim Hyun-sung to a secluded place. He began to express his apology. First of all, I apologize for what happened. At first, I had no ill intentions. Kim Hyun-sung just urged him, I understand, get straight to the point. At this moment, he finally stated his purpose. I heard you plan to level the schools around. Do you trust me? I know after fighting to the death with you. Suddenly, he lowered his head, which seemed a bit strange. To be honest, I need money. I can't specify the reason, but what I mean is if you need someone who knows how to obey and is strong, what do you think of me? I believe I won't disappoint you. Kim Hyun-sung coldly replied, I heard you were the one who devised the plan of Shinyong Min, right? Being questioned like that by Kim Hyun-sung, the guy was certain that Kim Hyun-sung knew about it. Bae Sung-ho thought he couldn't deceive him anymore, so he quickly admitted, it was me. Kim Hyun-sung looked at Bae Sung-ho with an interesting gaze. I will accept you, but only if you pass my test. Hyun-sung's fist tightened. After a while, Bae Sung-ho's followers looked confused at the scene before them. What's going on? I came because Sung-ho Sr. called. Why are there also those from the third year here? The one sitting on the stairs arrogantly spoke up. Who do you think you are to give orders to the third years? If Shinyong Min were not absent, you would have already been beaten up. Forget about Kim Hyun-sung. Today we will teach you little kids a lesson. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, it's here. That guy turned to look at Bae Sung-ho. You bastard, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bae Sung-ho's bruised face, those present were astonished. What happened to your face? Bae Sung-ho immediately raised his voice. I'll say it once, you fifth-year punks, listen closely. Hearing Bae Sung-ho refer to him as you, the anger flared up in that bastard. But before he could finish his sentence, Bae Sung-ho cut him off. From today onward, I'll follow Kim Hyun-sung. He is my support. Upon hearing this, the third-year students were shocked, shouting, What? Bastard, do you want to die? Anyone who doesn't want to follow Kim Hyun-sung, raise your hand. Bae Sung-ho began to warm up his body. I will kill all of you here. This is also the test that Kim Hyun-sung assigned to me. I need a few dogs who know how to obey, to fight when I say fight, to bark when I say bark, and to follow my orders unconditionally. That arrogant and ruthless gaze made Bae Sung-ho recall that moment, causing him to shiver. You think you can do that? Bae Sung-ho held his bruised face, preparing to find the third-year students. He painfully collapsed to the ground. That damn bastard, it hurts like hell. But suddenly, a sharp whistle rang out, and the pain in his body seemed to vanish completely. Kim Hyun-sung handed him 5 million won. Truly a slave to money, but whatever, losing this much money still feels worth it. Kim Hyun-sung stood on the ring, watching him beaten and bruised lying on the ground. Now you are my dog, so I choose you to go receive the scholarship tomorrow. As long as you perform well, whatever reward you want, I will fulfill it for you. Don't even think about opposing me. Kim Hyun-sung looked at Bae Sung-ho with a cold gaze, because if you dare to betray, cross the line, and come back to bite me, I will tear you apart. Bae Sung-ho looked up at the clear blue sky. Making this much money so quickly is really nice. But did I make the right choice? I'm being treated like a dog like this. However, he quickly brushed the thought aside and said, whatever, let it go. Where else can I earn 5 million won so easily? At least it's better than being beaten in the golden circle. Has my life ever had a day of comfort? Now that the food is served right in front of me, what am I hesitating for? Saying that, he quickly called someone. The person on the other end picked up quickly. Sung-go, what's going on? Bae Sung-ho coldly said, come meet me, I have something to talk about. Now the situation has become like this. Bae Sung-ho threw a punch, knocking one of the third-year students to the ground. He looked at him with disdain. You third-year dogs, do you think I bow my head because I can't fight you? I'm just holding back because of that damn Shinyong Min. Without him, you are nothing at all, understand? Bae Sung-ho looked at the trembling group of third-year students and said, is there anyone else who has anything to say? Then from now on, we are on the same side. He stepped up to one third-year student, grabbed his head, and whispered, remember, I don't know anything. Whatever chaos happens, I am not aware of it. So from now on, I will be loyal to my master, Kim Hyun-sung. Therefore, you also have to obey Hyun-sung's orders. Bae Sung-ho did exactly what Kim Hyun-sung had told him. Hyun-sung says you should offer your cheek for him to slap, then you must do so. Whatever he tells you to do, you do it. If anyone at Kyeonil High School opposes Hyun-sung, we will take care of them. He beat the third-year student to a pulp before letting him go. He threatened, you'd better not think about opposing Hyun-sung, because if you do, I will break every single bone in your body until you're dead. There's one more thing, he kept talking as he walked. The rumor that Kim Hyun-sung gives scholarships to those who are loyal to him is true. So we must serve our master wholeheartedly, because only by doing so can we earn something. If you don't work and still expect to receive, you'll only get beaten. The next day, everyone was still buzzing about Bae Sung-ho's situation. Was that guy crazy yesterday? What is this loyalty to Hyun-sung, treating him as a master? What the hell is going on? Bae Sung-ho now really has nothing left to lose. Being schooled by Hyun-sung has turned him into his loyal dog. Two students were discussing as they walked, that guy is really stupid. How could he think that just following orders would get him money? What is this nonsense? They looked at the group of students gathering around the bulletin board. What's all this noise about? Curious, the two approached. What's going on here? Seeing the updated scholarship list, they were shocked to discover that Bae Sung-ho had received a scholarship. At this moment, everyone slowly began to believe in the previous rumors. So the rumors were true? Park Jin-woo stared in horror at the familiar names. How on earth did Kim Hyun-sung connect with Myung-jin Construction? Not to mention Bae Sung-ho, there's also that tough guy Cho Jae-jin. What exactly has he done? He hurriedly went to find Cho Jae-jin. Cho Jae-jin candidly said, me? Whatever Hyun-sung tells me to do, I do it. That's why I got the scholarship. By the way, let me tell you, you better know your place a little, got it? Cho Jae-jin kindly advised him, don't go against Kim Hyun-sung, or one day you'll end up with a dismal fate like Shinyong Min. Hearing Cho Jae-jin say that, his mind was in turmoil. That guy really intends to turn Kianil Middle School into his kingdom. What should I do to get to school now? A voice rang out, causing both of them to snap to attention. Kim Hyun-sung is coming. Make way, make way. Kim Si-woo is accompanying him too. At that moment, the entire school understood that the tides had turned. Everyone had to clear the way for Kim Hyun-sung. At least within the school, no one dared to oppose Kim Hyun-sung anymore. This meant that he had reached a new level. A black car was speeding down the road. I assigned this task to you a long time ago. Do you know what has been happening at Kianil High School recently? That cunning little nephew of mine is causing chaos at school, and no one there can manage him. The person on the other end of the line kept berating him. It's all your fault for not fulfilling your responsibilities, right? He hurriedly apologized to the client. We sincerely apologize for allowing this to happen. The person on the other end remained angry and scolded him. You've taken the money, and now you dare to casually say sorry? I trusted you because I heard the Golden Circle does good business. Do you know how badly my son has been suffering at school lately? Just seeing him in pain feels like burning fire inside me. The man disdainfully replied, if the results are still not satisfactory, I will report this to the Golden members and let them know that the Golden Circle is now just a name without substance. The representative of the Golden Circle in Seoul quickly assured him, rest assured, this time we have prepared very thoroughly. We will definitely resolve this issue at all costs. We will settle this matter before November. Hearing this, the person on the other end softened his tone. All right, I will trust you one more time. Hearing this, the man assured, oh my, what a hassle. This is really not a big deal. After hanging up, he turned to look at the blonde man named Tae-jun sitting next to him. Can you do it? The other man arrogantly replied, of course I can, why would the master even ask? You just need to remember your promise to others. Tae-jun emphasized, remember that after the job is done, you have to give me the special reward as promised. Looking at the back of the man who had just left, he began to contemplate. After witnessing his strength, the Golden Circle personally hired him. Who would have thought that one day I would need to resort to someone like him, especially in this place? Now, Tae-jun stepped forward to the principal Oh Dae-hwan and followed the procedure. You are Choi Tae-jun, correct? The school usually does not accept transfer students at this time of year, but your case is an exception because the Seoul Education Director requested us to do so. If anyone asks, you just say that. Still with his penchant for probing, he asked, how do you know the director? Tae-jun, his hands trembling, replied, he is my father's friend. Hearing this, suspicion rose in his heart. Friends, that's really strange. He looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. The director of education in Seoul is arranging for a student to transfer to Kianil High School at the request of another student, which is clearly illegal. If I make a big deal out of this, the director will definitely get into trouble. So why is he taking the risk of arranging for Choi Tae-jun to come to Kianil High School? His seasoned mind quickly calculated, could it be that he's an insider planted by the Golden Circle? After thinking for a while, he mused, even if that's the case, I cannot allow him to act recklessly at Kianil High School. With that thought in mind, he turned to Choi Tae-jun and said, I will report this matter. Kianil High School is one of the most prestigious schools in Daesan, and I warn you, if you violate any of the school's rules, do not expect any special treatment, even if the director of education in Seoul is your father. Hearing that, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. I understand. After saying that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, looking at the principal with a disdainful gaze. Now, which class do I need to go to? In the end, he was assigned to class 1/5. Nice to meet you all, I am Choi Tae-jun. He looked at everyone in the class with a confident attitude. Even though I transferred from Seoul, I hope we can get along well together. Park Jin-woo looked at the name on the blackboard and murmured, Choi Tae-jun. He seemed to also see Park Jin-woo. After class, the two met like old friends. Who would have thought we'd run into each other here? The last time we met at the party was 6 months ago. The two talked happily. Recalling 6 months ago, at that time, Choi Tae-jun was quite famous in the eastern area of Seoul and had joined the Golden Circle. Thinking that he would need these kids later on, he made friends everywhere. At that time, Park Jin-woo thought, this guy is really a waste. At that moment, Choi Tae-jun suddenly spoke up, how's this palace? Didn't you say you're the king of this school? Caught off guard by the question, Park Jin-woo felt a bit awkward. He helplessly said, of course. I am the one around here. Boring as hell, just an ordinary school. The principal is obsessed with the reputation of prestigious schools. However, you have to be careful with someone named Kim Hyun-sung. Park Jin-woo warned, recalling those cold eyes like daggers. A sense of fear surged in his heart. Don't mess with him. He's really good at fighting, plus, he has connections with some big shots. Hearing this, Choi Tae-jun curiously asked, really? That guy is actually the king of this school? I thought it was you. Park Jin-woo felt a bit uneasy and said, that's partly true, but you should be more careful. Choi Tae-jun looked at Park Jin-woo with a contemptuous gaze. This idiot is so slow-witted, always acting tough. Anyway, I'm somewhat connected to him. I can take advantage of that for future plans. He smirked and said, whatever, do as you please. It's still nice to see you again. Let's help each other out in the future. Park Jin-woo returned to the classroom. The teacher was still lecturing. Choi Tae-jun yawned and began calculating his next move. This isn't just about defeating one person. My mission is to stay at Daesan for 6 months and thoroughly ruin Kim Hyun-sung, a first-year student at Kianil High School. I've taken on this seemingly difficult task, but they've given me a large amount of cash as insurance. So, there's no reason to refuse. He started imagining a bright future. I just need to stir up trouble with a few guys to ensure that the people at this school push Kim Hyun-sung to the bottom of the social ladder. I've done this many times before. I just need to turn this school into his nightmare. He was very confident, and that confidence was not without reason. Choi Tae-jun's confidence is evident. S-rank individuals are unattainable. A rank only accounts for 0.1% of all students, and B rank represents the best in the country. Although Choi Tae-jun is only a 10th grader, he easily passed the Golden Circle test and was ranked B. He arrogantly glanced at the ticking clock. Kim Hyun-sung has Kianil High School backing him, while I have connections with the education director. However, I cannot rely on the protection of those old geezers to act recklessly. First, I must find an opportunity to thoroughly destroy Kim Hyun-sung. After that, I will manipulate the 11th and 12th graders to isolate him. In the end, the 11th and 12th graders will surely see him as a thorn in their side. He stared at Park Jin-woo, silently thinking, do I need 6 months to accomplish this? I should eliminate this obstacle as soon as possible so I can continue to level up. He said to Park Jin-woo, show me how the other classes are doing. After some wandering, he and Park Jin-woo arrived at Kim Hyun-sung's class. This is the last classroom. The homeroom teacher for this class is Kim Yong-cheol. The Kim Hyun-sung I mentioned to you before is also in this class. Hearing that, Choi Tae-jun immediately showed interest. Really? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Kim Hyun-sung diligently studying. Park Jin-woo couldn't help but exclaim, damn. Why does he have to sit there? Choi Tae-jun looked at the scholarly young man and asked, is this Kim Hyun-sung? A provocative voice rang out, what the hell are you guys doing? He approached with an arrogant expression, glaring at Hyun-sung, what are you looking at, you punk? Seeing the situation worsening, Park Jin-woo quickly intervened, hey. He walked over to Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung looked up at him and coldly said, who do you think you are? He asked in surprise, what are you talking about? Kim Hyun-sung replied, I'm not looking at you. He exposed the other's actions, looks like you want to fight, right? Choi Tae-jun glared at Kim Hyun-sung with a hostile look, look at this boastful guy. But Kim Hyun-sung never gave the provocateur a chance. Finishing his sentence, he smiled at Choi Tae-jun, are you sure you can bear the consequences of your actions just now? Choi Tae-jun was taken aback, his tone slightly angry, what the hell are you talking about? His words were interrupted by a loud noise. A punch sent him flying into the table and chairs, crashing down to the ground. Furious, he raised his head and cursed, "Damn it, you bastard." At that moment, a pleading voice rang out, "Hyun-sung, I'm begging you." Park Jin-woo fell to his knees, pleading, "I didn't intend to bring him here to cause trouble, it was this guy who acted up on his own." He was still kneeling with a humble expression, saying, "I'm begging you, just this once, okay?" Choi Tae-jun lay flattened on the floor, stunned by Park Jin-woo's words. The scene before him was unbelievable. He couldn't believe his eyes. What on earth is happening? The appearance of Choi Tae-jun put Park Jin-woo in a good mood. After all, he had a friend by his side who knew about his glorious past. Therefore, he wanted to treat that friend a bit better, as it had been a long time since they last met. Back then, they used to enjoy themselves quite a bit, smoking and chatting together. But when Choi Tae-jun provoked Kim Hyun-sung, a thought flashed in Park Jin-woo's mind. Consequently, Park Jin-woo knelt down, hands clasped in apology. Kim Hyun-sung was furious. Choi Tae-jun was completely lost, not understanding what was happening, and for the reason why Park Jin-woo was so fearful. Let's go back a week. After Bae Sung-ho declared his allegiance to Kim Hyun-sung, the atmosphere at Kyeonil High School completely changed. A new power had emerged. Bae Sung-ho did not allow anyone to challenge him. Did the other students dislike this change? In fact, they were quite pleased. Bae Sung-ho's gang heard rumors that some kid was badmouthing Kim Hyun-sung, and they angrily went looking for him. Once they found the student, they confronted him first. The student denied it, but before he could explain, he was beaten to a pulp by Bae Sung-ho's gang. Let this be a lesson for you. Don't talk bad about Kim Hyun-sung again. Focus on your studies, you're a senior. We're supporting you. The students around were so frightened that they didn't dare to move as they witnessed the fight. The student had lost consciousness, blood pouring from his mouth, lying helplessly on the ground. That was the price to pay for talking ill of Kim Hyun-sung. Since Kim Hyun-sung took control at Kyeonil High School, violence and bullying have become everyday occurrences in the district. Ever since Bae Sung-ho received a golden scholarship from Kim Hyun-sung, he had become Kim Hyun-sung's loyal dog, serving as the guardian of Kyeonil High School. He will punish those who bully the weak, claiming to act on behalf of justice and setting the principle of prohibiting bullying among friends, banning school violence, and not causing trouble. School violence has disappeared from Kyeonil Middle School. The friend in his words is Kim Hyun-sung. The era of peace of the kind-hearted king has officially begun. Choi Tae-jun provoked the ruler, leading to all of this. What happened next was all too clear. Returning to the scene of Park Jin-woo pleading for Kim Hyun-sung to spare Choi Tae-jun, he knows nothing about this at all. I have nothing to do with it, don't misunderstand. Choi Tae-jun clutched his neck, crying out in pain. He did not know if Park Jin-woo was still his friend. Park Jin-woo, what the hell are you doing? I considered you a friend, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Why not hit him? He kept rambling, just because I treated you well a bit, you dared to stab me in the back. Park Jin-woo immediately retorted, what, this bastard? Who stabbed you in the back? Kim Hyun-sung sneered back at his foolishness. Park Jin-woo, afraid his friend would talk nonsense, stood up and dealt Choi Tae-jun another punch. You are the new transfer student, shut your mouth. How dare you insult Kim Hyun-sung? But things are not that simple. The sounds bam, bam, rang out. Choi Tae-jun struck very quickly, delivering a punch straight to Park Jin-woo's face. Park Jin-woo fell to the ground. Of course, he had to endure another punch from Choi Tae-jun. It seems you forgot that you were talking to Choi Tae-jun. Choi Tae-jun had single-handedly defeated an entire wrestling team and was selected into the Golden Circle at the age of 17. He was capable of breaking bull horns. He emphasized that he was a B-class assassin, and then gifted Park Jin-woo another punch, sending him flying away, crashing down on the floor. With just 3 punches, Park Jin-woo was taken down. He smirked, 3 blows and you're out, it's all your fault for saying nonsense that got you hit. What annoyed Choi Tae-jun was that Kim Hyun-sung appeared strangely calm. He smiled and said, what game are you two playing? Choi Tae-jun thought of Kim Hyun-sung as a madman who would definitely have to die. He thought to himself, no matter the reason or the plan, just hit him first and then think. Choi Tae-jun pointed his finger at Kim Hyun-sung's face, shouting furiously, "You wait, next time you will die. You probably don't know what is going to fall on your head. Next time will be your death anniversary." Kim Hyun-sung was not afraid at all, ignoring his nonsense. The next day, Choi Tae-jun was listening to the lecture while thinking, how will I deal with that bastard Kim Hyun-sung after class? This is his death day. And what about Park Jin-woo? Has he already gone to the infirmary? The whole class knew he had provoked the school's demon, so they were cold towards him. The bookworms were all looking at Choi Tae-jun. He thought maybe he had gone too far. The teacher asked everyone to form groups for practice, stating that each group needed 4 members. The other students kept their distance from Choi Tae-jun for fear of getting into trouble. When the teacher saw that everyone had formed groups but isolated the new student, she felt it was strange, so she suggested adding Choi Tae-jun to the groups. There's only him left, Group 5 has 3 members, so add him in. Before she could finish her sentence, the students in the group flatly refused, "We don't want to." Hearing that, the teacher said, "He just transferred here today." Before she could finish, a student interrupted, "I don't want to, there's no reason at all." Then the other students also refused one after another, "We don't want to either. Our group already has 4 members. You guys can add someone to your group if you're short." "We don't want him, ma'am." Finally, Choi Tae-jun could only practice by himself. Those who do things differently from the majority are always alone. The group of students chatted, "Have you eaten yet? What's good today?" Choi Tae-jun saw a boy wearing glasses walk by and called out, "Hey, classes kid. I'm talking to you, come here." He saw that the boy was indeed a true bookworm, and the more he looked, the more annoyed he became. Choi Tae-jun decided he had to teach that boy a lesson to make an example for the whole class. Not receiving a response, on the contrary, the boy looked at him with a disdainful gaze, which made Choi Tae-jun want to explode with anger. These people were so audacious, not only bookish but also stupid. Choi Tae-jun couldn't hold back anymore, stood up, and yelled, "If you won't come here, I'll come over there, you jerk." At that moment, Bae Sung-ho and 2 of his followers also arrived. Bae Sung-ho was looking for that crazy new student because he had angered Kim Hyun-sung. "This is my first day at school, I don't know who Kim Hyun-sung is." "Who the hell is Kim Hyun-sung? Are you all insane? This is ridiculous." Choi Tae-jun couldn't understand how he could possibly know. Bae Sung-ho said, "Just lay a finger on a hair of Kim Hyun-sung, and the whole school will know, because this is Kyeonil High School, where no one is allowed to touch Kim Hyun-sung." Choi Tae-jun felt the need to change his plan. He started to provoke Bae Sung-ho with words, "Are you the one following Kim Hyun-sung?" This remark made Bae Sung-ho furious. "You dare to be so outrageous? You first-year student." Bae Sung-ho was momentarily careless and caught off guard. Choi Tae-jun suddenly jumped up and kicked towards Bae Sung-ho. Fortunately, Bae Sung-ho, with his remarkable skills, managed to block Choi Tae-jun's kick just in time. He also immediately threw a punch at Choi Tae-jun, but Choi Tae-jun easily dodged it. Choi Tae-jun continued to push Bae Sung-ho away, sending him further back, but still didn't stop. Bae Sung-ho used the momentum to leap forward, charging at Choi Tae-jun. "You bastard, I'm going to take you down today." Choi Tae-jun threw a punch towards Bae Sung-ho, but Bae Sung-ho couldn't dodge in time and took the punch squarely on the chin. Bae Sung-ho was already battered all over. Choi Tae-jun was still not calmed down, he continued to throw 2 or 3 more punches. After that, Choi Tae-jun grabbed Bae Sung-ho's head and slammed it down onto the table. Finally, Bae Sung-ho was knocked down by Choi Tae-jun with 2 punches. "Alright, I've dealt with the pig." The group of Bae Sung-ho's henchmen was feeling both scared and angry at that moment. Their boss had just been defeated by a first-year student. Choi Tae-jun shouted, "All of you, come at me. Whether you come one by one or all at once, I'll take you all on." Before Bae Sung-ho's henchman could react, Choi Tae-jun threw a punch into the stomach of the first henchman and then a punch to the face of the second. The third henchman found himself with Choi Tae-jun's hands tightly gripping his head, twisting it like he was wringing out an orange. The final henchman was about to kick Choi Tae-jun when Choi Tae-jun spun around, his eyes filled with madness. He landed a kick to the face of that last henchman, followed by another punch to his face. He crazily taunted, "You all are going to die. If you have the guts, come at me all together. Come here and fight me, you bunch of bastards." After that, Choi Tae-jun unleashed several punches to the face of that last henchman. The three henchmen behind him could no longer hold themselves back. They decided to charge at him all together. Upon hearing this, Choi Tae-jun waved his hand and said, "Damn it, this is so annoying. Fine, come at me all together, I'll just kill you all and be done with it." At that moment, Bae Sung-ho regained consciousness. He said, "You are the one who was going to die." "This isn't over yet, kid." Choi Tae-jun coldly said, "Are you loyal to a first-year student like that? Just lie still. If you get up, you will die." Bae Sung-ho wiped the blood off his face and prepared to take a desperate risk. Because a week ago, on that evening, he had turned the entire 12th grade upside down. Bae Sung-ho received 1 million won in pocket money sent by Go Chang-beom, so he believed that no matter what difficulties he faced, he had to protect Kim Hyun-sung. What does the relationship between Go Chang-beom and Kim Hyun-sung have to do with this? Go Chang-beom is not the kind of person who would do anything for Kim Hyun-sung. However, if Bae Sung-ho could defeat the killer from the Golden Circle, it would be different. At that point, it wouldn't just be 1 million or 2 million won, because even if Bae Sung-ho failed, this would still be the fastest way to make money. Just give Bae Sung-ho some snacks, and he would act like a loyal dog, dedicated to doing anything. Bae Sung-ho said to his three underlings, "Listen up. These kids are even tougher than Shinyong Min. Even if you all rush at the same time, you might not be able to beat him. But if you all run away, how will Kim Hyun-sung look at us?" The conflict between the gangs of Shin Yeong-min and Park Min-cheol has certainly taught Bae Sung-ho a lesson. 5 million won for a fight, 10 million won in scholarship, and 1 million won in pocket money all within a few days. How could Bae Sung-ho give up? Although he claimed to want to defeat Choi Tae-jun, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. The four of them decided to team up against Choi Tae-jun, attacking him relentlessly. Even if he trampled over them like stepping on dogs, they had to bite him, tear him apart. With their strength, Choi Tae-jun could send them on their way with just a few punches. In the end, Choi Tae-jun easily wiped away the wounds on his face. Choi Tae-jun was fed up with this kind of situation. He basically didn't take them seriously, feeling that they were all a bunch of addicts or mentally challenged. Participating in a fight would definitely lead to failure. For high school students, this was not an easy matter, but Bae Sung-ho and those 11th graders were truly a bunch of lunatics. If the number of participants kept increasing, the situation would become dangerous. The students standing outside the classroom were terrified. "This kid is really scary." Compared to Kim Hyun-sung, whom they had feared before, he was no less formidable. The situation is getting worse. Although people have been sent to handle this matter, it seems very difficult for Choi Tae-jun to isolate Kim Hyun-sung. Right now, he is thinking, that bastard Kim Hyun-sung has turned the whole school into his gang, hasn't he? At this point, the only way to get out of this predicament and resolve the issue is to confront Kim Hyun-sung directly, break his arm, and then report it to the higher-ups. As Choi Tae-jun just reached the classroom door, he bumped into someone. "Damn it, what is this?" He has encountered a very important figure, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kim Yong-cheol. Mr. Kim Yong-cheol threatened Choi Tae-jun, "Hey, kid, what kind of look is that? You dare to say it again, do you want to die?" Actually, 10 minutes ago, Park Jin-woo had come to report to Mr. Kim Yong-cheol, saying that transfer student has intentions to target Kim Hyun-sung. At first, Mr. Kim Yong-cheol did not dare to believe his eyes, asking 2 or 3 times, "You mean the transfer student Choi Tae-jun has had intentions to target Kim Hyun-sung from the very beginning?" Finally, Park Jin-woo firmly confirmed that transfer student is indeed talking nonsense. He has been targeting Kim Hyun-sung from the start. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol was very surprised, wondering who was behind this student who dared to come here and cause trouble. He had to stop this matter immediately. Even if it meant transferring schools, he had to put a stop to it. He didn't know who was pulling the strings, but it was certainly a bunch of trash. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol asked, "Does Kim Hyun-sung have any opinions on how to handle this transferring student?" Park Jin-woo told the teacher. Kim Hyun-sung said to leave the entire decision to teacher Kim Yong-cheol. Kim Hyun-sung didn't pour oil on the flames nor did he stop others, but there was always a feeling as if he was implying to teacher Kim Yong-cheol that it was best not to miss this opportunity. Indeed, this was an opportunity for teacher Kim Yong-cheol to prove his worth, a chance to strengthen their relationship. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol immediately went to find the transferring student. The scene returned to Choi Tae-jun being firmly held by the ear by teacher Kim Yong-cheol, in so much pain that he was on the verge of death, and then being taken to the office to have coffee and chat. However, they basically did not chat at all. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol threw a punch at Choi Tae-jun's face. Choi Tae-jun is angry, asked teacher Kim Yong-cheol, "Why did you hit me?" Teacher Kim Yong-cheol replied, "Because you are too insolent." Speaking to a teacher and daring to raise your voice? However, Choi Tae-jun was not afraid at all. He raised his voice at teacher Kim Yong-cheol, "Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? If you hit a student like this, don't expect to stay at this school long. You old man, should I be doing this? I will kick you out of this school." Teacher Kim Yong-cheol felt that Choi Tae-jun seemed to not fully understand his situation. Therefore, he listed a series of offenses committed by Choi Tae-jun. On your first day at school, you injured a classmate and caused him to be hospitalized. He was in a coma, bleeding a lot. I thought my beloved student, Park Jin-woo, was going to die. Not to mention the chaos you caused in class. I've also heard that you hit upperclassmen and bullied other students. So now, what's wrong with me hitting you, you stupid fool? That was the familiar tactic of teacher Kim Yong-cheol. Choi Tae-jun's ear was twisted to the point of unbearable pain. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol said, "You got into trouble on your very first day at school, refused to repent, and still dare to threaten a teacher. Go tell your dad's good friend." Choi Tae-jun thought, Kim Yong-cheol knows that behind me is the director of the Seoul Department of Education, yet he still dares to act like this? Teacher Kim Yong-cheol delivered another punch to Choi Tae-jun. Today, teacher Kim Yong-cheol truly has the air of a gangster. He used a threatening tone to speak to this stubborn student. "Do you think you can cause this kind of trouble just to make an impression on me? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you are the first person I've met with such a thick skin and boldness?" Teacher Kim Yong-cheol continued, "You can say what you want of whom you want, and tell whoever you wish, but I can assure you that no one will come forward to testify for you, and no one will believe you. Because the other teachers don't want to take on any trouble either. Moreover, the evidence that I hit you basically does not exist. So don't hold any hopes anymore." Teacher Kim Yong-cheol avenged Choi Tae-jun on behalf of other students, while reminding him, "This punch is for Park Jin-woo, this punch is for Bae Sung-ho, this punch is for the 11th grade students. Do you still remember the fight on your first day at school?" After that, Choi Tae-jun immediately went to complain to his uncle in the Golden Circle, saying, "The school is full of lunatics. Just now, I was beaten up badly by them, right in the teacher's office. The students and the teachers here are all just as bad, I can't handle this alone." Seeing that the situation was not stable, if he failed, he would lose his position in the Golden Circle. He could not afford to fail right after taking office. He decided to go to Seoul to help his grandson. He advised Choi Tae-jun to remain calm, be careful, and wait for him to arrive. He would handle everything properly. As a result, he sought support from Choi Tae-jun. Although he had used the name of the director of education in Seoul to exert pressure, the principal and teachers at the school were not intimidated at all. This time, please apply more pressure on the school management. He was Moon Chang-ho, the director of education for Seoul. He agreed and contacted the principal. In the Golden Circle, there exists an organization called the Golden Members. This organization was established by individuals with connections to officials, holding a wealth of information and relationships. They not only act individually but also form a network of mutual dependence. Moon Chang-ho also benefited greatly from these relationships. When he seriously set out to redevelop the area, he accumulated thousands of square meters of land and sold it for 10 times the profit. The broker for this deal was young Chansu. Moon Chang-ho called Jo Dong-jin, the director of the Daesan Education Department. The person on the other end replied, "Aren't you the Seoul Education Director who just called me? What is it about?" Moon Chang-ho said, "It's nothing serious, I just heard some negative news about Kianil High School. About teachers colluding with corporations, accepting bribes, and favoring certain students while neglecting others. I am very concerned about how the transparency of our national education could be compromised by these pests. Can you address this matter?" After saying that, he smiled triumphantly, but the voice on the other end responded, "Why are you meddling in the affairs of Daesan while you are working in Seoul?" Moon Chang-ho laughed and replied, "You're overreacting." Meddling? Although we are different, we are all colleagues in the pursuit of education for this country. Moon Chang-ho was so furious that his hands trembled, but he still tried to remain calm to respond to the other party. "However, should I question myself whether I have the right to point out the shortcomings of Daesan?" Unexpectedly, he was criticized by Jo Dong-jin. "That's right, that is a clear sign of excessive abuse of power." Moon Chang-ho's anger flared up in an instant. He slammed his hands on the table, but then restrained his fury and controlled himself. The dialogue between the two education directors continued. Moon Chang-ho pointed out all of Jo Dong-jin's mistakes. This could turn into a huge mistake. "Do you think I don't know about Daesan's wrongdoings? Do you think you can control Kianil High School? Alright, if that is your intention, I must take action." The voice on the other end said, "The Golden Circle." Upon hearing the phrase "the Golden Circle," Moon Chang-ho was momentarily stunned. Jo Dong-jin continued, "Do you think I don't know? So let me ask you, are you certain you can handle this mess? I can assure you, no matter what happens, I won't be going to hell alone. I will drag you down with me. Everyone in Seoul thinks of us as country folks because we can't get there. People like us stay here because we were born and raised here, so we want to stay here. People like us have no backing. Once we are demoted, we have nothing left. We have to live a life without power. So, you better understand your own limits. Whether it is me or you, what benefit is there in us fighting against each other?" After that, Jo Dong-jin sought out teacher Oh Dae-hwan to tell him about this matter. That was all Jo Dong-jin could do for Kianil. He said, "Moon Chang-ho cannot openly make a big deal out of this right now, but he also cannot do anything about those petty people who intervene secretly or play tricks behind his back. If those powerful individuals delve deeply into the corruption issue in Daesan, then even someone like me might have to turn a blind eye." Oh Dae-hwan knew this well. After all, he had been in the education sector for a long time, but not everyone is treated well. When faced with those willing to do anything for their own benefit, we will try to help them. However, when it comes to choosing which side is more beneficial, he still trusted the Myung-jin Group, which had invested all its assets into Kianil High School, as the priority choice. Rather than choosing the Seoul Education Director, a more practical choice would be better. After all, Go Changbyam could be the next heir to the Myung-jin Group, and that was Oh Dae-hwan's true support. But if the corruption case were to be exposed, he would also be finished. However, Oh Dae-hwan was not concerned about becoming the principal. His top goal, the thing he always yearned for, was to turn Kianil into a prestigious school. He has cherished this dream for a long time, stemming from his love for his old school. Therefore, when he received such a wonderful opportunity, he couldn't let it pass. Through this opportunity, he could also seek capable individuals to manage the school. Oh Dae-hwan said to Jo Dong-jin, "Don't worry. Kim Hyun-sung has my support, along with yours. Combined with his inherent wisdom, I assure you that there will be no danger to our position." The helplessness of the Seoul Education Director also reached Choi Tae-jun. He was informed, "The situation is somewhat complicated, so we must disregard the nonsense from the principal or teachers. If any teacher wants to hit, then just run. At least, they won't do anything too unreasonable to you. Choi Tae-jun asked, "What if I get expelled?" He received the reply, "That won't happen. If it really does, I'll take you to Seoul." Choi Tae-jun thought, acting like that doesn't seem to solve anything. He believes he must resort to a dilemma strategy. If he gives up in the middle, his relationship with young Chan-soo and his life would come to an end. He thought, however, the situation has become too difficult, it is impossible to progress and complete this task. I have to create disturbances or attack in any form to cause chaos. I need to drag Kim Hyun-sung down to the 18th level of despair and misery. But first, he must face Kim Hyun-sung's loyal bodyguard. Although not very confident, if I complete this dirty job well, I will receive blind support from young Chan-soo. He spoke to the person on the phone, "Alright, but remember one thing, I will be the one to help you out of this predicament. Aside from me, Choi Tae-jun will have no one else." The next day, Choi Tae-jun, the one who disrupted the tranquility of Kianil High School, sat alone in the classroom. No friends dared to play with him. Watching the kids playing ball below, he didn't get a single invitation. For the first time in his life, Choi Tae-jun had become the outcast. Going outside, he heard the whispered chatter of the girls, truly grating and unpleasant. His resentment had reached its peak. He cursed silently, "No matter what happens, I must complete this job, I swear. I must do it, I have to succeed not only in dealing with Kim Hyun-sung but also with all the students of Kianil. I will make them all regret what they have done to me." His first plan was to gather his gang in Seoul and head to Daesan. Because defeating the ones at the nearby school and isolating Kim Hyun-sung was no longer his concern. Choi Tae-jun believed that this broken region of Daesan couldn't possibly stand in his way. A few days later, during lunchtime, the school meal now made Choi Tae-jun feel disgusted. He didn't know whether it was the food or because he had to eat alone, without a friend or comrade by his side. Choi Tae-jun's phone rang, announcing that his gang had finished packing and was ready to travel from Seoul to Daesan. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself, "This time Kim Hyun-sung is done for. I have to finish this and get out of this godforsaken place." But unexpectedly, Kim Hyun-sung appeared before him. He was startled. Kim Hyun-sung asked him, "Is the food here good? It seems like it suits your taste quite well." Seeing Kim Hyun-sung's face, Choi Tae-jun only wanted to kill him, but to avoid trouble, he had to endure a little. Choi Tae-jun held back, waiting for the others to arrive. By then, if conflict arose, it wouldn't be too late. Kim Hyun-sung asked him if he had requested the education director to intervene, but then suddenly paused. He asked, "Things aren't going as you wished, are they?" Choi Tae-jun was furious. He said, "It seems that playing the role of a powerful king in this backwater has led you to become delusional about your abilities. If we met out there, things would be different. Perhaps there would be a one-on-one fight." Kim Hyun-sung coldly replied, "If I truly am the king of Kianil as you say, then what makes you think you can still be here? You dare to brazenly act out in someone else's territory." Fate had called his name, as Choi Tae-jun was grabbed by the head. Two people behind him pressed him down onto the dining table. Choi Tae-jun trembled, covered in food and anger. He didn't even know whose territory he was disturbing. Then, Choi Tae-jun was dragged to a secluded corner of the school. Choi Tae-jun was fuming, kicking hard at the person pulling him. "Let me go, you dogs." He began to go insane, using all his strength to break through the encirclement, but another person kicked him in the knee, causing him to kneel down. He yelled curses at Kim Hyun-sung, "You bastard, stop hiding behind others. Come out, don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Those words came from the throat of a fierce tiger. But at this moment, our demon had approached Choi Tae-jun, acknowledging that what Choi Tae-jun said made sense. Kim Hyun-sung witnessed his strength that day, so he told Choi Tae-jun, "Indeed a B-class assassin. Looks powerful, but since you're too strong, I have to rely on tricks instead of strength." Now, having revealed everything, Kim Hyun-sung perhaps knew how to deal with Choi Tae-jun's schemes. He used his ultimate technique, delivering a decisive blow that left his opponent crippled. Just like that, Kim Hyun-sung's three subordinates stomped on Choi Tae-jun. At this moment, Choi Tae-jun unleashed a surge of power, throwing everyone away from him. His face was no different from that of a hellish demon. But the scrawny kid Bae Sung-ho landed a straight punch to his face, causing Choi Tae-jun to fall backward. Before he could regain his footing, everyone rushed in to beat him up. Even Choi Tae-jun found no way to escape. He thought to himself, just finished eating, never thought I'd be beaten up like this. If I can take one down, I might have a chance to escape. At this moment, Choi Tae-jun's right hand was firmly held down by two strong hands. Kim Hyun-sung tightly grabbed Choi Tae-jun's hand. He said, "If you only have one hand, maybe I can beat you." This time, Choi Tae-jun had completely run out of options. All that remained was Choi Tae-jun's screams and Kim Hyun-sung's arrogant smile. Choi Tae-jun, injured in one hand, continued to curse at Kim Hyun-sung. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung ordered Bae Sung-ho to help him up. He grabbed Choi Tae-jun's head and threatened, "From now on, you have two choices. One is to continue working for the Golden Circle as usual. But if Choi Tae-jun chooses that, your left arm will be chopped off right here. Both of your arms will be disabled, and your days at Kyeonil will be hell. The most convincing choice is the second one, you will become my subordinate. You must report to the Golden Circle that you have completed the mission and become a spy for me. By then, I will find out who hired you." Unexpectedly, he cursed at Kim Hyun-sung, calling him a son of a bitch. "You want to tempt me to betray the Golden Circle? Do you think the Golden Circle is a joke?" Kim Hyun-sung already knew Choi Tae-jun's answer. He called Bae Sung-ho and assigned him the remaining task. Kim Hyun-sung handed Bae Sung-ho a knife, stating, "If you stab Choi Tae-jun, you will receive 100 million won. If you don't want to, then I'll ask someone else." Bae Sung-ho thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a unique chance. If I miss this, Kim Hyun-sung will just hand it over to someone else. However, what Kim Hyun-sung needed Bae Sung-ho to do was not to kill him, but to leave him in a state of living hell, preferably turning him into a vegetable. Kim Hyun-sung said, "Of course, I'm not telling you to kill him. But I'll call an ambulance so you can stab him, just leave some consequences, don't affect his life." Kim Hyun-sung's words went beyond the boundaries of righteousness, causing all those present, including Bae Sung-ho, to fall silent in fear. They thought their relationship with Kim Hyun-sung was a normal one, but 100 million won was truly immense. If after graduation they saved 1 million won a month, it would take 8 to 9 years to accumulate enough. As Bae Sung-ho hesitated indecisively, Kim Hyun-sung added, "But I'm giving you that money right now. If you stab Choi Tae-jun within 3 seconds, you will have it immediately. A vegetable for 10 years, accumulating countless malevolent thoughts. For revenge, he is willing to trade everything." The students at this moment are so frightened that they wet their pants, unable to believe this is the Kim Hyun-sung they know. Meanwhile, Choi Tae-jun has completely lost his will to fight. Kim Hyun-sung continuously spews out ruthless words, "We are still at school, there is no need for you to kill him. This won't drag on too long. We will testify that he did not intend to stab this person, it was all just a game that went too far." After all, in Daesan City, no one would believe him anyway. Flashback to a few days ago, Kim Hyun-sung secretly met with the homeroom teacher Kim Yong-cheol. The homeroom teacher had given Kim Hyun-sung Choi Tae-jun's file, which clearly stated that Choi Tae-jun was a member of the Golden Circle. Thus, the secret was unraveled. Kim Hyun-sung took the paper and thought, they will surely send a B-level assassin to help. If I muster all my strength, I might be able to win, but would that be enough? No assassin has ever been sent openly with the backing of the education director. This reckless action of the Golden Circle shows that they are very optimistic, believing they will quickly gain victory in this matter. Kim Hyun-sung was deep in thought, but if Choi Tae-jun fails, the heavy pressure will fall on the Golden Circle. If Choi Tae-jun fails, the Golden Circle might send an A-level or S-level assassin. If that really happens, no matter how perfect the plan is, it will be difficult for Kim Hyun-sung to win. From the other relationships, including Kim Si-woo, to the butterfly effect, going through unforeseen events, my plan is just an empty shell. The plan based on my past life is not perfect. Unexpected incidents have put me in danger. Kim Hyun-sung had to try to control the situation while carefully preparing for those variables. The only way to do this was to be even more cautious with each move. Staying on the scene and preparing to receive 100 million won, Bae Sung-ho agreed to Kim Hyun-sung's request, but Bae Sung-ho wanted to confirm once more. Kim Hyun-sung, you remember you said that as long as I do my job well, I will receive this reward, right? Because this is just a transaction. After that, Bae Sung-ho took the knife from Kim Hyun-sung's hand while also tightly locking Choi Tae-jun's position. He involuntarily shouted, "You damn dog." At this moment, Bae Sung-ho took the knife and began to act, "I'll stab you." Choi Tae-jun gritted his teeth, as he was genuinely afraid that Bae Sung-ho would stab him. As the knife drew closer to Choi Tae-jun's stomach, he began to plead for mercy, opting for the second choice from Kim Hyun-sung. The knife suddenly stopped, causing Choi Tae-jun to tremble in fear. He had almost died. At this moment, Bae Sung-ho heard the stop order from Kim Hyun-sung. Since he had followed Kim Hyun-sung's earlier choice, he was sure to receive a deserved reward. Kim Hyun-sung ordered him to release Choi Tae-jun. Just as Choi Tae-jun was about to quickly leave and call the authorities, Kim Hyun-sung called out the address and the names of Choi Tae-jun's family members, making him even more terrified. He read very clearly and loudly, "House number 30, Building 10, Bayan Gawang Simri Apartment Complex, Seondong District, Seoul City. Your parents and sister are all there, right?" Choi Tae-jun did not expect Kim Hyun-sung to know such details. Kim Hyun-sung pledged to Choi Tae-jun, "I don't care about those things like you think. Don't forget, anyone who dares to stand in my way, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth, and I will crush them, breaking their bodies into pieces." Currently, Kim Hyun-sung asked Choi Tae-jun once again, "Will you join the Golden Circle or become my loyal dog? I warn you, you better think carefully before answering." Choi Tae-jun is a cold-blooded murderer, and nothing can stop his advance. He joined the Golden Circle with great ambitions, and the cases he had dealt with in the past flashed before his eyes like lightning. Then, when faced with a threat that could affect his entire life, Choi Tae-jun realized that he had traded his life for the money of others. Now, he had to confront such a situation and decided to choose to become Kim Hyun-sung's loyal dog. Is that really the only option? As Kim Hyun-sung grabbed his head and spoke, Choi Tae-jun was eventually dragged away by two of his subordinates. Bae Sung-ho handed the knife to Kim Hyun-sung and asked, "Are you sure you want to let him go? He could put us in danger." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung replied, "If that's the case, I'll show you what happens when you go back on your word with me." Kim Hyun-sung told Bae Sung-ho to check the bank account. The bonus that he had promised today would be transferred immediately. Bae Sung-ho kept thanking Kim Hyun-sung. Now, there was one more task, to immediately capture Cho Jae-jin and deliver him to Kim Hyun-sung, without letting anyone know about this. After that, social news and the school radio also began to broadcast. Some people announced to everyone that Kim Hyun-sung and Bae Sung-ho had gone their separate ways. Really? Finally, they could have some peace for a while. But why did this happen? Bae Sung-ho no longer attended the first-year classes, and it was said that from now on, anyone who scolded Kim Hyun-sung would not be cared for or concerned about by Bae Sung-ho. Two students were washing their hands in the restroom and thought that the two of them had quarreled, or that Bae Sung-ho had just taken the bonus and run away. When they saw Kim Hyun-sung, they also wanted to tie him up, but never mind, just let him go. As for Kim Hyun-sung, he believed that he had successfully baited the hook. His next plan was about to begin. Now, he just needed to wait. In the internal meeting of Go Chang-suk, younger brother Go Chang-byum requested that those present clearly express their stance. Go Chang-suk shouted, "My brother Go Chang-byum has just been promoted to executive director. If this continues, that old man will hand over the chairmanship to him. Do you all agree with that? After all these years of dedication we've put in, are you all willing to accept this?" Go Chang-suk spoke with anger. A member of the group forced a smile and replied, "Although Director Go Chang-byum has earned this opportunity, he still needs to prove his capabilities to the company. Our department head, Go Chang-suk, has demonstrated his competence countless times already. In this situation, I believe that department head Go Chang-suk will certainly receive recognition from the chairman." Go Chang-suk was fuming, and compounded by the fact that his wife had discovered his infidelity, he had completely lost his standing. All the members were pondering, what terrible things has Go Chang-suk done that led to this outcome? Their family needs to act cautiously. He himself has cheated, so now he must achieve results to regain his reputation. At that moment, the oldest man in the group spoke up, Go Chang-suk, don't you find it strange? A lecherous, foolish, incompetent person like Go Chang-beom has always been thus. That's why we support you, Go Chang-suk. The man continued, however, looking at his recent performances, it seems that director Go Chang-beom has a benefactor. The one speaking is Kim Cheol-jin, the internal director of the Myeongjin Construction Group. Go Chang-suk asked him to clarify everything, and he explained, your scandal was revealed, and director Go Chang-beom is the only one benefiting from this incident. Moreover, amidst the chaos, Go Chang-beom suddenly appeared and started going to work every day. He even handled the concrete pouring accident, which made the chairman very pleased. Remembering that, even Go Chang-suk did not expect that this incident would satisfy his father, Mr. Go Myung-jin. They decided to level everything and rebuild from the square as before. Kim Cheol-jin continued, could Go Chang-beom really come up with such a solution? This cannot be mere coincidence, it must have been arranged and planned in advance. Even the concrete pouring, Go Chang-beom does not understand well, yet he could resolve the issue. There must be someone behind supporting him. Everyone had the same question, who is the one supporting Go Chang-beom? Facing this difficult problem, they must find out who is behind Go Chang-beom at all costs. From then on, the surveillance camera tracked Go Chang-beom at all times and in all places. From 6 o'clock in the morning, he was present at the construction site, checking the progress of construction and the safety status, all the way to lunchtime with the project manager and dinner at 8 o'clock in the evening with friends at a barbecue restaurant, all regular customers. However, they still found no other clues. Go Chang-suk was furious to the point that blood rushed to his head because these people were unable to investigate anything at all. Everyone was buzzing with speculation, should we investigate Judge Hwang Dong-woo? Chang-suk denied, according to a reliable source, after my scandal was exposed, Judge Hwang Dong-woo clearly hated my brother. Another person said, what about Director Kang? Go Chang-suk continued to refute, Director Kang is also not interested in the inheritance. He is a clever man, not the type to scheme in this matter. Someone else in the room spoke up, what about the Sungshin Construction Corporation? I heard their son is close to Go Chang-beom. Chang-suk raised his hand to his chin and said, the chief executive officer of Sungshin is on good terms with me. Therefore, he will not ruin this relationship and risk betting on a puppet. Suddenly, a member discovered an unusual transaction record of Go Chang-beom. It was a large investment in a high school, a gym, scholarships, and even a swimming pool. People mocked Go Chang-beom, he's truly just a money burner. 3 years ago, he also made his father angry by helping a girl who worked at a bar pay off her debt. Go Chang-suk sternly advised them, do you guys like gossiping? Don't bother with those who are not involved. So they ignored the matter of the school demon. At that moment, Go Chang-suk received a call. He hung up directly, annoyed, do you think I have time for this? Later, Go Chang-suk received a message that made him furious, I am the assistant of director Go Chang-beom. I want to speak with you privately. Do you have time? Kim Hyun-sung also received a call from Go Chang-beom. He told Kim Hyun-sung, I suspect someone is following me. Those bastards have been tracking me with a camera for the whole week. Nothing has happened yet, but we need to be careful, otherwise, we will be in danger. Go Chang-suk might try to contact you. When Kim Hyun-sung mentioned that Go Chang-beom was worried Go Chang-suk would raise the price to buy him off, Go Chang-beom said, come on, you know. At this moment, the demon within Kim Hyun-sung reawakened. He asked Go Chang-beom, do you trust me? Get me a phone and a fake identity. Meanwhile, at Go Chang-suk's office, he was also discussing with internal director Kim Cheol-jin. After discovering who was behind supporting Go Chang-beom, he presented two options. If this person can help Go Chang-beom get promoted to director, then he must be very capable. Our current plan is to turn him into an ally to oppose Go Chang-beom. If this person refuses, we must eliminate him immediately. As soon as he received the directive, Go Chang-suk immediately left and contacted the mysterious person. The voice seemed to be disguised, which confirmed that this person was certainly pulling the strings behind the scenes. With his straightforward personality, Go Chang-suk got straight to the point. We want to recruit you. Go Chang-beom hasn't even graduated from high school, while I come from a prestigious university. Go Chang-beom spends all day drunk in bars, while I have accumulated experience at Myeongjin Construction. Who is more suitable to be the chairman? In the end, my father will choose the one capable of making the company thrive. When asked why he was so certain, Go Chang-suk quickly replied, because that's how this company develops. My father could even trust and delegate the whole company to a management expert, as long as that person brings profit. Therefore, the likelihood of Go Chang-beom being chosen as chairman is very low. You know that too, right? That's why you actively contacted me. Kim Hyun-sung set a condition with Go Chang-suk. Although the condition has not been revealed yet, Go Chang-suk was ready to agree to any request from Kim Hyun-sung. After that, Go Chang-suk smugly boasted to the team members that the mysterious person who helped Go Chang-beom has now contacted me. That person believes I am more suitable to be chairman than Go Chang-beom and only asked for an internal director position, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Kim Cheol-jin was so angry that he felt like his insides were about to burst. Internal director? You don't even know who that person is, how can you entrust such an important position to them? I think you should be more careful. Hearing these ear-piercing words, Go Chang-suk frowned in anger. Who gave you the right to doubt my decision? When Go Chang-beom was promoted, what could you do? He said with emphasis, I have recruited a talent, abandoning the position of internal director is nothing significant, right? Don't just look at a single tree and forget the entire forest. Kim Cheol-jin was worried, the issue is not as simple as that. Myeongjin Construction Group is an old company, and Go Chang-beom, being the first son, holding important positions is not surprising. However, the management positions of Myeongjin are all awarded to those who have dedicated at least 20 years. Times may change, so I don't expect the newcomer to have 20 years of experience. But at the very least, that person must be loyal to the company and recognized by everyone. At this moment, Go Chang-suk commanded Kim Cheol-jin to be silent and ended the discussion. Stop talking, this matter ends here. Go Chang-suk found Kim Cheol-jin really irritating, an old-fashioned man. He said, what is the use of tradition? Once I become the chairman, many things in the company will change. He continued, don't discuss this anymore, I have made my decision. Those present here just need to work hard. Focus on your own tasks, and I will ensure that after I become the chairman, you will be adequately rewarded. Hearing these words, Kim Cheol-jin was so furious that he felt like exploding. The meeting concluded, and everyone left with a heavy heart. Only Kim Cheol-jin sighed, understanding clearly why things were going this way. He knew well that Go Chang-suk was arrogant, liked to insult others, and even showed signs of disloyalty. He also knows that Go Chang-suk is not the right person to be the chairman. If he weren't the son of the chairman, he would certainly never support him. Nevertheless, he still chose to help Go Chang-suk because, after all, he is still better than Go Chang-beom, who completely disregards the Myeongjin Construction Group. He had to choose Go Chang-suk, as at least he is still making efforts to develop the company. But if Go Chang-suk looks down on tradition, sooner or later the company will fracture. Ultimately, Go Chang-suk is not the ideal choice. For the sake of the company and those who have dedicated their lives to Myeongjin, Kim Cheol-jin decided to meet with the chairman. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard a familiar voice. What do you think about the decision of department head Go Chang-suk? Do you like it? Kim Cheol-jin was taken aback and asked, who are you? Are you trying to provoke me? The mysterious person continued, no, I'm not interested in that director position. I just want to show you the difference between department head Go Chang-suk and director Go Chang-beom. Kim Cheol-jin still seemed skeptical, but the person went on, the Myeongjin Group is a company with a long-standing tradition. In other companies, anyone can become a director, but for those who understand the chairman's intentions and the future of Myung-jin, this position is not for just anyone. In fact, you are the internal director of Myung-jin, surely you must feel proud of that, right? Kim Cheol-jin wants to know what the mysterious person really wants. He speaks frankly, you should support Go Chang-beom. He is no longer the jerk he used to be. Kim Cheol-jin asks, are you telling me to betray Go Chang-suk? The mysterious person replies, that is not betrayal, I just hope to accompany you in the bright future of the Myung-jin group. A few days later, Kim Cheol-jin arranges a meeting with Go Chang-beom. After a thoughtful pause, he asks, who is the one backing you? Go Chang-beom suddenly becomes flustered, I cannot reveal the identity of that mysterious person, I hope you can understand. Kim Cheol-jin recalls the past to remind Go Chang-beom, when you were very young, only 3 or 4 years old, you accompanied the chairman to the construction site. At that time, the projects were not as large as they are now, they were just small family projects. You used your small hands to help carry bricks, and you looked so happy doing it. I was worried you might get hurt. Seeing you lose your baby teeth when you were little was truly amusing. Witnessing you grow up in the embrace of the chairman, I felt very reassured. To be honest, I had high hopes for you. He continued, but as you grew up, I felt extremely disappointed. Many times I had to represent the chairman at school after hearing news of you fighting with your classmates. At that time, the Myung-jin group was developing rapidly, but you were lost in alcohol, causing all sorts of trouble. Therefore, I believe you are not suitable to be chairman. If I had to choose a family member to inherit, I would rather choose Go Chang-suk, at least he is always striving to gain recognition. Hearing these words, Go Chang-beom's eyes welled with tears. Kim Cheol-jin went on, why do I think this even though I am just a director? Because I have devoted all my effort to the Myung-jin group, just like the chairman. I cannot hand it over to a fool who cannot even take care of himself. Recently, I have seen you changing day by day, and I have no longer cared who is helping you behind the scenes. I only need you to achieve results for the company. I won't investigate further into the one supporting you. Therefore, Director Kim Cheol-jin said to Go Chang-beom, the Myung-jin construction group desperately needs people like you. I look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Kim Cheol-jin bowed his head in acceptance of Go Chang-beom, while also subtly pleading for him to inherit the group. Outside Mrs. Baekhyun's restaurant, 2 children are buying food for 2 fixed menu portions. Inside, a table of customers is settling their bill. Mrs. Baekhyun is serving here. Seeing that the elderly lady is frail, the 2 children approach and ask, Grandma, please don't overwork yourself, take your time. You are already so old, you must be very tired. She replies, I'm fine, I'm fine. Mrs. Baekhyun tries her best to work, taking advantage of her remaining strength, striving to earn money to pay for her grandchild's tuition. Suddenly, while she is busy, the phone rings. It is a call from the real estate company informing Mrs. Baekhyun that she has won the lottery with the Noblesse apartment contract. The person on the other end says, if Mrs. Baekhyun agrees to transfer the rights to me before selling, I will pay her 5,000 as a fee. That evening, the 2 grandchildren eat noodles together. Kim Hyun-sung asks, are you working at the restaurant again today? But with the money I gave you, you don't need to work anymore? She replies to him, but that is your scholarship for being an excellent student. Now, eat up. Kim Hyun suddenly asks, is everything still normal? She honestly replies, I don't know how those real estate agents found out, they keep calling me. She continued, today, I've already received more than 10 calls, and they're all nothing but a bunch of nonsense. One side is offering 5,000, while the other is offering 6,000. Since the last concrete casting incident, the brand value of Myung-jin has skyrocketed. Moreover, the Noblesse apartment complex is a luxury residence located in a prime area of Daesan. Just renting it out would be enough to offset the purchase costs, and to have such a property priced at only 6,000 is truly strange. Baekhyun feels very suspicious, wondering if it might be a scam. Because if they truly want to sell, she, though a bit regretful, still has the intention to sell. Kim Hyun-sung keeps advising her, Do you think they are calling like this to benefit someone? No matter what, please don't sell. She replies, but just the deposit alone requires 200 million won. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Thanks to you, I was able to secure the right to get in early when it goes on sale. Kim Hyun-sung still disagrees with her selling. He says that he has that money, it's currently sitting in a bank account under someone else's name that Go Chang-beom set up for him. But he can't let her know that. This apartment belongs to 3 people, he will never give it up. He comforted his grandmother, nowadays, money borrowing and lending are easy to settle. It's very easy to borrow money to pay off debts. Moreover, we can rent out the apartment. I've mentioned that I'm quite knowledgeable about real estate, right? So don't worry, Grandma. The two of them joyfully laughed and said, I'm very proud to have such a grandson like you. Since when have you grown up like this? This life of mine is just to watch over my beloved grandchildren. Han-sung held his grandmother's hand and said, you need to stay healthy so that you can watch over us for a long time. Everything else, just leave it to me. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung's phone rang. Grandma, I'm going to take this call for a bit and I'll be back. It was the teacher from Hyun-jin's tutoring class calling to inform Kim Hyun-sung, Hyun-jin didn't come to class. I'm not sure if there's something going on at home. Hyun-jin skipped class to take a part-time job and is now getting ready to go home. He wanted to stay a bit longer, but Hyun-jin thought he should return according to his tutoring schedule. At that moment, he happened to come across a group of boys playing rock-paper-scissors downstairs, arguing animatedly. One boy said, you guys did this on purpose, right? Why am I the only one throwing rock? How can that be fair? Another boy replied, come on, stop pretending to be the tough guy. Although the boy felt very jealous that they could play so freely without having to worry about too many things. But Hyun-jin kept telling himself that he had to work hard and must succeed, he could not get lost in these meaningless games. The boy wanted to prove that he could do it without extra classes because his grandmother at home was still struggling to work. At that moment, Kim Hyun-jin bumped into someone. Hyun-jin was surprised to realize it was his older brother. The two brothers agreed to meet at the corner of the park to talk. Kim Hyun-sung said, I just came back from your tutoring class and heard that you skipped school. Hyun-jin appeared regretful, I'm sorry, brother, for not telling you beforehand. But you know, I'm grown up now and can understand everything. It pains me to see your face and hands covered in wounds every day. Even though I don't know what job you're doing, how could I use the money you've worked so hard to earn to go to school? If only one of us could study, I think you are more deserving than I am. Your grades are also better than mine. Hearing his brother's words, Kim Hyun-sung was extremely surprised, and a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. It had been 5 years since Kim Hyun-sung became a vegetable, and Hyun-jin was determined to become a police officer. Perhaps the boy wants to take revenge on the one who made Kim Hyun-sung the way he is now. But Hyun-jin has to worry about the hospital bills for his brother and grandmother, and still has to dedicate all his time to studying. In the end, the boy still cannot pass the exam. His family has hindered Hyun-jin's educational path because they have gone through all sorts of difficulties. Ultimately, the boy and his family fall into the abyss. Kim Hyun-sung is determined not to let such a thing happen again because this time he has been given a second chance at life. No bad events related to the family can occur anymore. He shows his younger brother a winning message announcing they have won a valuable apartment. I haven't told you yet, we won an apartment. Do you know Jungang District? It's the wealthiest area in Daesan. Hyun-jin is very surprised. Are we eligible? How could we possibly win? Is there some mistake? We don't have any money. Kim Hyun-sung insists that nothing is impossible. At that moment, a voice rings out behind them. It is Go Chang-beom come to find Kim Hyun-sung. Go Chang-beom boldly introduces himself to Hyun-jin. I am Go Chang-beom, the son of the Myung-jin Corporation, the one backing your brother. If you don't believe me, you can search my name online, but you might not find anything good. To ensure Hyun-jin can study in peace, Go Chang-beom said, I will support Kim Hyun-sung through a scholarship. This amount is enough for the two brothers Kim Hyun-sung to cover their tuition fees, so feel free to spend money as you wish, do whatever you want, understood? After that, Kim Hyun-sung brought Hyun-jin into his private house while he stayed back to talk with Go Chang-beom. Thank you, I know this request is a bit excessive. Moreover, it is already late. Go Chang-beom replied, true, it is late, but what's the big deal? I care for my people, unlike that dog Go Chang-suk. Kim Hyun-sung needed information about those three people, and Go Chang-beom managed to obtain and provided it to him. Go Chang-beom also asked, Kim Cheol-jin has joined our side. What should we do next? Kim Hyun-sung mentioned the land from before, the Youngwoo real estate area in Sangye. Afterwards, he told Go Chang-beom, you should bond with the real estate brokers there, and when that land goes on sale, call me. A few days later, the school buzzed with shocking news. Students were all abuzz discussing how Kim Hyun-sung achieved a perfect score in the 11th mock exam, simultaneously ranking first in the entire country. This exam was extremely difficult, with a terrifyingly high passing threshold. Kim Hyun-sung shone like a dazzling star, radiating brilliantly. Reporters outside asked about Kim Hyun-sung's secret to improving his scores and how many extra classes he had attended. The teachers behind him included Principal Oh Dae-hwan, who was clapping in congratulations. Behind all these events, everything was orchestrated by Principal Oh Dae-hwan. Kim Hyun-sung was also playing along with him. If he wanted to play this game, Kim Hyun-sung stood in front of the reporters and stated, all my teachers are excellent, so I studied very hard at school. I did not attend any extra classes. Kim Hyun-sung knew that the person was also monitoring the clients of the Golden Circle. Among the many reporters, there was also homeroom teacher Kim Young-cheol, who was enthusiastically clapping in congratulations. In a hidden corner, a smile was directed at the aura of the main character. Choi Tae-jun reported the results to his uncle at the Golden Circle. But by now, Choi Tae-jun had become Kim Hyun-sung's loyal dog. Of course, all the misinformation was orchestrated by Kim Hyun-sung. Choi Tae-jun just needed to remember and follow Kim Hyun-sung's directives. Choi Tae-jun reported, the situation is the same as before. Kim Hyun-sung and Bae Sung-go are not getting along, and they haven't spoken recently. So, I can corner Kim Hyun-sung. Choi Tae-jun said that he needed more time, as 1 month was too short for him. As for the uncle of the Golden Circle, he demanded, we need clear evidence, otherwise, who will believe us? We need evidence to prove that the plan is effective. Because being vague like this, every day I receive so many calls, and what will happen to my reputation? I'm giving you one last chance. Hearing this, Choi Tae-jun was extremely frightened. He ordered Choi Tae-jun, before the holidays, you must make the customers happy, no matter if it means breaking his arms or causing a commotion, do you understand? A moment later, Choi Tae-jun arrived at the agreed location, looking around with sweat pouring down. Kim Hyun-sung, hiding in a corner, had been waiting for a long time. Choi Tae-jun apologized for being late, saying that he had to drive around in circles for fear of being followed. Choi Tae-jun shared with Kim Hyun-sung what he had heard when he met the real estate broker. However, Kim Hyun-sung expressed his thoughts when he realized he was the target of the Golden Circle. I have always wondered what exactly I did wrong and why no adults are willing to take responsibility. But what makes you feel the most uncomfortable is who the hell hired you. Kim Hyun-sung yearned to find out who had hired Choi Tae-jun to do these things. He had thought about it hundreds of thousands of times and listed the people who fit the criteria. First, Kim Hyun-sung thought of Eugene Young. Her family was very wealthy, and although she was introverted, she was gradually rising in status, so surely she must have been annoyed by me. So who was the second person? The second person was Lee Jin-hyung. At the beginning of this semester, Kim Hyun-sung had fought him and won. From that point on, Kim Hyun-sung was ostracized by them, while Lee Jin-hyung was a self-conscious character, living secretly like a rat. His father owned thousands of hectares of land. And there was one more name, the last person was Choi Seona, her father was a high-ranking government official. At the beginning of the semester, her ranking was even higher than Kim Hyun-sung's, but Kim Hyun-sung had surpassed her in the following exams. If considering the existence of the Golden Circle, these three people were the most suitable candidates. Kim Hyun-sung had used Choi Tae-jun and Cho Jae-jin to set a trap. After hearing what Choi Tae-jun said today, Kim Hyun-sung had finally targeted one person. He emphasized to Tae-jun that starting tomorrow, he and the Golden Circle would go their separate ways. The next day, the school held a sports day, with the boys competing in football and the girls competing in handball. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol would present the awards to the winning teams. Kim Hyun-sung dribbled past two teammates and took a shot. The ball soared straight into the net. The goalkeeper was frozen, unable to react in time. The ball had hit the back of the net, showcasing Kim Hyun-sung's powerful strike. His teammates excitedly cheered and praised him. "Thank you for helping us win the prize." The two opposing defenders looked at Kim Hyun-sung with fear in their eyes, as he had surpassed everyone in his way to score. Truly impressive. Outside the field, two female students were watching the match. One was Choi Seona, and next to her was Hyeji, who was chatting with her friend. "Why don't you ask him out?" Seona replied, "Me? Are you serious? He's so cool." Hyeji was not satisfied. If Kim Hyun-sung had been a model student in the past, then maybe. But now, dating someone like him would only drag you into events like before. Oh well, Choi Seona decided to put aside all worries and make the first move, as she believed the other side had provoked her first. Hyeji was astonished by her bold choice. "Now you want to confess to him? You really want to do that?" Choi Seona invited Kim Hyun-sung for a drink after the match ended. He flashed a teasing smile and invited her to talk somewhere else. "I have something to tell you." 15 minutes later, Hyeji was seen holding her phone, tears welling up. It's almost time for class, and those two have disappeared. What on earth are they discussing? Suddenly, Hyeji received a message from Choi Seona. "Could you come to the storage room for me?" "I'm there right now." Choi Seona arrived at the location that Kim Hyun-sung had arranged, feeling a bit scared as this was the storage room of the gym. Choi Seona thought to herself, "Why did he bring me here? But it's okay, Kim Hyun-sung is a good person." Kim Hyun-sung closed the door, walked closer to her, and said, "Recently, I've been encountering a lot of trouble." "Do you know why?" Choi Seona replied, "Because those kids are picking on you." He said, "Yeah, that's true, but there's something else that everyone doesn't know. Someone has ordered them to do that. There's a mastermind behind this. Therefore, I've set a trap. I've let Jae-jin leak some information to the three people I suspect. He told one of them that Kim Hyun-sung is going through a lot of difficulties, and that he's preparing to transfer schools. The mastermind really wants me to transfer, so if she's indeed the mastermind, she will be very pleased." Kim Hyun-sung continued, "I also told him to say to someone else that he and Bae Sung-go are actually at odds. If he is the mastermind, he will be very angry and will act immediately." At this moment, Choi Seona felt confused by Kim Hyun-sung's words. He explained to her, "And in the end, I told him to say to you that I am currently in a lot of trouble, but somehow I am still holding on. The mastermind will force those guys to do everything they can to vent their anger. But interestingly, the spy I planted among the students actually witnessed the reaction of one of those three people. Choi Seona, what do you think about this?" Upon hearing this, Choi Seona seemed a bit scared. Hyeji pushed the door open, calling out Choi Seona's name loudly. She ran over and took Choi Seona's hand, asking, "What's wrong with you? What are you doing? Where is Kim Hyun-sung?" Kim Hyun-sung suddenly appeared behind Hyeji, telling Choi Seona to go outside. Hyeji was terrified and trembling, and indeed, Choi Seona quickly ran away like the wind, leaving without saying a word. Hyeji desperately called out her name. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung also locked the door, leaving Hyeji inside. He said, "There are many details that suggest Choi Seona is the client, but there is one reason that proves that Choi Seona cannot be the client." Kim Hyun-sung said this while pressing the lock. Hyeji still couldn't quite grasp what was going on. She started to feel uneasy at Kim Hyun-sung's words. "What's wrong? Are you trying to scare me?" Kim Hyun-sung had asked Go Changbyum to look into the backgrounds of the three suspects to find the answer, and in doing so, he uncovered a secret about Choi Seona that no one else knew. He asked Hyeji, "Do you know why Choi Seona moved from Seoul to Daesan?" Her brother was mistreated at school and did something terrible. That's why her parents decided to move her. But would they really make such a big decision just because of her grades? I don't think so. I know better than anyone. Oh, Hyeji hesitated, then asked, "What are you trying to say?" Kim Hyun-sung went on, "Choi Seona told me she didn't care who was behind the bullying. She still despised the person who thought up the idea because her brother didn't have the courage to stand up for himself. So, she was glad I could do what he couldn't." There's only one explanation: Choi Seona must have overheard Jae-jin and told someone else. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Hyun-sung hugged Hyeji. It looked like a tender gesture, but the truth was different. With a chilling look in his eyes, he whispered, "It was you, wasn't it?" Hyeji was so scared that she almost wet herself from Kim Hyun-sung's madness. She hurriedly ran away, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't know why you suspect me, but it's not me." Hyeji struggled to open the door and loudly insisted that she was not involved. After several failed attempts to unlock it, Hyeji decided to face reality and have an honest conversation with Kim Hyun-sung. She said, "You should think about our relationship. We are good friends. Why would I do this to you? It must be Seona who hired them. She has always complained about your improving grades. I heard her say that. Please don't do this to me." Hyeji continued, "Choi Seona's parents resigned a long time ago. Now, they are active members of the Anti-School Violence Association." Kim Hyun-sung looked at Hyeji in disbelief, unable to believe that Choi Seona's parents could do such a thing. Hyeji insisted that Seona's parents were behind it and added that her father was a high-ranking police officer. Hyeji went on, "You know, the people in the Golden Circle have connections with people like them." It was clear from the beginning. Kim Hyun-sung had never mentioned the Golden Circle in front of Hyeji, but now Hyeji brought it up. She was scared that she had let something slip, so she could only accept reality and confront her friend. She shouted, "Damn it, it's all your fault. If you weren't so cold, this wouldn't have happened." A few months ago, when Hyeji saw Kim Hyun-sung walk into the classroom, she thought he was really handsome. He had a pleasing appearance, a tall stature, and a charming personality. Moreover, he was academically gifted and also excelled in sports. A perfect person appeared in Hyeji's sight, and she liked Hyun-sung for these traits. However, the problem was that Hyeji was not the only one who thought this way. Other girls also admired Hyun-sung. Hyeji had heard many stories about girls confessing their feelings to him only to be rejected. Therefore, even though she was quite popular, she was still afraid of being turned down. As a result, Hyeji did not blindly confess her feelings but decided to start by inviting Hyun-sung for a drink and discussing study issues. She even intentionally created coincidental meetings to bring the two of them closer together. Hyeji believed that Kim Hyun-sung faced this matter directly and did not avoid it, which felt like a good sign for her. She had asked him about his ideal type through a friend, and this was a deciding factor. Kim Hyun-sung replied, "Ideal type? I've never thought about dating someone like Hyeji. I think I prefer girls who are lively, cheerful, and full of passion like she is." Hyeji felt incredibly confident. After that, she began to plan her gifts and write a letter. On the day she came to see you, Hyeji asked, "Hyun-sung, do you want to date me?" That was the first time in her life she had been rejected so bluntly. Her heart shattered into pieces. Born into a wealthy family, she had never had anything taken from her and had always felt special. Being rejected for the first time made her feel desperate, her heart filled with hatred. Fuming at the rejection, Kim Hyun-sung couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hyeji say, "So you rented the Golden Circle to take revenge on me, huh?" Crying and heartbroken, Hyeji replied, "You said I was your ideal type and you took the initiative to show goodwill, yet you don't like me at all. After that, I felt like I was living in hell, while you were living happily, becoming more and more famous with your increasingly good achievements. I felt terrible because I was the only one who had to live like this." Hyeji sobbed, "I didn't expect everything to get so messy like this. All I wanted was for you to feel as desperate as I do, that's all." I won't do this again, I promise. So this time, please forgive me, Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung didn't know what to say. He could only force a smile at the crazy things he had just heard. A sinister look emerged on his face, and all the emotions of Kim Hyun-sung vanished. Kim Hyun-sung said, Hyeji, the reason I rejected you is not because I don't like you. That day, I might have told you already, but I really don't have the conditions to date you. That day, you brought snacks and gifts, as if we were nothing. But I can't do that. So even if I do like you, I can't help but reject you. Hyeji took Hyun-sung's hand, emotionally saying, Hyun-sung, you should have been honest with me. If you had spoken up, I wouldn't have gone this far. Let's go back to how things were before, it's not too late now. Hyun-sung grabbed Hyeji's head, causing her unbearable pain. I will ruin you, your family, your happiness, everything. He slapped her hard across the face. You will never understand why I have gone this far. It's because I spent 10 years living in hell, constantly being tortured, turned into a vegetable. Misfortunes also struck my family. Now all of that will never happen again. But the problem is that I have tried to fight to stop all of this, so how dare you call yourselves human while I have to live in hell and you just stand by and watch? Blood was splattered all over Hyun-sung's face, but whether this happens or not, guys like you will never change. You might as well find a place for plastic surgery. Maybe you should worry about fixing your face first. Kim Young-cheol arrived late, kicked the door open, and shouted, Damn it! Are you hitting girls now? Kim Hyun-sung told his homeroom teacher, it was her, Hyeji, who hired the Golden Circle. The teacher was stunned by this statement. I never thought of that. She really is a client of the Golden Circle? He hit her too hard. But if she really hired them, then she must pay for her actions. Kim Young-cheol closed his eyes, contemplating how to resolve the situation, but Hyeji's parents won't let this slide, as she is a very powerful person in Daesan. This is much more complicated than it was before. Hyun-sung said, Teacher, you don't need to worry about this. Just take Hyeji home. In the end, Hyeji returned home, and her father, upon seeing her bloodied face, shouted, Which madman dared to do this to my daughter? He, Chun-sam, was very angry. Hyeji's mother reminded him, Hey, what are you going to do? Are you just going to let the one who put our daughter in this situation go free? He angrily replied, Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I do that? I swear I'm going to make those three bastards, Kim Hyun-sung, Kim Young-cheol, and Go Chang-beom, pay for what happened. He thought to himself, why did they dare to reveal their identity in such a foolish manner? Young Chansu, that bastard. He tried to call, but the line was busy. Please call back later. After a while of trying to reach him, young Chansu finally picked up. Of course, he was scolded mercilessly by Chun-sam. How are you going to handle this? At first, you told me you would take care of it, and you said you were sure it would be resolved. You even made me believe in your unbeaten record. Unbeaten my ass. Chun-sam raged on, believe it or not, I will make sure you can never lift your head again. I will make the people of the Golden Circle disappear. Can you even survive that? Are you mute now? Why aren't you answering me? But the reply Chun-sam received was, do whatever you want. I'm sorry, Chun-sam, but our paths are parting now. Young Chansa seems to have escaped from this insane case. He scoffed, concluding the argument, indeed, the Golden Circle has always been undefeated until now, but now I have become the first person to ruin it. No need to say, I know my life is about to end. However, it's not very fair that two people working together end up with only one person dead. Therefore, young Chansu has handed over all evidence of my collusion with you to Kim Hyun-sung. Don't think I'm trying to fool you. Don't get your hopes up. That thought of yours will lead you to a very miserable death. I have already prepared an amulet of immortality for myself. Mr. Chun-sam was furious, nearly exploding with rage, constantly cursing, you dog, crazy bastard, scum. If I die, you shouldn't dream of living. I will demand the police arrest you, and at the same time demand to wipe out all those involved in the Golden Circle. Chansu boasted, Are you scared to the point of being stupid? I can't provide evidence to go down with you. Don't even dream about it, you crazy dog. Of course, from now on, everything will be up to you, I won't get involved anymore. The call was disconnected, and Mr. Chun Sam was still furious, cursing, how dare he hang up on me so rudely. Another call came in. The guest was standing at the front door. Chun Sam was irritated. What time is it and who comes to a house at this hour? After the risky call from young Chansu, he felt a great deal of mental pressure. He lit a cigarette to relax, ignoring Mr. Chun Sam. The next call was from Kim Hyun Sung. He asked, "Are you young Chansu, the agent of the Golden Circle Soul?" Oh Hyaji has returned home. Young Chansu thought, lose one game, play the next, just keep going until you win. But once the identity of the client is exposed, then winning and losing no longer matter. Why does Kim Hyun Sung know Oh Hyaji is a client, even knowing my phone number? It's too unreasonable. At this point, he realized that his nephew, Choi Tae-jun, had betrayed him. Kim Hyun Sung said, "This means that right now, the biggest threat to the survival of the Golden Circle is you. Now, the Golden Circle has only one task, to eliminate all threats. Not only Mr. Oh Chun Sam, but you will also become a dead person because dead people cannot talk." Young Chansu was furious at Kim Hyun Sung's insinuating words. "What do you mean, you bastard?" Kim Hyun Sung asked, "Do you still want to live on?" I asked if you want to live on now. If so, then please report to the boss that you have completed the job smoothly. Hyun Sung had brought him here, following the path he had outlined. He requested, "Please say you have handled everything well, the client is very satisfied. Choi Tae-jun has also completed his mission. Help him return to Seoul." Young Chansu replied, "If I say that, the client won't be happy." Kim Hyun Sung sighed, "So what? Are you so idle that you're still worrying about others at this hour?" Kim Hyun Sung had also arrived at Mr. Chun Sam's house. Upon seeing Kim Hyun Sung, Mr. Chun Sam was furious. "Do you know where this is? How dare you barge in here?" Kim Hyun Sung calmly sat down, even inviting Mr. Chun Sam to join him. He demanded, "Get up or get out of here." Kim Hyun Sung told him to shut up and sit down. "I give you two options, one is to take revenge on me. But if you do that, you will have to report this to the police for the Golden Circle to deal with it. If you do, I will disclose all the evidence that young Chansa gave me for the whole world to know. Of course, if you do that, the Golden Circle won't disappear, but both you and young Chansa will be finished. The interesting thing is, if you go to prison, it will be at least 3 years, while Oh Hyaji will probably only serve a few months in rehabilitation before being released." Kim Hyun Sung continued, "Let me tell you what the future holds. When Oh Hyaji gets out of prison, imagine if she didn't have a great father like you, do you think she would be safe and sound?" Oh Hyaji and her mother hugged each other tightly, trembling in fear, while Oh Chun Sam was cornered, furious to the point of madness. "Are you threatening me? Do you think you can escape the law?" At that moment, Kim Hyun Sung spoke up, "You threatening me won't solve anything because my support is Go Changbyum. Of course, I will have Go Changbyum break Oh Hyaji's legs and casually gouge out both eyes of your daughters. Do you think I can't do it? Ask your daughter." Upon hearing this, Oh Hyaji's eyes were brimming with tears. Her mother urged her to calm down. Suddenly, Hyun Sung presented a second choice. Oh Chun Sam was left dumbfounded as he heard the breath of the evil machine. That demon told him, "You still have a second chance to break your daughter's legs yourself so that she can never run around and harm others again." After saying that, Hyun Sung immediately left. Oh Hyaji frantically cursed and insulted Hyun Sung, while Mr. Chun Sam's wife yelled for her husband to quickly call the police. The door slammed shut, and Kim Hyun Sung was gone. Oh Chun Sam remained seated, his mind a whirlwind. His only choice was the knife in front of him, for everything that the demon Kim Hyun Sung had said was the truth. Despite his wife crying out, "My love, don't do this. That's our daughter. Have you gone crazy? Why are you holding that knife?" He was in pain. "If this gets exposed, I will go to prison. But if I go to prison, what will I have to deal with Myung Jin and Go Changbyum? My career, my future, everything will be gone. If I'm not here, how will you protect our beloved Ohayaji? Indeed, the ancients were not wrong. Children should not listen to their mothers, it is all the mother's fault. Ohayaji began to feel fear at her father's strange words. He held the knife in his hand, as if he had made a decision. He raised the knife, and Ohayaji was terrified and ran away. She tried to escape out the door, but couldn't get away. Ochun-sam held the knife, grabbed his daughter, and she screamed, "Help me." This is a conversation between young Chansu and Kim Hyun-sung. They were talking about Ohayaji's situation. Young Chansu asked, "Even if Ochun-sam chooses the second option, you have no intention of stopping here, right? Your head is full of stones." Hyun-sung replied, "I will gradually corner him into a dead end. I will expose all the illegal actions of the company. When Ochun-sam is in dire straits, I will also publish all the documents you provided so that everyone knows." Hyun-sung continued, "If he breaks my daughter's legs, I will report him to the police and say he is committing domestic violence like that. Ohayaji will be left as a mere wreck, and the teachers and her friends will mock her." What troubled young Chansu was, how will you expose the illegal actions of Ochun-sam? I am afraid that sooner or later someone will find out that I am lying to buy time. At this point, Hyun-sung proposed a deal with him, "You will become my loyal dog. Surely you are not foolish enough to give me the documents for no reason? You took a big risk because you wanted to find a way to survive for yourself. You also know that you are just a pawn in the Golden Circle. To be honest, have you been wanting to betray the Golden Circle for a long time? But because of money, you had to become a loyal dog. So why not earn money from me instead?" Hearing these words, young Chansu couldn't help but feel a bit amused, for he realized the student was incredibly bold. Just relying on the support of Myung-jin, he dares to be so arrogant. "No matter how pressed I am, don't think I am so foolish as to risk becoming an insider. That would be like selling my life." He continued speaking, "I admit that everything you said is true. I joined the Golden Circle because I wanted to climb to the highest peak of this country, because the Golden Circle has enough power to help me achieve that goal. I let you control it because I fear the Golden Circle, but your request is for me to become your loyal dog. Just based on your reputation with Myung-jin, it's truly ridiculous." A bright voice suddenly rang out, leaving young Chansu startled and stunned. "Let me tell you one more thing. In 2 years, you will be responsible for managing the senior members within the Golden Circle, becoming the Golden Line. That is the result of class division in society, and it inherently has many different layers. The top politicians, the top tycoons, and the top female entrepreneurs in the Golden Circle are called senior members. Senior members also have their own high-level intermediaries. The higher their rank, the greater the compensation for the intermediaries. The intermediaries of senior members are also senior members themselves." Young Chansu thought to himself, Hyun-sung's words are not known by everyone. This guy makes me feel fearful. How much does he actually know? To even know about the senior members, it's truly insane. In young Chansu's mind, the thoughts of his survival and ideals emerged. He thought deeply, no matter what, if the Golden Circle finds out I have betrayed them, I will pay with my life. But if after 2 years I can leave the national HQ without any regrets, and moreover, if Kim Hyun-sung can defeat the Golden Circle, then that would be 2 targets hit with 1 arrow, a perfect scenario. At this moment, he decided to consult that demon and spoke up, "Go on. How do you plan to make me a senior member?" Hyun-sung replied, "For now, I want you to keep quiet about this for this month. Just 1 month, by the end of the month, he will get what he wants, the Golden Circle and the Golden Line." Hyun-sung sat on the bus and thought, young Chansu is surely wondering how I know these things? Later, he will find out, because I had once laid there like a vegetable. I had heard the news about this on TV, from social clubs, and secretly participated in school riots. On TV, it was said, the Golden Gate is causing a stir in public opinion, because no one could ever think it is related to figures in the political and business world. They are still the top figures, enjoying special privileges. But in reality, the case called the Golden Gate has closed without revealing the identity of any senior member. To truly defeat the Golden Circle is still not enough. Dirty money and power have created the golden circle, and it will not be easy to collapse. Now is the time for Kim Hyun-sung to take the next step in his plan. A piece of paper was given to a man, on which the details for eliminating all his suspicions were clearly stated. Kim Pan-ho, senator of the Prosperity Party, just wanted to remind Kim Hyun-sung, don't bring up false issues to toy with me. I came here just to tell you this. However, Hyun-sung was different. He knew anyone could see the ridiculous nature of this politician. Han-sung wanted to persuade him to listen. I know it sounds funny, but I hope you can hear my thoughts before making a decision. After all, I want to make a deal with you. During his time as a professor, he had built a network of relationships by supporting the children of the powerful. With the backing of these individuals, he had become the senator he was today. When the trivial matters he once thought would gradually fade from people's memories resurfaced and were exposed once again, everything fell apart. Opposing Senator Jang Ho-il unexpectedly revealed Kim Pan-ho's corrupt actions. Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for this moment for a long time, the moment when Kim Pan-ho would need Kim Hyun-sung's help. He asked Kim Pan-ho, why did Jang Ho-il make these accusations? He has no grudge against you, and he has no political benefit from targeting you. Kim Hyun-sung said, I believe there must be someone behind his actions, for example, Yang Min-gu, the senator of the Prosperity Party to which he belongs. Kim Pan-ho said, the assertion in your words is very dangerous. If that's the case, I could easily lose my life. Hyun-sung said, I know, but this is certainly a scheme by Mr. Yang. He wants to eliminate a senator whose influence is growing from the very beginning. However, attacking a member within the same party would cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, he has exploited Senator Jang Ho-il as a puppet. Being targeted by opposition members would make more sense. Moreover, he has not revealed any weaknesses, so countering is impossible. At that moment, Kim Pan-ho started to think more about this kid. What he is saying is very profound and visionary. But if that's all there is, then he is just wasting his time. Kim Pan-ho was impatient. Let's say you are right. So what is your solution? Of course, Hyun-sung didn't hesitate to brag about this. There is no perfect explanation for this, but the children of powerful officials always inexplicably get high marks in class. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, people will gossip. The only way to resolve this issue is, if you cannot attack the essence of the matter, then attack the character and motives of the subject. Hyun-sung continued, sooner or later, someone will discover the fact that international students are using drugs. However, among them, only one international student will remain anonymous. Coincidentally, Senator Jang Ho-il's son is also studying abroad. Kim Pan-ho laughed loudly, but he didn't understand what was being said. Hyun-sung went on, anyway, the issue of drug use will soon appear in the news. Therefore, if you choose the right path, you can distance yourself from the scandal. Not to mention that taking down one pawn would be enough to eliminate the suspicion against you. As you know, in politics, once an accusation is dismissed, it is very difficult to restore one's reputation. Just resolving it once is sufficient, it won't become a stain on his career. This is enough to put an end to the issue in his political career. I have many other plans that can help you, Senator Kim. Whenever you feel that I am worthy of your trust, just call me. I will wait for you for a week or a few days. Kim Pan-ho asked, even Senator Jang Ho-il doesn't know that his eldest son frequently uses drugs. How could a high school student know such things? He had to thank Go Changbyum, who had numerous connections and was supported by Myeongjin Construction Company. He was the top student in the school, essentially wielding power, and had already caused quite a bit of trouble there. Thanks to Go Changbyum, Kim Hyun-sung was well aware of all this. At this moment, Kim Pan-ho also felt that Kim Hyun-sung was very courageous. He was excited to listen to Kim Hyun-sung's plan. Nevertheless, before that, he wanted to ask him a question. Senator, are you aiming for the presidential election? Of course, I'm just guessing, not certain. This statement made Kim Pan-ho break out in a cold sweat. This kid had hit the nail on the head. He continued, but if your ambition is truly as I think, then your chances are not high, because you do not have the appropriate background. Look at his life story, there's nothing appealing. Born into an upper-class family, living an upper-class life, educated in elite schools, becoming a professor almost as a matter of course, and even being awarded the title of senator, a symbol of a senator. You are enjoying a life that 99% of the people cannot have. That is also the reason why you will fail in the presidential election, because you have had too much. In his previous life, he had failed for this very reason. Kim Pan-ho grimaced and asked Hyun-sung, "Are you suggesting that I should give up?" Hyun-sung replied, "I know you are not the kind of person to easily give up just because of someone's words. So let me handle this. I will be the one controlling your appointment." Within the school, the rumor about Oh Hyeji dropping out spread rapidly. The students who enjoyed gossip had spread this news everywhere. Some said, a few days ago, someone saw Hyeji being taken to the hospital. She was injured so severely that she couldn't walk and had to be hospitalized. Hyun-sung was very pleased because Oh Chun-sam had also chosen to cut his daughter's tendons. He secretly thought of him as a fool because he had no other way to protect Hyeji. This was quite understandable. Once emotions take control and impulsive actions are taken, it becomes very difficult to think rationally. Just like in Hyun-sung's previous life, he didn't even dare to think that he could escape that life. In any case, Hyun-sung had to send someone to keep an eye on Hyeji. Right now, that scoundrel was infatuated with the presidential election of Kim Pan-ho. He had accepted Hyun-sung's proposal. Myung-jin Construction Company will take care of the finances. As you know, money laundering in the construction industry is nothing major. Besides, we will create a narrative for you, a perfect presidential campaign story, a story that everyone will admire and see you in a different light. You will be the political figure who topples the Golden Circle. Kim Pan-ho was surprised to find out that such an organization existed. Hyun-sung further explained, "Once the Golden Circle becomes a societal issue, if you quickly resolve this problem, you will become a rising star overnight, and you won't have to bear any risks." Hyun-sung continued, "I will set the food on the table and arrange everything carefully. If there happens to be a mistake, the one who cleans up afterwards will be me. Your job is to follow the instructions and provide the necessary assistance when I need it. I will give you ample time. While waiting, you can investigate me further. I am not just a 17-year-old high school student, but also the second son of the chairman of Myung-jin Construction Company, the one that Go Chang-suk is desperately searching for. I am the advisor behind Go Chang-beom." Hyun-sung returned home with thoughts, if Kim Pan-ho refuses, I will have to implement Plan B, eliminating Kim Pan-ho, who knows all my identities, while also searching for a new racehorse. Who knows if I will end up facing another strong opponent. The worst-case scenario is if Kim Pan-ho and the Golden Circle join forces. I hope things do not get any worse. Suddenly, a voice called Kim Hyun-sung. A fat guy told him, "Please get in the car while I'm still being nice." These were Kim Pan-ho's two bodyguards. He acknowledged that all of Hyun-sung's plans were certainly not something an ordinary 17-year-old could execute, but he did not understand what overthrowing the Golden Circle meant for Kim Hyun-sung. Just like Kim Hyun-sung thought, Kim Pan-ho had indeed investigated the Golden Circle. At this moment, Kim Pan-ho wondered, I don't understand why you, having never been a victim of the Golden Circle before, are so determined to destroy this organization. His face was dark and his voice cold and fierce. Have you ever experienced the feeling of helplessness in the face of such meaningless cruelty and boundless brutality? Those in power like you can resist, but the Golden Circle never aimed for people like you from the very beginning. They target the poor, the lowly, those who have no ability to fight back and cannot drop out of school. If they lose their chance to learn, their lives are completely over. They cannot rely on teachers or adults for help, because just being associated with the Golden Circle, those adults will be on guard. They know they will be attacked even after school hours. Bullying continues, and they cannot fight back, enduring suffering at their hands. That is hell. I want to break this vicious cycle and put an end to school violence. Violence may be an eternal issue for humanity, but I must destroy the Golden Circle at all costs, annihilate the organization that profits from these acts. Finally, Kim Pan-ho understood. He told Hyun Sung to outline his plan and that he would think it over. You began to share your plan with Kim Pan-ho. The Golden Circle can maintain its relationships with the elites solely based on their absolute confidentiality and their invincible history. I will recruit an intermediary and ask him to send a false report, making it seem as though the task he was entrusted with has been successfully completed. This way, the Golden Circle will become embroiled in scandal due to manipulating outcomes and deceiving customers, ultimately leading to a tragic conclusion. You continued. In 12th grade, as exams approached, Hyun Sung planned to transfer to Gangnam, Seoul, to maintain the number 1 position nationwide. In a place where scores are highly valued like Gangnam, if I, the top student in the country, change schools, and if the Golden Circle cannot silence me, allowing the truth to be exposed, what will happen? Kim Pan-ho believed that this would be a catastrophic disaster for them. Hyun Sung said, the confines within the school restrict outside interference, so I can endure all pressure during this process. As long as you support me enough to prevent my expulsion, the longer I can hold out, the more trouble the Golden Circle will face. Hearing Hyun Sung's speech, Kim Pan-ho was very pleased. He was convinced that Hyun Sung would succeed and was determined to do whatever the boy wanted, at any cost. It seemed that you and he were kindred spirits. He is more open with Hyun Sung, sharing the reason why he wants to become president. I have no special reason to crave this position, I simply want to see how far my abilities can reach. What amuses me is that I know there are many others who also want to become president, and they all have their own backgrounds. It's not impossible, so he also wants to test his strength. Throughout my life, I have never experienced any failures. I got accepted into Seoul National University, became a professor, and even obtained the badge of a member of parliament. So why can't I become the head of this country? He continued, however, Hyun Sung, you must remember this, if you, Kim Hyun Sung, fail even once, I will not hesitate to cast you aside. At that point, I will no longer help you and will destroy all evidence. If you think you can solve all these problems, then today I will accept your proposal. The next day, Choi Seona arranged to meet Kim Hyun Sung in a secluded corner of the school. He was busy practicing and had no time, but Choi Seona was still smiling, inviting her friend to sit and chat for a while. She quickly asked about Hyeji, who had not come to school since that day. Everyone said she had been taken to the emergency room, and she believed it was because of Hyun Sung. Seona wanted Hyun Sung to be honest with her. I promise I won't tell anyone, and I want to join you in punishing evil, because my brother was also a victim of school violence in the past and died at the hands of people like Hyeji. I also hate people like Hyeji, selfish individuals who only think about themselves. Hyun Sung felt confused by Choi Seona's offer of help. In his previous life, he had no particular memories of this friend, but now Hyun Sung had seen her true self, with a twisted soul inside. Her family held high-ranking positions and was simultaneously the chairman of the Anti-School Violence Committee, which was very beneficial for Hyun Sung. Hyun Sung asked Choi Seona, how far can you go? She shouted loudly, I can do everything. Hyun Sung twirled the pen in his hand and asked Choi Seona, are you willing to gouge out the eyes of the one who killed your brother? Choi Seona fell silent. Hyun Sung said, when I want to break someone else's bones, I am also prepared for my own bones to be broken. When I want to kill someone, I am also ready to be killed. With such half-hearted determination, what can you do for me? Don't call me back and say this nonsense again, you are just blocking my way. Hyun Sung walked away, leaving Choi Seona with a stunned expression. Hyun Sung thought to himself, on this path, there is no room for an ordinary person like her. That's right, what I did is the most correct. At that moment, the friend standing behind approached, putting his arm around Kim Hyun Sung. He invited him to the dojo, but Kim Hyun Sung himself knew he shouldn't pull this friend into life in Daesan. They were just ordinary friends, and it was best not to be in Seoul, because Kim Hyun Sung going to hell alone was enough already. He had to make sure that Si-woo was okay when he wasn't around. Kim Si-woo pointed ahead, that guy is here again. The others have already given up after a few failures. He came to find you, Hyun Sung. That guy is back. He was the principal of the Miracle Academy, Ju Byum Suk. He came here to recruit you for the school. I assure you, this is the last time. Do you have a moment? Currently, the number of academies recruiting Kim Hyun-sung was increasing rapidly. This was due to Ju Beum-suk's obsession with turning his school into a prestigious one to promote Kyeonil High School. He had gone public, praising Kim Hyun-sung's perfect scores in the mock exams. But that only drew attention, turning the academy into a mediocre one in Daesan. Back to Ju Beum-suk's offer, he stated, our academy will provide a scholarship of 3 million won per month if you and your friend enroll. We will support them until you graduate. Last time it was the same offer, but Kim Hyun-sung had rejected him. Today, he came here again with a sincere heart. Please cooperate with me. I want to have your reputation. The Miracle Academy plans to expand beyond Daesan, even to Seoul. If everyone knows that Hyun-sung has registered at the academy, they could turn it into the best academy in Seoul. What I need is the reputation that you bring. You don't need to register at the academy, just let it be rumored that you are considering it, and that will be enough. More importantly, if you achieve a perfect score in the assessment exam, I will grant you a scholarship of 100 million won. He thought, my value has reached this level. But for me, if it weren't for wanting revenge, maybe I would agree to this condition. A life like that wouldn't be bad. In the end, he still refused. Passing by Ju Beum-suk, he replied, I prefer it this way, there is no reason. The next day, on his way home, a woman blocked Hyun-sung's path. It was Lee Miso, the manager of the parent CAF in the Daechi area. She briefly introduced her CAF. The parent CAF in Daechi district is where families here share information about schools with each other. This time, your situation is the topic of discussion, and I also want to collaborate with you. She suggested, the parents in Daechi district want to invite you to be a tutor for the children of the members in our CAF, including my child. The price is 2 million won for one lesson each week, which means 4 lessons a month. I don't mean to imply that I expect you to stay up all night teaching in Seoul, because there are countless certified and qualified teachers who can do that. We hope you can share your learning experience. You can hold classes in Daesan. If you have any requests, we will do our best to accommodate. At that moment, Hyun-sung promised her that he would go home and think it over, as he had never seen a CAF like that before. Afterward, Hyun-sung went home and researched further information. Upon researching, he found that most of the information was ordinary and of no value. He noticed an ID of a member who paid 10 million won. He wanted to see if she was worth the money. He thought there must be a secret community for members who paid the fee. And he discovered the online group which had a series of inquiries aimed at him. Does anyone know anyone at School X? He just achieved very high scores and is planning to attend which academy? If anyone knows, please share. The star lecturer Oh Soo-jong secretly tutors and the academy doesn't know. Who are his students who can concentrate near the office around noon? Hearing information from acquaintances, student Kim Hyun-sung said that he does not study extra but still gets good grades. What does everyone think? People believe that in a past life, when the Golden Circle erupted, the most influential figures were not common folk or politicians, but rather parents who were sensitive to the future of their children. They were not angry about the crimes of the Golden Circle, but rather concerned that their children were at a disadvantage compared to others. This kind of behavior is very difficult to change. In the end, he agreed to Lee Miso's proposal. When the wealthy children were brought to Kim Hyun-sung for lessons, they got out of the car angrily yelling, "Why do we have to come to Daesan for some useless stuff?" Kang Min-woo, 17 years old, took the lead in scolding Kim Hyun-sung. He's just a poor wretch who can't live in Gangnam, just a bookworm who lives with his but glued to a chair. Why should we learn from that loser when the renowned lecturers in Daechi aren't even anything to us? If it weren't for having my allowance cut and being banned from using my phone, I wouldn't be here. After discussing, they unanimously decided to skip class. They were excited because if everyone skipped class, what could they possibly learn? It would be even better if they could change tutors. They did not want to see someone they considered a failure again. They thought if they skipped class, Kim Hyun-sung wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Han Sung was waiting for each of them to arrive at class. At that moment, young Chansa called and said, "I am very grateful for your help. I just had dinner with the Chief Executive Officer of the Future Investment and Security Fund, Mr. Lim Cheol-hyung." So Kim Pan-ho followed Hyun Sung's advice. He said, "Mr. Lim Cheol-hyung's eldest son will be entering high school next year, so he needs the golden circle. This is an opportunity to get into the top tier. Once you're in the top tier, remember to share important information with me. Never push clients to their limits, use them, but remember to give them space to breathe. Keep in mind that if you forget your position, you will fail." Once young Chansu infiltrates the golden circle, Hyun Sung will know who the perpetrator is. Even if he is broken like a bamboo stick, once again he wants to infiltrate the golden circle, to be part of the story he once heard. He wants to do this because his memory has not yet recovered. But the further he goes, the more dangerous it becomes. At this moment, he looked at the clock but still didn't see the kids arrive. It was late, they were engrossed in the karaoke bar, happily swaying. Suddenly, the children's tutor appeared, and they thought the person at the door had entered the wrong room, so they chased that person out to continue singing. A footstep grew closer and asked, "Are you Kong Min-woo?" When Kong Min-woo heard his name, he was punched and fell to the ground. At that moment, Kim Hyun Sung admitted to being their tutor and demanded they stand up and greet him. Kong Min-woo, furious for being beaten continuously, declared his identity. "Do you know who my father is? I just need to make one phone call, and my father will make your life unbearable." Hyun Sung was taken aback. "Go ahead and tell. Go tell your mother too. Call and say that you skipped your first tutoring session because you got hit like a dog." He realized that it was Kim Hyun Sung, the top-ranked student in the country. He thought, "I thought Hyun Sung was just a loser, how could this be? How dare he hit me? If my mother knew about this, she would." Kang Min-woo took out his phone and actually called his mother. "Mom, I'm with a friend in Daesan, it's a long way, and I'm too tired, so I'm asking to skip tutoring today." But Kim Hyun Sung. As a result, he was scolded by his mother. "Are you crazy? What have I told you before? I told you that this was the last time. Are you even thinking straight? I let you listen to your tutor. How dare you skip the first day?" Kim Hyun Sung snatched the phone, switched to speaker mode to talk to his parents. "I specifically reminded him to be on time. Before agreeing to tutor these children, I made it clear already." On the other end, Minwoo's mother said, "Kim Hyun Sung, I sincerely apologize this time. Please forgive them. This will absolutely not happen again in the future. I have agreed with the parents of all, no matter what, everyone is not allowed to interfere." The parents of the other children also agreed, so you can rest assured. For that reason, Kim Hyun Sung disciplined these children, and their parents did not intervene. Hyun Sung gave them a choice: do you want to study or do you want to get punished? Upon hearing this, the children became even angrier. A crazy peer was managing them more strictly than their own parents. He made such a fuss that he said on the first day they would only study for an hour, and then the driver still hadn't arrived. Kang Min-woo immediately called Shin Yumi, a friend in his group, and told her, "Find anyone in Daesan, even if it's the person you're dating. We must take revenge because I am Kang Min-woo, and I've never been beaten in my entire life." After hearing this, Shin Yumi picked up the phone, preparing to contact someone who claimed to be a gangster in Daesan. Shin Yumi hesitated. "Are you sure? Your mom won't like this at all." Minwoo confidently replied, "Do you think this is the first time I've caused trouble? Blood is thicker than water." She picked up the phone, using a coy tone to introduce herself. "My name is Shin Yumi. It's been a while since we last talked. Do you still remember me? I want to chat with you a bit." 2 days later, she called her ex-boyfriend Park Jin-woo. Upon hearing his ex-girlfriend's report, he immediately arrogantly asked, "Who is that kid? He beat you up just because you all were late to class?" She replied, Classes start in 2 hours. He said he had to go exercise first and would come later." Park Jin-woo thought he could easily deal with that kid. Shin Yumi reminded him that the opponent was very strong. He and his ex-girlfriend went to the gym where Hyun-sung often hung out. At first, Park Jin-woo confidently pushed the door open, intending to challenge the high school student. He even said to the trainer, "If that kid wins, I will think about it." Si-woo appeared and recognized Jin-woo. "What's going on? Why are you here?" Park Jin-woo felt relieved to see Si-woo since he was not the person that girl wanted revenge on. She even complimented Si-woo for being very handsome. However, he immediately discovered Kim Hyun-sung standing in front of him. His friend pointed at him and told him to smash Hyun-sung into pieces. Seeing a familiar face, Kim Hyun-sung politely greeted him. But when he saw Kim Hyun-sung, Park Jin-woo immediately turned around and ran away without saying a word. His friend chased after him, but he had vanished. Park Jin-woo gritted his teeth, running for his life. He would rather endure humiliation from his juniors than be melted like ice cream. Outside, Park Jin-woo was still fleeing, feeling very pleased that he had escaped. A girl hurriedly grabbed Park Jin-woo's hand, only to receive a shake-off. "Is Kim Hyun-sung your tutor?" The girl shouted loudly, "I told him to beat up my friend." "You said you were the boss in Daesan." Park Jin-woo glared, "If it's Kim Hyun-sung, then you better shut up and stop talking nonsense. Focus on your studies." Park Jin-woo was advising the girl to take the righteous path. "Unless you want to get beaten up, just consider me dead. Listen carefully, remember to heed Kim Hyun-sung, or else you'll be in trouble with him." After that, Park Jin-woo left, while also thoroughly reminding his friend. Thus, the kids began to concentrate on their studies. Although Kong Min-woo was still sulking and couldn't focus, Hyun-sung spoke up, reminding, "I know you have to go to Daesan 3 times a week, it's exhausting. But if you and everyone else don't put in the effort to study, your grades will drop, and these expensive tutoring sessions will become meaningless, leading to an even worse future." He continued, "Because you all have played around for most of your previous life, except reality. If the final exam results are good, I will propose to reduce the number of classes per week. If I can make your parents stop forcing you to take extra classes, you should trust me and follow my advice. I guarantee that this college entrance exam will get you into a 4-year university in Seoul. Do you want to be crammed all week or just study with me for 1 day and use the remaining time for self-study?" Half a month later, the student's academic performance had improved significantly. Min-woo's scores in all subjects had increased by 2 points, while the other students had also risen by more than a point. Although not absolute, it was enough to satisfy the parents and encourage them to want him to continue teaching. Hyun-sung was very pleased with this praise and officially announced that each child would only study once a week. Lee Miso cheerfully said, "You will receive a stipend of 10 million won per month. Of course, if their performance improves dramatically, you will receive additional rewards." Hyun-sung was not interested in the money. What he was concerned about now was what the woman's husband did for a living. She assured Hyun-sung to not worry about this, then took her designer handbag and left. As she walked away, she emphasized that her husband was very important. Although they were frantically using money and power to educate their children, the reason Kong Min-woo's parents did not associate with the Golden Circle was that Kong Dong-cheol was the deputy chief prosecutor of the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Blinking, the winter break has arrived. Teacher Kim Yong-cheol informed everyone about the vacation period and reminded, "First and second year students are very different, how you utilize this break will determine your future." After that, he called Hyun-sung to stay and talk privately. He expressed special concern about Hyun-sung's health and academic achievements, and advised him that if anything comes up in the future, he could call him. At first, Kim Hyun-sung only felt confused about his true nature. Even if it wasn't like that, there were still many things he wanted to say. That was because Kim Yong-cheol had been having an affair with the English teacher. This would become his biggest threat, but it also turned into his fortune. Kim Yong-cheol and Hyun-sung shook hands based on their promise. He wished the teacher a happy vacation. From now on, Hyun-sung would shatter Kim Yong-cheol's happiness at all costs. By the time Hyun-sung's plan came into effect, his life would be filled with thorns, very different from what he had ever known before. That night, Kim Si-woo was waiting for Hyun-sung at the training ground. The two went to the dojo together. Hyun-sung said, "If the coach evaluates my ingenuous level as fighters in 4 ways, what do you think our level is?" The coach replied, "Si-woo's attacking technique is perfect, but his biggest weakness is that his grappling skills have not yet reached the necessary level. His skill level is enough to deal with amateur fighters, but it becomes a bit difficult when competing professionally." However, Hyun-sung is the opposite. He can immediately participate in professional competitions. His judgment and courage are very good, he can easily handle attacks, even when grappling. Young Du-cheol continued, however, he can only cope with lower-level fighters. His potential is very large, but he has not fully developed yet. His opponents are also at their peak, just like a fighter who trains every day with spinning kicks. He did not have time to dodge. He will never be able to defeat people like them because the physical difference is too great. He will definitely lose. Hyun-sung requested the coach's help, saying, "During this winter break, please help me and make Si-woo stronger." Hyun-sung and Si-woo ran together at 5 in the morning. The two looked more diligent than others. After that, they began strength training by lifting weights. When they finished, Hyun-sung continued doing push-ups, adding weights to his waist to enhance his strength. Next is the leg workout. Even though they are drenched in sweat, it seems they have no intention of stopping. The coach of both is pouring all his energy into pushing them into a brutal training regimen. Not only training but also their diet is important. The coach said, "Your diet is very important, you must finish it all for me." After saying that, he placed 3 portions of chicken breast and green vegetables in front of them. Although it looks appetizing, it is hard to swallow. It seems Hyun-sung has reached his limit. One day, he vomited while facing the toilet, wondering, "Have I been overtraining?" He had been training 3 times a day and eating 5 meals a day, after which he fainted. Could it have been because he forced himself to eat all that food? Wiping his face with his hand, Hyun-sung realized his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Not only that, but his body was also rebelling against the pain that felt like it was tearing him apart. However, Hyun-sung had no intention of giving up. He thought to himself, if the coach finds out, he will lessen the intensity of the training. But I am making continuous progress, I cannot stop now. Hyun-sung held his stomach, thinking, I can't even defeat Choi Tae-jun, someone at only rank B. This is just the beginning, I must persevere. In his mind, the faces of the members of the Golden Circle appeared. In the end, I finally have the opportunity to crush them. I cannot miss this chance just because of my own weakness. Hyun-sung recalled his painful life as a plant. Remember all the tragedies you've been through. Images and painful memories flooded his mind, as if fueling him. Finally, he thought of his family, and this was the strongest motivation. Remember the time you desperately begged for another chance. Hyun-sung smiled sinisterly. If I can take revenge, if I can bring down those bastards with my own hands, then dying doesn't matter. Si-woo witnessed the whole rejection response of Hyun-sung's body. He felt he should do something for his friend. We have to stop Hyun-sung, things will only get worse. Si-woo sought out the coach, trying to convince him, but he said, I know about this, but he has no intention of stopping, even if it ruins his body. The coach responded with his point of view. As a coach, I would never do that, but my decision will remain unchanged. The CEO asked again, what do you mean? Young Du-cheol replied, I don't know exactly what happened to Hyun-sung, but I can sense that he will never stop. A picture of Hyun-sung collapsing during practice appeared in his mind, but the aura he exuded revealed an indomitable spirit. The coach turned to face Si-woo, his voice serious. If I stop him, he'll find someone else to take my place, and that would be even more dangerous. If that's the case, I would rather do it myself. The coach continued, I will let him decide for himself. I have no right to decide for him. In the coach's mind, the image of Hyun-sung training tirelessly kept flashing. In the 5th week of the training course, Hyun-sung threw a straight punch at the punching bag, clearly demonstrating his progress. The right hook to the ribs was powerful. If someone were to get hit by this punch, it was estimated that several ribs would break. Hyun Sung bent down, spread his shoulders and stepped forward, delivering another left straight punch that hit the target, producing a deafening sound. He paused and looked at the coach, asking, "Coach, what do you think my level is now?" The coach assessed, "Your muscles are developing very quickly, but because of that, they are not really solid yet. However, I believe you are ready to become a professional fighter." Hyun Sung replied somewhat robotically, "Is that so?" Then he made a request, "What if you were my opponent?" The coach smiled and said, "Kid, come here. Testing yourself is the fastest way." He faced Hyun Sung and initiated the challenge. Both of them donned gloves and touched fists to show respect. Hyun Sung said, "Don't go easy on me." The coach replied, "Of course not." Hyun Sung moved to the left and then to the right, trying to distract the trainer's focus. Seeing the quick speed, the trainer praised him, "Your reaction time has improved a lot." A powerful punch came at him, and Hyun Sung quickly used his arm to block the attack. The trainer sensed that he was trying to defend himself and seemed very focused. However, the trainer also noticed Hyun Sung's vulnerability. He widened his eyes, a determined look in them. Immediately, the trainer swept his right leg toward Hyun Sung's left leg, causing him to lose balance and creating an opportunity for an attack. Although Hyun Sung had made significant progress, for the trainer, taking him down was not difficult. At that moment, Hyun Sung seemed too confident, overestimating himself, and clearly he had fallen into a trap, exposing a gap. The trainer threw a right hook that hit Hyun Sung square in the face. The trainer thought to himself, "I need to make him understand his place." Hyun Sung, taking advantage of the situation, bent down and threw a punch at the trainer's stomach. Nevertheless, the trainer did not allow Hyun Sung to do anything too dangerous. He stepped backward while Hyun Sung pressed in closer. Both checked each other out, with Hyun Sung carefully observing every move of the trainer. Hyun Sung was very determined, always reminding himself, "No matter the situation, I must create opportunities and not miss them." He threw a left punch to measure the distance to his opponent, continuously reassuring himself, "No matter who I face or in what state, I must win at all costs." The coach quickly used his right hand to stop the attack from Hyun Sung. Hyun Sung thought to himself, "The opponent is too strong, or there are too many people. If I keep making excuses like this, then it won't be good." Spotting an opportunity to attack, Hyun Sung pulled back and prepared to strike. He delivered a straight punch to the coach's face, but the coach remained still, seemingly unable to react. A right hook followed, hitting the coach's chin and causing his head to tilt backward. Despite being hit, the coach felt no harm and even said to Hyun Sung, "But you know." He threw another right hook, striking Hyun Sung's chin and leaving him in a daze. The corners of Hyun Sung's mouth twisted downward, unable to speak, his eyes rolling back. The coach maintained his defensive stance, ensuring that Hyun Sung understood this. He exuded an aura like that of a giant black bear. "You have made progress, but there are still some limits that you have yet to overcome." When Hyun Sung was still conscious, he could only see the tall silhouette of the coach standing there, watching him gradually lose consciousness. From afar, indistinct sounds echoed back, someone was saying something. The sounds gradually became clearer, transforming into calls of his name. Hyun Sung's consciousness slowly returned. He opened his eyes, realizing it was Siwoo trying to wake him up. "Hyun Sung, are you okay?" Hyun Sung rubbed his eyes, and Siwoo continued, "It's fine, Hyun Sung, you're not weak. It's just that the coach is a monster. He is a champion, and that title didn't come easily. You attacked him a lot, but he still won. You were really impressive." Hyun Sung was panting, looking like he could hardly breathe, but the corners of his mouth curved into a smile that startled Siwoo. "What's wrong? How can you still smile? Are you crazy, or did you get hit too hard?" Hyun Sung kept smiling and said, "Siwoo, the first time I fought the coach, I couldn't even land a single hit on him. But today is different." Images flashed in Hyun Sung's mind from when he first started training, back when he was beaten to a pulp. Hyun Sung sat up, gazing into the distance and continued, "Even though I still lost, this time the coach was serious. With another year, I can still become stronger." The scene shifts to a skyscraper under construction. The concrete surface has dried but has yet to be painted. The moonlight sparkles in the night sky, illuminating the blue tarps surrounding the white framework at the top of the building. Go Changbyum's voice is heard. Hey, what happened? It sounds as though Go Changbyum is talking to someone. He grinds his teeth upon seeing Hyun Sung, whose body is covered in injuries, his face showing clear horror, mouth agape. Hyun Sung smiles and replies, I was just training a lot. Go Changbyum says, you look terrifying, I don't even dare to talk to you. Go Changbyum pulls out a brown envelope, saying, right, the house you told me to sell has finally been sold. What do you need it for? Go Changbyum rests one leg over the other, back bent, hand propping his chin. The two sit in symmetrical positions, with a fire burning in a blue oil drum between them. He says, there are very few people around, so building a large shopping center here seems unreasonable, or a factory, but there are many more suitable places to build a factory than here. Go Changbyum tries to probe Hyun Sung's intentions. Hyun Sung thinks of a role that could make Go Changbyum trust him more. He must betray him to convince Go Changbyum. Finally, Hyun Sung says, Go Changbyum, this information I got from Senator Kim Panho. The image shifts to Go Changbyum's desk. A person is using a personal seal to stamp on the buyer's name. You made the right decision. I was worried it wouldn't sell. Although I'm only selling it for 500,000 won per square meter, Go Changbyum deliberately raised the price to double. Go Changbyum's assistant says to the seller, and he smiles, saying, thank you, CEO. The image returns to the conversation between Hyun Sung and Go Changbyum. The CEO is sweating profusely, reiterating the key points that Hyun Sung mentioned earlier. A large industrial complex will be built between Sejong City and Daesan. A portion of the land here will be cleared to create a road connecting to the highway. Hyun Sung replies, that's right. Many people will think this is a prime location. Therefore, we should consider having Myung-jin build a villa complex on this land, about 1,000 pyeong. Go Changbyum is puzzled, just about 1,000 pyeong, how much profit can those villas make? But he seems to realize something. He covers his mouth, please don't tell me you're thinking about what happened before. In the previous life, the 1,000 pyeong plot of land, due to continuous favorable developments, was auctioned off at a price 2,000% higher. But there's an even more important reason. Thinking of this, Hyun Sung tells Go Changbyum, you've looked at the land registry map, right? This 1,000 pyeong plot will occupy some land for the road, so its development will be restricted. In Hyun Sung's mind, an image of a drawing full of roads appeared. He said, on the contrary, behind this piece of land, there will be about 20,000 pyeong of land not adjacent to the sea. Currently, it has no value, but what if we buy this land and combine it with that piece of non-coastal land? Kim Hyun Sung spoke seriously, although currently this land is valued at about 500,000 won per square meter and is expected to rise to 2 million won, the profit obtained from purchasing the land alone would be 30 billion won. Moreover, the profit that Myung-jin earns from constructing buildings will far exceed imagination. He smiled and continued, this is not just a personal achievement of yours but could also be an opportunity for you to showcase your abilities as the chairman of a construction company. After conversing with Hyun Sung, Go Changbyum immediately asked, just out of curiosity, do you know who owns that land? The scene shifts to Hyun Sung on his way to school. He thinks, continuous training will help enhance my combat abilities to perfection. With Go Changbyum's money and Kim Panho's influence, I will have a solid backing. But that alone is still not enough. There is one problem that I cannot resolve on my own. I need to have my own gang, just like young Chansu and Bae Sung-go. I must become flawless by my second year. Hyun Sung sighed, there is still a lot to do, but I will take my time and prepare thoroughly. He stood in front of the school gate, where the snow had fallen and then melted, and spring arrived with blooming flowers. Now it was March, time to return to school. Someone said, have you heard any rumors? The perspective shifted to the first person. Two hands holding a cigarette, the left hand wore a windbreaker, and the right hand wore a uniform jacket over the beige windbreaker. The person wearing the two jackets said to the one beside him, there's a sophomore at our school, his name seems to be Kim Hyun Sung, he really gets into fights. He had a confrontation with Shinyong Min. The person on the left exclaimed, Shinyong Min. Didn't he go into rehabilitation? The other person with long hair said, You fools, do you really believe that rumor? The long-haired person lifted the cigarette to his mouth, looked at the person opposite him, and arrogantly said, Have you ever seen Shinyong Min fight? Never, right? The one talking was Jang Hyuk-jin. He added, He's very strong, I've never seen anyone punch better than him. He continued, Kim Hyun-sung is just a loser, it's all nonsense. While he was talking, someone approached and said, Hey, put out that cigarette. He stared at the people in front of him and said, Who do you think you are to order me around? Others suddenly rushed to intervene, pulling Jang Hyuk-jin back and continuously apologizing. But Jang Hyuk-jin still struggled, saying, What dog is it that we should be afraid of? The guy on the right quickly said, Calm down, you lunatic. They whispered in Jang Hyuk-jin's ear and pointed at the name tag. It turned out that Hyun-sung was standing right in front of them. Jang Hyuk-jin, drenched in sweat, looked at Hyun-sung. He didn't dare to lift his head, but his eyes looked down like a dog with its tail between its legs. He trembled and replied, I'm sorry, I'll extinguish it right away. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the high school, where Hyun-sung was leaning against the wall. Facing him were Si-woo and Sung-ho. Hyun-sung said, I heard that in the past, when deciding the rankings at Daesan, there was an agreement not to shed blood to protect our playground. As everyone knows, I hate thugs like Shinyong Min, so I cleaned up the entire Chanel High School and plan to expand my territory. Sung-ho hesitated and asked, Don't tell me it was you, Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung continued, Within the next 6 months, I will turn all schools in Daesan into Kyeonil high schools. After Hyun-sung's declaration, a variety of discussions erupted around, from whispers to loud noises, not just one school but all of Daesan. You're digging your own grave, Hyun-sung. Sung-ho can stop while the minions behind him keep whispering and discussing. Sung-ho says, Hyun-sung, don't underestimate this matter. If you act first, Kyeonil High School will become the target of everyone in Daesan. Hyun-sung starts to recall the purpose of this action. Ordinary high school students have developed a sense of reasoning in factions, mainly because they are aware of the secrets of the Golden Circle. Thus, they will receive help from others when needed. Hyun-sung continues to analyze, therefore, the Golden Circle must be completely eradicated, making them disappear from Daesan. Hyun-sung places a pile of money in front of the minions. Of course, you don't have to blindly follow me. In exchange, every time we take down a school, I will give you 500,000 won. You can share it among yourselves. Whoever has the best performance in taking down that school will receive an additional 100,000 won. Hyun-sung steps forward, delivering his final words, So, are we in? A few days after that conversation, the action begins. In a first-year classroom of some school, someone says, That bastard Jang Hyuk-jin is bullying a classmate. He pushes the classmate's head onto the table, growling loudly, You've been really getting on my nerves since yesterday. He glances back and sees a group of people cowering and thinks to himself, Bunch of cowards. He saw that no one in the class dared to stop him and thought to himself, Now this whole first year will belong to me. At that moment, someone opened the door and called out, Hey! Kim Hyun-sung walked in with an angry expression, asking the thug, Did you just hit that guy? The thug was surprised and stammered, What? What? Without waiting for him to respond, Hyun-sung threw a powerful punch right into Jang Hyuk-jin's face. That's right, it's you, isn't it? The thug was hit hard and flew into a row of desks and chairs, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. The thug came to his senses and swung his hand to retaliate, but missed. Hyun-sung had already stepped back to dodge. Why do you keep picking a fight with me? He yelled out, seizing the opportunity. Before he could pull his hand back, Hyun-sung immediately slapped him across the face with a force that knocked him off balance and down to the floor. Jang Hyuk-jin cradled his face, tears and mucus streaming down due to the pain, thinking to himself, What kind of slap was that? It felt like a beating. Just then, the teacher walked into the classroom. Class, let's begin. However, witnessing the scene before him, the teacher made an excuse and turned to leave. Oh, I forgot the class letter in the office. I'm really so forgetful. Han Sung approached Jang Hyuk-jin and coldly said, "Do you know why you got hit?" Jang Hyuk-jin stammered, "And no." Han Sung looked straight into his face and said, "Why do you bully others? I don't like getting involved in simple disputes like this, but I can't forgive those who enjoy using unreasonable violence like you. Therefore, I have to come here to teach you a lesson." Saying that, Han Sung slapped him again. All the onlookers who witnessed their boss being beaten were utterly terrified. They trembled and whispered excitedly, "Is it really because he bullied someone that he gets hit like this? I saw it with my own eyes, it's so scary." Another one said, "I heard that Kim Hyun-sung prohibits all bullying, but I didn't think it was true." But have you guys heard? It seems like Kim Hyun-sung wants to take down all the schools in Daesan. Anyone interested should follow along. I heard that if you do well, you'll get a reward of 100,000 won. The scene shifted to the rooftop, where Sung-ho said to Hyun-sung, "Once you start taking over Daesan, you'll have to clash with a ton of other schools. Half of them are just a bunch of nobodies, but the other half is the real issue. Among them is young Haemin from ICT High School." In Sung-ho's mind appeared the image of a guy with blue hair, muscular and extremely strong. Sung-ho continued, "He once defeated Shin Yeong Min in an amateur match." Sung-ho held the phone and asked Hyun-sung, "So what are you planning to do? Do you really want to start a war? That's not a good idea. Without a legitimate reason, other schools will smash you like a bug." The moment Hyun-sung heard that name from Sung-ho, he immediately realized, with the help of expert Go Chang-byum, "I learned that young Haemin from ICT High School is also a mercenary for the Golden Circle." Hyun-sung clenched his fists, a murderous aura radiated from him, and the atmosphere around him turned grim. He was slowly turning Daesan into Gangnam. Hyun-sung envisioned the darkness engulfing this place. He knew that it wouldn't be long before the trashy reality of Gangnam took root in Daesan. Hyun-sung raised his phone. Wherever trash appeared, victims would follow. Just like light and darkness, those victims would become an excuse for us. The scene shifted to the teacher's office at Daesan High School. A teacher stood facing his student, questioning, "Sun Dae-hyun, did you really steal money from your classmate?" The student remained silent, not answering. The teacher continued to ask, "Someone claimed to have seen you rummaging through another student's backpack." The student hesitated and replied to the teacher. The teacher helplessly picked up the phone and said, "All right then, I will call your parents." The student immediately exclaimed, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I won't do it again." The teacher rubbed the back of his head and said, "So you admit it now? What kind of nonsense are you doing? That's 500,000 won. Hurry up and return the money to your classmate. I'll punish you later." Dae-hoon looked down. "I lost it, sir." The teacher was stunned. "What?" His voice became stricter. "Earlier you said you stole 500,000 won, and now you say you lost it. Do you think I'm a child?" The teacher took a thick ruler and shouted, "You've really gone too far. Lie down so I can give you a few whips." Dae-hoon stood in front of a male student. Behind him was a group of other students eagerly watching. "Dae-hoon, did you see? Why did you go and steal like that? Didn't your parents teach you any better? If I hadn't caught you, you would definitely have blamed someone else." The red-haired student held a stack of money in his hand, looking at Dae-hoon with contempt and said, "Next time just ask someone else for help because you're so poor. It's because of people like you that others see our school as a den of bullies." The 8 people standing around witnessing this scene began to whisper among themselves, like a farce. A blonde guy spoke up, "He's getting better at bullying that loser more and more." But in Dae-hoon's heart, there were different thoughts. "You know very well that the thief is that red-haired guy. You're just a scapegoat for him." The red-haired guy kicked Dae-hoon hard, his voice dripping with contempt. "Aren't you listening? The homeroom teacher is furious. Take off your pants and show me your ass." Dae-hoon trembled and shook his head. I can't take them off. I promise I'll be good from now on." The red-haired guy laughed derisively, his eyes filled with malice. "Dae-hoon, you've been living well lately, huh? Do you remember that rainy day back in middle school? You were naked and promised me something? Dae-hoon fearfully looked into his eyes. He repeated the promise from years ago. You promised you'd do as I say and obediently follow all my demands. If not, I'll go crazy. Pushed into a corner, Dae-hoon had no choice left. He took off his pants in front of everyone. Laughter and derision echoed all around. The bullies from afar cheered and encouraged this twisted joke. The red-haired guy pretended to cover his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh my God, my precious eyes!" He walked closer to Dae-hoon, touching his face with his hands, his voice soft yet threatening. "This amount of money isn't enough. Give me more." Dae-hoon pleaded, "Hong-jin, I'm sorry. But I don't have any more money." Hong-jin scoffed, "Is that so? I understand now. Our dear Dae-hoon no longer has enough money for me, huh?" As soon as he withdrew his threatening words, Hong-jin threw a strong punch to Dae-hoon's stomach. The pain was so excruciating that he couldn't breathe. Hong-jin sneered, "Really? I must have asked the wrong person." Dae-hoon collapsed onto the ground, and Hong-jin spread his legs apart, speaking with contempt, "All right then, I made a mistake. If you don't have any money, then I guess I must beat you to a pulp." He turned to his gangsters and ordered, "Let's go. Let's cause a ruckus at his mother's candy store." Dae-hoon's face turned pale with fear. The image of his mother's store flooded back into his mind. He could bear it no longer and shouted, "Stop it now, you bastards." Hearing Dae-hoon shout, everyone halted. Hong-jin clenched his fists, growling, "Did you just call me a bastard? Have you realized you've made a mistake?" Dae-hoon trembled and apologized, "I'm sorry, Hong-jin." But Hong-jin frowned, "If you're wrong, you have to pay the price. This world is not that simple." Before he could take back his words, Hong-jin was knocked to the ground by a powerful kick. Hyun-sung pulled his leg back. It turned out to be an incredibly strong flying kick. Dae-hoon looked up in surprise at Hyun-sung, and the group of thugs following him fell silent. They started noisily asking, "Who the heck are you? You're not from our school, are you?" Hyun-sung challenged them back with a provocative question, "Me?" The thugs were about to charge in, but with agile movements, Hyun-sung quickly dodged and took down the two most stubborn ones effortlessly, responding to them, "I am Dae-hoon's friend." In the night, the soft sobs of Dae-hoon echoed mournfully. He curled up in a blanket, trembling as he asked himself, "Why did I end up in this situation? Why is this happening to me?" Dae-hoon's mind plunged into darkness. He even thought about taking a knife to kill them all. But then he shook his head, telling himself, "No, I can't do that. I've never fought before. How could someone like me take them on?" Dae-hoon continued to cry, feeling as if he were in hell. The sound of a phone ringing pulled Dae-hoon back to reality. He curiously checked the new notification and discovered a strange link. Clicking on it, a notification window popped up. "We are accepting complaints about school violence. Please provide your personal information and email to us." Dae-hoon's computer screen lit up, displaying a website named Fight Against the Current Situation of School Violence and Crime. The phrase "We are committed to avenging you" caught his attention. Dae-hoon meticulously filled in the necessary information on the website, as if he were pinning all his hopes on it. The next day, Hyun-sung met Dae-hyun at the children's park and asked, "Did you send that email?" Dae-hyun thought to himself, unable to believe that email was real. Hyun-sung began, "This world is truly chaotic. Just because you are weak, you have to go through such unreasonable things." He spoke bluntly, as if voicing Dae-hyun's deepest thoughts and feelings. "Outsiders will never understand the pain we are enduring. They always think we are just kids, that we don't understand anything." Dae-hyun unconsciously repeated Hyun-sung's words, feeling a deep sense of empathy. Hyun-sung continued, "School violence is not a joke. Victims will carry psychological scars for life, while the perpetrators roam free outside the law. If they hadn't pushed the victims to the brink, perhaps things wouldn't have been so bad." The image of himself kneeling and crying flashed in Dae-hyun's mind. He clenched his fists, filled with rage. He wanted to turn the knife towards the enemy, but Hyun Sung's voice echoed in his ears. In the end, they will still push forward. The more we resist, the more violent they become. Sometimes, in the process of fighting back, the victim becomes a serious criminal, not just the perpetrator of the violence. Hyun Sung continued, clearly, no matter how hard you try, once you become a victim of school violence, your life will be completely turned upside down. Hyun Sung handed his phone to Dae-hyun. Victims like us often can only bear everything on our own, eventually becoming exhausted both physically and mentally. It is precisely because I hate this unjust society that I created this social network. Hyun Sung emphasized, now do you want to discuss business? Dae-hyun hesitated, unsure whether to cooperate with Hyun Sung or not. But then, the next day, Hong Jin's older brother suddenly appeared in Dae-hyun's classroom, loudly asking, who is Sung Dae-hyun? Seeing Dae-hyun sitting by the window, Hong Real happily pointed at him and said, do you think I will let you off, you pathetic failure? Do you remember who my brother is? Walking closer to Dae-hyun, Hong Real asked again, you really are Sung Dae-hyun, right? Dae-hyun only looked at him with a gaze full of hatred. Without waiting for Dae-hyun to answer, Hong Real grabbed his hair and hit the back of his head. Are you mute? Say something. You're dead for sure, you piece of trash. Did you dare to call your friend here? Dae-hyun protested, why did you hit me? Hong Real challenged back defiantly, do you dare to argue with me? Do you think I will just sit back and watch you beat my little brother? Who's your friend? I will kill him. Dae-hyun was no longer afraid. He dialed Hyun Sung's number and said, this is my friend's phone number. He told me to let you know that if you guys keep showing up like before, just let him answer the phone. Hong Real maintained his arrogant attitude, snatching the phone from Dae-hyun and yelled into the receiver, Hyun Sung, listen here, you bastard. I'm Hong Real. Are you picking a fight with my little brother? Hyun Sung scoffed and spoke clearly, it's your little brother who hit my friend first, so I hit back. Hong Real hesitated, what the hell are you talking about? Hyun Sung seized the opportunity to recount all of Hong Jin's vile actions. Hong Jin has bullied Dae-hyun for the past 4 years, beating him, stealing his money, making him do errands, buying things at the convenience store, and doing his homework for him. Recently, he even forced Dae-hyun to strip in front of a girl and self-harm. Hyun Sung added, I give you one last chance. If you're a decent brother, tell your little brother to apologize to my friend for what he has done. I will end it all here. Hong Real seemed stunned. He rebutted, what? End it all? What the hell are you talking about? Hong Real exploded, so what if my brother likes to use that loser as a joke? Hyun Sung retorted, you know your brother is wrong yet you cover for him, you're truly scum. Hong Real's pride was hurt and he couldn't accept it. He roared, hey you piece of trash, tell me your name and school address, I'll personally send you off. Hyun Sung felt delighted, they were so easy to provoke, why not just set a location straight away? I am Kim Hyun Sung, from Kyeonul High School. The two groups confronted each other on an overpass in the city, creating a tense atmosphere. Hong Real asked, are you Kim Hyun Sung? Hyun Sung bravely replied, that's me. Hong Real continued, here's the deal, if I fight you, it won't just be a personal issue anymore, it'll be a battle between Jail High School and Kyeonul High School. So let's settle this smoothly, no need to fight. Or how about the two of them apologize to each other, and call it quits? Hyun Sung thought for a moment, looking at Hong Real's demeanor, it seemed he had done some research on him. Hyun Sung said, apologize to each other? Only your brother needs to apologize. I know you're doing this just to save face. Hong Real was furious, what did you say? The two of them stared at each other, waiting for the other to make an important decision. Finally, Hong Real could no longer hold back and shouted, apologize now, you idiot. Hong Real yelled at his younger brother, what are you still doing there? Stop this nonsense right now. Hong Jin swallowed his anger and slowly stepped forward. He mumbled, sorry. Dae-hyun seemingly didn't want to let it go, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Hong Jin irritatedly replied, I said I'm sorry, are you satisfied now? Dae-hyun said, on Hong-jin, do you know something? Hyun-sung gave me two options. Dae-hyun recalled the agreement from the previous day. First, after you promise to never bother me again, everything will end. Given my current situation, this is the safest way. Or second, I will make you pay for what you have done, even more than that. He said doing so would make me feel very refreshed, but it would never end this unhappy relationship. Dae-hyun excitedly exclaimed, guess what I chose? A punch landed squarely on Hong-jin's face. Perhaps it was time to act, Dae-hyun said, I chose the second option. Seeing Hyun-sung standing in a fighting posture, Hong-jin was certain the punch just thrown was from Hyun-sung. Hit by a thunderous punch, Hong-jin fell backward onto the ground. His brother shouted, you piece of crap. As if that was the signal to charge, everyone jumped into a chaotic brawl, throwing punches and kicks wildly. Fearlessly, Bae Sung-ho threw a punch, simultaneously shouting like a fighter. He took down another opponent, then another fell as well. Finally, he finished off his fourth opponent. Bae Sung-ho recalled Hyun-sung's promise, I said 501 for each, right? We're gonna make a fortune this time. The guy attempting to sneak up on Bae Sung-ho from behind was sent flying by Kim Si-woo's kick. He exclaimed, dare to sneak up? You must be tired of living. Kim Si-woo relentlessly unleashed beautiful kicks at his enemies. He tried to showcase his strength in front of Hyun-sung, proving that he could be useful for their future plans. Kim Si-woo excitedly said, because I must always stand by Hyun-sung. 500 divided by 15 is how much? He also added, whoever takes down the most will get an extra 101. Hyun-sung's group eagerly discussed the generous rewards, which only fueled the excitement of the opposing group, who, without hesitation, charged at their enemies. The other side began to panic. The whole group was in a panic, these crazy guys. We outnumber them 2-1, how can we not win? A member of Hyun-sung's group had been beaten to the point of being covered in blood. Indeed, the gang leader Hong Ryul had managed to subdue a few people on Hyun-sung's side. He thought to himself, I need to call for reinforcements. At that moment, he froze when he saw Hyun-sung standing in front of him. But then he thought of something even more foolish, I'll charge in and attack Hyun-sung, if I beat him, the game is as good as over. The image of Hong Ryul charging toward Hyun-sung symbolized his bravery. But before he could even touch Hyun-sung, a thunderous punch landed squarely on his face. A loud crash echoed, and Hong Ryul flew backwards. He had never experienced such humiliation, blood streamed from his nose, his face was bruised. Hyun-sung approached Hong Ryul, activated a recording, and let him know that he had fallen into Hyun-sung's trap. Hong Ryul stammered, what the hell are you doing? Hyun-sung coldly replied, just the victim's testimony alone is enough to get you expelled. But with this evidence, you're as good as dead. Hong Ryul trembled, what do you want? Hyun-sung added, today is just a brawl between students, understand? Hyun-sung threatened, if any of you reveal what happened today, not only will you be expelled, but you will also face even harsher punishments. Hyun-sung tightly gripped Hong Ryul's mouth, his voice cold, when I ask, you must answer. At that moment, Hyun-sung's face bore no expression, cold as a demon, is it still not painful enough? I asked, so why aren't you answering? Unable to control his wild nature, Hyun-sung seized Hong Ryul's jaw, coldly stating, I told you to answer my question. Hearing his brother's anguished scream, Hong Ryul's gang and even his younger brother were horrified by Hyun-sung's brutality. Hong Ryul's eyes rolled back, sweat pouring down like a shower. His scream echoed like thunder, his blood staining the dark ground. Perhaps Hong Ryul had never experienced such terror before. His eyes became lifeless, he clutched his mouth tightly, his whole body trembling. He probably never anticipated that he would find himself in such a situation. This had far exceeded the scope of mere bullying, resembling more like organized crime violence. Hyun-sung approached Hong Ryul, who trembled as if he were staring death in the face. With the demeanor of a victor, Hyun-sung coldly said, you made me wait a long time. The next day, Dae-hyun encountered two upperclassmen in the school hallway. One of the two, out of habit, turned back and cursed, damn dog. He glared at Dae-hyun with a look of wanting to devour him whole. Seeing his fierce expression, Dae-hyun instinctively bowed his head and apologized. He had been subjected to countless unwarranted beatings, but what those guys saw was the menacing face of Hyun-sung. They hurriedly shouted, "No, we should be the ones apologizing." Then they turned and ran away, leaving behind the phrase, "I'm leaving first." Dae-hyun was still in shock. He wondered why Hong Ryul's subordinates had apologized to him. After going through all this, Dae-hyun felt as if the world had changed. He exclaimed emotionally, "That's right, school should be peaceful like this." Then he remembered Hyun-sung, it was time to fulfill his promise. Dae-hyun didn't know what he had done, but soon countless reactions and discussions erupted. Is this real? There's even evidence. Someone said, "I thought he was just bragging, so I asked friends at school, turns out it's true." Dae-hyun had posted the evidence of the violence on the social media site created by Hyun-sung, and this story had spread everywhere. "I am a second-year student at Jeil High School. A few days ago, I saw a post on this website." Dae-hyun's post also stated, "Do you want to help solve the problem of school violence? Do you want those who have ruined your life to pay the price? Just one email is enough, everything you want will come true." The scene shifts to three men who look like gangsters gathering and smoking at some school. One of them speaks up, "We won't get hit, right?" The guy in the green hoodie responds, "What nonsense are you talking about? What does Kyeonil School have to do with us?" The guy in the beige jacket adds with a sneer, "Don't be such a coward. If he shows up, I'll smash his face." Just then, a mysterious young man in a black jacket, with a hat pulled low over his face, appears and calls out his name, Mo Young-ho. The guy in the beige jacket is startled and curses out of habit, "You scared me." The mysterious young man replies, "I know exactly who you are. The informant has told me everything about you." At this point, it's certainly Hyun-sung. He adds, "Not just violence and bullying but also extortion and theft. You've got quite a list of crimes, haven't you?" Hearing their crimes laid bare feels like being judged by God. Rage ignites, veins bulging furiously on their necks. The man in the beige jacket, who is also the leader, gestures with his hand. His henchmen leap into action like hunting leopards, preparing for a fight to the death. He growled, "What the hell do you want?" Hyun-sung slowly pulled down his hat, revealing cold, sharp eyes like a demon, causing the entire gang of thugs to tremble in fear. He coldly said, "I see you all live up to the title of scum." After that, the sound of thuds echoed. Everyone knew who was seriously injured and who lost in this fight. He forced everyone to kneel down, arms raised high above their heads. He squatted down, smoking a cigarette, looking at the gangsters suffering, raising his hands, "Look closely." Bae Sun-ho was looking at his phone. It seemed he was reading something very interesting, more precisely, a post from Dae-hyun and the related comments. The social media posts from Hyun-sung and Dae-hyun had become so popular that Kim Si-woo, who was dealing with the gang leader Yang Jun-hyuk, also curiously clicked to check it out. He sat on top of the defeated gangsters, leisurely scrolling through the comments. The massive interaction had led to countless complaint emails. The gang leader groaned. Kim Si-woo felt a headache coming on, glaring at the gang leader, "So, does it hurt? You like to use cigarettes to poke at the kids and then beat them up, right?" Kim Si-woo recounted all his crimes in one breath, then threw a punch at his face, deforming it. Kim Si-woo thought to himself, "This is exactly why we can understand Hyun-sung." After that, Kim Si-woo pulled his hand back and clearly told him, "However, garbage like you doesn't deserve to live a normal life, and we will ensure that." The scene shifted to the Dae-san Information and Communication Department. There, one person was hitting another student in the classroom. Someone else was asking a person named "Hey Min, what are you planning to do with Kim Hyun-sung from Kyeonil? Looking at what he's doing, he will definitely provoke us." Hey Min, the guy with short blue hair, was sitting with his legs crossed, both hands behind his head, and replied to his friend, "Shinyong Min is also a stubborn guy, but why is he going around causing trouble everywhere in Dae-san instead of staying put in Kyeonil?" After that, he told his followers, "Call Hong Ryul and tell him to come immediately. I consider him a friend, I can't just sit back and watch this happen." Hong Riel was called to the training field. Hey Min and the others gathered to ask for clarification. Are we posting requests online and taking the victim's name to seek justice? Hey Min took a drag from his cigarette, stroking his chin. Back in the day when I was like you, at least I didn't bully the weak. Our Hong Riel must have endured a lot. Hey Min continued to sneer. You think that crazy guy will target me? Hong Riel replied nervously. He doesn't look like he'd spare anyone. Hey Min slowly stood up from his seat, walked over to Hong Riel and said, Is that so? Then I need to take action before I get hit. Help me with something. Riel asked back, Help you? Hey Min spoke slowly. Report to the teacher that you're being bullied by that Hyun Sung guy. Spread the word that you've been beaten out there. It will definitely work if we bring the law into it. Before Hey Min could finish his sentence, Hong Riel interrupted. You can't do that, it's a bit complicated. You don't understand. Hearing that, Hey Min covered Hong Riel's mouth with his hand, changing his tone. Our Hong Riel has been beaten, why isn't it clear yet? He got furious, released Hey Min's hand, and prepared to hit his friend. That bastard is scary, so I'm fine? Damn it, let me help you then. After saying that, Hey Min landed a few punches on Hong Riel, hitting him while saying, I will deal with that stupid bastard. In the detention room, the homeroom teacher held a report about a certain issue in his hand. He said, Do you find this reasonable? Someone reported on this website that you hired a student from Kyeonil to commit acts of violence. He added, along with the principal and Daehyun, Kim Hyun-sun will definitely be punished. No matter how much Hong Riel and Hong Jin bullied you, the brutal attack by students from another school on our students is unacceptable. He continued to complain, it's just like a scene from a crime movie happening in our school. Daehyun, do you have nothing to say? Daehyun remained silent. It seemed that Hong Riel had indeed helped Hey Min report Hyun Sung to the school. However, when the homeroom teacher fell silent, Daehyun spoke up, Sir, I'm sorry, but Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this. The homeroom teacher was surprised. What? Did you write this article yourself? Daehyun gathered all his courage and began to explain to his teacher, even if I was the one who reported it, what's the problem? After 4 years of being bullied, finally someone helped me, I just took revenge once. The teacher yelled, Are you saying that what you did is right? Daehyun calmly replied, Sir, I didn't write those things, I just assumed. The teacher seemed to be doused with cold water, stunned. No matter what, Kim Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this. This is the truth that you should know. Images shifted to Hey Min summoning 500 of his companions at the schoolyard. One of them asked, Did you call us here for something? Is it because of Kim Hyun Sung from Kyeonil School? Another person said, If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Hey Min crossed his arms over his chest and slowly replied, That bastard Kim Hyun Sung, he has set up a very clear system in each school. This system is designed to ensure that those who have committed school violence will definitely be avenged in a decisive manner. The people beside Hey Min said, Everyone is concerned about that name Kim Hyun Sung. I tried to investigate Gile School but couldn't get any response. What do you all think about the current situation? Hey Min candidly expressed his opinion. Kim Hyun Sung is using the victims of school violence as an excuse to take over Daesan. Especially when Hey Min was still here, he was furious. I can't stand the thought of that bastard wanting to take over Daesan. He added, We cannot lose our comfortable lives just because of that dog, right? The guy with orange hair spoke up, Do you have any plans? Hey Min replied, Of course, there is a very interesting plan that will completely destroy that bastard Kim Hyun Sung's spirit. In a warehouse, someone yelled, How can you think that is unfair? It turns out it was the orange-haired guy, Hey Min's friend. The person opposite him said, I'm really sorry. The orange-haired guy said, Damn it, it's easy for you to say, you idiot. Your rotten tooth has made me a piece of trash. To be honest, in my freshman year, I was just messing around with that poor guy, but you hit me first. The other person looked up, tears welling in his eyes as he listened to those absurd words. He said, Damn it, you're just paying the price for the troubles you've caused me. Seeing you cry makes me nauseous. After saying that, he shouted, You bastard, you have to take responsibility for all the pressure you've put me under. The boy frowned, preparing to brace for impact. Suddenly, a young man wearing a hat appeared. You're Ho-jun, right? Hyun-sung faced the bully who had tormented him for 4 years. He added, the trash in front of you is Yu Jong-hyun. Junho looked at the person standing there, stammering, Kim Hyun-sung. Recognizing his savior, he stammered, I'm sorry. Hyun-sung asked again, why are you saying that? The person shouted, I had no choice, they said if I didn't follow the plan, they would kill my sister. Jong-hyun screamed, shut up, you bastard. He punched Junho in the face, and poor Junho collapsed. Suddenly, a voice echoed, hurry up, it really works. People from all directions poured in, noisy and bustling. A few individuals came down from the back door of the warehouse, while Haemin entered from outside, his feet in slippers matching his hair. He stood before Hyun-sung, speaking mockingly, nice to meet you, idiot. I am Haemin. They turned and blocked Hyun-sung's way. Haemin added, you think you want to take Dae-san? Should we warmly welcome you? All of this is a trap for you, aren't you touched? Hyun-sung showed no sign of worry. He said, about 100 people, looks like these trash have a lot of free time, huh? Do you really want to get beaten? Haemin sneered, listen to that dog talking nonsense. But Hyun-sung calmly continued, how about I tell you an interesting story? Haemin frowned. Hyun-sung went on, who is the owner of the Daesan news website? None other than Cho Jae-jin. Clearly, Cho Jae-jin was reading the Daesan news. Hyun-sung added, Jae-jin is the administrator, so Jae-jin can see who is behind those articles and comments. To win my favor, he took the initiative to join this plan. Hyun-sung's face broke into a confident smile, I have a very good relationship with the owner of that website. Haemin immediately realized that he had underestimated Kim Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung added, I know the true faces of those who hide behind the anonymous masks. Haemin, unable to believe it, replied, so what? He still wanted to maintain his pride and acted tough, even though a look of confusion crossed his face. Hyun-sung exposed the true nature of their group. Those who wrote comments to defend Ho-jun are no different from scum like Jong-hyun. At that moment, Kim Si-woo and a large number of students from Kyeonil rushed in, completely overwhelming Haemin's gang. Haemin and his followers began to realize that their actions this time were a mistake. They started to voice their concerns, and the appearance of the other thugs shocked Haemin's side. On Hongryul, Lee Jae-cheol, Yang Jun-hyuk, why are these bastards here? Hyun-sung said to Ho-jun, you've been framed because of your connection to Jong-hyun. By helping a friend, you became his puppet since that day. But you don't need to apologize. I know everything, I'm still here. He then turned to Haemin and said, the ones who fell into the trap are not me, but you. In fact, before meeting young Haemin, Kim Hyun-sung had met on Hongryul to discuss the battle against young Haemin. Although it was said to be a discussion, in reality, Kim Hyun-sung was there to extract information from on Hongryul and issue an order. You know Shinyong Min and the thugs at Kyeonil, right? Who do you think put them in the re-education camp? Kim Hyun-sung continued to instill fear in on Hongryul's mind. How should I deal with you? You are no different from them. On Hongryul trembled and said, I'm sorry, I made a big mistake. He knelt down and pleaded with Kim Hyun-sung for forgiveness. I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness, I only ask that you let me graduate. Please, Kim Hyun-sung. However, Kim Hyun-sung paid no attention to his pleas. Kim Hyun-sung had already devised a plan for on Hongryul to pay the price. He thought, you must pay, but right now, you are still of use. Thinking of this, Kim Hyun-sung began to give orders to on Hongryul, listen carefully, starting tomorrow, gather all the scum you know, tell them to be ready to depart. Kim Hyun-sung emphasized each word, when I call, they must show up immediately. Returning to the warehouse, young Haemin had set a trap, ready to deal with Kim Hyun-sung. However, he did not expect that some influential figures from neighboring schools had also joined Kim Hyun-sung's team, especially on Hongryul, the one he had hired to post articles. He wanted to use legal traps to harm Kim Hyun-sung. He thought to himself, 20 people, what can this bunch do? Young Hae-min's voice was firm. They have all been defeated by Kim Hyun-sung. Those bastards are really useless. He aimed his frustration at On Hong-ryul. Are you crazy? On Hong-ryul, how could you do this? Don't you know what will happen if Dae-san falls into Kim Hyun-sung's hands? On Hong-ryul replied provocatively, so what should I do? That dog, Young Hae-min? The voice from the other side echoed, what, On Hong-ryul? On Hong-ryul continued, if we lose Dae-san, who will die first? Young Hae-min retorted, have you been hit in the head so hard that you've lost your mind, you idiot? At that moment, On Hong-ryul shouted, you are crazy, you fool. Do you think you are Dae-san's top dog? What right do you have to talk to me? Young Hae-min frowned, are you sure you can handle it this time? On Hong-ryul pointed directly at him, Young Hae-min, if handling that dumb brother of yours means we can get Dae-san, then I'm not sure you can defeat Kim Hyun-sung. On Hong-ryul continued to provoke, if you really care about Dae-san, then now fight Kim Hyun-sung one-on-one. If you win, I will do as you wish. Hearing On Hong-ryul's sarcastic and provocative words, Young Hae-min gritted his teeth, his anger flaring up fiercely. That guy acted as if he was also racking his brain to decide whether to confront Kim Hyun-sung directly or not. On Hong-ryul's provocation had been planned in advance. At that time, Kim Hyun-sung had asked On Hong-ryul, what will you do, accept or refuse? If he accepted the challenge, of course, Kim Hyun-sung would beat him up in front of everyone. And this time, facing Kim Hyun-sung's army, would Young Hae-min accept? Because even if he did not accept, Kim Hyun-sung already had another plan. Young Hae-min thought to himself, if that guy can defeat Shinyong Min, then he definitely is not an ordinary person. Young Hae-min racked his brain, but their army is not large, why should I worry? Just at that moment, he was provoked by Kim Hyun-sung's words, what are you thinking? Have you been thinking for so long and still can't come up with anything? Before Young Hae-min could respond, Kim Hyun-sung rushed in like a gust of wind, then keep thinking. After that, he delivered a knee strike that directly took down one of Young Hae-min's underlings. Kim Hyun-sung smiled and said, while you think, I'll start first. Kim Hyun-sung swayed his body, continuing to take down two more of Young Hae-min's subordinates. Young Hae-min gritted his teeth, unable to believe that this bastard actually dared to fight. Then, he turned to the crowd following Kim Hyun-sung and was surprised to see them standing still in place, while Kim Hyun-sung was fiercely battling alone on the other side of the battlefield. Young Hae-min anxiously thought to himself, why are they just standing there? Does this guy want to take us all on by himself? At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung took down another guy. He grabbed that person by the collar and raised his fist to finish him off. Young Hae-min was conflicted inside, his teeth grinding as he witnessed his brothers and friends being taken down one by one. The remaining ones could no longer withstand it, they charged in with the determination to defeat the bloodthirsty monster Kim Hyun-sung. To explain why Kim Hyun-sung was taking such a reckless action, before the brawl began, he had explained to Kim Si-woo, I can't defeat 100 people, but if I don't fight, they will never submit. Returning to the scene of the brawl, Kim Hyun-sung retracted his fist, waiting for the right moment to strike like a martial artist. You threw an uppercut from below, taking the enemy by surprise and rendering him immediately unconscious, not knowing what had just happened, so I have to make them completely submissive. The kid hadn't even had time to fall to the ground, he only took a step back due to the force of the punch. The guy next to him just realized his friend had been hit when Kim Hyun-sung coldly threw a straight punch right into his face. Kim Hyun-sung recalled the words he had said, I have to show them that Gangnam is completely different from Daesan. This place will have many gangs stronger than Choi Tae-jun. One guy lunged at him, throwing a punch toward Kim Hyun-sung, but he couldn't dodge in time and took the blow directly. He thought to himself, his gaze becoming sharper, so I have to hold my ground, control them, and I can't let myself go down. He grabbed the head of the one who had acted thoughtlessly and kneed him straight in the forehead, causing his brain to rattle, wait until I give the order, they will obediently listen. After hearing Kim Hyun-sung explain, Kim Si-woo felt very worried, but Kim Hyun-sung continued, only like this can I eliminate my enemies. Revenge can only be successful this way. Kim Hyun-sung was completely immersed in a sea of blood. He seemed to transform into a true demon, his face covered in blood, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. The corners of his mouth twisted into a strange smile. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung's appearance, Kim Si-woo swallowed nervously. Bae Sung-go anxiously asked, "Are you sure you're okay? Or should we charge in?" Kim Si-woo replied curtly, "Kim Hyun-sung told us to wait. We should trust him." Seeing each member of his gang lose their fighting spirit, young Hae-min shouted, "Damn it! Do you want to take them all on by yourself? Brothers, charge in and kill that bastard." They all rushed forward together, determined to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung clenched his fists, switching to a defensive stance. Their attacks were mostly ineffective. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung landed a punch to the jaw of the guy standing in front of him. He broke through their encirclement, jumped to a wider space, and dispatched another enemy before he could even regret it. Young Hae-min was completely terrified as he watched the mad scene unfold before him. He couldn't believe his eyes, only standing there mumbling, "It's really insane." Kim Hyun-sung took another punch. He glared at young Hae-min, waiting for him to react. "That's right, I'm waiting for this." Another guy grabbed Kim Hyun-sung, holding him tightly while the others rushed in. Kim Hyun-sung silently thought, "Come on, kill me." Then, he unexpectedly bit the hand of the one who was choking him. The guy screamed in shock, not expecting him to make this move. Next, Kim Hyun-sung threw a punch at the face of the one choking him, then another punch to the head of the one who was rushing to grab him. Both of them collapsed at the same time. Kim Hyun-sung told himself, "I cannot collapse." Young Hae-min stood frozen, his face pale, unable to distinguish between what was real and what was a dream. He muttered meaningless words, looking at Kim Hyun-sung as if he were possessed, taking down one person after another. He no longer considered Kim Hyun-sung as a human being but thought that he had completely gone insane. Suddenly, young Hae-min made an unexpected move. He ran away from the brutal battlefield, leaving his comrades behind to face Kim Hyun-sung. He was terrified, thinking, "I cannot fight him again. If I stay here, my fate will be just like that of that Shinyong Min guy." The guy saw young Hae-min run away and shouted, "Hey, young Hae-min, where the hell is that bastard going?" The thugs felt utterly confused seeing their leader flee. One of them asked, "Why did he call us here only to run away?" Another cursed, "Is he even human anymore?" But Kim Hyun-sung did not let up on them. He stood from behind and shouted, "What are you all staring at?" And he knocked one of them out with a single blow. Kim Hyun-sung said, "Once it begins, it must have an end." Just at that moment, Jong Hyun heard those words, his lips curling into a sneer, and cursed, "Damn it, get the hell out of my way." After saying that, Jong Hyun charged towards Kim Hyun-sung. The lackeys behind him did not want to sacrifice themselves in vain, so they all stepped aside to let him show off. Jong Hyun clenched his fist, preparing to throw a sweeping punch. Every movement of his was within Kim Hyun-sung's sight. As soon as Jong Hyun swung, Kim Hyun-sung leaned to the side to dodge it. Jong Hyun couldn't react in time, and before he could retract his fist, Kim Hyun-sung had already quickly regained his balance, ready to counterattack. Kim Hyun-sung wrapped his arms around Jong Hyun's waist, using all his strength to throw him down onto the floor. Jong Hyun's head hit the wooden floor hard. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung had the upper hand. He sat on Jong Hyun's body and asked, "You're Jong Hyun, right?" Before Jong Hyun could answer, Kim Hyun-sung began delivering a flurry of punches to his mouth and face, leaving him no time to breathe. Jong Hyun could only lie still and endure the beating, unable to fight back. The crowd around rushed over, trying to pull Kim Hyun-sung away, shouting, "Someone save our leader! Quickly, pull him away!" But at this moment, Kim Hyun-sung had completely transformed into a demon. The ominous energy emanating from him made the group hesitate, not daring to come closer. One unable to withstand the pressure vomited right where he stood. At that moment, Jong Hyun could no longer bear it and groaned, "Stop!" Kim Hyun-sung halted his attack, glaring down at the prey beneath him. Jong Hyun, blood smeared across his mouth and nose, spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "We've lost." Kim Si-woo and Bae Sung-ho laughed heartily, filled with joy. They rushed out to shield Kim Hyun-sung, anticipating the group might retaliate. Did you all hear that? The game ends here. Kim Si-woo shouted loudly, everyone stay away from Kim Hyun-sung. At this point, Kim Hyun-sung was also exhausted, having to lean on the floor to rise. From now on, Daesan High School will obey the orders of Kyeonil. Kim Hyun-sung stood tall, declaring with authority, when I say come, you come, when I say go, you go. Understood? 2 weeks after Kim Hyun-sung claimed victory at the warehouse of ICT High School, Young Hae-min continued to attend school as usual, but was mocked by his peers. Hey, Young Hae-min, long time no see. They whispered amongst themselves, I heard that when you fought against Kyeonil, you ran away. Young Hae-min looked regretful, questioning himself, why did I act like that back then? However, he quickly comforted himself, thinking no more, even if I beat that crazy guy, I wouldn't know if he would find a chance to take revenge. It's best not to provoke someone with psychological issues. Both embarrassed and angry, Young Hae-min slammed the table, stood up, and shouted loudly, you all shut your mouths for me. He shot a sideways glance at the crowd whispering behind him, lowering his voice to threaten, if you still stand there and talk. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a voice from outside, are you in there? A fierce eye peered through the crack in the door, the cold voice echoed from outside. Young Hae-min, being his prey, naturally felt fear. That fear quickly filled his mind, making him unable to move. He trembled, unable to control himself. What do you want? The beast outside approached closer. Because you ran away, I haven't had the chance to ask you yet. Kim Hyun-sung appeared like a demon, his cold eyes staring intently at him. Do you know Moon Byung-seon? He sent me an email. Hae-min was startled. He is the target that the Golden Circle hired me to handle. How does he know? I have to silence him. To avoid trouble, he rushed over to cover the opponent's mouth, trying to prevent more issues. He walked while saying, what do you want to do? Who do you think you are threatening? With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Kim Hyun-sung stepped in. He said nothing, grabbed Young Hae-min by the hair, and punched him squarely in the face. The punch from Kim Hyun-sung seemed to render Young Hae-min unconscious on the spot. Now, he was groggily opening his eyes, and beside the hospital bed stood an old man with white hair who was inquiring about his situation. A voice rang out, you're awake? Seeing that the person asking was the principal, he was startled and confirmed again. This man was the principal of ICT High School, Chao Trung Dae-san, his principal. He quickly shifted the blame onto someone else to evade responsibility, wanting Kim Hyun-sung to be punished. It was Kim Hyun-sung who did this. How dare he cause trouble in another school? He can't be let off the hook. Has the school dealt with him yet? Contrary to his expectations, the principal calmly replied, aren't you the one who struck him first? Kim Hyun-sung merely wanted to resolve things, that is called justifiable self-defense. Hearing this outcome, he jumped up from the bed, shouting, what nonsense are you talking about? The principal ignored his reaction and continued, moreover, all the witnesses have stated that you instigated the confrontation. You are also well known at your school as someone who frequently causes trouble, so it must be true. Seeing the unfavorable situation for himself, he tried to justify, you've seen my face, I was beaten. I will file a lawsuit against the principal. The principal, not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore, cut him off directly. Do you know Moon Byung-seon? Hearing the principal mention this name, he was left speechless. It was obvious that Young Hae-min had intervened while he was unconscious. Oh Dae-hwan was covering for Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung and Nam Hyun-suk had secretly agreed not to inform the Golden Circle. The principal sneered at him. Kim Hyun-sung has already begun laying his own foundation. If you don't want to ruin your own life, then shut up and get lost. The principal's words dripped with contempt, making Young Hae-min furious, but he still had to swallow his anger, not daring to explode and push Young Hae-min into the abyss. Kim Hyun-sung had gotten him expelled, forcing him to leave the infirmary on his way home. Young Hae-min walked away, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it! I've been expelled. It's all that bastard Kim Hyun-sung's fault. Why? Even my dad is scolding me, that bastard. It's also because of him that my dad lost his job. However, young Hae-min could not imagine that, as always, Kim Hyun-sung was the cause of everything. Everything he did was to push young Hae-min down to hell. At that moment, young Hae-min's phone rang. On the other end of the line, a voice said, "It has been a long time, I am Moon Byung-seon." Hearing that name made him tremble in fear. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you really Moon Byung-seon?" The voice on the other end continued, "I've heard the news, don't be sad. Do you know Ju Dong-jun has met his end?" "You didn't know, did you?" At this point, young Hae-min was stunned and felt scared. The voice on the other end spoke again, "You don't know who he is? He is a bastard who hired the Golden Circle to deal with me. Kim Hyun-young said he would definitely make you and the one behind you completely ruined. You said you wanted to be a fitness trainer, right?" At that moment, someone called out to young Hae-min, "Stop talking." He turned around and saw two young men with a fierce demeanor. The voice on the phone continued to reach young Hae-min's ears, "Your dream will never come true, because from today onward, you will forever be unable to use your hands." At this point, young Hae-min's life had completely collapsed. The scene shifts to Daesan High School, where a group of students is chatting. One person asks, "So, is that true?" The other replies, "My brother told me that." Hearing this, the blonde boy declares, "Whoever it is, they're really crazy." He struts around like a complete idiot, saying, "What does it have to do with our school?" As two students walk and talk, suddenly a student walks towards them. When the two pass each other, their shoulders accidentally bump. The blonde boy blurts out a swear word, "Damn it." The student going the other way quickly apologizes, "Sorry." However, the blonde boy doesn't let it go. He jumps up, cursing, "Look at this idiot. Can't you say sorry properly?" The other student explains, "I've already said sorry." But the blonde boy continues to mock, "Your tone of apology, sorry. I've said sorry. You call that an apology? It's your fault that my shoulder hurts now." The other student counters, "Clearly, you bumped into me. It's your fault for not watching where you're going." This student is none other than Kim Hyun-jin, the younger brother of Kim Hyun-sung, a first-year student at Daesan High School. Kim Hyun-jin goes on, "I don't think you have the right to criticize me." The blonde boy immediately wanted to pick a fight. "Oh really? Aren't you going to apologize properly?" As he spoke, the blonde boy punched Kim Hyun-jin, continuously cursing, "Do you want to die, you dog?" Recalling last winter, the two brothers went out to eat together. Kim Hyun-sung asked Kim Hyun-jin, "Which high school are you planning to apply to?" Kim Hyun-jin replied, "Of course, I want to go to the same school as you, Kianil High School. We still have to go to university together." Hearing his younger brother's answer, Kim Hyun-sung felt satisfied. Unlike in his previous life, he now had enough strength to protect Kim Hyun-jin. Going to Kianil was fine, but if he took a different path, it might be better. Therefore, Kim Hyun-sung hinted to Kim Hyun-jin, "Do you still remember the promise to study hard? What do you think about Daesan Science High School? Do you want to go there?" At that time, Kim Hyun-jin didn't think much and smiled, saying, "If you like it, then I will go." Back at Daesan Science High School, in the teacher's room, after Byung-soo hit Kim Hyun-jin, both were taken to the teacher's room to resolve the issue. Kim Hyun-jin explained, "I was walking in the hallway and accidentally bumped into Byung-soo. He wanted to pick a fight. Even though I apologized, he still hit me in the face." Hearing Kim Hyun-jin's accusation, Byung-soo, the blonde guy, immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "What? I didn't hit you." Seeing Byung-soo causing a ruckus, the teacher sternly yelled, "How dare you raise your voice when you're in the wrong? Be quiet for me." This teacher was the homeroom teacher of Kim Hyun-jin and Byung-soo, named Lee Hak-byum. Afraid of being punished, Byung-soo quickly explained, "It was Kim Hyun-jin who bumped into me first, trying to pick a fight. I didn't throw the first punch at all." As he explained, he thought to himself, "Damn. That bastard, I'm not afraid of you. If it weren't for the previous mess affecting my reputation." Sitting across from them, after hearing both students, teacher Lee Hak-byum thought, "I have a rough idea of what happened, but what should I do now? The teacher spoke up, enough. Both of you are at fault. How dare you fight in school? Have your guardians come to see me tomorrow? Upon hearing that guardians had to be called, Kim Hyun-jin felt anxious, thinking that his mother would have a hard time and be unjustly accused. He intended to explain to the teacher, but before he could finish his sentence, Teacher Lee Hakbeom had sternly ordered, "I told you to do what I say." Scolded by the teacher, Kim Hyun-jin could only lower his head and wearily respond, "Yes, sir." Sitting next to him, Byung-soo was not the least bit afraid of being called to meet his guardian. Confidently, he replied, "Yes, sir, I will call my guardian." Stepping out of the teacher's room, Byung-soo mocked Kim Hyun-jin, who was walking ahead. "You really are so noble, but you create scandals. Your grandmother has difficulty moving around, it will be very hard for her. You should have apologized." Seeing him talk in such an annoying way, Kim Hyun-jin got angry. "Don't talk to me." Byung-soo continued to mimic Kim Hyun-jin's tone. "Don't talk to me. So arrogant. Look at yourself. Do you know why the teacher called the guardian just because of this tiny issue? My dad owns a construction company, he's just threatening for fun. Moreover, my brother is the future boss of Daesan School, your high school life ends here. You're really stubborn." Hearing his classmate insult him and his family, Kim Hyun-jin was so angry that he just wanted to punch him once. Time passed quickly, and it wasn't long before the next day arrived. In the teacher's room, Teacher Lee Hakbeom asked, "Is this the guardian of Byung-soo?" The well-dressed man replied, "I am Byung-soo's father, Han Shu-lo." His tone was very harsh. "That brat Kim Hyun-jin had the audacity to mock my son and even dared to lay a hand on him, injuring my child. It's absolutely outrageous. How can my son continue to endure this?" He continued, "Of course, school violence is wrong, but this was just self-defense." Standing behind him, Byung-soo and his brother also chimed in. Seeing the aggressive parents, another teacher in the office smiled to ease the tension. "You're not entirely wrong. It's enough that it has come to this." The other teacher also flattered. Kim Hyun-jin provoked him first, just punish him. Hearing someone agree with his viewpoint, Han Shu-lo felt secretly pleased. This brat will definitely have to pay the price. He continued to make demands. "If Kim Hyun-jin's guardian comes to apologize, I will let this go." Hearing his unreasonable demand, Teacher Lee Hakbeom, who had been silent until now, interrupted, "That's enough. I am a teacher at this school, and I have the responsibility to guide students on the right path. That is the only reason I called everyone here, nothing else. Please follow me to the counseling room. Kim Hyun-jin's guardian should be coming as well." After saying this, he took the lead and opened the door to step outside. Seeing this teacher's firmness, Han Shu-lo felt very uncomfortable. He shot a glance at the direction Lee Hakbeom had gone and then led his two sons out of the office. In the hallway, he turned to Byung-soo and said, "Your homeroom teacher is really stubborn, but it won't lead to anything. Don't worry about this, just trust your dad." Byung-soo's older brother, who was standing next to him, added, "That's right, if you had talked to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." Hearing the two of them comforting him, Byung-soo felt somewhat reassured. After all, this was his dad and brother. "Kim Hyun-jin, you're dead for sure." The three of them went to the counseling room, where someone said, "Please come in, have a seat." Then, everyone saw Kim Hyun-jin's guardian, his older brother, Kim Hyun-sung. The homeroom teacher explained to everyone, Kim Hyun-jin's grandmother was supposed to come, but since her health isn't good, his brother has come instead. In the counseling room, the three of them sat in a row. Both the father and brother bowed their heads, while Byung-soo had no idea what was happening. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung, he thought to himself, is he out of his mind? How dare he come here? The homeroom teacher spoke up, "Now I will explain the situation to the parents." According to witness statements, Byung-soo had provoked Kim Hyun-jin first, and then this altercation happened. Before Lee Hakbeom could finish his sentence, Byung-soo's father suddenly slammed the briefcase he was holding down on the table, loudly saying, "I apologize, it's my fault. I failed to educate my child properly." Han Shu, who was so frightened that he was flustered and hurriedly apologized to his son. He did not understand why his father was acting like this and quickly asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" As if afraid that someone would harm him, he loudly scolded his son, Han Byung-soo, "Hurry up and apologize. You're lying, aren't you?" Seeing his father forcing him to apologize, while previously being in a different attitude, Han Byung-soo couldn't help but retort, "Why? I didn't do anything wrong." Noticing that his son was not obeying, the father angrily struck him on the head. Han Byung-soo, unwilling to accept it and feeling cornered, shouted, "That bastard Kim Hyun-jin, he was the one who started it first." The older brother sitting next to him turned pale, grabbing his hair and tremblingly advised his younger brother, "If Dad says you did it, then you did it. Apologize to him right now." The two of them bowed their heads, sitting in silence on the bench, listening to the homeroom teacher announce, "The school will discipline Han Byung-soo." "Does everyone agree?" The father hurriedly responded, "We agree." Seeing that the parents had consented, Mr. Lee Hakbeam declared, "Today's meeting ends here." The two of them walked out of the office together, with Han Byung-soo being squeezed in the middle. Before he could stand up, teacher Lee Akpeon had already called Kim Hyun-sung back. "Kim Hyun-sung, I have something to discuss with the guardian of Kim Hyun-jin. Can you stay for a few minutes?" Sitting in the counseling room, teacher Lee Hakbeam spoke up, "Everyone at the school calls me rigid, principled like a textbook. Although in reality I am much more flexible than that, I just want my students to learn in a better environment. I have heard that you come from a prominent family in Daesan. To be honest, I don't like you much, but if that can help well-behaved kids like Kim Hyun-jin not get bullied at school, then I always welcome you to be a protector in this school." Hearing the teacher's words, Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself, "Actually, in my previous life, teacher Lee Hakbeam was the main reason I enrolled Kim Hyun-jin in this science high school. He was fired for daring to defend capable students but never gave up. He only cares about his students. He truly is a genuine educator. I believe he will not succumb to money and power, or at least will make fair judgments for his students." Although he did not want to take advantage of the teacher, Kim Hyun-sung stood up and said, "I assure you, there will be no such incidents in the future. If Kim Hyun-jin dares to do wrong, please punish him as you did today. To a genuine educator like you, I am extremely grateful. I am ready to bow my head before you time and time again." At this point, Kim Hyun-sung placed both hands on the table and bowed deeply to the respected teacher. As he began to turn his life around, he did not bow to everyone. For those deserving of respect, he would not hesitate to lower his head before them. The three of them left the consultation room, and Han Byung-soo, feeling aggrieved, complained to his father that he did not keep his promise, not resolving everything smoothly as he had promised. "Dad, you said you would handle everything. You said you would stand by me if I got disciplined." Hearing his younger brother complain, the older brother interjected, "Han Byung-soo, do you not understand Dad's situation right now?" Han Byung-soo's father was also at a loss in this situation. He could only respond, "Why did you have to pick a fight with someone backed by the Myung-jin group?" Hearing his father say that, Han Byung-soo asked in confusion, "Backed? Why are they supporting him?" Before the younger brother could fully understand, the older brother explained, "Don't you know who he is? The kid you punched? His brother is Kim Hyun-sung from Kyeonil School. He's the one who recently beat up several other students at Daesan, leaving them all bruised and battered." Upon realizing Kim Hyun-sung's identity, Han Byung-soo was taken aback and couldn't help but feel intimidated. Just at that moment, someone stepped out of the meeting room, and a voice rang out. "Hey kid, follow me, I want to talk to you." Knowing the true identity of Kim Hyun-sung and being asked to follow him, Han Byung-soo reluctantly stood up and followed. Kim Hyun-sung turned around and, seeing his father and brother still standing still, irritably asked, "Aren't you two coming along? Why aren't the old man and your brother coming?" His tone seemed to swallow them whole. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to trudge along behind him. Kim Hyun-sung led them to a secluded spot beneath a bridge. Han Byung-soo immediately knelt down, earnestly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I was really wrong. I won't dare touch Kim Hyun-jin again." The father standing behind also bowed his head in apology, "The fault is mine for not raising my children properly. I will educate him well, and ensure that nothing like this happens again in the future. Seeing his father bowing in apology, the brother added, I apologize for my brother's behavior. Even if it requires hitting him to knock some sense into him, I will. Kim Hyun-sung interrupted him coldly, as long as I make one phone call, the chairman of a construction company will go bankrupt for failing to raise his child properly. And the brother who raises a useless younger sibling will be crippled for life. From now on, anyone who dares to oppose me in Daesan will be crushed by me. You lot are nothing more than a minor nuisance to me. Kim Hyun-sung now had that qualification. He looked down like a god, disdainful of the three of them. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung so unyielding, the older brother also knelt down to apologize. I'm sorry, we were truly wrong. Please forgive us this time. Recalling the scene from yesterday when he saw his younger brother being beaten by Han Byung-soo, the hurt within Kim Hyun-sung surged again. The images of Kim Hyun-jin and his past life overlapped. His younger brother had also been beaten like that. Kim Hyun-sung's anger flared up. He gritted his teeth and scolded, You son of a bitch! Filth like you dares to touch my brother. Right now, I want nothing more than to tear you apart, but that's still not enough. Kim Hyun-sung reached out and grabbed Han Byung-soo's throat as if he wanted to choke him to death. Han Byung-soo was scared out of his wits. Kim Hyun-sung gritted his teeth and said, For my brother Kim Hyun-jin, I will hold back. But if you want me to calm down, if you want this matter to be resolved, then go find my brother, kneel down, and apologize to him like a dog, beg for his forgiveness. Do you understand? Not long after, in Kim Hyun-jin's classroom, Han Byung-soo barged in, bowed his head, and apologized, I'm sorry, I was truly wrong. I deliberately caused trouble with you. I also apologize for my irresponsible words. From now on, I will not act like this again. I will never do this to you or anyone else in the school again. Then, Han Byung-soo knelt down and apologized to Kim Hyun-jin. Kim Hyun-jin did not understand what was happening, and the classmates were surprised by the sudden change in attitude of Han Byung-soo, who was known for his quick temper. Kim Hyun-jin calmly said, It's okay, get up. Han Byung-soo was taken aback by Kim Hyun-jin's easygoing demeanor. He thought to himself, Kim Hyun-jin and Kim Hyun-sung are completely different. Kim Hyun-jin stood up from his chair and approached Han Byung-soo, who was still on the ground, gently saying, I know it's hard to apologize in front of everyone, so I accept your apology. The innocent nature of Kim Hyun-jin made Kim Hyun-sung even more determined to protect him at all costs. After that, Kim Hyun-jin was delighted by the change in attitude of his classmates. He extended his hand to Han Byung-soo, smiling and saying, Don't do that anymore from now on. This was the real reason Kim Hyun-sung enrolled Kim Hyun-jin in Daesan Science High School. From then on, Kim Hyun-jin's world began to change. His classmates surrounded him and asked about his brother. Is Kim Hyun-sung really your brother? Is he the one who took over Daesan? Another classmate said with admiration, This is why Kim Hyun-jin keeps his talents hidden. During the break, the older students also came to find Kim Hyun-jin. We want to be friends with you. In the future, if there's anything happening at school, just come to us, we will have your back. Don't forget to introduce your older brother to us, okay? Witnessing how warmly everyone at school treated him, Kim Hyun-jin realized the extent of his older brother's influence. He thought to himself, I know my brother is famous, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. This was also the moment when Daesan was truly in the hands of Kim Hyun-sung. Students were buzzing with talk about Kim Hyun-sung, and there were many rumors about him using his power to do all sorts of things. However, as time went by, Kim Hyun-sung remained silent and did not take any action. It was now June, and the weather was starting to heat up. In the meeting room of Myung-jin Corporation, a staff member ran in, shouting loudly, CEO, we did it! The Sejong City redevelopment project has been successful, and the government has officially announced it. At this moment, Go Chang-beom was extremely pleased with the success of the project. Finally, it has succeeded, I have succeeded. I predicted that this high-end villa project would be successful, and I understand your intentions behind this plan. A few months ago, during a meeting at Myung-jin Corporation, the core members were discussing Go Chang-beom's project and were engaging in heated debates. One person in the room said, "We absolutely have no idea what will happen with the acquisition of the industrial park and the highway. Acquiring more than 6 hectares of barren land is truly unreasonable. If the prediction is wrong, we will suffer heavy losses." In the meeting room of Myung-Jin Corporation, Go Chang-suk was criticizing his brother. Doing business is not gambling. You are seeing things in a one-sided way. Go Chang-beom responded, acquiring that fertile piece of land at such a price is indeed a bargain. Building a luxury villa complex, there is the reward. If I remember correctly, the city's Daesan Road project has already begun construction, right? Right? Those who supported Go Chang-beom agreed, there is nothing to lose, it's completely worth investing. Just that alone is enough to prove that the land is valuable. Go Chang-suk remained unconvinced and said, "I still believe your actions are reckless." Hearing his brother justify himself, Go Chang-suk retorted, "Don't you realize we are in a period of volatile real estate? Right now, we need to focus on projects that can generate profit. Myung-Jin Construction builds houses, people are lining up to buy. Yet you want to channel manpower into a cheap high-end villa complex project? That is the least efficient project I have ever heard of. You are the CEO, can't you see that?" He was so enraged that he slammed the table to express his anger. Seeing his brother continuously opposing his project, Go Chang-beom merely chuckled lightly and said, "Department head Go Chang-suk, land doesn't grow legs and run away. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. That's why I bought that piece of land before anyone else. Everyone understands it all, why don't you? Stop complaining and look at the bigger picture. If you want to become an executive like me." Provoked by his brother's sarcasm, Go Chang-suk felt extremely frustrated because his brother had secured the executive position before him. He slammed the table and said, "So what?" Watching his two sons argue incessantly, the elderly father felt a headache coming on. He spoke up, "The project has been approved, and all you have to do is achieve results. Whether it's success or failure is up to you, but can you bear the consequences?" Executive Go Chang-beom, hearing his father's question, confidently assured, "Please trust me, Chairman. I won't let you down. Currently, the project has results." Go Chang-beom's project team continued to meet and evaluate the land he purchased a few months ago. One employee reported during the meeting, "Just the profit from the land alone can reach at least 30 billion won. Once the industrial park is built and the villa area is completed, the asset value will be even higher." Sitting below, the chairman of Myung-Jin Group heard the massive profits from the project and exclaimed in admiration, "You have always been a gifted child in business. Now you have opened a new path for the company and achieved resounding success, making the whole world take notice." After finishing his sentence, he stood up from his chair, walked to Go Chang-beom's side, and continued, "I have already told you that success or failure is determined by you. Do not think too much anymore. Today, I announce, the next chairman of Myung-Jin Construction Group will be the executive director Go Chang-beom." Hearing his father declare his older brother as the successor, the younger brother, unwilling to accept defeat, immediately stood up and retorted, "What is his success this time? The change in core personnel is purely a matter of chance." Seeing his second son unwilling to let it go, the elderly father slammed the table and shouted, "This is not only your brother's achievement. A few months ago, when he proposed this plan, what did you do? You were so focused on the potential success of Go Chang-beom that you overlooked the company's interests and opposed it. Therefore, the person who cares more about the company deserves the position of chairman." Being scolded by his father, the younger brother felt extremely aggrieved, both angry and helpless, only able to suppress the anger he could not express. Afterwards, the elderly father looked around and asked those in the office, "Do you think my eldest son deserves it?" Everyone below responded in unison, "Deserving. Chairman, I completely agree." The chairman of Myung-Jin Group spoke up, then turned to his second son, "Myung-Jin Construction Group only needs one successful person. Go Chang-suk, starting tomorrow, leave Myung-Jin Group and go find your own life. We acknowledge your contributions and achievements to the company in the past." Hearing that his father wanted to expel him from the company, Go Chang-suk was extremely shocked, not expecting his father to treat him like this. After the meeting concluded, he stepped out of the conference room and went into the stairwell, panting in anger, cursing, "Damn it! What does this mean? On what basis is he throwing me out? I don't want to do it this way, but I can't just give up the company like that. I should have been the heir." Having said that, he picked up his phone and called someone. "Hello, is this the reporter? Are you busy these days? It's been a while since we had lunch together. Let's go eat if you're free." The scene shifted to a CAF, where Go Chang-beom and Kim Hyun-sung were meeting. Go Chang-beom smiled and asked Kim Hyun-sung, "Do you remember this CAF?" Kim Hyun-sung replied, "Of course I remember. This is where you gave me a chance." Go Chang-beom sincerely told Kim Hyun-sung, "Back then, I thought you were crazy. Do you know why? In the end, I still believed in a crazy guy like you." Kim Hyun-sung asked, "Do you trust my plan?" Go Chang-beom replied, "Because you don't hide your ambitions. I think if I were in your place, I would also do anything to help you climb to the position of chairman." "Thank you, Kim Hyun-sung. I can become chairman, all thanks to you. As I promised, I will fully support the goal you pursue." Seeing Go Chang-beom succeed while not forgetting himself, Kim Hyun-sung quickly responded, "If you keep your promise, I will also prioritize you." Go Chang-beom happily laughed and said, "This reliable kid." Suddenly, the phone rang, cutting off the conversation between the two. Go Chang-beom said, "Kim Hyun-sung, wait a moment." Go Chang-beom answered the phone, laughing as he spoke to the person on the other end, Director Kim Cheol-jin. "What's going on?" What the person on the other end said made Go Chang-beom exclaim in surprise. "What? What news?" The content of the article was, "The heir of Myung-jin Construction Group is an illegitimate child, the illegitimate child that Chairman Myung-jin had with his mistress a few years ago. He is now registered in the household registry. He declared that he would hand over the chairman position to this illegitimate child." Below the article were countless comments, such as, "I can't believe it. Is Myung-jin Construction Group joking? Insane." Go Chang-suk sat in a chair, legs crossed, his hand scrolling through comments on the news article. He muttered an expletive, "Damn it. He should have the decency to back down." Holding a glass of wine, he looked at his rival being dragged through the mud, a smug smile on his face. He reminded himself, if he had stayed in his lane, maybe I could have thought of him as a brother. Thinking back, I'm really lucky I discovered the unusual flow of money in the chairman's account. Feeling suspicious, I told my mom, just in case things went south. At that time, when I told my mom, she cried and said, "So your father hasn't abandoned that woman after all." At that moment, Chang-suk discovered that Go Myung-jin had a mistress. But what was even more shocking was that Go Chang-suk's mother advised him not to tell Go Chang-beom about this, because if he found out, he would lose control. Thus, he uncovered his father's secret: the woman had given birth a few years ago. Kim Hyun-sung demanded, "Director, I don't care if you want to bury those guys or bribe them. In short, just deal with all those articles." Go Chang-beom tipped his head back and drank the remaining water in his glass. At that moment, he broke into a sweat. There were only a few drops left in the cup. Annoyed, he slammed the cup down on the table. "Kim Hyun-sung, I'm really sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to." He cursed, "That bastard Go Chang-suk has caused a lot of trouble. He has no way out now." Go Chang-beom stood up, looking directly at Kim Hyun-sung, his face clearly showing anger. He said, "I know he did all of this to get the presidency, but he should know there are things that cannot be done. No matter what, this time I will not spare him." Kim Hyun-sung, sitting across from him, calmly picked up a glass of water, looked at Go Chang-beom, and asked, "So what do you plan to do? Go find Go Chang-suk and beat him to within an inch of his life?" Kim Hyun-sung slowly brought the glass of water to his mouth and said, "Doing that would be meaningless. Such impulsive actions could ruin all your efforts." Hearing this, Go Chang-beom clenched his fists, angrily saying, "So what now? My mother's heart feels like it's being stabbed by 1,000 daggers. How can I just stand by and watch?" Kim Hyun-sung spoke in a deep voice, "Director, please tell me straight." The faces of Go Chang-suk and Go Chang-beom simultaneously appeared in Kim Hyun-sung's mind. He continued, "The illegitimate child is not Go Chang-beom but Go Chang-suk, right?" Kim Hyun-sung recalled in his previous life, Go Chang-beom had brutally beaten Go Chang-suk, breaking his mouth. Chairman Go Myung-jin, disappointed with his two sons, had hired an executive management specialist. That was the beginning of the scandal about the illegitimate child. In the setting where Chairman Go Myung-jin was old, sitting in a wheelchair, but his gaze remained sharp, Kim Hyun-sung was not overly concerned about Go Chang-suk's violent behavior but focused on the family's puzzling actions in the past. Go Chang-suk had smiled smugly, believing he had won, as the power struggle was clearly in his favor. Based on his firm belief, Go Chang-suk exposed the truth. However, in complete contrast to his attitude, everyone knew Go Chang-suk was more suitable to be the chairman, but the Myung-jin family supported Go Chang-beom instead. The Myung-jin Construction Corporation chose to remain silent in the face of this scandal. That year, Go Myung-jin's wife had to take Go Chang-beom away under the witness of Go Chang-suk. Additionally, she had to resolve troubles caused by Go Chang-beom, who frequently stirred up trouble. Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk went abroad to study alone and had never received his mother's love, similar to how the illegitimate child of her husband was treated. The mysterious affair from that time gradually began to be unveiled. After thorough investigation, Kim Hyun-sung reached the conclusion, Go Chang-suk is actually the illegitimate child, not Go Chang-beom. Kim Hyun-sung's statement left Go Chang-beom stunned. He was speechless, but gradually regained his composure. Kim Hyun-sung said, "Why don't you take advantage of the fact that Go Chang-suk has always been a bastard all this time? Just that alone is enough to ruin his career." Finally, Go Chang-beom sat down, bowed his head, and said, "When I was young, that old man was not a good father. He was drunk all the time and even beat my mother. He truly is the worst person in the world. What I've done compared to him is just a mosquito bite." Go Chang-beom recalled that day when he held his mother to comfort her. That day, she and his father had a huge fight. Back then, he was still very naive and tried to console her, saying, "Mom, should I scold Dad for you?" Perhaps moved by her son's words, she finally revealed the secret she had kept hidden for so long. Go Chang-beom's mother looked at him with tears in her eyes and said, "Go Chang-beom, actually, Go Chang-suk is not your younger brother. I don't even know who gave birth to him." Hearing his mother say that, Go Chang-beom's face showed clear signs of horror. His mother hugged him while crying, "Anyway, he is your father's child. Your mother has no choice but to raise him. But every time I see him, my heart feels like it's being ripped apart because I see your father's face and not mine." Go Chang-beom suddenly grabbed his mother's shoulder and shouted, "Then you should divorce him. You can receive a huge alimony from him and then live with me." He continued, "Do you know what my mother said at that time? She wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, 'Even so, we're still a family, right?'" Go Chang-beom looked out the window and coldly said, "That's right, competition is competition, family is family. Chairman, I don't care. I can't let this hurt my mother." He angrily cursed, "Should I kill that bastard Go Chang-suk or let him live on?" Kim Hyun-sung, after hearing this, said, "Executive Go Chang-beom, I have a way to resolve everything, and no one will be harmed. Would you like to hear it?" The next day, at the press conference of Myung-jin Construction Group, Go Chang-beom stood upright in front of all the reporters. He was no longer the drunk, spoiled rich kid, he had become the heir to a powerful conglomerate. Facing the crowd of reporters, he said, "Hello everyone, I am Go Chang-beom, the executive of Myung-jin Construction Group. First, I would like to apologize to everyone because my family scandal has disappointed you. Today, I am here to clarify all the doubts." Go Chang-beom took a stack of documents from his right breast pocket and said, "In the past, my father indeed had a mistress. That woman was even pregnant with my father's child, but that does not mean that child is me." He pulled out a DNA test result and handed it to the reporters, saying, "This is my DNA test result, proving that I am the biological child of Chairman Myung-jin. The testing agency is a reputable institution. As you can see, the blood of my father and mother flows in my veins. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked, "So, are you implying that there is another illegitimate child?" Go Changbyum rebutted, "There was once a child, but unfortunately that baby sadly had a miscarriage." Go Chang-suk, sitting in his office, monitored everything through his computer. Changbyum stated, "My father feels very guilty about this incident, so he sent some money under the guise of child support." Upon hearing this, the reporters were all astonished. Mouths agape, director Go Changbyum, "I have a question, who is that person?" He took the microphone, lowered his voice and said, "That is the truth about my family. If anyone dares to tarnish my family's name in the future, I, Go Changbyum, as the heir of Myung-jin Corporation and the eldest son, vow to make that person's life a living hell." Go Chang-suk sat in the office, angrily smashing the computer screen, muttering to himself, "Damn it! It's all a scam. It's all a scam." In the office of Chairman Myung-jin, the chairman said, "Go Changbyum, thank you. Thank you for putting an end to the rumors. You shouldn't have been dragged into this. Thank you for thinking of the family, rather than competing." Go Changbyum interrupted, "Please, Dad, don't say anymore. I just did what I wanted to do." The chairman gently patted Go Changbyum's shoulder, saying, "You are so humble. Don't worry, Dad is already in the process of appointing you. Do a great job as chairman of the Myung-jin Group and live a life of integrity." Although the chairman hadn't finished his sentence, he called Go Changbyum to leave. Go Changbyum stood up and walked out. The chairman said, "I need to talk to Go Chang-suk." In the room, only Chairman Myung-jin and Go Chang-suk remained. The chairman turned his back to Go Chang-suk, while Go Chang-suk kept his head bowed, sitting on the sofa. The chairman said, "I know what you have done to achieve this position. I don't want to blame you. I used to think you were more suitable to be chairman than Go Changbyum, so our family has always tried to treat you fairly, without discrimination just because you are the adopted child." The chairman said each word slowly, "But why did you ultimately bury yourself?" Go Chang-suk immediately knelt down and apologized, "I'm sorry, Dad." Chairman Myung-jin looked at Go Chang-suk with disdain and said, "Bloodline is indeed terrifying. You are just like your mother, cold and unfeeling. Watching her torment me for so many years, simply because she gave birth to a child that she did not even raise. But because you are your father's son, I have considered that it is worth it." Chairman Myung-jin continued, "I will give you a few houses. You don't need to worry about money. Just go back to your hometown and hide away." Hearing this, Go Chang-suk hugged his father's leg tightly, trembling as he said, "From now on, I will do my best. Please give me one more chance." Before Go Chang-suk could finish his sentence, Chairman Myung-jin bellowed, "Go Chang-suk." The chairman seemed to have lost all patience, speaking each word deliberately. Go Changbyum decided to hide the truth until the very last moment. "Let me tell you, Go Changbyum did not use this situation to deal with you. Do you still not understand?" Go Chang-suk was still clinging tightly to his father's leg, terrified. The chairman shouted, "Because you are also part of the family. He did this because we consider you as one of our own. Look at this family photo, you are the only one with black hair. If you look more closely, he could easily hand over the position of chairman to his eldest son, the legitimate heir Go Changbyum. However, Chairman Myung-jin still gives his illegitimate son, Go Chang-suk, a chance to compete with his brother. The tears of Go Changbyum's mother are the clearest evidence. Not only Myung-jin but also the mother and Go Changbyum regard Go Chang-suk as family. At this moment, Go Chang-suk seems to have realized everything. His glasses fall to the ground, tears stream down endlessly, and he cries uncontrollably. Perhaps this is Go Chang-suk's regret. He realizes that he is the one who has been pampered. Go Changbyum leans against the door, a clear look of sadness on his face. At Incheon International Airport, Go Changbyum asks, "Do you really want to go? What about your wife?" Go Chang-suk replies, "We married only for convenience, without real feelings. I also have a lover, so how can we live together? We have to get divorced." Go Chang-suk hands Go Changbyum a USB drive. Go Changbyum takes the USB and asks, "What is this?" Go Chang-suk replies, "This is the essential document for you to run the company. I've had my people support the future chairman. They are all very useful. Remember to use them well. Then, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at Go Changbyum and asked, "Oh right, I wanted to ask you something. Who helped you?" Hearing that, Go Changbyum smiled. Had he really just called me brother? Go Chang-suk continued, "Director Kim Cheol-jin? It's not him. From the very beginning, he was on your side, just someone like an executive manager or team leader. If it's not someone from the company, then the only person that you invested a lot of money in is Kim Hyun-sung, who is just a high school student." Upon hearing this, Go Changbyum awkwardly turned away, making a sound of a hem. Seeing Go Changbyum's reaction, Go Chang-suk felt confused and asked, "What's wrong?" He stepped closer to Go Changbyum, unexpectedly grabbed his hand as he was holding his head and asked, "Really? Kim Hyun-sung really helped you?" Go Changbyum let out a soft groan. "I really am a fool. Since the power struggle for inheritance has ended, I let my guard down and became complacent." Go Chang-suk continued, "You mean everything I had to go through was due to the actions of a high school student?" Go Changbyum crossed his arms, warning, "If you dare to touch Kim Hyun-sung, I won't let you off easily. Even if you are my younger brother, don't overstep your boundaries." Hearing that, Go Chang-suk turned and walked away, saying, "Calm down. What else can you do now?" He scoffed, "You admit that I have a better eye for people than you. That's why I became the chairman, because you would never believe the words of a high school student." While on the elevator, Go Chang-suk received a call. On the other end was Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung said, "I heard you found out who I am." Go Chang-suk showed no surprise, asking, "I didn't expect you to call. What's the matter? Do you want to say goodbye to me?" Kim Hyun-sung sneered, "Say goodbye? I've already done those things with you, why would I say goodbye? I just want to warn you." At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung was standing on the roof of another building. "Unlike Go Changbyum, I will not resolve this issue peacefully. You can continue living in your villa, but you will have no power left. So, don't create more trouble." Go Chang-suk stepped into the airport gate, scoffing, "Did you two plan this together?" He recalled the warning from Go Changbyum directed at him. "My brother said if I dared to touch you, he wouldn't spare me. And you warned me for your brother's benefit. I'm envious of the loyalty between you two." Chang-suk continued, "But that almost made me angry. I fully acknowledge my brother's capabilities, so thank you." Those words left Kim Hyun-sung stunned. He looked up at the plane gradually disappearing, then put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "Finally, I have managed to deal with one piece of the puzzle, just a few more months to go until I execute my plan to defeat the Golden Circle." Rewind to earlier, Kim Hyun-sung smirked as he looked at the phone in his hand. Young Minho was hiding in a corner, begging on the phone. His whole body was covered in injuries. "Kim Hyun-sung, please help me." Kim Hyun-sung's phone displayed an incoming call from young Minho, but he resolutely refused to answer. This was the 44th missed call he had received. When Go Changbyum arrived at the principal's office, the principal immediately came out to welcome him. "Oh my! Welcome, future chairman. What brings you here?" Go Changbyum replied, "It's nothing significant." He rested his chin on his hand, crossing his legs as he looked at the principal. "Next year, Kim Hyun-sung plans to transfer to Seoul." Oh Dae-hwan immediately frowned in confusion. "What? Why so suddenly?" He thought to himself, Kim Hyun-sung is the key player in helping Kyeonul School become a prestigious institution. But if I blindly refuse, then the sponsorship money from Myung-jin Construction. Go Changbyum smiled at the principal. "Principal, after all, Kim Hyun-sung will eventually graduate and leave the school. Instead of worrying about him, why not focus on building a long-term cooperative relationship? Wouldn't that be better? I still hope to help Kyeonul School become a prestigious institution. As an educator, I care about the future of all students." Oh Dae-hwan said, laughing, "Of course, someone like Kim Hyun-sung should reach a broader place instead of staying in this mountainous region." At 11:27 in the evening, on the 1st of October, Kim Hyun-sung received a phone call. At 11:45 in the evening, on the 3rd of October, a message arrived. I deeply regret what I've done to you. If you give me a chance, I will sincerely apologize and try to make amends for my mistakes. At 1:12 in the morning, on the 6th of October, another message. I will accept any punishment. I will do whatever you want. I am not pleading for forgiveness, I just want you to feel better. Kim Hyun-sung read it and scoffed, this clown. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Kim Hyun-sung looked up, not at all surprised. Finally, it had come. Young Minho, with a swollen and bruised face, trembled as he said, "Can you give me a little time?" He did not want to leave the mountains. He dreamed of a new beginning in the city and at the strange school. Looking at the school in front of him, young Minho's eyes were filled with determination. My family has invested all their money to erase his past. From this moment on, I must definitely live a new life. He quickly made new friends. What do you all want to eat? Just call out. The people around him cheered. Really? Then we must order the best dishes. Another person chimed in. That's right, let's get a bowl of ramen. He thought, I've realized that if I buy food for my friends and always lend a helping hand when they need it, I can live like a normal high school student. As young Minho walked, he reflected, I've locked the door, left the key in the teacher's office. I probably haven't forgotten anything. Now, it's off to the internet CAF. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. Hey, kind classmate. He sneered and threw a bag down on the ground. Take this home for me. It's not too far, all right? Looking at the bag on the ground, young Minho thought to himself, Park Min-gu, the typical bully. If I'm not careful, I'll end up being his errand boy. Even if I get beaten to a pulp, I still have to express my dissatisfaction. Young Minho frowned and asked, I don't want to. Why should I do that? Park Min-gu immediately rushed over and punched young Minho in the stomach, causing him to writhe in pain. Even though he was in so much pain that his eyes were rolling back, young Minho still thought, I can't back down after just one punch. I'll definitely be bullied. I can't be weak like this. He immediately charged towards Park Min-gu in a frenzied manner. How can you hit people like that? His fist was quickly blocked by Park Min-gu. He sneered, oh dear, you're so weak. A punch landed on young Minho's face, making him cry out in agony. Park Min-gu then stepped up to him and spat on his head. After that, Min-gu turned to the people around and said, come over and say hi, this is my new toy. From that day on, young Minho's school life underwent a complete 180. He slumped his face down on the desk, burying his face in his backpack, allowing them to beat him. Good job, just hold that bag. Hurry up and go buy me a steamed bun. He encountered his former friends in the hallway, waved at them only to be met with indifference. Hey guys, where should we go after school today? They coldly replied, what a stroke of bad luck to run into you this early. Don't talk to us again. The fresh wounds on his face made young Minho gradually understand the harsh reality more than he had imagined. Young Minho was completely isolated. Park Min-gu cornered young Minho against the wall, surrounded by other thugs. You think we're joking? It's only 50,000 won. You usually like to treat your friends to food and drinks, don't you? Young Minho gritted his teeth, cradling his battered face. Seeing young Minho like that, he scoffed, oh dear, what's wrong? My kind-hearted friend, don't tell me you're angry. What can you do? Are you planning to report me? Or are you thinking of stabbing me? Go ahead and try, you idiot. He pointed at another guy who was happily waving. Do you know who he is? He's from a wealthy family in Gyeonggi-do. His parents just need to say a word, and even the principal will have to respect him. Park Min-gu looked at the terrified expression on young Minho's face and laughed coldly. So even if you tell your parents, it would be useless. So, what do you think? Want to report me? My friend will get a lawyer for me, and he'll ruin your life. You'll definitely be finished. Young Minho fearfully asked, why are you treating me like this? What have I done to you? Min-gu replied, someone hired us to do this. The image of Kim Hyun-sung immediately flashed in young Minho's mind. You should live a decent life. He trembled and said, don't tell me. Kim Hyun-sung was waiting for young Minho at the foot of the stairs, hoping to start everything over. He looked at his phone, grumbling about changing his number and abandoning all his friends. Do you really want to live such a pathetic life, young Minho? Sounds cute though. This statement made Kim Hyun-sung feel sarcastic because the higher one climbs, the harder they fall. Kim Hyun-sung called someone. How's the matter? I told you to pay attention to. The person on the other end immediately replied, there's someone named Park Min-gu, who studies at the same school as young Minho. He has been famous since middle school. His skills are quite decent, internally rated as AB+. Hyun-sung said, looks like Park Min-gu was a good fit. What are the costs and job details? He promptly informed Kim Hyun-sung, pay 1,000 upfront, and after the job is done, pay 5,000. Do whatever you want, as long as young Minho drops out. He must know that no matter how much he tries to start over, it's all in vain. The person on the other end exclaimed, you are really crazy. Kim Hyun-sung on the other end smiled, taking it as a compliment. For sure, Kim Hyun-sung had hired the Golden Circle to do this. Park Min-gu played rock paper scissors, flicking young Minho on the head. Rock paper scissors, awesome. Young Minho thought, this crazy guy hasn't given up on me yet. I have to run fast. But what does running away solve? Park Min-gu sat on young Minho's back, propping his hands and feet on the ground. Oh wow, this is really comfortable. Let me sit for a bit. Park Min-gu said, give me 1,001 and you can sit here for 10 minutes. The guys around him chimed in, isn't that too expensive? Young Minho thought to himself, no matter what I do, I can't escape the control of Kim Hyun-sung. Young Minho's face was swollen, tears streaming down. He thought, I will try to endure, that's just life. I will continue to endure. They will let me go. Suddenly, a shout rang out, young Minho. In Park Min-gu's hand was a carton of milk. He happily said, I've left this outside for 3 days, just shake it lightly to see how fermented it is. Then he handed it to young Minho and said, if you drink this, endure until the next period, I guarantee I won't bother you anymore. Young Minho felt a glimmer of hope, asked, really? He took the carton of milk. Park Min-gu said, don't you trust people that much? I've promised. Young Minho gulped down the carton under Park Min-gu's satisfied gaze. Not long after entering the classroom, young Minho's stomach started to feel uncomfortable. His stomach kept growling, he had to clench his fists, bite his lips to hold back. Damn it, it's coming. He watched the time tick by second, just 1 more hour to endure and I'll be free. The clock showed there were 15 minutes left. But then young Minho gave up. Seriously, I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it any longer. Young Minho was sweating profusely, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the end, he had to run away quickly amidst the mocking laughter of his classmates. Damn it, he just pooped his pants. How perverted, ha 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 ha. Sitting in the bathroom, young Minho thought about those bastards. I really can't take it anymore, I can't bear this alone. Young Minho chuckled faintly, remembering his sports clothes. That's right, this time I have proof. No matter what, as long as they see this, they will definitely help me. Park Min-gu's voice rang out, I'm sorry, teacher, I overdid it a bit. He wrapped his arm around young Minho's shoulder. Young Minho bowed his head, I won't do this again next time. The teacher asked again, but Park Min-gu, aren't you bullying your classmate? He leaned close to young Minho's face and threatened, come on, what bullying? Ask someone else. You and young Minho are good friends, right? Then, he kicked young Minho in the stomach. Those teachers in the public service, they only work until they're fired, got it? Park Min-gu leaned down and said to young Minho, that's right, some people have done their jobs very well. But let's face it, it's because of teachers like that there's a disciplinary council. Young Minho, you need to open your eyes and see people clearly. A kick landed squarely on young Minho's face, causing those around to burst into laughter. From now on, we all have faults, but they'll testify that all sins come from you. Park Min-gu smirked triumphantly, raising his hand. Then go on, let me see what you can do, you bastard. After being utterly beaten, young Minho walked into the classroom feeling utterly foolish. Did I really trust the teacher just because no one else could be trusted? After so much beating, has my brain turned to mush? At that moment, someone called out to young Minho. They approached and asked, "Is that rumor true?" Young Minho stammered, confused, "What rumor?" He listened in horror as they continued, "I heard you got expelled from school for bullying kids at Daesan. What a payback!" Turns out all this time he was just pretending to be an angel. It's so obvious now. When the last glimmer of hope faded, young Minho decided to drop out. A few days later, at home, the doorbell rang incessantly. Young Minho, annoyed, went to the door. "I'm coming." He grabbed the doorknob, opened the door, and was instantly kicked by Park Min-gu. "Long time no see, young Minho." Young Minho trembled in fear, saying, "Why? Why are you here? You already finished the job you were hired for. It's all over now." Park Min-gu suddenly laughed. "So you know too?" "That's right." Min-gu crossed his arms against his chest, looking at young Minho with a contemptuous gaze, and said with a smile, "But you understand, right? Sometimes there are strange requests from customers. That person wants me to beat you to the brink of death, making you suffer more than death for a whole month. You have to engrave it in your bones to know that hell has not ended yet." Back to the present, young Minho knelt before Kim Hyun-sung, saying, "Kim Hyun-sung, I truly apologize. I will do everything you command. Just tell me, please, let me make amends for the mistakes I've made." Kim Hyun-sung looked at young Minho trembling as he spoke. "Interesting. What could be more appropriate than a price to pay for the sins you've committed? After all, you've experienced that feeling, enjoying the malice of others, right?" Kim Hyun-sung sat down facing young Minho and said, "However, I will give you one last chance, because of all the effort you put into finding me. Defeat Park Min-gu. After all, he has also committed a wrong against you." Hearing that, young Minho raised his head. "Min-gu, how can that be?" Young Minho immediately lunged to grab Kim Hyun-sung's leg. "Please tell me what I must do." "I have no power, nor money." Kim Hyun-sung calmly said, "You still have your life, but that alone is not enough to topple the school. So all you need to do is create chaos that will draw the police in." Young Minho's bruised face became dazed as Hyun-sung coldly said, "If you want freedom, prove you deserve it." Park Min-gu sat in a chair, hands in his pockets, loudly stating, "There's nothing fun anymore, I'm bored." He excitedly thought about the money he would receive. The golden circle is really insane, I can't believe it. Just by bullying young Minho, I can get 6,000 won a month, plus an extra 1,000 won as a bonus. Maybe I should treat myself to a holiday, huh? Outside, a middle-aged man slowly approached and placed a police badge in front of him. "You are Park Min-gu, right? Come with me, while I'm still willing to reason." Park Min-gu looked surprised at the police officer. "Is that a police officer?" The officer also informed Park Min-gu about the current situation. "Do you know young Minho? Last night, he tried to commit suicide by jumping off a building. He jumped from the 4th floor. Though he is still alive, he hasn't regained consciousness yet." Upon hearing this, Park Min-gu scratched his head, looking uncomfortable. "What does that have to do with me?" Seeing Park Min-gu's attitude, the officer said, "You really are shameless." The police officer pulled out a suicide note. "Young Minho mentioned your name in the letter, saying that he no longer wanted to live because of you. But that's not all." The police officer used sharp reasoning to accuse Park Min-gu. "There are many witnesses who confirm that they saw you bullying young Minho. The surveillance cameras also captured footage of you breaking into his house." Hearing that, Park Min-gu stammered, "That was." The police officer looked at him sternly and continued, "Let me see how you explain what happened." Looking into those frantic eyes, the police officer scoffed, "Just by looking, it's clear. Not to mention all the evidence points to you." At this moment, Park Min-gu was truly frightened. "It's over, I'm finished, what should I do now?" The police officer kept urging, "What are you thinking about? According to the evidence collected by the police, you will be sent to a rehabilitation center. Young Minho's family also intends to sue you. The officer's words awakened Park Min-gu. He stared at the suicide note accusing him, trembling uncontrollably. It's not fair. It wasn't my intention. Do they want me to take all the responsibility? No way. I won't let this go on like this. Thinking of this, Park Min-gu said, I will tell you the truth. I was hired to bully young Minho. Have you ever heard of the Golden Circle? Hearing this, the police officer was startled. Are you crazy now? You bastard, shut up. After saying this, he quickly turned off the recording device and aimed the camera elsewhere. Seeing the officer's actions, Park Min-gu was surprised and asked, What do you want to do? The police officer hurriedly looked at Park Min-gu and said, You still don't understand why they gave so much money? Isn't it to complete the mission? Seeing the officer's expression change, Park Min-gu was taken aback. I heard that the power of the Golden Circle controls even the national HQ, could it be true? The police officer leaned in close to Park Min-gu and whispered, How foolish. This is not just about completing a mission. This money is for you to bear all the responsibility. If something goes wrong. The police officer spoke the harsh truth. Park Min-gu, if you want to keep talking about the Golden Circle, go ahead. But who would believe you? The officer's words were like countless daggers stabbing into Park Min-gu's heart. We, the people at this police station, or those at the prosecutor's office and the courts, what evidence do you have? A statement that was both advice and a threat. If you want to know what you will have to face, then just do what you want. After saying this, the police officer smiled knowingly and walked away. The police officer smiled and said, Now you know what you should do, right? Handle everything properly and smoothly, understand? The officer leisurely walked outside, leaving Park Min-gu alone in the room with a chaotic mind. Before leaving, he advised, If you want to stay alive, remember this well. The news on TV now reported, recently, a student at a high school in Gyeonggi-do, who was a victim of school bullying, has been confirmed to have committed suicide at school after class. Fortunately, the boy survived. The perpetrator, a male student with the surname Park, has confessed to everything. According to national law, a trial will be conducted. The voice of the TV presenter and the buzzing discussions of the people blended together, creating a chaotic scene. Oh my, what a disgrace for the family. People like this should be cursed to death. They should be locked up in prison to live in solitude until old age. Kim Hyun-sung walked down the stairs. He also heard the news. In the end, Park Min-gu took on all the responsibility. In Kim Hyun-sung's heart, he was secretly delighted. If I had acted impulsively at that time, I would be the one in prison now. To completely eradicate the Golden Circle, I must seize every opportunity. Kim Hyun-sung stopped in front of the hospital room door, raised his hand to knock, but also took a moment to enjoy the joy that the small toy brought. The person inside spoke up, Come in. Young Minho's mother saw him and became angry. You. She pointed at Kim Hyun-sung. Have you lost your mind? Who allowed you to come in here? Kim Hyun-sung quickly closed the door and said, What's wrong? Do you want to call a nurse? She angrily shouted, Get out. Didn't you hear what I said? Kim Hyun-sung slowly approached the hospital bed, ignoring her scolding. I just want to talk to young Minho for a moment. Calm down, we are in a hospital. I won't do anything crazy here. She remained vigilant. What exactly do you want to do? Kim Hyun-sung also expressed his stance. I promised young Minho that I wouldn't bully him anymore. If you keep chasing me away, I don't know what I might do. She suspiciously looked at Kim Hyun-sung, that crazy guy. What he said certainly made her worried, but she still firmly said, I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on young Minho. Kim Hyun-sung impatiently replied, All right, all right. As Kim Hyun-sung passed by her, she continued to threaten, You better remember what I said. If I hear any commotion, I will burst in there. Kim Hyun-sung helplessly said, Stop rambling. Just go outside. When the room returned to silence, Kim Hyun-sung walked over and grasped the frail hand of young Minho. Young Minho had prayed on the way here to the point of near despair. Kim Hyun-sung leaned his head next to young Minho, pleading, "I beg you to wake up." Along with tears, there was also laughter from Kim Hyun-sung. "From now on, remember this well. Remember this feeling, remember every word I say, and this very moment. Even if you sink into eternal sleep, remember it all." Kim Hyun-sung spoke while laughing. "You'd better give up, accept your fate. You know, seeing you struggle like a worm brings me joy that I can't bear." Kim Hyun-sung looked at young Minho, who was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. "Young Minho, I never intended to fulfill my promise to you. So if you want to live, then just keep going like this." Kim Hyun-sung continued to talk to himself, oblivious to the tears streaming down young Minho's face, "Because if you wake up, you'll have to face me again, confront your own unhappiness." After settling everything at the hospital, Kim Hyun-sung went to the supermarket to buy some food. "We chose to walk this path not for justice, nor for something lofty. I just want revenge, but I also can't drown myself in hatred." Kim Hyun-sung began to observe the world around him and silently thought, "In this life, I must ensure that those around me are happy as well." After buying the pork, Kim Hyun-sung went straight to the checkout counter, checking, "Besides the pork, is there anything else I need to buy? Oh, I also need to prepare fried eggs for Kim Hyun-jin." A girl standing at the cash register turned pale upon hearing his voice. "That will be 8,101 in total. Do you need to collect points?" The girl, not paying attention to the employee's words, immediately ran away. "Hey, are you not going to buy these things anymore?" Kim Hyun-sung looked at the familiar figure and had already asked someone to investigate. When he returned home, he casually cooked while talking on the phone. "I used money to investigate. The truth is just as you thought, that girl's family bribed the doctors at the hospital to forge medical records. The girl did not have her leg amputated at all. Look at what parents can do for their children, it's really touching." The person on the other end suddenly asked, "What do you want me to do now? Should I take care of that doctor in Ohio?" Kim Hyun-sung tasted a piece of fragrant pork and said, "No need, just let them live." Go Chang-beom, the one on the other end, looked at his computer screen while laughing and listening to Hyun-sung. He is a person with money and power, he cannot easily abandon his daughter like that. Besides, he even hired the Golden Circle for his daughter. Go Chang-beom listened and felt a bit confused. "Then why do you still want to let them go?" Kim Hyun-sung thought about the things that Ohio had left at the supermarket. "I know what Ohio bought there, it wasn't just a little snack that was easy to carry. She pretended to be sick for months, she must have felt very suffocated. She only wore a hoodie when going outside, probably afraid of being discovered. She just wanted to go out, breathe some fresh air for a bit. It seems this wasn't the first time she went out. Occasionally, when she went out, it didn't cause too much of a problem." Kim Hyun-sung thought about this calmly, while Ohio on the other side felt anxious. "What if he recognizes me?" "No, he probably won't recognize me." Kim Hyun-sung described her current state to Go Chang-beom. "She can walk on two legs, but she cannot walk in front of others. She can open the door but cannot go outside. I say these things because I know both Ohio and young Minho have endured the most extreme pain for a long time." Kim Hyun-sung smiled cheerfully, putting the lid back on the pot. "It's like living in hell, don't you feel that way?" Hyun-sung's smile became frightening. "I'm just returning to them all the despair they once brought to me." Time continued to pass, and the 11th grade came to an end. Time flowed peacefully, but for Kim Hyun-sung, it was not so. At the martial arts gym, two young boys were fiercely sparring on the mat. Kim Hyun-sung swiftly dodged his opponent's attack, while Kim Si-woo blocked his kick. One used fists, the other used legs, both entangled with each other, vying for dominance. The stopwatch next to them also paused at this moment. Both of them simultaneously stopped, and Kim Si-woo plopped down on the mat. "We have to train for 5 rounds, 5 minutes each. Why are you tired so quickly?" Kim Hyun-sung wiped the sweat off his forehead. "It's not that hard." From below the mat, a voice rang out. "You two seem to be training seriously, huh?" Seeing someone approaching, both of them bowed to the coach. "Finally, you've arrived." The coach looked at Kim Hyun-sung and said, "Do you remember the first time we met?" You asked me to help you surpass all your opponents and reach the pinnacle before the winter of 11th grade? The coach looked at Kim Hyun-sung with a satisfied expression. Now, the training process is about to come to an end. Don't go anywhere this weekend. At that time, we will check the results of the training. Kim Hyun-sung curiously asked, "Where are we going?" The coach replied, "Seoul. In a few days, we will arrive in Seoul as planned." In the training room of Lee Do-hak in Seoul, young Do Cheol walked in. The people in the training room were astonished upon seeing young Do Cheol, their eyes widening. "Isn't that young Do Cheol? Look at that, why is he here?" One person responded, "He's a friend of the coach." Young Do Cheol walked straight into the room. The people in the room stood up to greet him. "How have you been lately?" Young Do Cheol casually replied, "Not bad. How about you?" Upon hearing this question, the person sighed, "You see, I've been extremely busy." That person was none other than fitness coach Lee Do-hak. He lamented about his schedule. "One of my trainees just joined the Ultimate Fighting Championship. My reputation is growing, and I have to turn down countless trainees because I don't have the time." After hearing this, young Do Cheol remarked, "Sounds tough." About the man before him, young Do Cheol recalled that Lee Do-hak was initially just someone clinging to young Do Cheol in the training room. Before the rumors of substance abuse, young Do Cheol was regarded as a deity by Lee Do-hak. But after young Do Cheol fell from grace, everything changed. The world was unpredictable. So young Do Cheol and Lee Do-hak have become the contenders joining the Ultimate Fighting Championship and have immediately become more famous than his brother. But there is a truth that no one knows, which is that Lee Do-hak also uses drugs. Young Do Cheol recalls the past with bittersweet feelings. "If I hadn't been caught for using drugs back then, all the glory that Lee Do-hak has now should belong to me. I can't believe I actually thought like that. I'm truly terrible." Young Do Cheol also didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose for being here. "It's been a while since I've seen you, so I made this request." "I'm so sorry, would you let your student and my student compete a little? You know how different the conditions in Seoul and the suburbs are." Lee Do-hak crossed his arms over his chest and confidently said, "Compete? That's a bit difficult. Young Do Cheol, we're not strangers, so I'll be straightforward." Lee Do-hak's words struck at young Do Cheol's sore spot. "You can't salvage your image in front of the public anymore. Everyone already knows everything through YouTube, so they are fully aware of your past. My student might refuse to compete once they find out who is asking them to do so." Seeing young Do Cheol say nothing, Lee Do-hak continued to mock. "Look at you, you don't need to be like this. What do you gain from working hard to train your students? Just focus on helping them, let them eat well at your place, and exercise to stay healthy, that's enough." Lee Do-hak thought these mocking words would make young Do Cheol feel ashamed, but perhaps he did not expect that young Do Cheol was actually very happy, a smile on his face with the thought, "Thank goodness, he hasn't changed at all. This worthless machine is still the same piece of trash with a dirty past as I imagined." Young Do Cheol smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I have no intention of restarting my career. I just want to see how much my students have progressed. I don't want to be like you, bragging about my students all day long." Hearing this, Lee Do-hak felt overjoyed inside, continuously calculating, "This might be a good opportunity to humiliate this jerk and also a chance to promote my training studio." So Lee Do-hak quickly fell into the trap. "Since we've come this far, let's compete in a match." On the weekend, the coach and his two students set off together. Kim Si-woo excitedly looked around. "Wow, this is amazing. Seoul is truly different." He was so excited that young Do Cheol had to stop him. "Kim Si-woo, don't go boasting to others that you came from the countryside anymore." When they heard they had to compete against the team of coach young Do Cheol, the fighters couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Competing against high school students? Coach, are you kidding us? This is not just a simple practice match. Think about our reputation." The speaker was Hwang Dae-myung, with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses, who was about to participate in the finals. Next to him was An Dong-yeop, boasting a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, an expert from the National Martial Arts Association. Lee Do-hak began to persuade the two of them. they are high school students trained by young Du Cheol. You can easily handle them, and it can draw attention to you. You have to understand that in this era, athletes must also grasp trends. I will arrange it properly, this is a very good opportunity. Hearing Lee Do-hak's words, they both felt it made a lot of sense and quickly agreed, alright, we accept. I will teach them a lesson. Lee Do-hak was also pleased and laughed heartily, you really are my excellent students. The reason Lee Do-hak was so determined was that he had once been a failure. Now, everyone remembered Lee Do-hak as an icon of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. However, Lee Do-hak had no pleasant memories of that time. His statistics in the Ultimate Fighting Championship were 2 wins and 5 losses. Even with the use of drugs, Lee Do-hak always lost to young Du Cheol until he retired. Therefore, when he met young Du Cheol again, he silently resolved to bring down young Du Cheol. Meeting young Du Cheol made him feel an indescribable joy, but the expectant gaze young Du Cheol had for his student made him very uncomfortable. After arranging everything, he couldn't help but flash a sly smile, thinking, it will be even more interesting than I imagined. This time, I'll show him that I can be a better teacher than he is. On the day of the match, the 3 of them entered the arena and faced evaluating gazes. There were many familiar faces, including people from the Martial Arts Association. Young Du Cheol could tell at a glance Lee Do-hak's intentions, this bastard Lee Do-hak wants to cause me more trouble again. Once Kim Hyun-sung and Kim Si-woo were fully prepared, young Du Cheol called his 2 students over, come here. Seeing the calm expressions on their faces, young Du Cheol secretly laughed, these kids aren't nervous at all. Young Du Cheol put on gloves for Kim Si-woo, do you guys know why they invited both professionals and people from the Martial Arts Association for just a small match? Kim Si-woo asked curiously, do you mean this match is very difficult, teacher? But contrary to Kim Si-woo's thoughts, young Du Cheol's mindset was different, not at all, on the contrary, when you defeat them, at least no high school student will be able to beat the 2 of you. At that moment, young Du Cheol also felt a surge of fighting spirit. This moment marked the first time he realized that his students could also ignite his passion. It turned out, being a teacher was not so bad. The final match began, and the fighters were invited to take their positions. This time, young Du Cheol let Kim Si-woo enter the ring first. Coach Lee Do-hak had truly arranged a battle to the death. I don't want to fight a high school student, but I have no choice, it's because he chose the wrong teacher. However, seeing the confident expression on Kim Si-woo's face, the man felt uncomfortable. What's wrong with this kid? He looks like he deserves a beating. The bell signaling the start of the match rang. The man quickly lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed straight at Kim Si-woo's face, intending to hit him first. But the speed of his attack was swiftly met by a kick from Kim Si-woo, blocking it. After being hit, the guy incredulously asked, how did you know this move? Have you been training for boxing attacks? The man was dodging attacks while probing, as if he wanted to aim for his face. He even used feints, but kept getting kicked in the legs by Kim Si-woo. In his mind, he was calculating, I need to block his low kick and then counterattack. But the next kick stunned him, a kick to the calf. A kick to the calf is a low attacking technique aimed at the opponent's calf. This technique helps to stop the opponent's movement, leveraging damage to the calf to prevent the opponent from moving. He angrily cursed, damn it. In reality, he was very shocked that he couldn't block Kim Si-woo's attack. Why does he have such a scary fighting style? He stepped back, his face reddening with anger, veins bulging. This brat thinks he can take me down with kicks just because I'm a boxing specialist. I swear I won't let you kick low again. Kim Si-woo also noticed his opponent's intentions. I've hit him a few times already, but this bald guy keeps staring at my legs. He must have figured out my plan. But it's fine, I have a way to handle it. He charged forward again with a fist, and Kim Si-woo raised his leg to counter. He instinctively paused for a moment. Before I could react, I just needed to be half a second faster. A powerful kick aimed straight at the man's head. After being struck, he lay stunned on the floor, showing no signs of getting up to continue the fight. The referee outside declared the match over. After winning, Kim Si-woo immediately turned to Kim Hyun-sung, I'm sure you want to use this as an excuse to say I'm incompetent, that's why you moved to Seoul. So, I will show you some perspective. Kim Si-woo looked into Kim Hyun-sung's determined eyes and affirmed, my strength doesn't just stop at Daesan. He slight smirked, speaking to his coach, Coach, you said Seoul is a vast ocean, but this professional fighter couldn't even withstand a single round. Kim Si-woo pointed at himself arrogantly, if their skills are only this much, then there's no need for Kim Hyun-sung to intervene. I can handle the other one myself. Lee Do-hak was so furious upon hearing this that he cursed incessantly, you bastard. Did anyone teach you manners at the training school? The people around them, feeling helpless, rushed to intervene and calm Coach Lee Do-hak, calm down, calm down. He stubbornly refused to accept the outcome, young Do-cheol, don't take advantage of the situation, stop being so arrogant. You were just lucky to win. This kid loves to brag. Aren't you going to teach your student a lesson? How could young Do-cheol pass up this opportunity? He immediately spoke up, he's right. Even relying on luck, your student wouldn't last around. If you've decided to challenge him, you should be mentally prepared. Is this really the behavior of a professional? Young Do-cheol showed no mercy and continued, what else do you want? I guess Kim Si-woo was warmed up already. Lee Do-hak was so angry that he had no words left, he could only swallow his anger and step back. Young Do-cheol is getting cocky again, not to mention I wonder what rumors will spread in the community. He gritted his teeth and said, if your student gets crippled, don't blame me. The defeated fighter, nursing his wounds, stepped down from the ring and said, I'm sorry, coach. Lee Do-hak saw him and felt enraged, useless idiot, shut up. Go train for me. He turned to ask the fighter next to him, Hwang Dae-myung, can you do it? Hwang Dae-myung smirked coldly and confidently replied, of course, coach. You know this fighting style is my specialty. Lee Do-hak patted Hwang Dae-myung on the shoulder to encourage him, I believe in you. The bell for the match rang once again, and the two began to probe each other. Hwang Dae-myung made the first move, and those standing outside couldn't help but comment, it's just basic strikes. Is Hwang Dae-myung really being passive? He's usually not like this. Hearing the murmurs, Lee Do-hak sneered, as if you understand anything. Hwang Dae-myung is just probing, trying to grasp his opponent's attack range. After a period of mutual exploration, Hwang Dae-myung was ready to charge at Kim Si-woo with extreme speed. Young Do-cheol in the stands was intently analyzing the match, that last kick was lightning fast, and the distance was quite far, almost hitting him. This Hwang Dae-myung is really good at controlling his opponent's distance. This is truly a challenge for Kim Si-woo. What will you do now? At this moment, Kim Si-woo also sensed the gap in strength. He stepped back but remained resolute, thinking, he's very strong, but if I give up, then all my efforts will be in vain. Hwang Dae-myung charged again, but Kim Si-woo quickly dodged. He kept reminding himself, I need to remember why I trained so hard, recall the times they beat me up every single day, leaving me exhausted. Kim Si-woo raised his hands, blocking the storm of attacks from his opponent. It seemed that Kim Si-woo was waiting for the right moment. Kim Si-woo's gaze became sharp, as if waiting for something. The opponent's jaw was opening, the moment had come. Kim Si-woo charged forward, wanting to unleash an attack, but Hwang Dae-myung was even faster. He lowered his center of gravity, dodging the attack while delivering a straight punch to Kim Si-woo's face. From below, the guy was overjoyed, you just took a hit to the face, you're done for. But Kim Si-woo didn't give up. He opened his eyes once more and rushed in to attack. Hwang Dae-myung, astonished, retreated while blocking Kim Si-woo's assault. This kid is still daring to charge in after taking a hit like that? He looked at Kim Si-woo's hands and immediately deduced, could it be he wants to throw a hook? Kim Si-woo was continuously thinking about Kim Hyun-sung, you used to be such a cheerful person, what happened? Why have you become like this? But I understand. Even if you've become cold and indifferent, deep down you're still the same. This seemed to be the reason why Kim Si-woo had to keep striving. I can't just stand by and watch you face danger alone. Perhaps I need to live multiple lives to truly understand your thoughts and feelings. Confidently, Kim Si-woo raised his head to look at his opponent without fear, because you once pulled me out of my darkest days. This time, no matter what happens, I won't let go of you, Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Si-woo quickly seized his opponent's collar, expertly locking his neck tightly. The other guy struggled to breathe, his face pale, unable to stop writhing, and finally had to signal his surrender. Lee Do-hak below the ring gaped in shock. At that moment, Kim Si-woo stepped in front of Kim Hyun-sung and said, "Kim Hyun-sung, do you see? I've defeated 2 professional fighters. Even if I'm weaker than you, I can definitely contribute to your plan." Kim Si-woo earnestly and resolutely told Kim Hyun-sung, "I will be your pawn. Let me help you. If you refuse, I will act on my own. Perhaps, I will become an unpredictable variable for you." Kim Hyun-sung looked confused and asked, "Why do you have to go this far?" Kim Si-woo did not answer but countered with a question, "And you, why are you doing this? Right now, you look like you want to end your life." Kim Hyun-sung looked at Kim Si-woo with a complex gaze. "What exactly do you want?" Lee Do-hak over here could no longer sit still. He shouted loudly, "Enough nonsense! Prepare for the next match. This is the final match, with only one person remaining. That person is Shin Chang-hoon, a mysterious fighter with tan skin and a proud expression." The crowd below immediately jeers, "How disgusting, what a shame! Look at that, so many people are watching. A professional fighter losing to a high school student. What the hell is Coach Lee Do-hak doing? If things continue like this, my reputation will be ruined. People will start spreading rumors that young Do Cheol is a better coach than Lee Do-hak. So, he has revealed his trump card, Lee Do-hak's secret weapon to regain his honor. There is only one round left, please give the order, coach. I haven't stepped onto the field yet. Shin Chang-hoon is the most talented athlete Lee Do-hak has ever trained. Lee Do-hak explains, "It's just a small match, but you can attract the audience's attention and restore my honor." The other guy complains, "This is such a hassle. I was thinking of making a grand debut to become a martial arts star." "Coach, you owe me this time." Shin Chang-hoon puts on his gloves, getting ready to fight. The audience outside is buzzing. "You want to see the limits of your 2 students? Then let the others go up." Young Do Cheol also asked Kim Hyun-sung for his opinion. "What do you think?" "It's up to you." Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself, "In my past life, there were 2 people who would become the future of the country's martial arts. One was Kim Myunil, and the other was Shin Chang-hoon. Shin Chang-hoon was famous for his explosive fighting style. He quickly rose to capture the title of the explosive and immediately drew national attention, getting recruited into the Ultimate Fighting Championship. As for Kim Hyun-sung, he would not return to the ring for another 2 years. Currently, he had removed his robe, determined to reach the top on his own. Shin Chang-hoon had not yet reached that level, but he still had immense potential. This was a fantastic opportunity for Kim Hyun-sung to prove himself. After speaking, Kim Hyun-sung stepped past Kim Si-woo. "We'll talk later." Shin Chang-hoon had just entered the arena and immediately threw himself into a full-on attack, completely disregarding the probing stage, shocking everyone. At this moment, Kim Hyun-sung had closed the distance to Shin Chang-hoon. Seeing this, Shin Chang-hoon felt secretly pleased. "Offering yourself to the door of death? Good, if you want to finish quickly, I'll oblige." Shin Chang-hoon immediately threw a punch aimed at Kim Hyun-sung's face, but Kim Hyun-sung leaned away to dodge. After evading the attack, Kim Hyun-sung quickly retaliated with a punch to Shin Chang-hoon's stomach. Hit hard by Kim Hyun-sung, Shin Chang-hoon staggered back, panting and cursing, "Damn it!" After regaining his composure, Shin Chang-hoon launched a series of punches and kicks at Kim Hyun-sung, but they were all blocked by Kim Hyun-sung's arms. At the same time, he also retaliated with a punch. This time, Shin Chang-hoon was no longer impatient, he dodged Kim Hyun-sung's punch. Seeing that he couldn't land a blow on Kim Hyun-sung, Shin Chang-hoon became even angrier. "Do you dare to provoke me?" Outside, the coach and Kim Si-woo were observing Kim Hyun-sung. The coach felt that something was off. It was not like Kim Hyun-sung's usual style. Here, calculations would be of no use. Kim Hyun-sung was unsure of his opponent's strength, but this was very simple. Seoul is a place that hasn't been fully explored and is also the stronghold of the enemy. I have to prepare for unexpected situations. I should deal with him as soon as possible. Just relax and fight. Kim Hyun-sung relaxed his arms, focused his mind, and trusted his instincts. Because Kim Hyun-sung could not maintain perfect form forever, he was in Seoul. Kim Hyun-sung widened his eyes, continuously delivering counterattacks, forcing Shin Chang-hoon into a defensive position. Shin Chang-hoon saw Kim Hyun-sung's moves and felt puzzled, suddenly making a 180-degree change. Because he had been continuously suppressed, Shin Chang-hoon was finally cornered against the ropes. Kim Hyun-sung seized the opportunity and threw a punch at Shin Chang-hoon's jaw. Shin Chang-hoon spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth, unwilling to lose to Kim Hyun-sung in such a manner. He was determined to counterattack one last time, but Kim Hyun-sung did not give him the chance. So, the storm of punches from Kim Hyun-sung rained down relentlessly on Shin Chang-hoon. The coach of Kim Hyun-sung could tell the result without even looking. With his natural physique, good situational judgment, along with talent and determination, Kim Hyun-sung is an almost perfect fighter, unmatched by anyone. However, the craziest thing about Kim Hyun-sung is that he never cares about his own safety, always wanting to defeat his opponents at all costs. Kim Hyun-sung threw a hook that struck Shin Chang-hoon, causing Shin Chang-hoon's eyes to roll back, and then he fell to the ground, ultimately being knocked out. Coach Lee Do-hak looked pale. The seeds he had placed so much hope in had all been defeated, making him incredibly angry. The spectators around were laughing maniacally, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, with whispers all around, "Damn, that's terrifying. What a madman." After defeating Shin Chang-hoon, Kim Hyun-sung approached his coach and said, "Sir, I know my request is quite unreasonable and I also understand that it is not easy. But it is thanks to you that I have reached the level I am today. I am very grateful to you for keeping your promise." Kim Hyun-sung bowed his head, showing respect for his great teacher. The coach looked at him with a gentle smile and said, "That is all I can do for you. Take care." Students of Young Do-cheol completely defeated the students of Lee Do-hak, shocking the entire martial arts community in the country. Those who heard the news of Kim Hyun-sung stepping away from the ring and followed his training journey until his appearance were eagerly anticipating the emergence of a new god in the martial arts world. After witnessing the talent of Young Do-cheol's student, many people immediately sought after him. A flurry of messages was sent to Young Do-cheol, incessantly asking, "Where did you find these kids? And what do you think about bringing your students here? I mean, your image in the community is slightly lacking." Some even extended invitations, "Young Do-cheol, let us help your students make their debut. Once we have results, we can organize a championship match." They acted as if nothing had happened before, ignoring him until now, only to shamelessly reach out to him. However, for Young Do-cheol, all of this meant nothing. Young Do-cheol sat alone in his room, surrounded by empty bottles. He quietly reflected on himself. "I thought that once Kim Hyun-sung and Kim Si-woo left, I would be liberated. But it seems like I've lost my motivation instead." The coach sat in the corner of the training hall, drinking and reminiscing about his two outstanding students. Their images kept replaying like a film in Young Do-cheol's mind. Initially, Young Do-cheol took on this job for the money. But sometimes, he realizes that as a person making a living coaching, he truly loves coaching. Although on one hand, Young Do-cheol feels inferior to Lee Do-hak, the thought gradually fades away when he trains his two students. Young Do-cheol could easily keep them for more money, but could he do that? While he was pondering, a young man burst into the room and loudly asked, "Are you Coach Young Do-cheol?" He then ran over with excitement, continuously exclaiming, "That match left a deep impression on me. I don't care what others say, I believe you have the ability." He enthusiastically continued, "So please, train me. I want to become a champion." Hearing the words and the energetic demeanor of the young man made Young Do-cheol unconsciously remember Kim Hyun-sung. This young man resembles Kim Hyun-sung. Why does he remind me of that person? This thought suddenly made Young Do-cheol feel happy and invigorated. Thinking of this, young Du Cheol immediately asked, "What's your name?" The young boy smiled and answered, "My name is Kim Nudiol, coach." A few days later, in a conversation between two close friends, Kim Hyun-sung continually explained to Kim Si-woo, "I'm sorry I couldn't take you to Seoul with me. You know, what I'm doing is very dangerous." Kim Si-woo was unwilling to accept this and retorted, "Then why did you train me?" But Kim Hyun-sung remained steadfast in his rejection. "I've told you, I won't take you to Seoul, but I never said I wouldn't need you. I will contact you. When that time comes, you should come to Seoul because I will need you then. I will agree to your request. For now, I will hand over Dae-san for you to take charge, okay?" Kim Hyun-sung hoped that Kim Si-woo would agree to his plan. The next day, Kim Si-woo walked into Bae Sung-go's class and coldly said, "I have a question for you." Bae Sung-go replied, "What is it?" Kim Si-woo continued, "After Kim Hyun-sung leaves, the power struggle will begin. Who do you think should take over after Kim Hyun-sung is gone?" Hearing this, Bae Sung-go looked very confused. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Kim Si-woo urged him, "Just answer, don't ask too much." Bae Sung-go sneered, "Of course it should be me. You might be a friend of Kim Hyun-sung, but you can't do anything, right?" Kim Si-woo responded irritably, "Is that so? Seems like there's a problem here. Once Kim Hyun-sung leaves, this position will be vacant. If I can't sit in that place this time, when you graduate, others will think I'm inferior to you." The conversation between Kim Si-woo and Bae Sung-go drew attention, leaving the surrounding students extremely confused and frightened. Bae Sung-go angrily said, "What do you mean?" Kim Si-woo calmly replied, "That's right, let's fight it out." Hearing Kim Si-woo's challenge, Bae Sung-go stood up abruptly and shouted, "Have you been blinded by power? It's still too early for you to hold power." However, Kim Si-woo was not intimidated by Bae Sung-go's fierce demeanor and calmly responded, "What do you mean? I've learned a lot from being next to Kim Hyun-sung." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Si-woo and Bae Sung-go charged at each other, their fists and feet clashing violently. After the fight ended, rumors spread throughout the school. The gossip mongers eagerly discussed, "Have you heard? I heard Kim Si-woo fought Bae Sung-go and even defeated him." Another chimed in, "Is Kim Si-woo really that impressive?" Someone else added, "Not only that, I also heard Kim Si-woo is taking down anyone who dares to challenge him. He just took down another guy." After the battle with Bae Sung-go, Kim Si-woo began to solidify his position. But there were three others who were not convinced, and one curly-haired guy shouted, "You're an arrogant dog." Immediately, Kim Si-woo threw a punch at his mouth, knocking him unconscious. Kim Si-woo began to deal with the third-year students, then moved on to the second and first-year students. All those who dared to challenge Kim Si-woo were successively defeated by him. Meanwhile, Park Jin-woo stood upstairs, and his friend asked, "Why aren't you taking action?" Park Jin-woo replied, "I am the alpha wolf, why should I take action? If there's someone at the top, then there must be someone in second place. I'm very satisfied with being second." His friend replied, "But the one at the top is Kim Hyun-sung." Park Jin-woo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Then being third is fine too." Thus, Kim Si-woo became the leader. Time passed quickly, and the final exams approached, signaling the end of the year. Students rejoiced as winter break was just around the corner, and freedom was finally coming. In the classroom, Kim Hyun-sung remained calm and silent. He achieved perfect scores in all subjects, with 100 points in every single one. Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself, "This is the reason I do all these things. My scores and my existence." In Gangnam, where university scores cannot be underestimated, when combined, they will cause a sensation. I'm certain the Golden Circle will not remain quiet when someone hires them. As Kim Hyun-sung walked while deep in thought, he was suddenly blocked by a student. It turned out to be that chubby guy. He blocked Kim Hyun-sung and said, "I have something to say." Kim Hyun-sung did not like him, glancing with a cold look. The fat guy began, "I know I am truly disgraceful. After you helped me, I ignored you. It's right that you criticized me, I have nothing to say. After that, everyone saw me as a selfish person, and at school, I was all alone. But for me, that did not matter. No, should I say I was crazy happy? He paused for a moment and continued. This is the only way for me to avoid being harassed by the Park Min Cheol group. A few days later, I finally felt the sense of being able to breathe, to live. At this point, the fat guy burst into tears, having to take off his thick glasses to wipe his eyes. He continued, even though I was always alone, with no one by my side, that pain was not as torturous as being choked. And now, I have many friends who understand me, they are always by my side. Most of them share the same fate as me. Sometimes, I think about this. If I could go back to that day when the review board was held, I wonder if I would have chosen differently. But perhaps not, because I am still a coward, afraid of their words, always trying to escape. When I heard that you were transferring schools, I could do nothing. I will never forget that day, will never forget. You said, so, remember that I am truly grateful to you. Without you, I may not have survived. Lee Young-min's actions became a catalyst, causing other students to start approaching Kim Hyun-sung. Another blonde male student came over and said, "Thank you for everything. I will never forget your kindness." Then a young man with short hair also approached, "Thank you, Kim Hyun-sung. Thanks to you, I graduated smoothly. If you want to transfer schools, I will support you." Kim Hyun-sung didn't want to say much to these people. He thought to himself, I didn't help anyone because I wanted to, I just wanted to rid myself of those bastards because they were simply disgusting. So don't smile at me, don't thank me. I don't deserve that. Kim Hyun-sung's actions stemmed from personal malice, not something noble. Time will gradually blur everything. If Kim Hyun-sung's emotions fade away, he may forget the true purpose of his actions. However, the incident did not end within the school. Outside as well. A man approached Kim Hyun-sung and asked, "Are you Kim Hyun-sung, a student from Kyeonil High School? I truly want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be who I am today." Kim Hyun-sung replied, "Why should I be thanked?" Saying that, he walked past the man and added, "I'm just proving I'm strong. What I'm doing is merely to step on the heads of those bastards, so you don't need to thank me." The man turned back and calmly said, "Your purpose doesn't matter. I escaped from that hell thanks to you. At Daesan, there are many students like me. After you defeated the gang at Daesan, this place has become a space for us to interact with each other. We also discuss how to deal with the bullies. I even suggested they provide real-time information about hotspots." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung went online to see for himself. He saw messages like, "Is anyone interested in going to Kyeonil School with me? I really want to thank Kim Hyun-sung. Even though he doesn't study at our school, he did something truly amazing." Another student wrote, "Is it possible? Will school violence disappear?" This boy continued, "People there break out in a sweat every time they think about going to school. Those students live in hell every single day. But thanks to you, a completely new world has opened up. On behalf of all the students there, I want to express my gratitude to you, Kim Hyun-sung." The conversation with the stranger had ended. Kim Hyun-sung walked down the street, lost in thought. More and more students were recognizing him, smiling at him. He still vividly remembered the fearful eyes of those who looked at him. The wicked punish the wicked, for from the very beginning, they had been seen as demons. Even if the truth is distorted, it no longer matters. Those who had once hurt him, they trembled, wept, and begged him for forgiveness. Kim Hyun-sung remained immersed in his own thoughts. He had thought he had stepped into a quagmire, but after cleaning up that rubbish, more and more people became happier. So, was what he did really evil? No, it was punishment, bloody punishment. After all, there must be someone to do this work in the world, and he was willing to take on that role. That was why he returned to the past. Winter vacation began today. Kim Hyun-sung in Kyeonil had truly come to an end. Regarding the school transfer, he had finished talking with Oh Dae-hwan and had also said goodbye to Kim Yong-cheol. But they had no idea that in Kim Hyun-sung's photo, they would never be able to live a peaceful life again. I have no intention of letting them off just because those bastards once helped me. Without me, they would have gone to help other scum. Rotten things should be eliminated. A girl approached Kim Hyun-sung and said, "Let's talk for a bit. It won't take up too much of your time." Kim Hyun-sung replied with a completely emotionless expression, "I don't think there's anything to talk about." The girl continued, "My father wants to meet you." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung was surprised and widened his eyes. So he went to meet the girl's father. The two met in a private room. Her father's name was Choi Sung-pil, a former high-ranking official. He extended his hand and said, "You must be hungry. Let's wait for the food to arrive, then we can eat and talk." Kim Hyun-sung listened while secretly contemplating, "I'm a classmate of Choi Seona, so please feel free." Choi Sung-pil was a father who lost his son and was now the chairman of the Anti-School Violence Committee. That was the only information Kim Hyun-sung knew about him. He spoke, "The reason I wanted to meet you is that Choi Seona told me a very impressive story." Choi Sung-pil shared, "Even though I have always tried to prevent school violence, it has all been in vain. I never expected a high school student could do such a thing. I know how difficult it is. Therefore, when I heard that school violence in Daesan had decreased significantly, I was very happy, but at the same time, I felt regret. If only my son had a friend like him." Kim Hyun-sung took a sip of tea, still listening intently as Choi Sung-pil told his story. He also took a sip of tea and continued, "If someone had dared to speak up back then, maybe my son would still be alive. Everything is meaningless. If only I had been a good father from the start." Having said that, he fell silent for a moment, his gaze turning sorrowful. "I am a terrible father, and I didn't even recognize the signs that my son was sending out. You know, wealthy kids rarely express their emotions. I never imagined my son would encounter such a situation. On that day, my son's grades plummeted. I scolded him harshly and forced him to stay up late to study without ever asking why his grades had dropped. After that, he expressed a desire to transfer schools. I thought he wanted to escape the difficulties in his studies, so I forbade him. That period keeps replaying in my mind." He continued, "After all, I just hope my family can be happy. What could be more important than family happiness? Therefore, I moved to Daesan, educated Choi Seona systematically, and eliminated school violence. However, your method is effective, while mine is not promising at all. A club to punish evil. If you want, Daesan will do it. So, I must tell you one thing, from this moment on, no matter what you do in Seoul, I will stand by your side." Saying that, his gaze became resolute and full of killing intent. "As long as there is a team led by me, no one will be able to stand in your way." Choi Sung-pil stood up and declared, "So remember, I will always stand behind you. People like me still exist." Kim Hyun-sung also pulled out a chair and stood up. "I will definitely remember what you said today. Thank you." After that, the two like-minded individuals determined to punish evil shook hands tightly. They had found each other that afternoon, with the bright golden sunlight covering the ground. Kim Hyun-sung went to the park to talk with Choi Seona. "I heard my dad tell that story. He said he wanted to kill all those who harmed my brother. The reason I can't do that is that I don't have enough confidence in my actions." Kim Hyun-sung also comforted her, "It's not your fault." Choi Seona continued, "I know those people have done wrong, but thanks to you, I have a new dream." She broke into a radiant smile. "What you do with the power in your hands doesn't matter." Witnessing it firsthand, I couldn't believe it. It gave me goosebumps. Only power can sweep away evil. Perhaps that is why you hold power. Choi Seona clenched her fist, as if making a significant decision. She told Kim Hyun-sung, "I want to become a prosecutor because that way I can also have power. I will live my own way. Please be my hope, because thinking of you, I won't give up, I will continue to move forward." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung also smiled brightly. "I will wholeheartedly support you. Let's consider this a secret promise between the two of us." So that afternoon passed. The next day was the winter break, and Kim Hyun-sung set everything aside, focusing on taking care of his family. the whole family went out to eat together. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung grilling meat, his grandmother muttered, "This is a dish I've only heard about before." Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother was so excited that his cheeks turned red. He looked like he was about to drool. "So amazing, it looks so delicious." Kim Hyun-sung grilled for his grandmother first. "Let's all enjoy this delicious meal together." After eating, the whole family went outside to watch the snow fall. "Look, the snow is so beautiful." It wasn't because of the beauty of the snowflakes, but because they were watching it together as a family that made the scene so lovely. In the evening, Kim Hyun-sung's family went to the amusement park to take commemorative photos. Looking at his aging grandmother in the photo, Kim Hyun-sung said, "I will never forget the image of you back then, so youthful like a young girl." After playing a lot, the family returned home. His grandmother said, "Grandson, your hands are so soft. As soon as you bring a girlfriend home to meet us, we will have your wedding right away." Hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung chuckled, "Ha, I'm only 9 years old, Grandma." "After all, family is still the best. Would you like to dye your hair?" "Let me dye it for you." Kim Hyun-sung's grandmother spoke up, "Aging is a natural rule, why hide it and tire yourself out? Just take that money and buy things you like." "You seem to have something strange lately, don't you?" He replied, "It's nothing, Grandma." But in Kim Hyun-sung's heart, he thought, "I can't tell her. This is the most precious and happiest time of my life. When I return to the past, the most wonderful thing is not revenge, but that the pain of my family has disappeared. That is the most wonderful thing."